In Queens, New York, at an abandoned factory in a remote location, a group of thugs clad in hip-hop attire with dark skin were kicking and punching a pitiful figure lying on the ground. Trying to play hero? Look at yourself. Who do you think you are to oppose us? The gang leader shouted arrogantly with swelling bruises around his eyes, clearly punched by someone. You're overestimating yourself. We're part of Frank's gang. Even the cops don't dare mess with us. And you dare to fight back? The thugs who were punching him chimed in, laughing wildly. The leader they mentioned, Frank D'Amico, was said to be a major drug lord on the West Coast with terrifying influence, and these punks were just low-level underlings. I kindly wanted you to join us, Sean, but you refused. How foolish. The gang leader spat, resenting that the youth had refused to sell drugs for them, so they had blocked his path and dragged him here to beat him up. What? Still not convinced? The youth named Sean glared, his black hair plastered to his forehead, his face covered in blood. His hands and feet were tightly pinned by several thugs, unable to move at all. Looks like we need to teach you a lesson so you know we're not to be messed with. The gang leader chuckled ominously, lifted his foot and viciously stomped on Sean's head, pressing him firmly underfoot. As he stomped again and again, the stubborn youth's breathing grew weaker. Gradually he stopped moving and the light in his eyes faded like a dying flame. Boss. This kid stopped moving. After a while, a black thug with a nose ring spoke softly. The gang leader froze. The youth was bruised and swollen, his entire face caked with blood, and his body lay motionless as if lifeless. Fuck. Can't take a beating. Forget it, let's go. The gang leader tried to hide his panic. Though he boasted about being under a West Coast drug lord, he was just a low-level thug. Getting caught by cops was one thing, but murder was a whole different problem. Those damn cops would throw him in prison. The thugs fled in panic, not even bothering to dispose of the body. In the long-abandoned factory, only the youth named Sean lay on the ground. The once vibrant young body gradually grew cold. The sun set on the horizon and night gradually enveloped the city. Suddenly a white light streaked across the sky, draped in night. Like a massive ball lightning, it spun and radiated halos. As if guided by some mysterious force, it flew straight toward the abandoned factory, circled around a few times, then, as if locking onto a target, dove into the youth's body. Ugh! The cold body lying on the ground suddenly twitched, emitting a faint moan. His eyes snapped open, pupils blazing with bright white light. Where is this? The youth who should have died slowly sat up. His groggy mind gradually cleared. Some force was sorting through his chaotic thoughts, the fragmented memories becoming distinct. Sean Shibwa parents died in an accident. Captain America Stark Industries Peter Parker. What the hell is all this? The bloodied youth frowned. He found some strange things in the memories of this boat's previous host, giving him an ominous feeling. Damn. Didn't I end up in that world where freaks run rampant and cheaters are everywhere? Sean cursed. Thinking back, it was very possible. He had been playing a virtual character fighting game at home. After clearing the final level, a white light flashed from the screen, and then he was reborn into this unlucky guy named Sean. What a headache. Any world would be better than this. Mutants, superheroes, evil villains, alien life, otherworldly gods. This is hell-level difficulty from the start. Sean couldn't help but complain. If his guess was right, as an ordinary person wanting to live peacefully in this world was nothing but a fantasy. Not to mention the supervillains who want to destroy the world every now and then, he might end up as a poor bystander if superheroes started fighting or had a civil war. Ordinary people like him wouldn't even get a chance to appear, at most as one of the casualties in news obituaries. This is really unlucky. While lamenting, Sean discovered something interesting. A white orb floated in his mind. Through the hazy light he saw a familiar interface. Countless virtual characters appeared on a list, some gray indicating unselectable in the game, some shimmering with colorful lights. When he extended his consciousness, various data clearly appeared on his retina. Heaven never seals off all exits. Life's ups and downs are truly surprising. A joyful smile spread across Sean's face. The virtual interface in his mind was exactly the fighting game he had played, collecting classic characters from various comics and movies. By continuously fighting and accumulating victory points you could exchange for powerful equipment unique to each character. Strangely, before his transmigration, the final boss was a comic character from this world, and he had crossed over without claiming the ultimate reward. Dear player, you have unclaimed victory rewards. Would you like to claim them? A clear line of text appeared. Sean was overjoyed and immediately nodded. This was exactly what he needed. The white orb flickered continuously and one powerful reward after another scrolled past. Sean's eyes widened, his heart full of tension, anticipation, and fear. Mark Armor Upgradable Convertible Model, the masterpiece of Tony Stark. Super Soldier Serum brings human abilities to peak, different effects for different users. The only successful subject is Captain America. Vibranium armor forged from indestructible metal capable of absorbing massive damage. Sean watched the various rewards from this world pass before his eyes, his mood like a roller coaster. It seemed that because he had crossed into this world, powerful equipment and weapons from other worlds were grayed out and temporarily unavailable. Why not just give me the Infinity Stones? The transmigrator fantasized. Ding! A crisp sound. The white light stopped flickering, freezing on a vial of potion. The liquid inside emitted a golden glow flowing with dazzling brilliance as if containing immense energy. Stellar Potion Remnant. Sean froze. After all that spinning, he only got a golden potion without even an item description. He forcibly suppressed his urge to curse. He retrieved the golden potion from the game inventory. A soft light condensed in his hand with a warm sensation. Looking at the final reward, Sean hesitated, then tilted his head back and drank it in one go. Since he had come to this world full of danger, he couldn't let go of any chance to become stronger. He no longer wished to be an ordinary person looking up to those extraordinary heroes who flew through the sky, saved the world, and enjoyed the spotlight. Sean didn't want to be one of the millions in the crowd. When danger fell upon his head, when enemies appeared before him, he couldn't just wait for superheroes to save him. The moment he drank the golden potion, excruciating pain flooded his consciousness. His entire body felt as if it were shattering instantly, blood vessels, nerves, every single cell crushed by the powerful force. His mouth opened as wide as possible, but he couldn't make a sound. Golden flames like light poured from Sean's eyes. An unimaginable energy slowly flowed, condensed and completely penetrated his body, transforming the fragile, thin human physique. The sky was completely dark. In the abandoned factory, a human youth was undergoing an unprecedented immense transformation. Queens, New York. Midtown High School. The warm morning sunlight was comfortable and invigorating. Energetic young students streamed through the school gate in groups, laughing and greeting each other. A silver-gray sedan stopped at the entrance and a handsome young man stepped out. Students passing by cast looks of envy or admiration. Midtown High was just a publicly funded school, and most of its students came from ordinary families. A rich young man like this who could come to school in a sedan should have been attending an expensive private high school, the preferred choice for wealthy families to educate their children. Harry! A bespectacled boy called out. The handsome young man turned around and saw that it was his only friend at school calling him. Due to his wealthy background, Harry Osborn was not well liked at Midtown High. If not for the teacher's special treatment, he might have become a target for school bullies just like his friend Peter. Tomorrow the school is organizing a trip to Columbia University's research center. I can't wait. The bookish-looking Peter was brimming with excitement. He always had a keen interest in novel and peculiar things. Oh, it should be a wonderful trip. Harry was absent-minded. The rich young man's gaze followed a red-haired girl walking ahead, Mary Jane, a beautiful girl who stirred youthful hormones. Excuse me. A voice sounded behind Peter and Harry. A casually dressed young man looked at the two blocking his way, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Good morning, Sean. Peter, recognizing who it was, quickly pulled his friend away as if avoiding a plague. Did this guy bully you too? Harry asked curiously. No, but it's best to stay away from him. Peter shook his head. I heard Sean got into trouble with some gangsters. Yesterday someone saw a group of thugs taking him to an abandoned factory on the outskirts. Harry heard this and turned to look at that guy. He appeared clean-cut and refined yet surprisingly had connections with street thugs, truly astonishing. Walking ahead, a faint smile curled at the corner of Xiaoen's lips. He had overheard Peter and Harry's conversation. In the past he had been withdrawn with few friends at school, often alone. The thugs had targeted precisely this isolation, making Xiaoen sell marijuana pills for them. Public schools were not strictly managed and rebellious youngsters easily became a steady customer base. So I've truly arrived in that wondrous world of superheroes and mutants. Xiaoen raised his head to look at the sun above. Warm light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the earth. He clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented surge of power flowing through his body. No one would have imagined that the mysterious golden potion had wrought a dramatic transformation upon this human body. Xiaoen could deeply feel the sunlight seeping into his body bit by bit, as if he were absorbing the energy of a star at every moment. Though the process was subtle and slow, the intoxicating pleasure of gradually growing stronger intoxicated him. Spider-Man, Green Goblin. Who else will I meet? A brilliant smile spread across Xiaoen's face. He quickly accepted the fact of his transmigration and his new identity. The virtual character fighting system in his mind gave the young man confidence and purpose. Since he had arrived in this new world full of infinite wonder and possibilities, he should enjoy everything, whether encountering superheroes or facing fearsome enemies. All would become part of his new life. Sitting in the classroom, Xiaoen felt both familiar and strange. The 10th grade curriculum posed little difficulty, at least for someone with an enhanced consciousness like him. He casually flipped through the textbook and the knowledge was absorbed as easily as simple geometric shapes. Bored, Xiaoen slowly swept his gaze around the room. Many familiar faces shared the same classroom: the wealthy young master Harry Osborn, who was secretly exchanging glances with Mary Jane; Peter Parker buried in a book; the young naive Spider-Man, now just an introverted nerd; and a curly-haired boy leaning against a corner wall who vaguely struck Xiaoen as familiar. "Who's that guy?" Xiaoen quietly asked the classmate next to him. "He's Dave. Dave Lazuski." Ignoring his classmate's strange look, Xiaoen struggled to recall the name. Dave Lazuski, from a single-parent family, had a school experience similar to Peter's, bullied and extorted due to his cowardice. And interestingly, he would eventually become a superhero, just like Peter. In the fighting system, this guy wouldn't even be a 5-cent fighter, right? Glancing at the daydreaming curly-haired boy, Xiaoen couldn't help but curl his lips. If possessing a cockroach-like tenacity counted as a superpower, then Dave Lazuski, who would later become Kick-Ass, could indeed be called a superhero. After experiencing a day of 10th grade life, Xiaoen slowly left the classroom. The news of his trouble with street thugs seemed to have spread, yet everyone subtly kept their distance. After all, no one wanted to be associated with gangsters, which could even get them expelled. As soon as he stepped out of the school gate, Xiaoen saw a group of people standing at the corner alley. A red motorcycle roared loudly and the gang leader sat on it, eyeing him with ill intent. "Wow, you're pretty lucky, kid. You faked death and fooled us yesterday. Let's see where you can run today." The gang leader, dressed in hip-hop style, grinned viciously at the young man with his hands in his pockets. He thought he had killed someone yesterday and was scared half to death, nearly packing up to run away. But today someone told him that Xiaoen was still alive and well, swaggering into school. "Boss, this kid doesn't even have a scratch on his face. He must have gone to a big hospital," said another black thug with a nose ring. "You're right. Looks like we'll have to add some new wounds today." The gang leader laughed arrogantly, his fierce eyes scanning the surroundings. The students near the school gate quickly walked away, afraid of getting involved. "Peter, what are you doing?" Harry grabbed his best friend, afraid the bookworm would do something rash. "I'm going to get a teacher, otherwise Sean will get beaten black and blue. These guys aren't good people." Despite his timid nature, Peter still possessed a strong sense of justice and couldn't bear to watch his classmate being beaten and bullied by those thugs. "Teachers can't handle these people. Even calling the police won't help," Harry said helplessly. Even if the police came, those thugs would only be locked up for 2 days before being released, and then Sean would face even more violent retaliation. While Peter and Harry were discussing, Xiaoen had already walked up to the gang leader. He put down his backpack, his face relaxed as if he wasn't afraid of getting beaten at all. I was just looking for you guys. The dark-haired young man said with a smile. Boss, did you hear what this kid said? The black thug with a nose ring burst into laughter. You were looking for us? What, you think yesterday's beating wasn't enough and want another round? Ha ha ha. The gang leader laughed wildly, thinking the kid must have been beaten silly. Xiaoan stood there calmly, letting the thugs mock him. Only when their laughter died down did he slowly speak. Now you have two choices: either I beat you up and you scram, or you beat yourselves up and scram. Which one do you choose? Which one do you choose? It seems you really have been beaten senseless. A dead silence fell over the school gates. Sean's words were clear and forceful, heard not only by the thugs but also by the high school students who had gathered to watch. The gang leader pulled a chain from his red motorcycle and slowly wrapped it around his hand. Remembering how this brat had fooled him yesterday, scaring him so badly he almost fled, he was determined to teach him a lesson this time. How dare a high school student speak to him like that? Though he was merely a low-level thug in the gang, running errands and doing dirty work like peddling marijuana and drugs, even a small-time hoodlum had his dignity. Normally any high schooler who saw him would turn pale with fear and obediently hand over all their cash. But this Sean fellow not only refused to become his underling but also dared to speak to him in such a tone. Playing dead won't save you today. The gang leader snarled viciously, his fist wrapped in chain hurtling toward Sean. The other thugs also closed in, ready to teach this arrogant high schooler a brutal lesson with their fists and feet. Sean remained composed. In the past he would have cowered and begged for mercy, but the surging power within his body filled him with immense confidence. That golden potion had not only wrought a tremendous transformation upon his physical form but had also reshaped his entire mindset. The fist aimed at his face appeared agonizingly slow in Sean's vision. A golden light flickered in his eyes. He seized the gang leader's arm, then swiftly closed in, pivoted, and executed a flawless shoulder throw, slamming his opponent to the ground. With a heavy thud, dust flew into the air. Everyone was stunned. They had only seen the gang leader lunge at Sean, only to be thrown to the ground in the next instant. No one had witnessed the process in between. Get him! Before the gang leader could finish, Sean stomped on his face. A metallic taste flooded his mouth and a viscous liquid mixed with a few hard teeth was spat out. This is the gift you gave me yesterday. I'm returning it now. Sean smiled and stomped on the man's face again. The gang leader's face looked like a spilled paint shop, instantly covered in blood. The other thugs charged forward with a roar, led by a black man with a nose ring. Without even looking, Sean punched him square on the bridge of his nose, then kicked him flying. He showed no mercy to the rest, either throwing punches until they were all battered and bruised, wailing for mercy. If I ever see any of you near Midtown High again, I'll beat you every single time. Sean shoved his hands into his pockets, delivered his line with immense satisfaction, and turned to walk away. He had to admit the feeling of showing off and then making a quick exit was quite exhilarating. As for the trouble that might come from teaching these thugs a lesson, Sean couldn't care less. Before making his move, he had already checked there were no surveillance cameras nearby, and the thugs certainly wouldn't go to the police. His only concern was whether the school might expel him for fighting. But given his track record at school, that possibility wasn't too likely. Although he had been aloof before, his academic performance was decent. In any world, good students always enjoyed a bit more favor from their teachers. The setting sun bathed New York in its golden glow. Sean walked down the street with a single-strap backpack. He was alone in this world. His parents had died in an accident, leaving behind a substantial compensation. He had been taken in by his uncle, but that only relative had also passed away a few years ago. These unfortunate circumstances had forged Sean's previously withdrawn and indifferent personality, making him reluctant to engage with others. What a pitiful soul! Sean muttered to himself as he walked along the evening street. Looking out, he saw a city of towering skyscrapers, traffic flowing endlessly, the sunset's afterglow embellishing the bustling steel and concrete jungle. Everything felt so real. No matter why I traveled to this world, a brand new life awaits me. The memories of his past life were buried deep in his mind. Sean let out a long breath, his gaze sharpening. Since he had come to this world, he had to keep moving forward all the way to the end. Returning to the apartment his uncle had left him, Sean lay down on the sofa. He had been living alone for a long time. He was born in Queens, the largest of New York's 5 boroughs and the second most populous, with a highly diverse racial makeup. Besides white people, there was a significant proportion of Black, Asian, and South American residents. Compared to the affluent neighborhoods, the security in this area wasn't great, with unemployed individuals frequently roaming the streets. "At least I live in a community. Otherwise I'd have to be on guard against thieves and robbers every day." Sean sighed. He planned to first adapt to high school life, at least until he was familiar with this world. Relying on a protagonist's plot to dominate the world right after transmigrating was a privilege reserved for those with special fate. Besides, in a world teeming with tech geniuses and superpowered beings, even the most arrogant hero would have to be humbled. Keep a low profile but act decisively. That's the right way. Taking a soda from the fridge, Sean established his 8-character motto. He would avoid seeking the limelight in the future. If he were unlucky enough to be crushed by some cosmic-level deity, that would be a tragedy. Turning on the TV, a live debate about the mutant issue was on. Sean, sipping his soda, immediately became interested. That race possessing all kinds of extraordinary abilities was a powerful force in this world. If it weren't for the disagreements between 2 of its leaders, human society would never have maintained its current state of peace. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing another stage of human evolution. This mutation mostly occurs during adolescence, triggered by emotional fluctuations. Standing on the stage was a red-haired woman wearing a pair of glasses. She resembled a beautiful scholar, exuding an elegant and intellectual aura. "Thank you, Miss Gray. Your remarks are quite educational, but they deviate from the subject of this session, which is, are mutants dangerous?" The camera focused on a middle-aged man in the audience who appeared to be a congressman. "That's an inappropriate question, Senator. Some people have car accidents, others don't. Which is why we need driver's licenses. But there's no license for living," the red-haired woman retorted without backing down. In fact, if mutants were to reveal themselves openly, it would cause panic, hostility, and even violence. To shield mutants from such animosity, I implore Congress to cancel mutant registration and the forced disclosure of their identities. "Why should mutants hide?" the senator interrupted again. "They are not hiding. I know where they are hiding." The senator stood up, speaking smugly. "I have a list of mutants in America. There's a girl who can walk through walls, capable of easily breaking into bank vaults, the White House, or your homes. I've also heard of someone who can sense and control human thoughts, depriving us of our free will. What a terrifying ability! We have the right to decide whether our children should have mutants as teachers or classmates, or to keep them away. Ladies and gentlemen, the truth is mutants do exist, and they are among us. We need to know who they are, study them thoroughly, and understand their abilities." Thunderous applause erupted from the television. It was clear that the senator had gained the approval and support of the majority. The mutant issue had become increasingly severe in recent years. The reason for this debate was that not long ago Congress had proposed the Mutant Registration Act, sparking a massive uproar in public opinion. Soon enough they'll realize mutants are nothing special. Sean turned off the TV, lying on the sofa and staring at the ceiling. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of the age of superheroes. New York, Columbia University. Under the guidance of an Asian female teacher, 10th graders from Midtown High School entered Columbia University's Research Center. For a public school, securing such a visiting opportunity was no easy feat. "Amazing. This is the most advanced electron microscope on the East Coast. I can hardly believe it." Unlike his enthusiastic best friend Pete, Harry appeared indifferent. The heir of the Osborne family had average academic abilities, yet compared to the tedious scientific instruments he was more captivated by the red-haired girl walking ahead. So these spiders possess different abilities which they use to hunt prey. For instance, this Australian species boasts powerful leaping capabilities. This one, a web-spinning spider from the genus Cucucia and family Neurididae, can weave funnel-shaped webs as strong as construction-grade steel cables. And this one hunts using reflexive actions. Its neural reflexes are incredibly fast. Many researchers believe they have precognitive abilities, allowing them to foresee danger in advance. The Asian female teacher elaborated in great detail. These were super spiders created over 5 years at Columbia University through DNA cultivation and modification using synthetic ribonucleic acid to generate new genomes. They possessed various wondrous abilities with the ultimate goal of optimizing their DNA so that humans could also acquire these extraordinary powers. Pete listened intently, marveling at the astonishing abilities of the spiders in the petri dishes, their powerful leaps, resilient webs, extraordinary neural reflexes, and mysterious sixth sense-like abilities. All of it filled him with wonder. "May I take a photo for the school newspaper?" Pete asked the teacher. As the school newspaper's photographer, he often captured images at school events. After receiving permission, Pete raised his camera. Just as he pressed the shutter, someone pushed him from behind, blurring the perfectly focused photo. "Stay away from him." Harry stepped forward, knowing his best friend was often bullied at school. "Or what?" the boy who pushed Pete sneered. "Then the Osborn heir will ask his daddy to fire your daddy." A burly guy, the one who often bullied Pete, taunted, "What can your rich daddy do to me? Sue me." The burly guy grabbed Harry by the collar, his tone fierce. He had long despised this rich kid. With his handsome looks and wealthy family, many girls at Midtown High secretly admired him, especially since he often approached Mary Jane. If not for the fear of expulsion, he would have shown this rich boy just how hard his fists could be. "Thompson, let him go." A young man spoke, his calm tone brooking no refusal. "Sean." The burly guy Thompson recognized the speaker. After a moment's hesitation, he released his grip and slunk away. As the star player of the school's football team, Thompson usually bullied others at Midtown High with impunity, relying on his height and muscles. But recently things had changed. Sean Spears, once a nobody, had somehow acquired impressive fighting skills, even besting street thugs. The incident at the school gate yesterday had already spread across campus. Sean had instantly become a sensation at Midtown High. If anyone else had ordered him around like that, Thompson would have thrown a punch. But facing a campus legend who had single-handedly taken down several street thugs, he lacked the courage. "Thanks, Sean." Pete expressed his gratitude while Harry nodded reluctantly. "We're classmates, you no need to be so polite." Sean waved his hand. He had simply lent a hand. After all, seeing a young inexperienced Spider-Man bullied by a school thug, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Who would have thought that on this very day a bookworm from Midtown High, a teenager known as insignificant Peter Parker, would set out on the path to becoming a superhero? "Pete, what do you think it would be like if humans possessed the abilities of these spiders?" Sean asked Pete, who was busy taking photos. "It would be incredibly powerful. He would have extraordinary reflexes capable of dodging bullets, the immense leaping ability allowing him to leap over a building, and even the ability to scale walls like a spider." Pete mused, his mind brimming with scientific fantasies. This bookish high schooler had a head full of wild ideas about science. Harry, standing nearby, pursed his lips and quietly moved toward Mary Jane. Chasing pretty girls was the Osborn heir's true goal in life. "Maybe one day you'll become someone that formidable." Sean patted Pete on the shoulder and walked away with a smile. He had already acquired his own power and had no interest in being bitten by a spider. His human body continuously absorbed the radiance of the stars, providing an endless supply of life energy. At the school gate, if Sean had unleashed his power, a bloody massacre might have ensued. He felt he could easily punch through the body of that thug leader. Human flesh and blood seemed as fragile as paper in his eyes. His consciousness delved into the white light within his mind, where a progress bar appeared on the system interface. It increased at an excruciatingly slow pace each day, but so far it hadn't surpassed the 5% mark. According to the display, every 25% seemed to unlock a new ability. Pete found Sean's words odd. How could humans possibly have abilities like spiders? He raised his camera, the lens shifting until it settled on Mary Jane, then froze. As one of the prettiest girls at Midtown High, lively and cheerful, Mary Jane was always the target of boys' pursuits, from the burly Thompson of the football team to his friend Harry and even himself. They all tried to approach this red-haired girl, using every trick to win her favor. But compared to others' proactive advances, Pete lagged far behind. His introverted nature made him too timid to speak a single word to the girl he secretly admired. He could only watch her in silence. Lost in his thoughts, Pete failed to notice a tiny spider descending along a silk thread. It quietly crawled from the camera onto his palm as if drawn to him. Its mouthparts pierced the human skin, giving a gentle bite. Pete instinctively withdrew his hand. The offending spider had already vanished, leaving only a small swelling on his palm resembling a mosquito bite. How strange, where did that mosquito come from? Pete muttered in confusion. The future Spider-Man had set his life in motion. Meanwhile, Sean found himself in trouble again. After leaving Columbia University on his way back to school, he was once more blocked by a group of people. This time they weren't hip-hop dressed street thugs, but a crew of burly men in black suits, their arms covered in tattoos. Their waists bulged slightly, likely concealing pistols or similar weapons. A middle-aged man stepped forward, his gaze condescending. "Listen, kid, you injured one of my men. That guy might be a nobody, but he's been doing well lately, moving a lot of marijuana for me. Now he's in the hospital, and that's costing me money. So I'll give you two choices, either I break one of your legs or you work for me." The middle-aged man looked at Sean arrogantly, only to find his face calm as if he hadn't heard a word. "Kid, I know you're tough, but I'm not some low-level street thug. If you don't cooperate, New York is a big place, people go missing now and then. It's perfectly normal." The middle-aged man said coldly, casually lifting his jacket to reveal the metal weapon at his waist, a pistol. "So what do I need to do?" Sean asked. "I mean, if I work for you? Tonight at 10, go to the abandoned factory on the outskirts. They'll give you the goods. Remember one thing, a newcomer has to hand over 80% of the earnings. That's the rule." The middle-aged man patted Sean on the shoulder, a satisfied expression on his face. "Don't think about going to the police. My boss, Mr. Frank D'Amico, is a big shot on the West Coast. Even the police chief gives me some face." Watching the group swagger away, Sean shoved his hands in his pockets. His seemingly gentle face gradually hardened, turning as cold as ice. The night was deep with dim stars and a faint moon. In a deserted factory on the outskirts of Queens, a group of people entered the long-abandoned industrial building that once served as a chemical production site. It had gone bankrupt during the economic crisis at the turn of the last century. Due to its remote location, it was rarely visited and often used by gangs as a convenient place to dispose of trouble, occasionally hosting illicit activities. "Boss, do you think that kid might be too scared to show up?" Standing on the factory rooftop, a middle-aged man listened as a subordinate whispered nearby. After all, they were core members of the gang, and spending the night in a godforsaken place waiting for a high schooler instead of partying at a nightclub or negotiating deals with the boss was bound to stir up resentment. "No, that kid is smart. He knows he can't run far. A high schooler with no family or friends is perfect to recruit into the gang." The middle-aged man acting as the boss was patient. His employer, Frank D'Amico, was a major drug lord on the West Coast, running a sizable trading company on the surface while engaging in illegal drug smuggling. Recently, the gang had been clashing with the Irish mob from Hell's Kitchen and the Japanese over territory, with heavy casualties on all sides. They were desperately in need of new recruits. Just then, Sean caught his attention. A high schooler who had sent several street thugs to the hospital piqued the middle-aged man's interest, so he planned to bring him into the gang. A boss always needs capable underlings. As for Sean's own wishes, that was beyond consideration. If the kid refused to cooperate, he wouldn't mind giving the high schooler an early taste of the world's darkness and cruelty. "What time is it?" the middle-aged man asked with a frown. "Almost the appointed time, boss. We've got to teach that kid a lesson." "Who does he think he is, making us wait here?" A burly man cracked his knuckles, and the others chimed in, all eager to greet the newcomer with their fists. "Don't go too hard. That little guy still has to make me a lot of money." The middle-aged man smiled faintly. In his eyes, the low-level dealers peddling drugs were nothing but money-making machines. Aside from large-scale drug transactions, smaller quantities trickled down to bosses like him, who then distributed them to their underlings for street sales. 30 to 50% of the profits had to be handed over to him, while the low-level dealers risked arrest and prison time, with most of the money ending up in the pockets of the gang's upper echelons. "Boss, that kid's here!" a lookout shouted. Under the hazy moonlight, the middle-aged man saw a shadow emerge. Dressed casually, Sean walked unhurriedly into the abandoned factory as if he were out for a leisurely stroll under the night sky. Looks like we need to teach this kid a lesson. Sean's relaxed attitude irritated the middle-aged man who resolved to make the ungrateful high schooler suffer. You sure know how to time it. The middle-aged man sneered. Once a guy was 2 minutes late for our meeting. Know what happened? I sliced off 2 of his fingers with a knife. That's the only way to teach a lesson so they don't repeat the same mistake. Sean smiled. Perhaps the middle-aged man's bloody tale would terrify other high schoolers, turning their faces pale, but it had no effect on him. Their power levels were simply not on the same plane. Thus the man's feigned coldness only amused Sean like a child putting on airs before an adult, utterly ridiculous. If latecomers lose fingers, what do you do for someone punctual like me? Sean asked curiously. Bloom, go welcome the newcomer and teach him the rules. The middle-aged man grinned, signaling the burly man beside him. The robust giant cracked his knuckles, his face full of menace, resembling a walking black bear that instinctively inspired fear. I'll be gentle, little one, Bloom growled. If you don't resist, I'll only break a few bones. The others on the rooftop cheered loudly, eager to see the high schooler beaten into begging for mercy. The burly man strode up to Sean. Seeing him silent, he assumed the kid was too terrified to speak. He raised his massive hand, ready to knock him down with one blow. Crack! A clear sound of bone breaking echoed through the abandoned factory. Everyone on the rooftop stared wide-eyed, even the calm, detached middle-aged man froze. Bloom's hand bent at a 45-degree angle as if his arm joint had been twisted clean off. White bone fragments pierced through the skin, gruesome and visually shocking. The once arrogant giant let out a earth-shattering wail, collapsing to one knee as blood gushed from his arm, instantly staining the dusty floor. I'm never gentle with men. The young high schooler smiled. Who would have thought that such a refined, handsome boy could snap a 6-year-old man's thick arm like a twig? Kill him. Seeing one of his men taken down, the middle-aged man ordered the others to shoot Sean. He had given up on recruiting him. This seemingly harmless high schooler was no different from a demon snapping Bloom's arm without batting an eye. Especially since the boy still wore a faint smile as if nothing had happened. That cold demeanor sent chills down the spine. The middle-aged man drew his pistol. No matter how skilled Sean was in combat, he was still flesh and blood. A bullet-riddled body meant certain death. In the silent night, a fierce barrage of gunfire echoed. Inside the deserted factory, muzzle flashes flickered like tiny flames, weaving a dense net of fire that converged on the swiftly moving Sean. The young high schooler moved with agility like a nimble leopard, his speed swift and unpredictable. He used various obstacles to dodge the continuous hail of bullets weaving through the intense firepower. Deep within Sean's eyes, a faint golden light flickered. The rapid metal bullets gradually slowed in his vision, allowing him to clearly see countless trajectories tearing through the air, forming a dense web of death. The middle-aged man fired continuously, but that damned high schooler moved like a ghost, turning into a shadow as he leaped and dodged. Before he knew it, Sean had reached the rooftop like a tiger among sheep. One by one, the gunmen had their throats crushed. The boy reaped lives like the Grim Reaper, and the chaotic factory slowly fell silent. With the last gunman down, Sean stood before him, hands stained with blood. Don't come near me. The middle-aged man's voice trembled as he aimed his pistol at Sean, but the magazine was empty. No matter how many times he pulled the trigger, not a single bullet would fire to kill the terrifying demon before him. What's that saying? I hate it when people point guns at my head. Sean snatched the pistol from the man's hand and crushed it into scrap metal with a single squeeze. This teenage body harbored inhuman strength. I work for Frank D'Amico. Killing me will bring you big trouble. The middle-aged man lost all composure, his legs giving way as he knelt and begged for mercy. Frank D'Amico. I'll be paying him a visit soon. Sean's tone was flat. The best way to solve a problem was to eliminate all enemies, present and future, in one fell swoop. The following morning, the shrill wail of police sirens shattered the tranquility of the suburbs. A police car pulled up outside the long-abandoned chemical plant, its perimeter cordoned off with yellow tape. The fierce gunfight that had erupted the previous night had been heard by residents living some distance away, prompting them to immediately call the station. Two uniformed officers stepped out of the vehicle and entered the decaying factory thick with the stench of mold and rot. They were met with a gruesome blood-soaked scene. A burly muscular man lay sprawled on the ground, one arm twisted and broken, a vast pool of crimson staining the floor. His eyes bulged as if he had endured immense agony before death. Bullet holes peppered the surroundings, a stark testament to the fierce firefight that had occurred. Ascending the stairs, they found more bodies, each still clutching a firearm. Most had their throats crushed or their necks snapped. The officers' extensive experience told them the perpetrators' methods were clean, efficient, and possessed of terrifying strength, enough to snap an adult's neck in an instant. Their gaze finally settled on a middle-aged man in a suit. His dull, lifeless eyes were wide with shock and terror, as if he couldn't believe what had befallen him even in death. "Looks like we've got our work cut out for us," said a young officer, a hint of excitement in his voice. A rookie like him always craved a big case like this. "Don't get your hopes up. This one won't be easy. We've got too few leads." The older officer poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Judging by the scene, the killer was likely a professional, a trained assassin or mercenary. Facing so many gunmen, he had still dispatched them with chilling efficiency. Just thinking about it was terrifying. "This guy looks like one of Frank D'Amico's men. Maybe it's a gang war," the young officer remarked, recognizing the deceased middle-aged man. "Whatever it is, it's not our concern. Just file the report." The older officer shook his head. He knew a specialized agency handled such matters. The Bureau's confidential files were always handed over to those black-suited agents. Even the notoriously irritable police chief treated those cold, rigid agents with deference, a clear sign of the immense power wielded by the secret organization behind them. "Secure the scene. Maybe we'll find something useful. Leave the rest to them." The older officer clapped his colleague on the shoulder. Some truths were not meant to be uncovered, for the reality hidden beneath was often too much to bear. At 10 in the morning, the bright sunlight streamed through the windows into the lively, noisy classroom. Sean, lounging idly in his seat, noticed something different about Peter Parker today. The usual bookworm was brimming with vitality, as if overflowing with boundless energy. His voice was louder, and he exuded an air of confidence. This dramatic transformation even surprised his best friend Harry Osborn, who couldn't fathom what had caused such a profound change in Peter. A faint smile played on Sean's lips. He was perhaps the only one who knew the reason. In his perception, the once feeble Peter had undergone a radical metamorphosis. The way he moved, the power in his muscles, his lightning-fast reflexes, all seemed enhanced several-fold. This was the genetic mutation brought about by the super spider, granting Peter a formidable physique and an array of incredible abilities. But compared to me now, Peter's still got some catching up to do. Sean mentally compared himself to Peter, confident that in a real fight he could easily beat the young, inexperienced Spider-Man to a pulp. Basking in the midday sun, Sean felt a surge of joy. He had been relentlessly training his body, which accelerated his energy absorption. After pushing himself to the limit with grueling exercises, he found his physical attributes still improving, a fact that delighted him. The room for progress meant he could continue to grow stronger. Living in a complex world inhabited by cosmic-level beings, Sean was far from satisfied with his current power. He yearned to become stronger, strong enough to carve out a place for himself and stand firm in this world. After another tedious afternoon, Sean quickly packed his things, eager to head home for his daily training regimen. He also needed to plan a courtesy visit for Mr. Frank D'Amico. The West Coast drug lord would never suspect that a high school student was meticulously plotting his and his gang's downfall. "Wow, I can't believe it. Peter just beat the crap out of Thompson from the football team." "You mean that bookworm Peter Parker?" "Of course. That insignificant Parker. He pissed Thompson off in the cafeteria, and when Thompson tried to corner him in the hallway, he got a serious beating instead." "Did that guy take some kind of drug?" "Thompson's the star of the football team, built like an ox." Listening to the students whisper the campus gossip, Sean chuckled inwardly. Peter Parker was no longer the nerd everyone could push around. Soon enough, New York would have a masked weirdo in redane blue tights swinging down from the sky on webs and taking down criminals. After school, Sean saw Peter striding out of the gates with an air of triumph. Gone was the timid, humble boy. He walked like a victorious general. Such was the change brought by immense power. Walking home, Sean suddenly felt an unusual watchful gaze upon him, as if someone was tailing him. His heart skipped a beat. Suppressing the urge to turn around, he casually stepped into a store to buy a soda. From the reflection in a parked car's side mirror, he spotted a man in black sunglasses pretending to buy a newspaper at a kiosk, but his eyes were fixed on Sean. Have Frank D'Amico's men found me? Sean was puzzled. Why would a drug lord resort to surveillance? And as he continued walking, he realized he was being followed by more than one person. They seemed professionally trained. If not for his sharp senses and a bit of counter-surveillance knowledge, he wouldn't have noticed them. Not the mob, then. Could it be? Sean's expression darkened. He recalled a certain special agency in this world, one that investigated supernatural events, handled extraordinary crises, and had even assembled a team of powerful superheroes. They shouldn't be on to me this soon, Sean thought to himself. He wasn't eager to come into contact with that agency, especially not to meet a certain one-eyed black man. As movie tropes went, working for the government rarely ended well. He could deal with mutants or chat with a certain playboy about their appreciation of women, but being roped into S.H.I.E.L.D. by Nick Fury? No thank you. There's no reason S.H.I.E.L.D. would be watching me. Something's off. Sean frowned. He needed to find out what was going on, or he'd remain on the defensive. Why are we monitoring a high school student? The young man stood beside a newsstand pretending to read a newspaper while his gaze remained fixed on the distant target without a hint of relaxation. It's just routine. The voice of a colleague came through the earpiece. Across the street, a middle-aged man leaned against a car, occasionally glancing at his watch as if waiting for someone. According to the intel we've gathered, this high schooler named Sean Spears was threatened by gang thugs a week ago. Those thugs are now lying in the hospital. Later, a gang leader approached him. Just yesterday, in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Queens, 14 bodies were found, including that leader. What does that prove? That a high school student killed 14 armed gangsters? The young man scoffed, dismissing the notion inwardly. Of course not, but the coincidence is too striking to ignore. We need to rule out Sean Spears' involvement. The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. He too found it hard to believe that an orphaned high schooler could single-handedly kill 14 gang members. Yet according to headquarters protocol, they had to conduct one or more surveillance operations on any suspicious target until they were cleared. Maybe it's just an ordinary gang conflict. The young man said casually. That leader's boss is Frank D'Amico from the West Coast. He's been fighting with the Japanese Hand and the Irish gangs over Hell's Kitchen territory. Who knows if one of those factions made the move? That's a valid point. Make sure to include it in the report. The middle-aged man agreed. Beneath the glamorous veneer of bustling New York City lay countless invisible shadows of darkness and filth, where gang factions constantly fought tooth and nail over turf and illicit enterprises. Speaking of Hell's Kitchen, there are some subjects worth noting there. Several individuals are on the list. Daredevil, known as the Red Devil of Hell's Kitchen, a recent vigilante who fights crime at night with exceptional combat skills and superhuman senses. There's also the Punisher, a ruthless figure who shows no mercy to criminals, likely a former soldier or mercenary based on his methods. The young man recited a few names from the list, targets requiring close monitoring. They were only kept under moderate surveillance because they were not yet considered dangerous, lacking the capacity to threaten the federal government or national security. Thus it sufficed to track their movements and activity ranges. These people are no pushovers. Speaking of which, it seems there are more and more oddballs like them. The middle-aged man shook his head. When had New York become a haven for such individuals? Previously they dealt with transnational underground organizations and terrorist groups, and now they had to contend with a bunch of eccentrics who loved wearing tight suits and uniforms. Alright, the surveillance mission for today is over. Subject 76, Sean Spears, all clear. The young man put down his newspaper and glanced at the high schooler in the distance who remained seated in a comic book store seemingly captivated by the thrilling plot oblivious to the passing time. "How on earth did you link a comic-reading high schooler to a cold-blooded killer?" the young man muttered to himself. The sun gradually set, casting warm orange hues over the city. Traffic flowed on the highways as pedestrians hurried home seeking solace and tranquility in their families after a day of fast-paced living. After the two agents departed, Sean slowly lowered his comic book, a look of relief in his eyes. Such meticulous and thorough intelligence work, they won't let even the slightest coincidence slide. Sean had intercepted the entire conversation between the two agents through his focused hearing. Little did they know that the high schooler under surveillance possessed extraordinary abilities far beyond ordinary comprehension. Every physical attribute, including perception, had been enhanced. Daredevil, Punisher, So S. H. I. D. L. D. has been monitoring these street-level heroes all along. From the agent's dialogue, Sean gleaned some valuable information. Hell's Kitchen was once a notorious slum on Manhattan Island, primarily inhabited by Irish immigrant laborers, infamous for its squalid living conditions, severe ethnic conflicts, and high crime rates. It later became a haven for criminals, spawning numerous felons and mob bosses. In recent years, due to its proximity to Midtown Manhattan's commercial district, real estate developers have poured investments in spurring rapid development. It seems there's also a famous real estate mogul there, Wilson Fisk. Sean pieced together more information from his previous memories, which helped him better understand the world's dynamics. For now, he was just a small fish, unwilling to confront a behemoth like S. H. I. D. L. D. The superhumans with extraordinary powers had yet to fully emerge. If he wanted to quickly reap greater benefits, he needed to start planning. Who should he target first? Sean pondered seriously, deciding to deal with Frank D'Amico first. This would conveniently divert S. H. I. D. L. D. S attention, sparing him their wasted effort. With a plan in mind, Sean returned home, changed into a stretch vest, and sweated profusely in a modified, spacious room filled with various fitness equipment. On his youthful, inexperienced high schooler's body, defined muscle lines were already emerging. He relentlessly pushed himself through high-intensity physical training, draining every ounce of strength from his body, feeling himself grow stronger bit by bit. Though the progress was minuscule, any improvement was cause for joy. Huff. 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 Sean's chest heaved like a bellows, emitting deep rhythmic breaths. Through extreme physical training, he continuously fortified his body, and the sensation of growing stronger increment by increment was utterly intoxicating. He had a vague premonition that if he persisted with such training, once he broke through a certain barrier, he would reap even richer rewards. It's time to become a superhero who cracks down on gang crime. A smile curled at the corner of Sean's mouth. Originally, he had planned to pay Mr. Frank D'Amico a visit later, but S. H. I. D. L. D. S appearance forced him to change his strategy. If a new figure worthy of S. H. I. D. L. D. S attention emerged, the agents would naturally shift their focus away from him. This would divert their attention while also solving his financial woes. Having spent a substantial amount on fitness equipment and high-energy food, Sean had nearly exhausted his generous compensation. Thus, taking down the West Coast drug lord and redistributing his wealth would be a perfect Tubertswithenestone solution. If I had been reincarnated as Iron Man, I wouldn't have these troubles. Sean chuckled wryly. The initial phase of capital accumulation was always long and arduous, but once the first solid step was taken, the path ahead would naturally become smoother. Boundless wealth and a commanding status, he would eventually possess them all. Frank, I swear I didn't lie. That bastard appeared out of nowhere and took down all my men, then made off with the payment for the deal. In a building materials warehouse on the West Coast, a man in a red shirt was desperately explaining. He was surrounded by a group of people with a finger caught in a metal clamp. If they were the least bit dissatisfied, the next scene could turn very bloody. You say he was alone? He took down over 20 armed thugs in just a few minutes. Tell me, is he some kind of Captain America out of a comic book? The well-dressed drug lord Frank D'Amico snickered. Compared to such an explanation, I would rather believe that you pocketed the payment and then called the police to seize that batch of drugs. Frank, you have to believe me. That guy also said he would come to visit you in person soon. The man in the red shirt named shouted in terror. Having followed Frank for many years, he knew too well how cruel this West Coast drug lord could be in dealing with traders. All right, my son is still waiting for me to take him to the movies, and I don't want to disappoint him. Frank shook his head and turned to leave. Joe, it's up to you. Ignoring the anguished screams coming from behind, Frank slowly walked to his car. To be honest, his recent business had been quite unfavorable. A week ago, over a dozen of his men were killed in an abandoned factory in New York, costing him a lot of money to smooth things over. Recently, it felt as if someone was deliberately opposing him. On his turf in New York, he had lost several deals, and the police had been notified to seize a large amount of drugs, causing him significant losses. Have I offended anyone recently? Frank was perplexed. He started in the smuggling business, posing as the owner of a foreign trade company while actually engaging in the lucrative trade of illegal goods and drugs. As his business grew, Frank gradually became the #1 drug lord on the West Coast, with even the police unable to do anything about him. While the drug lord was troubled by his business in a community in Queens, New York, a young man who had briefly played the role of a superhero was happily counting cash on his bed with stacks of Franklin bills strewn all over the floor. Indeed, taking down criminals is the quickest way to get rich. Sean suddenly sat up in bed. The room was piled with several suitcases filled with neatly stacked dollars. All of this was a generous gift from Frank, and soon this money would be transformed into expensive training equipment. After putting the suitcase under the bed, Sean put on a compression shirt. The originally frail boy had become strong, sweating profusely from rigorous training every day, as if he was gradually accumulating strength destined to one day break free from the shackles of human limitations. Before long, Sean would personally visit the West Coast drug lord. To resolve the trouble, he needed to address the source. He had killed Frank D'Amico's men, and if his identity was discovered, an endless stream of troubles would follow. Therefore, rather than waiting for the enemy to come knocking, it was better to completely eliminate all hidden dangers. After all, that drug lord was no good person. Since arriving in this world over a month ago, Sean had been living a fulfilling life. He attended school at regular hours, bustling between different classrooms, outwardly no different from other students. After school, he underwent grueling physical training. Fortunately, this body had not left behind too many social ties, otherwise starting a completely new life would not have been easy. Ding ding ding, the phone ringing interrupted Sean's training process. He picked up the phone and a familiar voice came through. Hi Sean, it's Harry. In 2 weeks it's the New York Carnival. I've booked a suite at a hotel nearby. The view from the terrace is great. Would you like to come? Peter and Mary Jane will be there too. Hearing Mr. Osborn's tone filled with joy and a hint of pride, Sean couldn't help but smile slightly. Since he had helped him once at the research center at Columbia University, he had the honor of becoming Harry Osborn's second friend at Midtown High. Compared to his tedious life recently, Mr. Osborn was having a much more enjoyable time. As graduation approached, this wealthy young man had finally launched a vigorous pursuit of his crush Mary Jane, successfully winning the heart of the red-haired girl. This outcome left Peter Parker, who had become Spider-Man, feeling dejected. His best friend and secret crush were both individuals he couldn't harm. Thus the unfortunate Peter could only suppress his feelings and silently offer his blessings to the two. Okay, I'll come if I have time. Thanks for the invitation. Sean replied succinctly, and after a bit of small talk hung up the phone. His interactions with Harry Osborn were limited to occasional encounters and conversations at school. Despite being somewhat mediocre in ability, Mr. Osborn was actually a good person to befriend. Coming from a wealthy background, he had never fallen into the vices of spoiled rich kids, treating friends with genuine kindness and displaying the innocence and enthusiasm common to most young people. If it weren't for his friend being Spider-Man and his father becoming the Green Goblin, there wouldn't have been such a tragic conclusion. Perhaps I can change all of this. Sean pondered whether Osborn Enterprises could become his first stepping stone. After all, relying solely on robbing some money from Frank D'Amico would not satisfy Sean's appetite. In essence, he was just a drug lord on the West Coast, lurking in dark corners making illicit profits. Compared to Osborne Enterprises, which spanned multiple scientific fields and even had ties to the Department of Defense, it was undoubtedly the difference between an ant and an elephant. If he wanted to establish a foothold in this world, immense power was essential, but having wealth and status far exceeding that of ordinary people was also one of Sean's goals. In a country driven and controlled by capital and interests, gaining power above that of ordinary people necessitated a sufficiently large backing. Let's set a small goal first. Things like superheroes and infinity stones are still too far away from me. Sean thought for a moment, his thoughts gradually becoming clearer. Even the greatest of goals needed to be achieved step by step. Rome wasn't built in a day, and Frank D'Amico's gang, Osborne Enterprises. These would all serve as stepping stones and springboards on his path to becoming stronger. In a desolate, secluded suburban factory, two figures, one tall and one small, stood in the empty yard, separated by a distance. A middle-aged man in a brown jacket and glasses holding a pistol was speaking to a blonde little girl nearby. "Dad, I'm a bit scared." "Don't be afraid, Mindy. You've grown up, sweetheart. There's nothing to be scared of." A gentle breeze tousled the man's thinning hair as he held the pistol, comforting the little girl in a mild tone, as if what was about to happen was trivial and unworthy of fear. "Will it hurt a lot?" the adorable girl named Mindy asked. "Child, it's just a second. The bullet travels over 800 meters per second. So at this short distance you'll be knocked down, but it won't hurt more than a punch to the chest." The middle-aged man spoke flatly, then loaded the magazine, raised the pistol, and aimed at the blonde little girl standing 30 meters away. "I hate getting punched in the chest," Mindy muttered, frowning. "You'll be fine, little one." As the words faded, a gunshot rang out. A faint wisp of gunpowder smoke dissipated, and the little girl fell to the ground. Her pink down jacket burst into a cloud of fine feathers, drifting away like snowflakes in the wind. Cough, cough. After a few seconds, the little girl recovered from the intense impact on her chest. She unzipped her pink down jacket and pried a metal bullet from the bulletproof vest underneath. "How was that? Pretty good, right? Interesting, isn't it? Now you know what it feels like. If some junkie ever pulls a gun on you, you won't be scared anymore." The middle-aged man walked over to his daughter, instructing her like a teacher, utterly oblivious to how dangerous and twisted his method of parenting was. This middle-aged man, who seemed no different from an ordinary person, was Damon McCready. Once the rising star of the police department with a bright future, he had set his sights on the West Coast drug lord Frank D'Amico. Instead, he was framed as a corrupt cop colluding with drug dealers, landing himself in prison. But that was just the beginning of the tragedy. While he was incarcerated, his pregnant wife, unable to cope with the pressures of life, committed suicide. Fortunately, the child in her womb was successfully delivered. This was the tragic story of the middle-aged man. From a respected police officer, he became a disgraced convict. So after 5 years in prison, he was determined to take revenge on his enemies. He trained his daughter in an almost insane way, turning the once innocent and adorable blonde little girl into a nimble gun-wielding killing machine. His ultimate goal was to topple Frank D'Amico's drug empire and avenge his dead wife. "Those junkies can't scare me," Mindy said discontentedly. "That's my girl. Get up 2 more rounds and then we'll head home." The middle-aged man pulled the little girl up from the ground. Again. Mindy's eyes widened and she made a demand. "All right then, I want to stop by the bowling alley on the way back, and then a chocolate sundae ice cream." The middle-aged man smiled and agreed to all his daughter's requests. Recently, someone else seemed to be targeting Frank D'Amico, always acting before him. So the former cop decided to accelerate his plans, sending the West Coast drug lord who had destroyed his family straight to hell. At the bowling alley. "Harry, why did you think of traveling to the West Coast?" Peter, holding a bowling ball, looked puzzled. He couldn't understand why his friend had suddenly decided to take a road trip from New York on the East Coast, and even brought Mary Jane and Sean along, forming a small tourist group. "I just had the urge to travel, Peter. We've finally graduated from high school and are about to start college. This deserves a celebration." As for why the West Coast, that was Sean's suggestion. Harry enthusiastically threw a bowling ball, knocking down a row of white pins. Sean, sitting in his seat, smiled knowingly. He knew that Master Osborn had ulterior motives. Clearly he wanted a fun trip with his new girlfriend Mary Jane, and he and Peter were just along for the ride. As for coming to the West Coast, it was indeed a suggestion he had subtly steered. You had to eat the cake one bite at a time, and enemies had to be dealt with one by one. Since he had said he would personally visit Mr. Frank D'Amico, he wasn't about to break his word. Thinking that his high school days were finally over and a new college life was about to begin, Sean felt a flutter of excitement. This meant more freedom for him, and it also provided a better excuse and cover for his future achievements. After all, this country was not short of so-called geniuses like the playboy billionaire constantly in the media Tony Stark, who was said to have emerged as a brilliant scientist during his college years. "Sean, aren't you going to play a couple of rounds?" Harry called out to his friend sitting in the chair. He had initially thought Sean was an eccentric recluse, but after getting to know him he found him quite interesting. Compared to Peter, who was always buried in books and taciturn, Sean was more humorous and witty and seemed to know exactly what was on his mind, always hitting the nail on the head. This was refreshing for Harry, who had never had many friends. "You guys go ahead." Sean waved his hand in refusal. His attention was drawn to a father and daughter at a nearby table. A little girl eating a chocolate sundae and a middle-aged man munching on fries and a burger. They looked ordinary enough, but their conversation, which he inadvertently overheard, piqued his interest. "Have you thought about what you want for your birthday?" the father-like middle-aged man asked. "Can I have a puppy? A cute fluffy little puppy and a polished doll like the movie star?" The little girl stirred her sundae, and seeing her father's grim expression she laughed happily. "Just kidding, Dad. Actually, I want a handmade Model 42 butterfly knife." "Sweetheart, you always love to play tricks. They'll get you 2 Philippine butterfly knives as a birthday gift." What a strange father-daughter pair. What kind of father gives his daughter a dangerous item like a butterfly knife as a birthday present? And that blonde little girl, who looked only 7 or 8 years old, actually had a look of delight on her face. It was truly unbelievable. Leaving the bowling alley, watching Harry and Mary Jane chatting and laughing ahead, and the inconspicuous Peter, Sean let out a long breath. It was going to be a busy night. Night descended upon the city, and the dazzling lights like countless torches illuminated the bustling steel forest in brilliant radiance. Even at 2 in the morning, the downtown area, dense with skyscrapers and throngs of people, remained a scene of revelry and vibrant nightlife. Yet the slums where vagrants and the underclass gathered presented a starkly different picture. Dilapidated apartment buildings stood alongside hippies and black men roaming the streets. Deeper inside, one could find scantily clad prostitutes striking provocative poses and gangs clustering in groups. This place was rife with drugs and crime, a dark realm untouched by the light of the law. "Which one of you is Rasul?" Sean, clad in a leather jacket, arrived at the slums and entered an aged, decrepit apartment building. The moment he pushed open the door and stepped into the room, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The air was thick with a nauseating blend of cigarette smoke, beer, and marijuana, forming a peculiar stench that turned the stomach. The room echoed with clamorous noise. Everyone was engrossed in their own activities, doing drugs, sleeping, or playing video games, seemingly oblivious to the newcomer. Sean had to raise his voice and ask again to get their attention. "I'm Rasul. Can't you see my ample chest?" A heavily made-up woman in revealing attire rose to her feet, leaning forward slightly as she teased the young boy who had entered the room. Sean glanced at her, then at her garishly painted face, showing not a flicker of interest. "I'm looking for Mr. Rasul to ask about something." "Asking me something? You want to know which street your mom works on? Or are you lost and can't find your way home?" Laughter erupted. A black man with dreadlocks stood up, eyeing Sean, who looked like a student, with clear hostility. "Oh, so you're Rasul?" Sean narrowed his eyes. "I only wanted to ask you about Frank D'Amico, but now you'll have to pay a small price for your rude remarks." The young boy's words sparked another round of laughter in the room. The menacing black men rose to their feet like wolves eyeing a lamb that had strayed into their midst. "This isn't school, kid. No teachers or parents are coming to save you here. The man called Rasul grabbed a dagger from the table and brandished it menacingly, eagerly anticipating the pitiful sight of the little brat wetting himself in terror. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, excluding the lady dressed like a streetwalker, that makes 6 people. Sean counted the occupants in the room. I really don't like resorting to violence. No sooner had he spoken than an impatient black man charged forward, seemingly eager to teach Sean a lesson. The young boy stepped back half a pace and with lightning speed twisted the man's arm until it snapped. A stark white bone shard pierced the skin and a spurt of blood splattered across the floor and sofa. Ignoring the agonizing screams, Sean moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll, effortlessly knocking down each opponent who came at him. In less than half a minute, aside from the terrified and incredulous woman in revealing clothes, only Rasul remained standing. The once arrogant black man now trembled, clutching his dagger, his legs shaking uncontrollably as if he might wet himself at any moment. I just wanted to ask you a few things. Why does it always have to be so complicated? Sean slowly approached the black man, who retreated step by step until he was backed against the wall. Driven by escalating fear, the man roared and lunged at the young boy with his dagger. A crisp crack echoed. Rasul's arm snapped like a twig. The demonic young boy, now holding the dagger he had seized, smiled and said, I told you you'd pay a small price for your rude remarks. Without a flinch, Sean drove the dagger into the black man's thigh. Now it's quiz time. I ask, you answer. If you satisfy me, I might call an ambulance before I leave. Minutes later, Sean obtained the information he wanted and slipped out through the window's fire escape. However, hundreds of meters away on the top floor of a building, someone had witnessed everything through a sniper scope. Dad, someone beat us to it and took care of those guys. A little girl in a purple wig said excitedly. The heavily armed former police officer Damon wore a grim expression. Could it be that someone else like him had set their sights on that damned Frank D'Amico? Let's follow him and see what he's up to. The middle-aged man carrying a Barrett heavy sniper rifle trailed after him with his daughter. Fuck. Do you know what time it is? Frank D'Amico shouted angrily into the phone. No one would be in a good mood being woken from bed at 2 or 3 in the morning. Frank, it's bad. Rasul got arrested by the police. Frank's trusted subordinate reported the night's events. Several safe houses had been raided and the police station was now packed with drug dealers, all core members of Frank's gang. So you're saying most of my guys are locked up? And we lost a big shipment? Am I the easiest target on the West Coast now? Frank roared. He had never been so provoked. As the top drug lord on the West Coast, even the police chief had to show him some respect. Tell me who the bastard is. I want his head on my desk by tomorrow morning. Frank smashed the bedside phone. The gangster drug lord was seething with rage. If this became a regular occurrence, who would do business with him? Losing his smuggling channels would be a devastating blow. Without the exorbitant profits from the drug trade, how could he afford to support his vast army of underlings? Being a gang boss sounded intimidating, but it was all built on interests. Otherwise, why would so many people risk their lives for him? You'd better pray I don't catch you, bastard. Or I swear I'll make you regret being born. Frank, still in his pajamas, poured himself a glass of whiskey from the liquor cabinet. Gazing at the dazzling nightscape outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, his anger and panic gradually subsided. That was just some little rat hiding in the shadows, no real threat. A hefty bounty would soon bring someone to claim the prize with the bastard's head. Having weathered countless storms, Frank downed the liquid in one gulp, a contemptuous smile curling on his lips. Over the years, many had tried to kill him, but they all ended up as concrete pillars tossed into the river to feed the fish. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots jolted Frank from his thoughts. He picked up the desk phone. Can't I have one quiet night? I'm afraid not, Mr. Frank D'Amico. I told you I'd visit you in person. A young man's voice came through the receiver, tinged with a faint smile. Don't worry. We'll meet soon. Within the West Coast underworld, countless rumors swirled around Frank D'Amico, tales of entombing enemies in concrete pillars cast into the river or using industrial microwaves to reduce men to pools of gore. Most were mere whispers of his brutal and merciless nature. Yet what captivated public curiosity even more was the formidable fortress standing in the heart of the city. After achieving his criminal empire, the drug lord had purchased an entire building and transformed it into his personal sanctuary. Every floor was garrisoned with heavily armed gunmen and bodyguards. Without his consent, no soul could ever reach the penthouse, Frank D'Amico's private residence. Half an hour ago someone chose the simplest, or perhaps the most foolish, way to pay the drug lord a direct visit. A heavy knock echoed. The guard at the door saw a young man in a leather jacket standing outside, a motorcycle helmet on his head, cutting an odd figure. Is this guy out of his mind? Does he have any idea where he is? The guard tightened his grip on his pistol, swaggered to the entrance, and snarled, "Kid, you've got 3 seconds to vanish or you'll die ugly tonight." "What's wrong, Johnny? Why are you standing at the door so long?" The other 2 guards, sensing something amiss when their comrade lingered at the threshold, drew their weapons and approached. They found the helmeted youth gripping Johnny's neck with one hand. The burly strapping guard gasped hoarsely, struggling to breathe as if on the verge of suffocation. Bang! Bang! Using Johnny's body as a shield, the helmeted youth deflected 2 incoming bullets. In a blur of motion, he closed in on one guard, delivered a crushing elbow strike, seized the man's pistol, and shot the other guard dead. The sequence was fluid and precise, like a rigorously trained elite soldier, leaving no time for reaction. "Mind if I borrow your keycard?" the young man said in a mild tone, then twisted the guard's neck. Just as Sean prepared to take the elevator upstairs, the front desk phone rang. After a cordial exchange with Mr. Frank D'Amico in the penthouse, he charged straight up the building. Thunderous gunfire jolted the entire floor awake. After a moment of panic, everyone grabbed their weapons and rushed to the doors. They knew an enemy was invading. Though unclear who, Frank had ordered that anyone breaching the building tonight be shot on sight. The elevator doors slid open slowly. The gunman waiting at the threshold stared wide-eyed. Inside it was empty. Where had the bastard gone? The only way up from the ground floor was the elevator. How could he have simply vanished? As confusion reigned, a figure dropped from above the elevator shaft, swift as a shadowy specter. His muzzle blazed bright in midair, spinning bullets drilling through enemy skulls, reaping lives. Caught off guard, the gunmen at the door were overwhelmed. A fierce volley erupted. Comrades in front fell one after another as if facing a relentless elite force. Firelight danced wildly, gunfire unceasing, pinning them down so thoroughly they couldn't mount an effective counterattack, only endure the brutal assault. After what felt like an eternity, the gunfire finally ceased. Peeking cautiously from behind cover, the surviving gunmen saw over a dozen bodies sprawled on the floor, all struck in fatal spots without even a chance to struggle. Where is he? How should I know? He must be out of ammo. Let's rush him together and blast him to hell. The gunmen muttered among themselves, but none dared step out immediately. The clean, ruthless slaughter had left a psychological scar. They'd heard the intruder was alone, yet he had pinned down over 30 of them, stifling even the will to fight back. It was utterly terrifying. Silence descended so profound they could hear their own breaths. After an excruciating few minutes, the gunmen finally steeled themselves, summoned their courage, and crept out from corners of the room, trying to locate the invader. Then the gunfire erupted again. "Send everyone down." "No, keep them all here. When that bastard comes, turn him into Swiss cheese." Frank had lost his usual composed demeanor as a drug lord. His voice trembled with undisguised panic. In all these years, no one had ever brazenly stormed his doorstep like that young man, advancing with unstoppable momentum. "Boss, he's almost at the 20th floor," reported a henchman clutching a Remington shotgun. "Fuck. Useless idiots. So many men, dozens of guns, and you can't even stop one person." Frank cursed bitterly. Even now he couldn't fathom who he had crossed to invite such devastating retribution. The carnage continued. The elevator ascended without pause. Leveraging his superhuman perception and formidable physique, Sean waged a narrow-sighted massacre. The professionally trained guards and gunmen moved sluggishly and disorganized before him, utterly incapable of resistance. As he climbed upward, 2 figures, one large, one small, followed closely. Damon, the former cop, had never imagined he would infiltrate his lifelong nemesis' lair in such a straightforward manner. That terrifying young man was like a precise cold-killing machine, unstoppable by any force. Mindy, well, go up through the elevator shaft, Damon told his daughter. He had no intention of letting Frank D'Amico die at another's hands. With everyone's attention fixated on the helmeted youth, Damon and his young daughter charged straight to the penthouse. He had studied Frank D'Amico extensively, knowing the man had bought off the police, allowing his illegal drug smuggling to run unchecked. Even if they threw the drug lord in prison, he'd likely be released quickly. So Damon chose his own path of vengeance. Don't be afraid, Mindy. Daddy will protect you. As a former police officer with rigorous training, Damon possessed formidable combat skills. His daughter, forged through relentless drills, also wielded strength far beyond her years. This unlikely duo had already destroyed several of Frank D'Amico's warehouse hideouts. In fact, Sean's smooth advance was in part thanks to their efforts. Frank D'Amico in here. Frank D'Amico, the owner of this building, sat at his desk with one hand tightly gripping a handgun, his eyes fixed on the door, every sound from outside heightening the tension of this drug lord. Outside, Frank had positioned at least 20 gunmen, each armed with Remington shotguns. Should that bastard dare to show up, their overwhelming firepower would be enough to tear him to shreds. The notorious drug lord on the West Coast reassured himself that even if the intruder was a battle-hardened mercenary, he would only meet a tragic end under the assault of overwhelming numbers and ferocious fire. Rom, what's the situation outside? Frank asked, his voice a bit hoarse. If the intruder could truly breach the powerful defenses outside, he had prepared a grand gift for him. The scene is chaotic. There seems to be more than one intruder. Someone just cut the power to the entire building. However, the top floor is powered by a separate generator, so there shouldn't be any issues, replied the burly man guarding the door. He was a henchman carefully trained by Frank, boasting a glorious record of 10 consecutive victories in underground fighting, and had always been a trump card in Frank's hand. And accomplices. Don't let me find out this bastard's true identity, otherwise they'll make sure he experiences the pain of losing everything. A fierce light flashed in Frank's eyes as a sinister expression made his face even more terrifying. As a powerful gangster dominating the West Coast for many years, this was the first time he had been cornered like this. Bang! 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 Suddenly a barrage of gunfire erupted outside. Frank instinctively raised his handgun, nervously aiming at the door. He never expected the intruder would charge in so quickly, and nearly 50 gunmen below had failed to halt the assault. Screams and the sound of gunfire merged into a chaotic symphony. In the confined space, bullets flew like a dense net. Hiding behind a pillar, the former police officer Damon had never anticipated that Frank D'Amico had arranged such formidable firepower. The devastating shotguns fired simultaneously, roaring like thunder and producing a deafening sound. Damon huddled behind the pillar with chips flying from the shotgun blasts. The gunman formed a tightening encirclement. Any moment he dared to peek out would result in him being blasted into a puddle of flesh. The petite Mindy hid above the elevator. Damon signaled his daughter with tactical gestures, then suddenly charged out, firing both guns and instantly claiming 2 lives. Meanwhile, a small purple figure descended from the elevator, several darts hitting the wrists of the gunman, followed by a nimble roll, the innocent and adorable little girl transforming into a violent and fierce killing machine. Darts continuously flew from her waist, and the butterfly knife in her hand traced cold arcs through the air. The top of the building instantly became a bloody hellscape, with the skilled little girl working in tandem with her father's gunfire sweeping all before them. Rom, go check the situation outside. This fierce battle had lasted nearly 10 minutes, and hearing the gunfire outside becoming increasingly sporadic, Frank felt a twinge of unease. The burly man opened the door, and a small purple-haired girl lunged forward. As a terrifying figure who had once struggled in underground fights, Rom did not panic. He countered with a heavy punch, sending the young girl flying. Frank D'Amico? Damon saw the face of his enemy and felt a surge of fury. If it weren't for the imposing Rom standing in front of him, he would have rushed forward to make this West Coast drug lord experience pain and torment. Is the intruder not a young person? Frank wondered upon seeing the 2 figures outside, one large and one small. Rom, take them out. Okay, boss. Rom swaggered toward Damon, but was blocked by the small girl, who brandished a finely crafted butterfly knife. Trained to the extreme, Mindy might not possess overwhelming strength, but she had agility and reflexes beyond the ordinary. Seeing his daughter temporarily hold off the burly man, Damon strode into the room using his tactical dagger to knock Frank's handgun away. This former police officer who yearned for revenge had finally awaited the opportunity he had long desired. "Frank D'Amico, I'm here to send you to hell. Is it you who has been ruining my business, sending my men to jail?" Frank feigned calmness, secretly placing his injured hand below the table. "Of course it would be too simple to kill you with a single shot. I want to destroy your empire just as you destroyed my life and family." A deep-seated hatred surfaced in Damon's eyes. He had once been a police officer but was forced into a life of crime by Frank. His wife had committed suicide due to medication, leaving him with a shattered family. "Oh, I remember you. You're the cop I sent to prison." Frank finally recalled the identity of the man before him. Years ago, a police officer had targeted him and he had bribed internal personnel in the police department to fabricate evidence that landed that cop in jail. "Actually, we could talk this over. After all, those were things of the past. There's nothing to discuss, Frank D'Amico. It's all over." Damon lunged forward, ready to kill this lifelong enemy. "Yes, everything is coming to an end." Frank kicked the heavy desk aside. Damon sidestepped and avoided the massive object crashing down. As he prepared to advance, a dark hole was aimed directly at him. Ding dong. The elevator finally reached the top floor and Sean's eyes widened at the sight of the bodies strewn about, scattered bullets, and the fierce battle between the burly man and the little girl. What on earth is happening? Could there be someone else wanting to kill Frank D'Amico? This West Coast drug lord certainly had many enemies. Sean muttered quietly. Just as he hesitated about whom to help, a loud explosion reverberated through the top floor, a wave of shock powerful enough to destroy all the light fixtures from the ceiling, shattering the bright floor-to-ceiling windows and sending wooden debris from the bookshelves flying. Sean stared in shock at Frank D'Amico, who was hoisting a rocket launcher, and the middle-aged man lying half dead on the ground. He felt as if he had altered some normal timeline. After a brief stupor, Sean raised his hand and fired several shots, hitting Frank's hands and legs, even bringing out a rocket launcher. This was simply outrageous. In the spirit of humanitarianism, Sean also shot the burly man. After all, the little girl was so adorable. Walking slowly to Frank's side, Sean removed his motorcycle helmet, revealing a youthful face. "Mr. Frank D'Amico, I said I would come to visit you personally." The West Coast drug lord glared in fury, realizing that the true intruder was a seemingly student-like young man. "Who are you?" Frank asked through gritted teeth. "Given the complicated grievances between us, I'll refrain from elaborating. Just blame that bastard who frequently extorts high school students. Even gangs should have standards." Sean pressed the gun to Frank's head, his tone calm and friendly. "Goodbye." Ignoring Frank D'Amico, whose eyes were gradually losing their spark, Sean turned to the little girl who was crying while holding the middle-aged man and suddenly felt a headache. Should he leave her behind? Hearing the police sirens approaching from below, the young boy walked over to the purple-haired little girl and sincerely asked, "Do you want to run away together? I was out for just one day. Why haven't you washed the dishes or even cleaned up the leftover pizza?" Returning to the apartment, Sean stared at the chaotic mess and fixed his gaze angrily on the blonde little girl lounging on the sofa eating ice cream. 2 days had passed since he dealt with Frank D'Amico. Out of a moment of sympathy, he had brought this girl named Mindy McCready home. At the time, the police had already sealed off the building and they barely managed to slip away through the building's pipes. Who would have thought that this little girl, who had just suffered the loss of her father, was merely hiding behind an innocent and adorable facade? After only 2 days of living together, Sean was already at his wits' end. Isn't washing dishes and cleaning up your job? The book says a gentleman should do more for the ladies, especially for a little lady like me. Mindy blinked her big watery eyes, her face full of innocence and grievance, almost making Sean feel as if he had indeed said something terribly harsh. Can't afford to provoke her, can't afford to provoke her. Sean muttered silently as he put down his backpack and obediently walked to the kitchen to clean the dishes. Never try to reason with a woman, especially one who is a much younger demon. Any news from the police? Sean asked while scrubbing the dishes, turning to Mindy, who was lying on the sofa watching TV. Such a serious violent incident, and the West Coast police seem to have kept it under wraps. But they haven't found anything useful. I wiped the surveillance footage before I left, and all the gunmen who saw us are dead. That guy Ralsu and the others have been taken care of too. The little girl with twin blonde ponytails said, calmly licking her ice cream with relish. Having been subjected to her father's harsh inhuman training since childhood, Mindy had never experienced such a relaxed and peaceful life before. But you're really strange. Your physical condition is even better than my dad's, yet you don't know a thing about disguise, reconnaissance, or hacking. The little girl took a big bite of her ice cream. She had been living with Sean for 2 days and was full of curiosity about this young man who had stormed Frank D'Amico's hideout without a second thought. He possessed astonishing physical abilities but seemed to have never received any formal training. His skills in combat fighting and firearms were all clumsy and raw. It was purely through his superhuman strength and incredible body control that he had been able to crush Frank D'Amico's men. It's hard to explain. Ordinary people gain power through training and practice, but I'm different. Sean said vaguely. He couldn't tell anyone the true source of his power. If you call me teacher, I can teach you all this. The little girl suddenly thought of something and sat up abruptly on the sofa, nearly smearing ice cream on her face. Your current training is all about physical fitness, which is too slow. What you lack isn't strength but the means and techniques to use it. I can teach you that, as well as knowledge about disguised demolition and assassination. Sean listened to the little girl's excited rambling and couldn't help but wipe his forehead, a sense of shock washing over him. What kind of twisted person was Mindy's father to have raised his own daughter into such an unadulterated killing machine? Ding! Card system activated? A clear line of text suddenly appeared in his mind. Sean squinted. This system, which had been virtually non-existent since his body was transformed, now flickered with a soft white light as Mindy enthusiastically outlined a training plan for him. Diving his consciousness into it, Sean found that the previously monotonous system framework now had an additional card option. A card imprinted with the words, "Hit Girl," gleamed brightly. Skill card: Firearms Proficiency A rank. What is this? Sean opened his eyes and abruptly looked at Mindy, who was assembling a Colt on the living room sofa. The blonde little girl dismantled the pistol into parts with nimble, practiced movements, then quickly reassembled it as if showing off while analyzing the gun's strengths and weaknesses. Can skill cards be obtained from characters? Sean pondered for a moment, recalling that in the original game there seemed to be a similar mechanic where a superhero's exclusive skills could be acquired through drawing. It seems this system is quite useful after all, and I just neglected to explore and develop it before. Sean shook his head, acknowledging his mistake. Ever since arriving in this world, he had assumed that with his transformed body he could slowly develop and grow, eventually carving out a place for himself. This was the arrogance that swelled within him after suddenly gaining power. But upon careful reflection, this world was filled with all kinds of formidable characters: a genius scientist flying around in an iron suit, a terrifying giant who could transform when angry, a prince from an alien civilization, and even in the vast universe a notorious cosmic warlord constantly coveting this blue planet. Surviving in such a dangerous and fascinating world was no easy feat. At the very least, the desire and pursuit of power should be endless. Sean suddenly sank into calm contemplation. Perhaps it was because he had encountered no setbacks after gaining power, those thugs and gang enforcers were utterly powerless against him, that a sense of conceit had begun to grow in his heart. His mind touched the soft white light in his thoughts, and a smile spread across Sean's face. The card he had obtained suddenly dissolved into a shower of light, pouring into the depths of his consciousness. Mindy, are you trying to train me to be a mercenary? The young man patted the little girl's head, then with both hands he instantly dismantled the reassembled Colt pistol into scattered parts and put it back together in a dazzling blur. The entire set of movements was fluid and rapid, as if honed through countless repetitions. Mindy's mouth fell open, her cute face a picture of utter astonishment. She knew Sean was completely ignorant of firearms, at most knowing how to release the safety and pull the trigger. Hey, it's just natural talent. I learned it after seeing it once. Watching the little girl bombard him with questions, Sean gave a mysterious smile and, grabbing her, proceeded to clean up the messy, cluttered apartment. What do you want for dinner? Mexican wraps. There's an amazing pizza place in the next block. And a strawberry sundae. Aren't you afraid of getting fat eating so much? Shut up. Your teacher now, show some respect. Aw, stop touching my head. A tall figure and a small one walked along the evening street. The dying rays of the setting sun stretched their shadows long, and in the distance lay the bustling city like a cold immense steel jungle gradually swallowing the two tiny silhouettes. Harry Osborn returned to his lavish mansion in Manhattan, New York. Ever since graduating high school, he had moved out of his family home and crammed into a university dormitory with his best friend Peter. However, as his once strained relationship with his father had recently thawed, shedding its former tension, he found himself coming home more frequently. Dropping his backpack, Harry stepped inside. After a trip to the West Coast, his relationship with his new girlfriend Mary Jane had blossomed. The two had swiftly fallen deeply in love, spending each day in sweet bliss, a happiness that left Peter perpetually bombarded by their affectionate displays, feeling profoundly vexed and miserable. "What brings you home today?" Harry's father sat in the living room. The helmsman of Oscorp Industries was tall, with a gaunt face and eyes as sharp as a hawk's, exuding an imposing authority that made it hard for anyone to meet his gaze. This was Norman Osborn, a renowned business magnate in New York. Starting from nothing over a decade ago, he had founded Oscorp Industries. From an obscure nobody to a man of immense wealth and esteemed status, he was a figure of considerable legend. "School's on break. I came to pick up some things," Harry said flatly. Sent to boarding school as a child, he had always been distant from his father. Moments of heartfelt conversation between them were rare. "I hear you have a girlfriend." Norman Osborn leaned back on the sofa, watching his son fidget nervously before him. He couldn't help but feel a deep disappointment. He had always hoped to mold Harry into a decisive, bold man capable of taking over Oscorp Industries one day, the lives, work and passion that needed an heir to carry forward. Yet the results were disheartening. Harry's abilities were painfully mediocre. Though he had a good character, he cared only for leisure and pleasure, showing no trace of business acumen. Over time, Norman abandoned the idea of grooming his son as a successor. He would still helm Oscorp for a long while, steering the company to greater heights and forging it into a family-run corporate titan like Stark Industries. "Yes, I plan to bring her to meet you in a few days. She's a wonderful girl." Harry sang his girlfriend's praises before his father. The young Osborn heir had fallen head over heels, utterly lost in love. "I've heard things about her. That girl Mary Jane is not worthy of you, Harry." Norman vetoed directly and decisively. "She comes from such a family, never attended university, dreams of being a star, and knows nothing of high society's etiquette and refinement. How could such a girl enter the Osborn household?" Ignoring his son's ashen face, Norman Osborn displayed the overbearing side of a father. The Osborns had only just shed the label of nouveau riche to ascend into New York's upper echelons. If his son married a woman of low birth, it would invite public ridicule. "I've seen plenty of those vain materialistic girls, Harry. They only covet your status and wealth." Norman Osborn spoke with earnest gravity. When Harry was young, he had poured all his energy into his demanding career, often too busy to come home, eventually even sending his son to boarding school. This had forged the cold relationship between father and son. Now, as Oscorp's operations stabilized, Norman tried to mend the rift, but his ineptitude at expressing affection always led him to converse like he would with a subordinate, only fueling their conflict. "I have things to do. I won't be here for dinner." Harry grabbed his backpack, ready to leave. He didn't want to argue with his father. He had heard this kind of authoritarian lecture too many times. "By the way, the day after tomorrow is the carnival. I've invited Peter and some friends. I hope you can come." After a moment's hesitation, Harry extended the invitation to his father, then walked out the door. The vast opulent mansion fell back into silence. Norman Osborn slumped wearily into the sofa, a hint of dejection in his expression. Harry had mentioned Peter. That young man was quite impressive. Compared to the lackluster Harry, Norman admired his son's best friend Peter Parker far more. He knew that shy young man who had an extraordinary passion for scientific research and excelled in his studies. Norman had even considered arranging for Peter to join Oscorp after graduation, thereby cultivating a trustworthy ally for Harry within the company. The old vultures on the board were wolves who devoured men without spitting out bones. If not for Norman's constant restraint on their power, they would have long since sold Oscorp to the vampires of Wall Street. Rubbing his aching head, Norman closed his eyes. Oscorp was on the verge of a massive transformation. He aimed to break into the military-industrial sector, forge amicable ties with the Department of Defense, and become a behemoth like Stark Industries, earning esteemed status and influence. To this end, Norman had invested nearly his entire fortune into researching and developing a human enhancement serum, which was now nearing the stage of yielding results. This project originated from the super soldier program of the Second World War, which had created Captain America. The military had developed a serum capable of turning a man into a super soldier of immense strength. However, its inventor was later assassinated, and the formula became a secret known to none. For years the military had never abandoned its pursuit of the super soldier. Norman saw a tremendous opportunity and took over the Human Enhancement Serum project. It would be the perfect springboard for Oscorp's leapfrog development, securing the company's position as a defense contractor for the military. If this project succeeded and won the favor of a few key military officials, he might even set his sights on politics and one day become a member of Capitol Hill. Norman's mind wandered with fantasies. He could hardly wait for his envisioned future to become reality. During World War II, the founder of Stark Industries, Howard Stark, had leveraged his brilliant mind and cunning to become a major supplier of American military weapons, laying the foundation for Stark Industries, now the leader in military contracting. Howard Stark had seized his life's opportunity to forge Stark Industries' glorious achievements. Since he could do it, why couldn't Norman succeed? Norman was brimming with confidence. Once the Human Enhancement Serum was perfected, Oscorp would become a prized guest of the Department of Defense. A flood of orders and soaring stock prices would allow him to lead the Osborn family into a brilliant new future. If I can satisfy the people from the Pentagon tomorrow, everything will be perfect. A smug smile spread across Norman's face. He had waited far too long for this day. Filled with excitement, he slowly closed his eyes and drifted into a blissful slumber. The following morning, a delegation from the Ministry of National Defense arrived at Oscorp Industries. The leading official, referred to as General Sua, showed no response to Norman Osborn's enthusiastic greetings. With a cold demeanor, he demanded to be taken directly to the research lab to inspect the progress and status of the Human Enhancement Serum. The team dispatched by the ministry under General Sua's leadership surged into the research lab, with Norman closely following. He vaguely sensed something amiss but couldn't dwell on it at the moment. Upon entering the lab, the chief scientist, clad in a white uniform, introduced the new aircraft to the ministry team. This was another research project of Oscorp Industries, one that the previous ministry procurement team had expressed great interest in. This is the initial prototype constructed from a new alloy. It features a gravity sensing system that perfectly addresses key issues of flight and balance. Its load capacity is about 1 ton with a flight speed approaching 500 miles per hour. Additionally, it is equipped with remote control systems capable of carrying 12 micro-air-to-ground missiles, a micro-machine gun, and 5,000 rounds of ammunition. The production cost is roughly $6 million. The chief scientist pointed to a hovering aircraft shaped like a bat with outstretched wings, its entire body gleaming with a dark green metallic luster. The operator could stand on it to maneuver. The engine at the rear emitted a green energy halo, generating intense wind pressure and a piercing noise that nearly drowned out his narration. I have no interest in such trivial toys. They are obsolete. General Sua, the leader of the ministry team, said coldly. He cast a glance at the hovering aircraft, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. The exorbitant cost and narrow low-end applications destined this new aircraft to be unappealing to the military. What they needed were weapons capable of mass production with devastating lethality, not high-end products designed to swindle research funding. Why was Tony Stark favored by the military brass? Because he always delivered valuable creations with exceptional technological sophistication that were not easily rendered obsolete. General, this new aircraft was the designated procurement weapon from the ministry last time. Norman stepped forward to ease the scientific director's embarrassment, a warm smile plastered on his face. Despite General Sua's poor attitude, he dared not offend this key figure from the ministry. Enough said. It, like my predecessor, has been swept into the dustbin of history. You may not know this yet, but that man was dismissed for accepting bribes. I will not repeat that mistake. Norman's heart skipped a beat. If this were true, it would mean all the previously negotiated terms between Oscorp Industries and the Ministry were void and everything would have to start from scratch. Watching the arrogant general saw a sense of dread crept over Norman. His gaze swept across the lab and noticed two directors who rarely participated in industrial production had also arrived. Mr. Ba with glasses and Mr. Fay in a wheelchair were major shareholders backed by Wall Street forces, pure and despicable financial speculators solely focused on extracting more profit from Oscorp Industries. Why are they here? Puzzled inwardly, Norman had no time to ponder further. Seeing General Soa's disinterest in the new aircraft, he hastily handed over the report on the physical enhancement project. This new procurement officer from the ministry was proving even harder to please than his predecessor. We subjected lab mice to vapor inhalation experiments and their physical strength increased eightfold. This proves our experimental direction is correct. With continued research, we can soon produce a super serum comparable to that of World War II. Norman stayed close to General Soa, detailing the progress of the human enhancement serum while deliberately glossing over some immature drawbacks. Sounds decent enough. General Soa nodded indifferently, then asked as if casually, "Are there any side effects?" Norman Osborn's expression immediately changed. He looked at the scientific director standing nearby. The balding old man, unable to withstand General Soa's piercing gaze, revealed the truth. After the vapor inhalation tests, the mice exhibited obvious violent tendencies and aggressive behavior. We may need to revert the entire research to the equation stage to resolve this issue. General, it's just a minor issue, it won't take long to fix. Enough. Mr. Osborn. General Soa coldly cut off Norman's excuses. The procurement officer sneered, "You just attempted to deceive the Ministry of Defense, an unforgivable offense. Moreover, these research results are far from satisfactory for the military. We need super soldiers. If in 2 weeks you can show me a Captain America, then everything will be negotiable. Remember, I'm giving Oscorp Industries only 2 weeks. If you fail, I will revoke your research funding and your qualification as a ministry procurement enterprise." General Soa delivered his verdict from a position of superiority, then left with his inspection team, leaving Norman Osborn frozen in place, his hands and feet icy cold. This business magnate who had dominated the market now felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, his heart filled with despair. If Oscorp Industries lost its status as a ministry procurement enterprise, the massive investments would all evaporate and the enormous deficit would shatter the company's cash flow. As the saying goes, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. For this opportunity, Norman Osborn had bet everything, even borrowing a huge sum from the bank. But now General Soa had made it clear he would not pay for the next phase of research. All the reckless investment yielded no returns, and the operational costs and research funds could not generate profit. The business empire he had painstakingly built over decades suddenly teetered on the brink of collapse. With his dream shattered, Norman Osborn's gaze turned fierce. Recalling the two company directors who had left with the ministry team, a sudden realization struck him. Perhaps General Soa had never intended to make Oscorp Industries a ministry procurement enterprise from the start. This was all a premeditated conspiracy. No one can take it from me. Norman's face twisted with rage. He could not bear the immense cost of losing Oscorp Industries. After dismissing everyone from the lab, Norman kept only the scientific director. After hours of hesitation and deliberation, he made a risky decision. "Mr. Osborn, this is too dangerous. The human enhancement serum has not yet reached the stage for human trials. You could be risking your life." The scientific director grabbed the frantic Norman Osborn, understanding his urgency but knowing that any research result must undergo rigorous experimentation and data comparison before being applied to humans. "I don't have more time. Without the ministry's order, Oscorp Industries is finished." Norman broke free from the scientific director and stripped off his shirt. He faced the greatest crisis since the company's founding. If he couldn't overcome it, the business empire he had built with his own hands would crumble into ruins in an instant. Those Wall Street bankers would surely not miss this golden opportunity. They would pounce like hungry wild dogs, sparing no effort. Give me the catalyst. The experiment must succeed. Having made up his mind, Norman lay down on the experimental apparatus connecting the monitoring lines. He was then sent into a sealed circular chamber. Under the scientific director's operation, green gas continuously poured in through the vents, soon filling the entire space, enveloping Norman Osborn's figure like a thick fog. In the deserted lab, agonizing screams of pain echoed. The life sign curves on the computer weakened with Norman's cries, as if a terrifying demon was gestating within the dense green gas. I want to join the carnival parade too. In the apartment, Mindy pouted with tearful eyes, looking pitiful. Today was New York's Carnival Day, and many citizens would leave their homes to gather in Central Park for a grand festive parade. The little girl had been eagerly anticipating this day for a long time. Although Sean had received an invitation from Harry and initially preferred to avoid such lively occasions, the prospect of witnessing the first decisive battle between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin convinced him to accept the Osborn heir's request. I really want to bring you along, but you have an appointment with Teacher John today. You need to go to school for the interview. This determines whether you can actually start your education. Sean shrugged helplessly. After discussing with the little girl, he decided to let Mindy attend school and live a normal girl's life. He introduced her as his cousin, whose parents had died in a car accident and who had come from Australia seeking relatives. Her unfortunate background and the tempting cash bribes moved the dean of that private school. Through some maneuvering, the blonde little girl was successfully enrolled in the aristocratic private institution, provided she passed interviews with several teachers to prove she had no intellectual deficiencies. They'll compensate you with Burger King or treat you to Chinese food. A truly authentic Chinese restaurant finally opened in Chinatown. That's probably the most delightful thing to happen in a while. Sean comforted the sulking Mindy, feeling as if he were prematurely entering middle age. He had adopted a little girl, but it felt like raising a daughter, worrying about everything for her. Oh, and remember to act as much like a normal girl as possible. Don't scare those teachers. The young man cautioned uneasily. Given Mindy's unconventional upbringing, her way of thinking was vastly different from other children her age. He worried that when the school teachers asked about her special skills, the little girl might pull out a butterfly knife or demonstrate some grappling techniques, a scene that would be extremely awkward. All right. You're so annoying. The Tsundere little girl slung her backpack over her shoulder, tossed her ponytail, and walked out the door without looking back, clearly still resentful that Sean was leaving her behind to attend the carnival alone. Having dealt with the little burden, Sean changed into a well-fitted suit, hailed a taxi, and headed toward Central Park. Maybe I should buy a car, he thought to himself. Central Park, known as New York's backyard, was always the top choice for citizens seeking leisure. As the city's largest urban park, it boasted picturesque scenery, vast lush forests, and expansive courtyards and open-air theaters. Today, the spacious plaza was teeming with crowds as citizens poured in continuously. Colorful ribbons and countless balloons floated in the sky. Disney cartoon characters were everywhere, capturing the attention and delight of children. The festive atmosphere infected everyone. If they cheered and played joyfully, their laughter echoing into the air, merging into a roaring ocean of celebration. Harry, accompanied by his girlfriend Mary Jane, had arrived early at the reserved hotel suite. This historic luxury hotel was conveniently located near Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. From the well-positioned observation deck, one could take in the entire view of Central Park, the perfect spot to watch the carnival parade. I wonder if Father will come. And those two, Peter and Sean, why haven't they arrived yet? Harry found himself and his girlfriend as the first two to arrive, feeling somewhat frustrated. Peter had recently hit a low point in life. His uncle who raised him had been shot and killed. The Osborn heir wanted to help his close friend emerge from the grief of losing a loved one. As for Sean, since starting university, aside from attending classes on time, he was hardly ever seen, as if he were busy with something. Notably, Sean had joined the independent research lab of Dr. Connors, a visiting professor at the State University of New York, as an intern assistant. This surprised Harry greatly, as he had never known Sean to have a particular talent or interest in genetics. As for his close friend Peter, he had heard that Peter was striving to become the chief photographer for the Daily Bugle. All the Spider-Man photos published in that newspaper were taken by him alone, providing a substantial income for the struggling Parker family. Both good friends had their own lives, but Harry, aside from spending time with Mary Jane, didn't know what to do. He had little interest in inheriting his father's company. The hypocritical socializing of the business world and the tedious industrial production gave the Osborn era headache. For a moment, holding his girlfriend's hand, Harry felt lost about the future, unsure of which direction to take. "Harry, didn't your father come?" A voice interrupted Harry's thoughts. He turned around and saw two of his father's business partners, Mr. Ba and Mr. Fay. "He promised to come, but I haven't seen him yet," Harry said dejectedly. Perhaps his father was busy with some work. He always was. "We were planning to tell him some good news." Mr. Ba and Mr. Fay smiled eerily. Osborn Industries, having lost its last lifeline, the Department of Defense contract, would soon be sold to Wall Street bankers at a high price. The enormous profits would fall into their pockets, truly a cause for celebration. As for Norman Osborn, who cared about a loser? For a long time Mr. Ba and Mr. Fay had wanted to carve up Osborn Industries like a big cake, but Norman had persistently resisted attempting to transform the company into a defense procurement enterprise, a military-industrial giant like Stark Industries. How ridiculous! Mr. Ba and Mr. Fay exchanged glances, turned around and walked to the other side to enjoy the carnival feast in Central Park. Waves of cheers and noise soared into the air. On the grand stage, a red-clad black woman sang passionately, swaying her plump body. The high-spirited rock song, accompanied by a strong rhythm, instantly ignited the crowd's enthusiasm, applause rising like relentless waves. A taxi stopped at the edge of the area. The ever-increasing flow of people blocked the road ahead. Sean stepped out, looked up, and saw ribbons and hot air balloons floating like colorful clouds, almost obscuring the sky. "I wonder if Harry has arrived yet?" Sean gazed at the sea of people, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Before long he spotted Peter amidst the crowded throng. The young Spider-Man was holding a camera, snapping photos tirelessly, looking thoroughly engrossed. Sean was about to go over and greet him when a series of shrill laughter pierced the sky. The singer on stage stopped abruptly and the lively atmosphere faltered. People looked up. A strange man in green armor riding a bat-like glider weaved through the ribbons and balloons, laughing maniacally. "Haha! Happy holiday!" The strange man piloted the uniquely shaped glider. On his terrifying demonic helmet, green eyes gleamed with cruelty. He looked down at the surging crowd below and dropped several pumpkin-shaped bombs. "Hey, race, a gift for you!" Several thunderous explosions erupted, with bright flames shooting into the sky, accompanied by deafening blasts. The carnival participants panicked, scattering in all directions. Chaos reigned as everyone screamed and fled. The stage, battered by the surging crowd, collapsed with a crash, tangled wires sparking into bursts of fire. Sean watched the strange man in the sky, thinking that just as in the original timeline, the Green Goblin had made his spectacular debut by wreaking havoc at the carnival. A series of explosions sent panicked tourists fleeing in all directions. Under the violent shockwaves, brick walls of surrounding buildings burst and collapsed, shards of glass scattered everywhere, and chunks of reinforced concrete rained down from above like hail. The Green Goblin wildly hurled pumpkin bombs, sending billowing shockwaves bursting from the skyscrapers. Continuous rumbling explosions and violent tremors echoed through the streets. The surging crowd turned into a chaotic torrent, people screaming in terror as they scattered amid the blazing explosions. Panic spread like contagion. The carnival visitors and pedestrians looked up at the laughing green demon in the sky, their hearts filled with despair. "Who can save us?" Sean noticed Peter, who had been taking photos among the crowd moments ago, had vanished, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He decided to leave the task of saving New York citizens to Spider-Man. He watched as the Green Goblin flew to the edge of the hotel rooftop and in front of Harry and his girlfriend used a pumpkin bomb to kill two major shareholders of Oscorp Industries. Fortunately, Norman hadn't completely lost his sanity and refrained from harming his own son. "Watch out!" Intending to quietly observe the battle, Sean had no plans to play the heroic good citizen. But out of the corner of his eye he caught a familiar figure. The collapsing stage had pulled down a fixed steel frame which was about to crush her fragile body. With a long sigh, Sean pushed off the ground with explosive force, turning into a bolt from the bow. He swiftly rescued the terrified girl. With a thunderous crash, the steel frame came crashing down, sending up a cloud of dust. Feeling the delicate trembling body in his arms, Sean could only gently reassure her, "It's okay, you're safe now." The girl in his arms, clutched tightly to her savior's hand, looked up and was surprised to find it was someone she knew. "Sean, what are you doing here?" "A friend invited me. I didn't expect this to happen," Sean explained. "Gwen let me get you out of here first." This girl's name was Gwen Stacy. She was a college classmate of Sean's, and they both worked as interns in Dr. Connor's lab. They were quite familiar and friendly with each other. "It's dangerous here." Sean looked up. The long-awaited Spider-Man had finally made his debut. In his first official appearance, Peter was constantly shooting webs, swinging and leaping between the skyscrapers. The Green Goblin seemed to have noticed this annoying pest. Letting out a shrill laugh, he steered his glider downward. Having just snuffed out 2 lives, his inner lust for violence was swelling. It was as if a voice was whispering in his ear, urging him to destroy and wreak havoc with even greater frenzy. "Hey, Spider-Man!" A few pumpkin bombs were hurled at Spider-Man. The violent shockwaves sent Peter flying through the air, slamming him heavily against the wall of a building. "Like my gift." "Ha ha ha, Spider-Man!" The Green Goblin activated the mini machine gun mounted on his glider. A dense storm of metal bullets strafed toward Spider-Man, instantly riddling the solid wall with holes. Peter continuously shot webs, using the balloons and streamers floating in the sky to dodge. Seizing a moment when the Green Goblin was distracted, he shot a web strand that stuck to the bat-like glider beneath the villain's feet, causing it to lose control and fling the Green Goblin from the sky. "Come on, taste this." Spider-Man pressed his advantage. He shot webs to form a slingshot, then launched himself like a cannonball, slamming into the Green Goblin. With a few swift punches and kicks, he knocked the culprit who had ruined the carnival to the ground. The Green Goblin rolled as he hit the ground, refusing to be outdone. He grabbed a huge pillar and swung it, sending Spider-Man, who was in midair, flying into a car with a heavy crash. The two fought fiercely, evenly matched. Spider-Man was agile while the Green Goblin was equipped with high-tech gear. Their strengths were similar and the outcome was far from decided. Sean led the frightened Gwen to a safe area when he suddenly heard a scream. Following the sound, he saw Harry and Mary Jane trapped on a balcony. They were calling for help, but no one paid them any attention. Spider-Man had initially wanted to rush to the rescue when he saw his secret crush in danger, but the Green Goblin had him pinned down. Distracted, he allowed his opponent to seize the opportunity, landing a flurry of punches and kicks, quickly putting him at a disadvantage. Explosions and flames burst from the hotel. The balcony where Harry and Mary Jane stood was on the verge of collapse, ready to break off and fall at any moment. They cowered in a corner, praying for someone to come to their aid. "I'm busier than a superhero," Sean grumbled silently to himself. Turning to Gwen, he said, "I have friends over there. Stay here and wait for the police." Gwen clutched the man's suit jacket draped over her shoulders, silently watching Sean's retreating figure. Her heart fluttered. Everywhere at the carnival were explosions, flames, and smoke. The Green Demon and Spider-Man were locked in fierce combat. In such a dangerous moment, this young man still remembered his friends. It was both admirable and touching. Sean, running swiftly, had no idea that Gwen had already built him up in her mind as a fearless hero. Whether out of self-interest or a deep-seated moral compass, he couldn't simply ignore Harry's fate. Besides, doing a good deed once in a while was like accumulating some good karma. Lost in thought, Sean dashed into the chaotic hotel. The elevators were out of service, so he sprinted up the stairs at full speed. Just as Mindy had said, he possessed extraordinary physical prowess. In just a few minutes he had reached the top-floor balcony. Such intense exertion felt no more strenuous than a leisurely stroll. "Harry, Mary Jane." Sean saw that the two were in grave danger. Mary Jane in particular had half her body hanging in the air. The concrete on the balcony was crumbling and the cracks in the wall were widening. They could fall at any moment. "Here, grab my hand." Sean pulled Harry to safety first, then extended his hand to Mary Jane. The red-haired girl was trembling, her face streaked with tears. She was still terrified from her encounter with the Green Goblin. Clinging tightly to the warm hand offered to her, she threw herself into Sean's arms. Having successfully rescued the two, Sean discreetly disentangled himself from Mary Jane and led them both down from the hotel away from the center of the battle. Having witnessed the Green Goblin murder the two major shareholders of Oscorp, their minds were in shock and needed time to recover. "It's okay, Harry. It's all over now," Sean comforted the emotionally unstable heir of Oscorp. At that moment, as if remembering something, Harry quickly took out his phone and called his father. But no one answered. "I need to go home first, Sean. Can you take Mary Jane home for me?" Harry recalled that he had invited his father to the carnival. Now that this terrorist attack had occurred, he was worried. Sean nodded helplessly. He turned to look at Gwen and Mary Jane, thinking silently, what the hell? One is the girlfriend of the Green Goblin's son, the other is Spider-Man's first love. Why are they both being dumped on me? What a terrible day. With a deep sense of frustration, Sean hailed a taxi and took the two frightened girls home separately. The horrific attack at the carnival shocked the entire United States. Videos of the Green Goblin and Spider-Man battling wildly circulated online, amassing millions of views. Many people were astonished to realize that aside from mutants, other superpowered beings existed in the world. The White House administration found this equally troubling. The Green Goblin's malicious incident had widespread repercussions and a high casualty count. Beyond the heated discussions about Spider-Man, public opinion strongly condemned the national security agencies for their inaction, labeling it another terrorist attack after 9/11 and an affront to the American spirit of freedom, urging the government to apprehend the culprits swiftly. Yet perhaps the most aggrieved were the mutants hidden within human society. Initially, people watching the videos of Spider-Man and the Green Goblin assumed they were also mutants, reviving the recently cooled debate over the Mutant Registration Act. It was only when a senator stepped forward to deny the mutant identities of Spider-Man and the Green Goblin that the matter subsided. However, the mutants in Westchester must have felt deeply frustrated. After all, bearing the blame was an unpleasant experience. With the Green Goblin and Spider-Man's dramatic appearance at the carnival, superpowered individuals garnered widespread attention from all sectors of society. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. Spider-Man, due to his heroic performance in repelling the ferocious Green Goblin, won the affection of New Yorkers. Aside from the Daily Bugle, other newspapers praised this mysterious superhero, calling him New York's friendly neighbor. Equally unlucky, besides the mutants who inexplicably took the blame, was Oscorp Industries. Under the manipulation of certain parties, this emerging industrial giant was exposed to news of a chief scientist being murdered and the theft of its proprietary products. A helpful hint was also appended suggesting that the Green Goblin's equipment originated from Oscorp. This instantly ignited a wave of public outcry. Oscorp's stock plummeted, plunging this vast enterprise spanning multiple sectors into a grave crisis, teetering on the edge of an abyss. At this critical juncture, Norman Osborn, the chairman, failed to step forward and take charge, leading the outside world to uniformly view Oscorp's future with pessimism. Such were the aftermath and repercussions of the carnival. However, none of this concerned Sean in the slightest, as he was busy dealing with another problem. "You mean on your first day of school you got into a fight and beat up two bullies so badly their own parents wouldn't recognize them?" Sean was nearly at his wit's end. After just one day of school, he received a call from the dean summoning him to handle a serious fight. They were bullying Rachel. The little girl who had been lectured all the way defended herself. "Those two jerks were pulling her skirt and I only used a little bit of force." "Who's Rachel?" Sean asked, puzzled, before resuming his scolding. "And Mindy, if you're going to fight, you can punch them until their faces are a mess, but don't kick them in the groin. That's too cruel, especially for boys. Rachel is my first friend at school. She's so pitiful, bullied by those school thugs every day. And everyone avoids her because she's from Hell's Kitchen." Mindy pouted, looking a bit aggrieved. In her understanding, she had only done a good deed by helping a friend, yet she was being blamed by everyone. Sean fell silent for a moment, then stroked the little girl's head and said softly, "Mindy, you can't keep living the way you used to. Helping a friend being bullied by bad guys is a good thing, but you need to be careful about your methods. You can use your fists to teach them a lesson, but don't let the teacher catch any evidence. Because if you do, you might get expelled, and then your friend will continue to be bullied by these people, maybe even face worse retaliation. You mean next time I can sneak up and hit them from behind? The little girl looked up at Sean, a puzzled expression on her face. Something like that, I guess. Sean felt a headache coming on. Clearly he wasn't suited for this kind of counseling. Transforming Mindy, who had been deeply influenced by the violence solves everything mindset, into a normal girl was a monumental and complex task that would take time. Why were those two so arrogant at your school? Sean couldn't help but wonder. The school was a prestigious private institution in New York, attended mostly by children from affluent families with respectable high-end jobs. How could they allow their kids to be bullied? They said their father is one of Kingpin's men, Mindy recalled, then asked curiously, who's Kingpin? Sean narrowed his eyes. Was this the rhythm of just dealing with Frank D'Amico and now moving into Hell's Kitchen? Compared to the name Kingpin, New Yorkers were more familiar with Wilson Fisk, a real estate tycoon born in Hell's Kitchen, a philanthropist and respected socialite. However, Sean knew this was just a hypocritical facade. The real Wilson Fisk, besides being a successful businessman, was the crime lord ruling New York's underworld. Starting as a minor thug, he clawed his way up through murder and plunder to claim the throne of the criminal underworld. Yet that wasn't enough to satisfy his ambition. Wilson, with his sharp mind and formidable strength, continuously swallowed up other gangs' territories, eliminating anyone who refused to submit until he firmly grasped the entire American mafia in his hands. From the chaotic, impoverished Hell's Kitchen, he built a vast and terrifying criminal empire. After becoming New York's top crime lord, he rebranded himself as a successful real estate mogul, seamlessly integrating into high society, chatting amiably with prosecutors and police commissioners. He recruited a large number of Russian mobsters and Irishmen from Hell's Kitchen as enforcers, gradually dominating New York's underworld. Those in the criminal world called Wilson Kingpin, meaning the mastermind. From then on, that name became a terrifying existence that struck fear into the hearts of the underworld. He's just a big villain who commands a bunch of thugs, Sean said indifferently, a thoughtful glint passing through his eyes. Perhaps that crime lord ruling New York's underground could make a small contribution to his own initial accumulation of capital. After all, Hell's Kitchen was a prime location everyone desired. He took the little girl's hand, preparing to head home. The school fight incident, under the fierce assault of a large stack of cash, led the principal dean to decide on leniency. Using the excuse that Mindy is just a child, he overruled the other teachers' suggestions to expel her. Thus the storm quietly subsided. Mindy returned to school and after her victorious battle became the school's top queen, begathering a group of admiring little followers. Of course, this was just a minor episode in Sean's ordinary life. In this era before superheroes filled the skies, he enjoyed the tranquility without worrying about alien invasions or some evil villain trying to destroy the world. Everything was so beautiful. Moreover, it gave him the leisure to steadily build his strength without fearing the dangers of his own weakness. After all, even Tony Stark was still indulging in a life of debauchery, yet to become the flying Iron Man. Superheroes slumbered in their cradles, not yet awakened, that the cosmic conqueror, coveting the 6 Infinity Stones, had not yet turned his gaze toward this blue planet. None of the stories had begun. Bread will come and milk will come. Sean gazed at the setting sun on the horizon, his eyes shimmering with anticipation for the future. Dr. Connors was a visiting professor at the State University of New York, occasionally lecturing students on the subject of genetics. Alongside his teaching duties, he operated his own independent laboratory funded by Oscorp Industries. The company's owner, Norman Osborn, was deeply intrigued by the research Connors was conducting. That research involved a groundbreaking technology for limb regeneration holding vast potential and marketability in medical applications. Thus, Norman Osborn allocated substantial annual research grants to Connors, striving to complete this epoch-making project. Connors walked out of his office with a troubled expression. He had once been a military doctor drafted into war and sent to the front lines to treat the wounded. In a massive explosion, he was gravely injured and had to have an arm amputated to save his life. Upon returning to the university, he delved into the study of reptilian regenerative systems and the field of genetics, all in an effort to restore his own physical loss. After years of painstaking research, Connors had glimpsed a ray of hope. Many scientific obstacles had been overcome, and he firmly believed that with more time he could complete the technology for limb regeneration. But at this critical juncture, Oscorp Industries cut off funding for the laboratory. Upon inquiry, Connors learned that this rising industrial giant had recently encountered significant troubles, with its stock price plummeting like an avalanche and constant rumors of a split or acquisition. Norman Osborn, preoccupied with his own survival, could hardly continue to provide the exorbitant research funds. This left Connors in an awkward predicament. He was merely one step away from success, yet due to insufficient funding he could not proceed with his research. For him it was a devastating blow. Thinking that the efforts and passion of his lifetime might dissolve into nothing but a dream, a flush of angry red surged across Connor's pale, gaunt face. He clenched his fists, gazing at the busy interns in the lab, his grim, livid expression gradually shifting into helpless dejection. "Good morning, Dr. Connors." A young boy stood before Connors, a warm smile on his face. The stoic middle-aged man snapped back to reality, recognizing him as one of his interns. Connors forced a stiff smile onto his face. "Hello, Sean. I read your paper on cross-species genetics and biological genes. It was quite insightful." Regarding this seemingly sunny young man, Connors was quite satisfied. No matter what task he was given, Sean always completed it with remarkable proficiency, even the tedious work of cleaning laboratory instruments, which he handled with great patience. Thus Connors had always admired this young boy, planning to formally recruit him into the research team once his own study succeeded, reaping its long-awaited glory and acclaim, and entrust him with some truly core research work. Now everything had turned into empty talk. Without the support of Oscorp Industries, it was utterly impossible to continue the unfinished research. The future prospects he had envisioned had become like the moon's reflection on water, a flower in a mirror, illusory and fragile. Sean watched Dr. Connors' retreating, dejected figure, a flicker of curiosity in his mind. Could it be that he had triggered the lizard storyline? In the original timeline, this taciturn, one-armed middle-aged man, driven by a series of circumstances, had resorted to experimenting on himself, just like the cornered Norman Osborn, ultimately mutating into a massive humanoid lizard. The reason Sean had joined Connors' lab was merely to find a plausible excuse for his future achievements. Otherwise, a person with no formal education and no scientific knowledge suddenly producing a breakthrough with immense value would inevitably invite criticism. Tony Stark's genius halo was supported by the vast Stark Industries and his degree from MIT. Therefore, Sean could not afford to lag behind. He had been waiting for the right opportunity to secure his first stepping stone. Oscorp Industries, whose stock had recently plummeted, was one of Sean's targets. The high-tech equipment of the Green Goblin was stolen from Oscorp Industries. This was the news Sean had anonymously sent to the Daily Bugle. Norman Osborn, in his reckless experiment with the human enhancement serum, lost control of his emotions and became the violent, murderous Green Goblin. Barring any unexpected events, he would eventually die at the hands of Spider-Man, leaving Harry to take over the nearly bankrupt company. For everything that followed, Sean had already prepared a plan. To transform from an ordinary boy in New York into a figure of Tony Stark's stature, relying solely on the power bestowed by the system, was far from sufficient. This world was filled with too many formidable beings. If he thought he could rely solely on the system to overpower every superhero, he would only end up in a perilous situation, surrounded and hunted. Sean had no desire to trail behind superheroes and S.H.I.E.L.D. taking orders from that black director, nor did he wish to hide in dark, obscure corners like Hydra, plotting to defy the Avengers and rule the world. He wanted to carve his own path between superheroes and villains, free from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s constraints and Hydra's threats. To achieve this goal, Sean needed not only immense power but also a sufficiently stable position, a vast network of wealth and influence. Thus he had covertly set a trap for Norman Osborn, confident that the Green Goblin was currently grappling with the crisis engulfing his company. If Spider-Man fails to take down the Green Goblin, should I step in? Sean mused, tapping his chin. If due to the butterfly effect the timeline had shifted and the Green Goblin survived, it would be highly detrimental to Sean's plans. Compared to the easily controlled Harry, the cunning Norman Osborn would be far more difficult to manage. Peter, don't let me down. Sean changed into his white lab coat, ready to start another day. Catching a glimpse of a blonde girl approaching him out of the corner of his eye, he quickly concealed the coldness in his gaze, replacing it with a cheerful smile, appearing as harmless as a sunny boy. "Hey Gwen. I thought you'd take some more time off to rest at home," Sean said, greeting the wide-eyed blonde girl with concern. This girl, Spider-Man's first love, was holding a bag in both hands, a hint of shyness on her pretty face. Sean inexplicably felt the atmosphere grow subtle, as if a certain ambiguous sensation was spreading. "Here are your clothes. I washed them for you." "Thank you," the girl murmured, her voice barely audible. Had it not been for Sean's keen hearing, he might not have caught what she said. The young boy took the bag, realizing it was the suit jacket he had lent the blonde girl when he rescued her last time. He had completely forgotten about it. I just did what anyone would have done. Anyone in that situation would have stepped up." Unbeknownst to Sean, his seemingly modest demeanor only endeared him further to the girl. Gwen perceived him as a stable, unpretentious young man, and a wave of inexplicable joy welled up within her. The two exchanged light-hearted banter as they entered the bustling lab. Meanwhile, in Dr. Connor's private office, the one-armed scientist's face was etched with inner turmoil, as if he were hesitating over a risky decision. "This is a last resort. Perhaps I will succeed." Connors sat in his office in despair. The thought of his life's work about to go to waste ignited a surge of anger within him. Those bastards from the mainstream scientific community mocked him as a mad scientist conducting research that seemed destined for failure. Even Norman Osborn, who had backed him through thick and thin, abandoned him in his most desperate time. The faces of those who mocked his physical disability flashed through his mind, ugly and twisted. The beautiful dreams laden with flowers and honors had been shattered by the cruel reality. Without the results of this research, what future could he possibly have? It was as if a voice echoed deep within him, like the devil from Faust tempting Connors to take a risk, to make that bold decision. Perhaps Lady Luck would smile upon him. The chances of success in human trials were slim, but just imagine a life of poverty in his later years, facing the scorn and doubt of academia. "I refuse to accept this fate," Connors shouted, sweeping the documents off the desk like a gambler who had lost everything, determined to turn his fortunes around with one last gamble. He looked at his empty sleeve, and impulse surged within him like volcanic lava erupting, completely breaking down the defenses of reason. Taking a vial from the lab's cold storage, Connors returned to his office, locked the door, and began the human trial. Holding the substandard reagent, Connors understood that this reckless attempt was akin to suicide, yet he had no way out. Osborn Industries would soon withdraw funding and reclaim the laboratory's rights. At that point he would have nothing. "God bless." Connors silently prayed, then raised his hand to inject the reagent. Knock, knock, knock. "Dear Connors, are you in there?" The sudden knocking interrupted Connors' human trial. The one-armed middle-aged man appeared somewhat flustered. He recognized the voice of his intern Sean, unsure of what the capable young man wanted. "I'm conducting some research." "What do you need, Sean?" Connors asked nervously. "Oh, I was just speaking with Gwen about some research on interspecies genetics. She mentioned that the lab's research progress is stalled due to the decay rate algorithm. I've read your published book and all your papers. Can I come in?" Sean stood at the door, knowing that Dr. Connors had dedicated his life to interspecies genetics, attempting to transfer the biological traits of lizards to humans so that those with physical disabilities could regain their health. Unfortunately, this project, which could shock the world if successful, had been stuck on the biological equations. Dr. Connors lacked the formula for the decay rate evolution, hindering any progress in the experiments. As the office door opened, Connors beckoned Sean to come in. The young boy glimpsed the vial on the desk and was astonished. It seems that his impact on Osborn Industries had left the one-armed doctor in a dire predicament, even to the point of resorting to human trials. "Do you have any suggestions for my experiment?" Connors asked perfunctorily. Although Sean was indeed talented, he didn't expect the young boy to offer any substantial advice. Having spent his entire life stuck at this stage despite countless attempts, he had never been able to obtain the correct formula for the decay rate evolution. Sean was only in his 20s and had only been involved in interspecies genetics research for a few months. Connors didn't believe that he could have any extraordinary insights. Dear Connors, I've read your book and the papers on interspecies genetics. It's a magnificent idea. If realized, it could offer limitless possibilities. Sean's face displayed admiration and respect, seemingly full of confidence in Connors' research. The young boy's genuine words touched Connors. He had long felt a lack of recognition. The mainstream academic community considered him a dreamer. Except for Norman Osborn, no one believed in this research project, and even that president of Osborn Industries had only invested out of commercial interest. Thank you, Sean. Many people think interspecies genetics is a mad idea. A hint of gratitude showed in Connors' eyes. No one had ever said such things to him. Seeing that he was gradually gaining the upper hand in the conversation, a slight smile appeared on Sean's lips. The one-armed doctor, who had immersed himself in academic research for years, was not adept at interpersonal relationships or communication skills. Otherwise, he would have noticed that Sean's earlier words, though seemingly sincere, were merely hypocritical praise. Doctor, I've seen your experiment comparison reports and the data. This is the decay rate evolution formula I came up with. Can you see if there are any corrections needed? Dear Connors chuckled inwardly. He didn't believe Sean could solve this problem. He simply didn't want to crush the young boy's enthusiasm and effort for science, seeing the eagerness in his eyes. He took the notepad filled with complex formulas. Just as he was about to dismiss it, he found himself speechless, staring in shock at the calm-faced Sean. You! Incredible! Sean, you are a genius. A true genius. Connors exclaimed excitedly, tongue-tied. He never expected that the problem that had troubled him for years could be resolved so simply. Doctor, this formula isn't perfect yet. I hope you can complete it. Sean wore a humble smile. He didn't want Connors to use this algorithm immediately, only to become a lizard-like monster due to genetic conflicts, just as in the previous timeline. But, alright, Sean. I'll be honest with you. This lab is funded by Osborn Industries, but recently the company has encountered some troubles. They are demanding to withdraw funding and reclaim the lab's rights. In other words, I don't have much time left. A look of pain crossed Connors' face. Time was now his greatest enemy. Even if success was within reach, everything required time to accomplish. Doctor, have you forgotten the original purpose of this research? If interspecies genetics could be realized, it could save millions of disabled people, freeing them from physical defects and the judgmental eyes of others. Furthermore, the development prospects would not stop there. The fusion of human genes with animal genes could allow us to take a giant leap in evolution. Sean spoke passionately, his voice filled with infectious energy, painting a vast future for Dr. Connors that felt incredibly real. This algorithm is not perfect, it's merely a product of inspiration. It needs someone who understands interspecies genetics very well to perfect it. Dear Connors, we can do better, we just need a little patience. The young boy, like a Wall Street stockbroker, persistently encouraged Connors, causing the doctor's internal thoughts to waver. As for Osborn Industries, remembering his inclination to give up on Norman Osborn, Connors fell into a dilemma. Research funding won't be a problem, trust me. Just give me 2 days. Sean made his guarantee, his young face earnest and resolute, as if possessing a remarkable power that inspired unwavering confidence. Connors looked through his glasses at the young boy bringing miracles. Although doubts lingered in his heart, he chose to trust Sean. Perhaps deep down he hoped to achieve the perfect experimental results, just as Sean described. Leaving Connors' laboratory, the sky had completely darkened. Sean bid farewell to Gwen and embarked on his journey home. Recalling the reluctant look in the girl's eyes before she left, a subtle feeling surged within him. Was this in a way poaching from Spider-Man? Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Sean began to ponder how to secure a massive investment for Dr. Connors. Norman Osborn was certainly out of the question. The Green Goblin was already overwhelmed by his company's plummeting stock prices. Moreover, Osborn Industries' financial state couldn't spare any more funds. Should he approach Tony Stark, that playboy billionaire? The thought flickered and vanished as Sean shook his head in rejection. Stark Industries was a military-industrial giant backed by the Department of Defense, while Connor's research was destined for the biomedical field. The future Iron Man would have no interest in it. Besides, Tony Stark was a sharp-tongued tsundere, arrogant narcissist. Approaching him for investment with his current status would be a pipe dream, likely ending in a humiliating rebuke. What about Hammer Industries, another national military contractor? No, Justin Hammer was a greedy and mindless businessman. Given the vast disparity in their positions, he would surely devour Sean without leaving a trace. After filtering through all suitable candidates in his mind, Sean finally set his sights on New York's renowned real estate tycoon Wilson Fisk. Known in the underworld as the Kingpin, this emperor of crime possessed immense power, secretly controlling 80% of New York's illegal businesses and ruling a vast criminal syndicate. Even the judicial system and FBI were powerless against him. Compared to other major corporations, this seemingly formidable Mr. Kingpin was actually the easiest target. The people at S.H.I.E.L.D. only cared about extraordinary superheroes and had no interest in a crime lord who controlled New York's underworld. Eliminating a heinous crime lord, wouldn't that be an act of justice for the citizens of New York? Sean returned to the apartment and happened to run into Mindy, who was just back from school, at the door. The little girl wore a light-colored jacket and sky-blue jeans, carrying a backpack, looking no different from any normal girl. "You were definitely thinking of some bad plan just now," Mindy declared with certainty. "Why do you say that?" Sean was slightly startled. Could this little one read minds? Had she seen through his thoughts? "You always get that sly grin whenever you're plotting something bad," Mindy said, tossing her backpack onto the sofa and grabbing an ice cream from the fridge to reward herself. Sean touched his face, wondering if his villainous traits were that obvious. Even a little girl could tell. "I was just thinking about doing a good deed, like Spider-Man becoming a superhero." Sean defended himself, aiming to bring peace to Hell's Kitchen while raising funds for Dr. Connors. "A superhero? Awesome!" Mindy suddenly shrieked with excitement. "I've already come up with a name for myself, Hit Girl. Doesn't it sound fierce?" The little girl's innate violent streak was reignited. She pulled a black case from under her bed filled with an array of lethal weapons: pistols, submachine guns, tactical knives, fragmentation grenades, and more. These heavy-duty armaments, standard for special forces, were enough for Mindy to storm the NYPD and fight her way out. You look more like a terrorist," Sean said, speechlessly watching the little girl quickly change into a purple wig and a tight purple bodysuit. He had almost forgotten that this seemingly innocent and adorable little girl was the terrifying figure who had once wiped out Frank D'Amico's gang. When it came to killing experience and skill, Sean had to concede defeat. Over this period, he had undergone a series of training tasks set by Mindy, learning combat techniques, disguise, and hacking skills, reaching a level close to that of S.H.I.E.L.D. Black Ops agent. How could there be such a cute terrorist? The little girl pouted and played cute. Sean was left speechless. Since starting school and living a normal girl's life, Mindy had become harder to fool. What used to be settled with a pizza now required at least a strawberry sundae and a sumptuous Chinese meal. Girls should stay away from these weapons. Why not learn dancing, painting, or piano instead? Finding himself unable to win the argument, Sean resorted to force. He grabbed the little girl, removed her wig, and confiscated the black case full of weapons. He needed them anyway. Pouting Mindy decided to ignore Sean for a week for his lack of gentleness. But when dinner arrived, a table full of tempting Chinese dishes, the little girl shamelessly forgot all about it. Ever since she had tasted the legendary Eastern cuisine, her once favorite pizza and Mexican grilled meat had been completely forgotten. Those foods were child's play compared to the rich variety of Chinese cooking. Sean watched the little girl devour her meal with satisfaction, thinking to himself that being a good cook was indeed an essential skill for any protagonist. As the night deepened, Sean urged Mindy to wash up and go to bed. Then he retrieved a bulletproof vest, a pistol, and a tactical knife from the black case, fully arming himself. He slipped on a dark hoodie and quietly climbed out the window. The city lights glowed as he looked down upon nighttime New York. This opulent, bustling metropolis was like a restless city that never slept. The dazzling neon signs and billboards mingling with the endless streams of traffic formed a vast sea of light, tempting one to lose themselves in it. Of course, this was only New York's glamorous side. The wealthy in the Upper East Side partied all night in extravagant indulgence, while those living in the slums endured dilapidated apartments harassed by black thugs, drug dealers, and prostitutes constantly worrying about being robbed on the streets. If Manhattan's Upper East Side was a paradise for the rich, then Hell's Kitchen, located on the west side of Manhattan Island, commonly called Midtown West, was a veritable hell. Once a notorious slum home to Irish immigrant laborers, it was infamous for its dilapidated housing, severe ethnic conflicts, and high crime rates. Most of New York's gangs had illegal businesses here: arms smuggling, drug trafficking, human trafficking, acts absolutely forbidden in civilized society, were hardly significant in Hell's Kitchen. This chaotic, crime-ridden area, composed of lower-class residents, hippies, punks, gang members, and prostitutes, formed a vast and complex network. Even the police's efforts to maintain order yielded little effect. Sean walked through the streets of Hell's Kitchen, hood pulled low. As the night grew thicker, this area, known for crime and darkness, became increasingly lively. Prostitutes in revealing attire, thugs eyeing pedestrians' wallets, and domineering, fierce-looking gang members. He felt as if he had stepped into a bizarre world, brushing against the darkest corners of New York. James Wesley returned home, loosened his tie, and took off his suit jacket, preparing to rest as usual. "Good evening, Mr. Wesley," a hoarse voice echoed from the living room. Wesley, retrieving a bottle of milk from the refrigerator, his body trembled slightly before regaining composure. "I suggest you don't reach for the gun or attempt to resist, Mr. Wesley. You're not adept at it." The voice seemed to anticipate his every move. "Come sit at the table, let's talk face to face. That's the purpose of my visit." After a brief deliberation, Wesley decided to comply. He was a shrewd man, always knowing how to ensure his own safety. "Who are you?" The young man, refined with wire-rimmed glasses, hesitated before posing this somewhat cliched question. "That's irrelevant." The figure seated in darkness spoke, a pistol glinting coldly emerging from the shadows, aimed at Wesley, who struggled to maintain his calm. "The question worth asking is who you are. Mr. Wesley. At 28, you've purchased a duplex apartment in Manhattan's affluent district, wear a limited edition Piaget watch and custom Italian suits, and own 3 properties each in Long Island and Brooklyn. Frankly, given your age and salary, this seems incongruous. You hail from a working-class family in Hell's Kitchen, funded your education through scholarships and a kind benefactor, and became a manager at a trading company post-graduation. Forgive my candor, but even this apartment alone would strain your income." Listening to his own history unveiled piece by piece, Wesley felt a pang of alarm. The other party had investigated him thoroughly, leaving no detail unexamined. Gazing at the gun extended from the shadows and the figure cloaked in darkness, Wesley grew anxious. He had no idea what this inexplicable intruder sought to gain from him. "Remarkably, you're a Stanford graduate and a promising law alumnus. The benefactor who supported your studies was none other than Hell's Kitchen's notorious real estate magnate Wilson Fisk, better known by his more fearsome name Kingpin. Are you here for Mr. Wilson? Who sent you? The Russian mafia? The hand from Japan? The Mexican drug cartels?" Wesley's mind raced as he listed other criminal factions in Hell's Kitchen. "While Kingpin certainly has no shortage of enemies. As I said, you don't need to know my identity. I'm here to propose a deal." A figure emerged from the darkness, face hidden beneath a hood. Wesley leaned forward, slightly adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses, and asked, "You want me to betray Mr. Wilson?" This top law graduate from a prestigious university possessed a sharp and agile mind. He knew he had little to attract attention himself. Only the underworld emperor ruling New York's shadows could be someone else's target. "Bingo." The figure in the darkness snapped their fingers, speaking in a relaxed tone. "Not betrayal. No one dares defy Kingpin's fearsome reputation. Those who oppose him mostly end up at the bottom of the Hudson River. As his personal assistant, Mr. Wesley, you know this better than I. Then what do you want?" "I'm just a nobody." Wesley was bewildered by the words. The figure under the hood chuckled softly, placing the pistol on the center of the table as if unafraid of Wesley seizing the weapon. I've set my sights on Kingpin's enterprises, legitimate ones of course. Hell's Kitchen is a melting pot of chaos. Kingpin built his tyrannical rule through violence and bloodshed. But the Russian mafia and the Japanese hand have been vying to reclaim their turf. Soon a war will erupt here. The hooded figure gazed at the frowning Wesley and declared, I intend to oust them all, including Kingpin. Wesley's face registered utter astonishment. He almost thought he had encountered a madman. Eliminate Kingpin and all the gangs in Hell's Kitchen. Even the entire NYPD couldn't manage that. Kingpin alone commanded thousands of thugs and villains willing to die for him. If this Kingpin declared someone's disappearance in New York, that person's body would be dumped in the Hudson by nightfall. You must think him joking or perhaps a raving lunatic. The figure seemed to read Wesley's thoughts and continued, I don't need your belief nor any guarantees from you. I came to see you today to have this conversation simply to make one thing clear, Mr. Wesley. The figure paused, then stated, tomorrow night Kingpin will die. His formidable enforcer Bullseye won't survive either. These words struck Wesley like a thunderbolt, leaving his mind blank and his ability to think momentarily paralyzed. This madman was going to kill Kingpin and Bullseye. Once these two are dead, you, James Wesley, Kingpin's personal assistant who manages his criminal empire, will become one of the most powerful figures in Hell's Kitchen. Ignoring Wesley's shock, the figure under the hood calmly laid out the plan. You'll share this position with Kingpin's financial expert Mr. Leland, provided he's willing to cooperate. Then you'll take over Kingpin's legitimate assets as quickly as possible. As for his illegal operations, I'm sure the Russian mafia, the Japanese hand, and the Mexican cartels will be interested. Your task is to launder your image in the shortest time, rebrand yourself as a legitimate businessman, a young upstart from Hell's Kitchen. Then invest in a genetic biology PhD named Dr. Kurt Connors, providing him with research funding. Wesley's jaw dropped. He stared blankly at the figure in the darkness, thinking he had indeed encountered a complete madman. This person unabashedly described how to usurp the New York Kingpin's empire and territory right in front of him. Wasn't he afraid Wesley would inform Kingpin? You're a smart man. I appreciate that you didn't try to grab the pistol on the table. Otherwise you'd be meeting your maker by now. The other spoke calmly, yet a faint chill laced their words, causing Wesley to shiver involuntarily. Of course you can go tell Kingpin that a madman plans to kill him tomorrow and seize everything he owns. The figure always seemed to anticipate Wesley's thoughts, as if capable of reading his mind. This left Wesley feeling utterly exposed, with no secrets left. However, a smart and capable person is never content to remain subordinate. You shouldn't just be a gang boss personal assistant, Mr. Wesley. You can have a much broader future, if you're truly intelligent enough. The figure slowly retreated into the darkness. After a while the room fell silent, with no further sounds, as if everything that had just happened was merely Wesley's hallucination. The Kingpin's personal assistant stared at the pistol on the table, a tumult of emotions swirling in his eyes. Treading through the deep night, Sean quietly climbed back into his apartment through the window. He stripped off the hoodie that concealed his features, removed his bulletproof vest and tactical knife, then lay on the bed pondering. Tonight he had paid a visit to James Wesley, the private assistant of Kingpin, the trusted confidant of that underworld emperor. He had deliberately crafted an enigmatic persona that defied convention precisely to leave Wesley baffled about his origins, fostering an air of inscrutability. A clever man tends to overthink, which was exactly what Sean intended. He aimed to use this mystique to neutralize the intimidation and reverence inspired by Kingpin. Sean had no interest in becoming New York's underworld emperor. He merely sought to leverage Kingpin's wealth to take the first step toward his grand ambitions. Rule Hell's Kitchen? That was a consideration for later. To make a clever man betray his boss, one must first ignite the desires deep within his heart. Ambition is an innate instinct in everyone, yet most people gild it as a seemingly glorious ideal or unshakable conviction. Wesley was a capable and intelligent man. Such individuals rarely find satisfaction in what they possess, believing they deserve more, a higher status, greater wealth, formidable power. Human desire is an endless, fathomless abyss impossible to fill. Could a stranger appearing out of nowhere spouting reckless nonsense truly make Wesley turn against his boss, the fearsome underworld emperor? Even the most potent protagonist's aura couldn't achieve that. All Sean needed to do was plant a seed of ambition in Wesley's mind. If Kingpin were to fall, who would inherit the vast empire left by the underworld emperor? Sean never believed in absolute loyalty between people. With the right price, anyone could betray you. The question was whether you could afford the cost. Kingpin disguised himself as a philanthropist and socialite, often funding young people from Hell's Kitchen to complete their education. Those who received his favors typically ended up working for his companies, becoming part of New York's largest criminal syndicate. Wesley was no exception, though he was the most successful. A young law graduate from a prestigious university transformed into the legal counsel for a crime boss, eventually becoming Kingpin's private assistant, managing his various enterprises in Hell's Kitchen. It was undeniably a legendary life. Perhaps Kingpin believed he had given Wesley enough, but the latter might not see it that way. Who wouldn't want to climb higher and claim a more elevated position? That lawyer who likes to go out at night should thank me. I'm about to solve a big problem for him, Sean murmured, his hands behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling. Sometimes when he looked in the mirror, he felt a stranger. Since arriving in this world, he had gained power beyond ordinary comprehension, growing stronger bit by bit. He could kill threatening gangsters without flinching, resorting to underhanded methods to achieve his goals, spreading rumors about Oscorp and the Green Goblin, or using DR counters to perfect the decay rate algorithm. Sean couldn't tell whether this change was good or bad. But since he had chosen this path, he must walk it without hesitation. Any obstacle in his way would be mercilessly crushed or kicked aside. Gradually, the young man's gaze grew resolute again. This was not a world where a normal or good person could survive. When villains sought to destroy the world or aliens invaded, no one would spare you because your moral standards were higher. The world is not beautiful, it is dangerous and cruel, Sean muttered to himself, then drifted into a deep sleep. The next day arrived. As night fell, a massive, robust figure stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. He had a gleaming bald head, wore an impeccably tailored suit, and always bore a sincere smile. There was nothing intimidating about his presence, making it hard to imagine that this amiable, stout man was the feared Kingpin of the underworld. Bullseye, you know, my father was a loathsome drunkard. Had come home reeking of alcohol every day and take his anger out on me and my mother. Once I was bullied by a school thug. When my father found out, he took me to that guy, grabbed him and told me to punch him hard, saying only with a strong fist will others fear you and dare not bully you. So I beat that thug badly. When the blood splattered on my face, I realized that violence, like fine wine, is intoxicating. That was the only thing that drunkard ever taught me. Kingpin fingered the cuff of his sleeve, his smile gradually fading as the aura of the underworld emperor erupted. Money and power can make people bow and surrender their dignity, but only the fist can instill true fear in their hearts. So when I grew up, I joined the mob, determined to become the one with the strongest fist. Boss, you rule the entire underground world of New York. Who doesn't fear your might and power? Even those ungrateful Irishmen and the Russian mafia have handed over their territories, flattered a wiry man in a black trench coat and tight leather pants. Known as Bullseye, he was one of Kingpin's few trusted enforcers and bodyguards, with a target tattoo on his forehead and a cruel, sinister gleam in his eyes. Many gang leaders who defied Kingpin had died at this man's hands. Bullseye was once a notorious professional killer hired by Kingpin as his chief assassin. He possessed an innate throwing ability capable of hurling any object, playing cards, toothpicks, darts, with deadly precision at his targets. Why didn't you finish off Daredevil last time? Kingpin asked Bullseye, knowing his man rarely failed. Someone with a skull emblem on his clothes saved him, Bullseye growled. The Punisher. Hell's Kitchen is getting more interesting. Daredevil was a recently emerged street vigilante clad in a strange red devil costume fighting crime. Last month he had repeatedly disrupted Kingpin's operations. The financial losses didn't bother the underworld emperor, but he couldn't tolerate anyone challenging his authority. As for the Punisher, he was even more ruthless than Daredevil. Any criminal he caught rarely survived. He was proficient with various firearms, likely a mercenary or a rigorously trained Special Forces soldier. The NYPD had labeled him a top threat and was actively hunting him. Bullseye find out Daredevil's identity. I want to play with him slowly, Kingpin said, a cruel smile curling at his lips. It had been a long time since he encountered such an intriguing figure. Kingpin had seen many self-righteous fools who thought they were comic book heroes saving the world. They all ended up kneeling at his feet begging for mercy, abandoning their cherished beliefs. Money makes men bow, power makes them lower their heads, and violence instills fear in those who possess both. Kingpin gazed triumphantly over Hell's Kitchen, a once chaotic slum now subjugated beneath him. The casinos, nightclubs, hotels, all his enterprises. The thugs, gang enforcers, drug dealers, all groveling at his feet. He was the hidden ruler of this city, standing shoulder to shoulder with the powerful elite. Just as the underworld emperor reveled in his achievements, a tiny flicker of fire appeared beyond the window, growing larger and hurtling toward his luxurious apartment. Boss, watch out. Bullseye sensed the danger first and shouted a warning. Kingpin's eyes widened, his muscles tensing. Despite his massive 450-pound frame, he moved swiftly, diving aside. The bulletproof window shattered with a deafening crash, glass shards flying everywhere. The blast wave swept through the room, shredding the expensive carpet-framed paintings and lavish liquor cabinet. Scorching flames like a ravenous maw licked at the leather sofa and hardwood floor. A devastating rocket-propelled grenade had launched this assault. Sean, you need to be careful. Those two might not be dead. On the rooftop of the opposite building, a cute little girl with a purple wig and tight-fitting suit spoke into her communicator. She had nearly been knocked over by the massive recoil of the rocket launcher, and her shoulders still throbbed with pain. I knew I shouldn't have let you come. A voice filled with exasperation came through the communicator. Sean had originally planned to go alone, breaking into the high-end apartment where Kingpin resided to eliminate the Dark Emperor ruling over New York's underworld. But Mindy had discovered his plan. The little girl, always fascinated by violence, clamored to join the operation. After careful consideration, Sean finally agreed, partly because he couldn't withstand her adorable pleading and incessant chatter, but also because Mindy herself was a formidable fighter. After all, this little girl was not as fragile as she appeared. Beneath her cute and innocent disguise lay a ruthless killing machine honed through brutal training. Hit girl. Plan A failed. Execute the second plan. Sean gave the order through the communicator. He had already infiltrated the floor of Kingpin's luxury apartment. Mindy, when will Kingpin's men arrive? I've cut the power to the elevators. You have about 10 minutes. The little girl proved reliable in critical moments. That's enough. Jam the surveillance equipment in the building. Let me deliver a surprise to Mr. Kingpin. Sean said calmly. He had meticulously planned this assassination for a long time. Inside the lavishly decorated apartment, chaos reigned. Shards of glass were scattered everywhere, thick smoke billowed, and flames licked at the bookshelves and carpet. The disheveled Kingpin crawled out from under his desk. The tremendous shockwave from the rocket-propelled grenade had barely fazed him. It's been a long time since I've had such an experience. Kingpin licked his lips, a cruel, bloodthirsty smile spreading across his seemingly good-natured face. The burly crime lord shed his tattered white suit, his gleaming bald head covered in dust. Since becoming the ruler of Hell's Kitchen, no one had dared to attempt such an assassination, not only out of fear of Kingpin's brutal vengeance and fearsome reputation, but also because his enemies had lost countless capable men before realizing that eliminating this crime lord was nearly impossible. Apart from his ever-present bodyguard Bullseye, Kingpin himself possessed immense strength. Even before rising to rule New York's underworld, there were terrifying tales of him beating a rival gang leader to a bloody pulp. Bullseye, are you dead? Kingpin tightened his grip on his cane, confident that his trusted subordinate wouldn't be easily taken down. A faint rustling came from the fireplace in the apartment. A wiry man in a black trench coat and tight leather pants crawled out, his face smeared with soot, looking even more disheveled than his boss. Boss, someone sent us a big gift. Bullseye gritted his teeth, his blood-soaked killer's heart now seething with a thirst for murder. One rocket might not be enough. There should be a squad of gunmen, maybe a team of mercenaries from Central Asia. Kingpin said dismissively. As the ruler of New York's underworld, he had weathered countless storms. A minor attack like this couldn't intimidate him. In fact, the crime lord felt a hint of anticipation. By morning, when he dumped the bodies into the Hudson River, all of New York would once again feel the blood and terror embodied by the name Kingpin. And the enemies who orchestrated this attack would meet their end in agonized wails. Just a game to pass the time, Kingpin thought. Knock, knock, knock. The door, remarkably intact after the massive explosion, was wrapped. A young voice came from outside. Mr. Wilson Fisk, there's a delivery for you. Please sign. Kingpin exchanged a glance with Bullseye, their muscles tensing instantly. Sure enough, the next second the heavy door burst open with a bang and a shadowy figure charged into the room, radiating a chilling aura. Without a word, Bullseye hurled two razor-sharp darts glinting coldly as they sliced through the air toward the intruder's throat and eyes. Meanwhile, Kingpin gripped his heavy cane, his massive form charging like a thunderstorm, rushing at the dark silhouette that had arrived in such an unfriendly manner. The shadow didn't slow down. With a light step, it dodged Bullseye's darts like a faint afterimage. A thunderous strike came crashing down, the heavy cane Kingpin never parted with. One hit would surely split the intruder's head like a watermelon, painting a gruesome picture of blood and gore. Within seconds of stepping into the room, Sean faced a relentless barrage of attacks. He had to admit that Kingpin was genuinely formidable. No wonder even superheroes like Daredevil, Punisher, and Spider-Man had never gotten the better of him. The crime lord's raw power alone rivaled that of seasoned street-level heroes. Sean's pupils contracted. The strength accumulated in his body surged forth like a river, invisible molecules stirring within every cell like a scorching current, electrifying every nerve. A surging power filled his hands. Sean's gaze turned cold as he pushed off the ground, his body moving in an impossible trajectory. The heavy cane, forged like steel, smashed through the bookshelf behind him, sending paper scraps flying through the ruined room. A swift throwing knife locked onto Sean's path, aiming for his chest. At the same time, Kingpin coordinated flawlessly, swinging his cane horizontally. The seemingly expensive black cane emitted a searing white electric current, a secret weapon the crime lord had prepared like something out of a sci-fi movie. It could fire lasers, release poison or smoke, and deliver electric shocks in close combat, catching any opponent off guard. Bullseye and Kingpin exchanged a knowing smile. Their synergy was impeccable, and they had never failed together. Whether it was mercenaries from the South American jungle or ninja assassins trained by the Japanese hand, all had fallen to Bullseye's knives and Kingpin's fists. That was why the crime lord hadn't fled when the attack began. They were the most fearsome thugs and villains in Hell's Kitchen. Why would they fear some weak assassin? Die! Kingpin bellowed, the shockwave rattling the walls. His colossal frame pressed forward like a mountain while Bullseye's cold viper-like gaze locked onto Sean. Caught in a pincer attack, the young boy showed no panic. It was as if the knife hurtling toward his chest, the cane swinging down, and the electric current crackling toward him didn't exist at all. Caught in the pincer attack of Kingpin and Bullseye, Sean's muscles were taut, his transformed formidable physique surging with inhuman strength. Time seemed to slow as he strode forward, boldly unflinching against the heavy cane hurtling toward him and the hissing incandescent white electricity. Like an arrow loosed from a bowstring, he slammed into the mountain-like robust frame of the king of the underworld. Crack! In the wrecked and chaotic room, a clear sound of shattering rang out. The menacing Kingpin's eyes widened in utter shock. His immense, powerful body was hurled into the air like a mammoth struck down, crashing heavily onto the floor with a thunderous boom. The incandescent current from the cane lashed across Sean like a whip, crackling loudly, yet it did not make him convulse or collapse in paralysis. The minute electric currents were absorbed like water into a sponge by the hungry cells within Sean's body. His physique, transformed by the mysterious potion, could even absorb and utilize the energy of starlight, let alone high-voltage electricity that only threatened ordinary people. Are these the only tricks you have? Sean turned to Bullseye, pinching the gleaming throwing knife in his hand. Bullseye, Kingpin's trusted lieutenant, stood frozen, speechless. He stared blankly at the king of the underworld lying on the ground, his fate unknown. A chill surged through his heart as if the shadow of death loomed over his head. Your boss isn't dead yet, but he will be soon, Sean said with a faint smile. Are you ready to join him, mister? Bullseye. Before Bullseye could answer, a swift cold light flashed through the air. The ruthless killer, whose hands were stained with countless lives, stared blankly as an indescribable chill seized him. He slowly collapsed, a sharp throwing knife embedded in the Bullseye tattoo on his forehead. Having dealt with the cold-blooded killer Bullseye, Sean strolled over to Kingpin. He looked down at the ruler of New York's underworld. The king of the underworld's chest had caved in as if struck heat-in by a train. His sternum was shattered. Bloody foam gushed uncontrollably from his mouth and nose, his breaths rapid and faint. It was clear that soon this fearsome overlord who terrorized New York's underworld would meet his end. "Mr. Wilson Fisk, please sign for this one-way ticket from hell," Sean said, gazing coldly at the struggling king of the underworld. Kingpin struggled to reach out and grasp Sean's pant leg, his eyes filled with reluctance. He couldn't fathom that he and Bullseye would be defeated by a mere young boy. The vicious thugs and merciless killers who had knelt at his feet offering their loyalty and dignity were now a distant memory. From a small-time gang leader in Hell's Kitchen, through sheer audacity and ruthlessness, he had climbed to the throne of a crime boss and finally become the ruler of New York's underworld. Along the way, how many life-and-death crises had he endured? The Irish who once dominated Hell's Kitchen, the fierce and powerful Russians, the far-reaching Japanese hand, all had fallen before his path. Kingpin amassed immense capital through illegal businesses in Hell's Kitchen, building a vast criminal empire. Then he reinvented himself as a successful real estate mogul, ascending to high society, even chatting and mingling with the mayor and police commissioner on equal terms. Who would have thought that this seemingly sincere, enthusiastic bald man was in truth a notorious crime lord? But now it all became a fleeting dream. Feeling his life ebb away drop by drop, the king of the underworld's vision blurred, his eyes losing focus. This young boy, like a terrifying demon who had suddenly appeared, single-handedly ended all his dreams and grand ambitions. Ha! Seeing Kingpin try to speak, Sean's face remained calm. Ending a life with his own hands was no longer hard to accept. This world was not beautiful, like Hell's Kitchen, filled with chaos and sin. It was cold and cruel. "We don't know each other and you've never wronged me. But I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson Fisk. I need to stand higher. To achieve this goal, someone must be sacrificed." Sean casually kicked away the king of the underworld, clinging to his pant leg. "This is just like how you to rise from a petty thug to a crime boss had to kick aside the stumbling blocks in your way. I'm sure you never cared about the innocent souls you stuffed into sacks and dumped into the Hudson River." Kingpin's breath grew fainter. Listening to the young boy's words, he felt a strange sense of relief. He who had always prided himself as a hunter never imagined he would one day become another's prey. In his final moments, long-buried memories came vividly to life: his hot-tempered father beating his mother in the kitchen, his younger self trembling, raising a hammer at the sight of blood flooding his vision, awakening the demon within. He dropped out of school, joined a gang, peddled marijuana pills on the streets, and took part in gang wars. He killed a rival thug with his own hands, smoothly rising to become a crime boss. The memories flickered like slides, one after another, finally settling on a graceful, beautiful silhouette, a woman named Vanessa who ran a renowned gallery, elegant and composed. Kingpin, usually indifferent to love, felt an unusual stirring in his heart. What a pity! With a lingering attachment to the world in his eyes, Kingpin exhaled his last breath. Boundless darkness swallowed everything. The king of the underworld of Hell's Kitchen, the ruler of New York's underworld, was dead. The biting night wind blew in through the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows. Sean gazed at the dazzling nightscape outside, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curling at the corner of his lips. "You have 3 minutes to leave," the little girl's voice came through the communicator. Sean glanced at the cold bodies on the floor, then dialed a number. In the affluent district of Hell's Kitchen, inside a duplex apartment. James Wesley was restless. He clutched the phone, a swirl of conflicting emotions in his eyes. As Kingpin's trusted personal assistant, he held a unique status and power in Hell's Kitchen. The rational and composed Wesley knew that all the respect and fear others showed him stemmed from the terrifying king of the underworld. He was merely the executor and spokesperson of Kingpin's will. "Should I tell Mr. Fisk or not?" Wesley turned his phone over in his hand. How could he explain to his boss? That a madman had broken into his home last night ranting that he would kill the king of the underworld of Hell's Kitchen. With a soft sigh, Wesley put down the phone. He didn't know what he was secretly hoping for. Was a madman's words even worth believing? Mr. Fisk had proven his unshakable position in Hell's Kitchen through years of terrifying reputation. Even when the Japanese hand dispatched multiple elite ninjas last time, they suffered heavy losses and retreated in failure. Who was that mysterious figure to claim he could kill the king of the underworld and his formidable bodyguard Bullseye? Wesley smiled bitterly. Had he been blinded by ambition? To actually believe the ravings of a madman? Buzz. Buzz. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Wesley instinctively grabbed it, saw an unfamiliar number, hesitated, and answered. A familiar voice came through. Hello, Mr. Wesley. You should remember me since we had a friendly conversation last night. Wesley felt as if struck by lightning, a storm raging in his heart. His body trembled slightly. Deep down he seemed to vaguely anticipate hearing some news, a hope and desire he usually dared not even think about. Tomorrow you will become the new emperor of Hell's Kitchen. Are you ready, Mr. Wesley? The voice spoke casually, as if stating some trivial matter. The morning sun bathed New York in golden light, its rays cascading over the steel jungle as this bustling metropolis seemed to stir from slumber, radiating astonishing vitality and energy. Dr. Connors, his hair a disheveled mess, arrived at his laboratory as usual. The moment he stepped through the door, he spotted Davis, a director from Oscorp Industries. This middle-aged man in a suit was often seen by Norman Osborn's side handling various business affairs. Now, Mr. Davis strode arrogantly into the lab, wearing an air of disdainful superiority. He directed his security guards to enter the archive room and begin moving files. The usual bustling work atmosphere was abruptly shattered, and all the researchers gazed blankly at Connors. I'm sorry, Dr. Connors, but Mr. Osborn has given you ample time and funding. Since your research project has shown no breakthrough progress, it's time for Oscorp Industries to terminate this failed investment. Davis wore a false smile. The one-armed man before him remained silent, his eyes dim as if all life had drained away. But as a high-ranking executive at Oscorp Industries, Davis felt no pity. Dr. Connors had consumed substantial funds and time without delivering any successful research results. From a business perspective, Mr. Osborn should have terminated this project long ago to minimize the company's losses. You have 2 hours to pack your belongings and leave. This laboratory no longer belongs to you. Davis glanced at the incredulous researchers, a cold sneer curling on his lips. And remember, you are not allowed to take any documents or materials related to the research project. If the security guards at the entrance find any, you'll be facing prison time. Standing by the door, Gwen felt disheartened. She had worked so hard to secure an internship in this lab, only to be forced to leave in such a humiliating manner after such a short time. My students are good kids, if they wouldn't do such a thing, Mr. Davis. Connors said indignantly, glancing through the window at the burly guard standing at the entrance. Know your place, Dr. Connors. Davis cast a dismissive look at the down-and-out scientist. I've reviewed your file, Kurt Connors. In mainstream scientific circles, you're nothing but a pathetic joke. No one takes your research seriously. You're just a charlatan who somehow deceived Mr. Osborn. Now take your things and leave immediately. Listening to Davis' merciless mockery, Connors' face flushed crimson. A man of few words, he could not muster a strong rebuttal, silently enduring the humiliation and ridicule. Watching the laboratory on the verge of being shut down, Connors felt a pang of anguish. He knew his scientific career had reached its end, and with it all hope for his life. Doctor, are you all right? Gwen asked with concern, holding a cardboard box. The pretty blonde girl looked around, a puzzled expression on her face. She hadn't seen Sean for the past couple of days, nor could she find him on campus. She wondered what that guy was up to. Connors waved his hand. In an instant he seemed to have aged 10 years, exuding an air of deep melancholy. The one-armed man scanned the room, but Sean was nowhere in sight. Recalling the young man's earnest promise, Connors let out a self-deprecating smile. It was just the impulsive talk of a young man caught up in the moment. Maintaining a laboratory required an unimaginable amount of funding. Sean was still a college student who had yet to leave the ivory tower. Despite his remarkable talent in scientific research, who would be willing to invest a fortune in a down-and-out scientist with no results to show? He should never have harbored any hope from the start. Connors shuffled out of the lab. If the human trials that day had not been interrupted, he wondered what the outcome would have been. Even if it cost him his life, it would have been better than this, having all his research taken away and being cast out. Dr. Connors. A familiar voice called out to the dejected man. The one-armed man turned around to see a black Chevrolet parked outside the lab. Sean stepped out of the car accompanied by a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Sean, you. Connors stared at the bright smiling young boy, momentarily at a loss for words. The lab had already been reclaimed and shut down by Oscorp. According to the initial contract, all research results and documents were to be taken away. Don't worry, Dr. Connors. Everything is resolved. Sean brimmed with confidence as he introduced the young man beside him. This is Mr. James Wesley. He has an extraordinary passion and vision for science. I told him about your research project and he is very willing to fund its continuation. Hello, Dr. Connors. Wesley warmly shook the one-armed man's hand. Impeccably dressed, Wesley wore a smile that betrayed no hint of his past as a mob boss personal assistant. If your research succeeds, it will be a blessing for countless disabled individuals. I have great faith in this project. The sudden good news left the reserved Connors stunned. He had never imagined Sean would solve such a monumental problem. Seeing Dr. Connors at a loss, Sean smiled understandingly. He took a document from Wesley and strode straight into the noisy lab standing before the commanding Davis. I don't know who you are, but I need you to stop what you're doing immediately, Sean said bluntly. Davis cast a contemptuous glance at the unknown young upstart, too lazy to even speak. He simply gestured for the security guards to drag him out. Colleagues who had worked alongside him looked at Sean in astonishment, as if wondering why he would step forward when even Dr. Connors was powerless. What could an intern possibly do? Sean. Gwen called out, worriedly clutching her cardboard box. As the burly guards approached, Sean let out a cold laugh. He slapped the document against Davis' chest and said, Are you sure you want to do this? This is the transfer agreement signed between Mr. James Wesley and Oscorp Industries, bearing Norman Osborn's signature. This laboratory now belongs to Dr. Connors. Everything you're doing right now is illegal. The young boy's words struck like a thunderbolt. Davis, slightly flustered, took the document and flipped through it hastily. When he saw the signature and seal at the end, his face turned pale. I'm sorry, I wasn't informed. Davis forced a smile and lowered his posture to explain. Then I'll give you an hour to restore everything to its original state. Don't take a single thing from this lab or you'll have you sent to federal prison. Finally, the young boy added with feigned kindness, that Mr. James Wesley. He's from Hell's Kitchen. He used to work for the infamous Kingpin. Davis caught sight of the bespectacled man standing outside the door and turned even more ashen. Who in New York didn't fear the notorious reputation of Kingpin? Watching the Oscorp executive flee in panic, Connors was puzzled. What did you say to him? He seemed terrified. I just told that gentleman that the seemingly easygoing scientist in front of him would turn into a lizard monster at night and rip his head off. Sean shrugged and replied with a grin. Connors chuckled dismissively. Such a lame fairy tale couldn't possibly have scared Davis. He didn't press further. After all, everything was resolved and he could return to his research. Thank you, Sean. The one-armed man offered his sincere gratitude. Without Sean finding him a new investor, he would have lost all hope in life. We can create a better future, Dr. Connors. A smile curled at the corner of Sean's lips. He had taken the first step successfully and more would follow. After a long day of exhausting work, Matt Murdock returned to his dilapidated apartment. Without turning on any lights, he set aside his usual walking cane and walked straight to the living room, sinking onto the sofa. In the silent darkness, Matt's perception grew even sharper. Unlike other blind individuals who had to grope forward fearfully wary of tripping over obstacles, his heightened senses allowed this blind lawyer to perceive a world entirely different from the norm. Abandoned by his mother as a child, Matt was raised by his father, a boxer. Later his father refused to throw a fight for the mob and paid with his life, leaving young Matt an orphan with no one to care for him. In a tragic accident, young Matt's eyes were exposed to radioactive materials, resulting in blindness. However, this accident enhanced his other senses. Under the rigorous training of a blind martial arts master, he learned to harness his superhuman senses and developed extraordinary agility, transforming into a formidable warrior. Growing up in an orphanage, Matt realized from a young age that rules were necessary to govern people's behavior. Determined to study law, he worked hard and gained admission to Columbia University. After earning his Juris Doctor degree, he discovered upon graduation that the law was merely a tool manipulated by the wealthy and the powerful. Enraged, he donned a red devil suit and became the daredevil of Hell's Kitchen, dispensing justice through violence. Kingpin is actually dead. Sitting in the living room, Matt still found it hard to believe. Using his identity as a lawyer, he had investigated the shadowy ruler of Hell's Kitchen, the Kingpin, and uncovered his true identity as the famous real estate tycoon Wilson Fisk. This mob boss, who disguised himself as a real estate magnate and socialite, had been secretly engaging in all sorts of illicit businesses: drug trafficking, arms dealing, and even using illegal methods for forced evictions and land grabbing. He was utterly heinous, a massive cancer in Hell's Kitchen. Matt had once transformed into Daredevil, attempting to send that mob boss, whose hands were stained with the blood of innocents, to the police station's prison. But reality shattered his naive hopes once again. At least half of the police force was on the Kingpin's payroll. Even the mayor and the district attorney were on friendly terms with him. Not just Hell's Kitchen, but the entire New York City was shrouded under the dark influence of the Kingpin. Just as Matt was utterly despairing, that shadowy emperor of the underworld who ruled New York's criminal world suddenly died. When he learned the news from a Braille newspaper, he could barely believe it. According to the official police statement, the famous New York real estate tycoon Mr. Wilson Fisk was tragically killed on the night of the 16th during an attack by a group of terrorists. It all felt so unreal. Matt knew the terrifying power the Kingpin wielded. He had once clashed with that massive bald man and his bodyguard Bullseye and was utterly outmatched, nearly dying at the mob boss' hands, until the Punisher suddenly intervened and saved him. Yet such a formidable pair had died in an attack. It was neither reasonable nor logical. "Frank, what are you doing at my place?" Lost in turbulent thoughts, Matt suddenly seemed to hear an unusual noise and asked. "You're as sharp as ever, Matt." A burly tall man climbed in through the window from the fire escape. He wore a black t-shirt with a skull print and was fully armed, resembling a mobile arsenal. "I thought you had left Hell's Kitchen." Though Matt couldn't see, his other senses fully compensated for his lack of sight. The burly man known as the Punisher chuckled twice. "I wouldn't want to leave this chaotic place. Only Hell's Kitchen has so many thugs, brutes, and bandits." Matt frowned. He didn't agree with the Punisher's method of executing all criminals without mercy. It was too brutal and extreme. "Hey, big shot lawyer, did you know that Kingpin guy is dead?" The Punisher said with a hint of regret. "Someone beat me to it. That damn fat man was always my target." "State your purpose, Frank. You wouldn't come to me for no reason." Matt asked directly. The Punisher, who struck fear into the hearts of criminals, wasn't one for casual chit-chat. "Ha ha." The Punisher chuckled lowly, looking at Daredevil sitting in the darkness. "Matt, haven't you sensed anything unusual yet?" Hell's Kitchen has changed. This sinful land rife with drug dealers, mobsters, and hippie thugs is transforming. With Kingpin's death, everything is different." The Punisher removed bullets from the magazine and then placed them back one by one. In the darkness, a hint of gravity appeared on the burly man's face. This man, even more brutal and violent than the criminals he hunted, revealed what he had discovered. "I've been tailing Kingpin's mob for a long time. They've always had business dealings with the Japanese hand, trafficking people and drugs. They used children as containers to smuggle drugs, conducting illegal activities in secret. Tonight I was planning to go and single-handedly destroy that smuggling factory." But when I got there it was completely empty. I caught a mob leader and forced him to reveal the children's whereabouts. Guess what he told me? Matt remained silent. Since the audience wasn't responding, the Punisher had to continue alone. That mob leader whose arm I broke said that all of Kingpin's drug and smuggling operations had been halted. Someone had transferred these shady illegal businesses to the Hand and the Russians. Ha ha ha. Isn't that hilarious? After Kingpin's death his men actually turned over a new leaf, the Punisher said with a sarcastic laugh. Someone orchestrated all this. Matt pondered. Kingpin's death was far from simple and the things Frank described were utterly baffling. I'm very interested in the person who killed Kingpin. I really want to know what he's up to, reforming Hell's Kitchen. The Punisher gripped his pistol, a fierce grin curling on his lips. Frank, you'd better stay calm. Someone who could kill Kingpin is no pushover. Matt advised. Since his family was murdered by the mob, Frank harbored intense hatred and vengeance toward all criminals, showing no mercy in his actions. The gangs he targeted were often left without a single survivor. Spare me your preaching, big shot lawyer. If you still believed in the law, how could you have become Daredevil? The rich and the wicked mobs, as long as they can afford a high-end legal team, they can exploit every loophole to escape justice. Justice and fairness of the law. Bullshit. The Punisher fumed. He suddenly stood up, his burly frame like a small mountain. Since the law can't punish those bastards, I'll do it myself, in a far more brutal way. Matt remained silent, his heart torn by inner conflict. He had once believed that the law could bring criminals to justice, but reality was often cruel. As Frank had said, in the hands of the rich and mobs the law had become a mere scrap of paper. You're too extreme, Frank, Matt said weakly. Someone is planning a massive conspiracy. Matt, Hell's Kitchen is about to undergo a complete upheaval. When that happens, we'll all have to make a choice. The Punisher left with a cold laugh. Glancing at Daredevil curled up on the sofa, a flicker of disdain crossed his mind. If one lacked a firm and powerful heart, why bother donning that red devil suit? The news of Kingpin's death first stirred up a massive upheaval in Hell's Kitchen. The underworld emperor who commanded countless gangs and ruled the criminal underbelly of New York had died so inexplicably. Whether it was the Japanese Hand, the Russian mafia, or the Mexican drug traffickers, none could believe it at first. Yet the chaos they anticipated never came. James Wesley, Kingpin's personal assistant, stepped forward and garnered support from many, though there were also dissenters. However, after voicing their objections, those individuals vanished without a trace, never to be found again. Thus that seemingly genteel personal assistant became the heir to Kingpin's vast legacy. What followed was a series of asset restructurings and the allocation of various businesses. Wesley, who had originally managed these affairs for Kingpin, handled them quite adeptly, swiftly severing the illicit operations from the ostensibly legitimate companies. In other words, Mr. Wesley had laundered his image in the shortest possible time, emerging as a newly minted tycoon with substantial assets. As for the other gangs that had hoped to seize Hell's Kitchen after several rounds of negotiations with Wesley, who ceded the highly profitable drug and smuggling trades to the Hand and other factions, everything returned to its usual calm. There was no bloodshed or gang warfare as expected. Hell's Kitchen continued along its original trajectory. Hellfire Club. What an apt name. Sean, wearing a hood, stood at the entrance of a nightclub. On the colorful sign a lifelike flame blazed. Hey kid. The burly guard at the door tried to stop the young boy, who looked like a student but was startled into silence by the icy glare in his eyes. Show some respect. I'm your boss. Sean said earnestly, then stepped past the guard's obstruction and entered the fervent nightclub. A massive boiling wave of sound crashed over him, the walls trembling faintly. Under the dazzling flashing lights, lonely and empty men and women swayed their bodies, venting their inner emotions freely. On stage, a trendy DJ kept igniting the crowd's passion. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol and hormones, a breeding ground for sin and desire. Sean observed his surroundings. Aside from urbanites seeking pleasure, there were private dealers peddling marijuana and cocaine, as well as gaudily dressed sultry prostitutes. These were the vast masses that truly constituted the underclass of Hell's Kitchen. This is the real world. He sighed softly, then followed a waiter to a luxurious private room on the second floor. The soundproofing was excellent and none of the noise from outside could penetrate. "It's not easy to get a meeting with you, Mr. Wesley," Sean said, lowering his hood to reveal his youthful face. "Boss, you're joking. If you hadn't insisted on staying hidden, it would be you sitting here right now," the elegantly mannered man said, eagerly offering red wine and cigars. "These are the finest. Would you like to try some, boss?" Sean waved his hand, indicating he didn't need them. "You've done well. We don't need to rely on those illegal businesses for exorbitant profits. Those other gangs entrenched in Hell's Kitchen think they've gotten a great deal, but sooner or later Daredevil and the Punisher will come for them. 80% of the real estate in Hell's Kitchen is under our name, along with the commercial district in Manhattan. That's enough to sustain the company's operations." Wesley nodded, glancing at his new boss' young face with a mix of complex emotions. Who would have thought that such a harmless-looking sunny boy could have killed Kingpin and Bullseye, propelling him into becoming Hell's Kitchen's new elite? "Won't Mr. Leland be a problem?" Wesley asked. Leland was also one of Kingpin's confidants, a financial expert who managed the books and business dealings. "Smart people know how to act, and I've always been good at solving problems," Sean said with a faint smile. Wesley couldn't help but lower his posture slightly. He too was smart and naturally understood what the new boss' methods of problem-solving entailed. "I don't need you to become the king of Hell's Kitchen just yet. Let those gangs fight and scramble for now. We don't need to bother. When we no longer have to keep a low profile, we'll sweep them all away like wild dogs. Then you'll become the second Kingpin. The new ruler of Hell's Kitchen, the new emperor of New York's underworld." The young boy spoke lightly, yet the bright future he painted was enough to make Wesley's heart surge with excitement and blood boil. How many people spend their entire lives unable to reach such a position? Suppressing his inner excitement, Wesley said calmly, "All of this belongs to you, boss." Sean made no comment. Clever people always harbor ambition, but he wasn't afraid of Wesley betraying him. The man clearly understood that even a formidable figure like Kingpin had died at Sean's hands. As long as Wesley compared himself to Kingpin, he wouldn't be foolish enough to make stupid decisions. "You'll be quite busy lately. If there's any problem you can't solve, you can contact me." Sean sat in the luxurious private room watching the chaotic revelry downstairs for a while, then prepared to leave. There was a little girl waiting for him at home. Kingpin's funds and assets were the foundation for Sean's first step. He had no interest in becoming New York's underworld emperor. Underworld forces were ultimately unsavory. Compared to industrial giants like Stark Industries and powerful organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D., they fell far short. Having resolved Connor's experimental funding, it was now Oscorp's turn. Surely after all this time the final showdown between Green Goblin and Spider-Man was imminent. After all, the news said Norman Osborn hadn't been seen in public for quite a while. The human enhancement formula had fully awakened his inner negativity, and now that body was dominated by the Green Goblin's dark personality. It should be quite a show to watch, Sean thought as he walked out of the nightclub. Glancing at the flame on the sign, he thought of the mutants. It wasn't time to contact them yet, especially before he could resist the bald professor's mental abilities. Had better keep his distance. Kingpin Norman Osborn. Who's next? Silently tallying the good cards in his hand, Sean felt a surge of satisfaction. He was gradually shedding his weakness, growing stronger at a rapid pace. Even when the age of superheroes dawned, he would already stand at the forefront of the world. Having arrived in such a dangerous and thrilling world, how could Sean be content to merely look up at those superheroes from below? He would master his own destiny and master others too. Hellfire Club. Interesting. The young boy's gaze was deep, his silhouette gradually vanishing into the darkness. The dusk of New York was imbued with enchanting charm, the lingering rays of sunset spilling over the bustling city like a reluctant, graceful beauty. Harry returned home in dejection, his head hung low as if struck by a devastating blow, his handsome young face etched with profound disappointment. Recently, Oscorp Industries' stock had been plummeting. With the exposure of the Green Goblin incident, public opinion had turned overwhelmingly hostile, with people venting their fury upon the company. A competent crisis management effort might have mitigated the damage, but his father remained sequestered, seemingly indifferent to the corporate crisis, holed up in his room and refusing to see anyone. Leaderless Oscorp Industries now teetered on the brink of collapse. Rumors circulated that many board members were secretly negotiating with Wall Street bankers to dismantle and restructure this vast enterprise, spanning biogenetics, tech, energy, and more, for immense profit. Aware of all this, Harry was consumed by anxiety but powerless to resolve Oscorp's dilemma. At this very moment, the young heir also discovered that his girlfriend shared an ambiguous connection with his best friend Peter. Crushed by this dual blow, Harry sank into a state of despondency and emotional turmoil. On one hand, the business empire his father had built over a lifetime faced the peril of disintegration. On the other, his longtime best friend was entangled with the girl he loved. These tangled, agonizing issues churned his mind into chaos. If only Sean were here, Harry thought, dragging his weary body. Recently Sean had been elusive and impossible to find. Even Gwen, who usually spent time with him, had no clue what he was up to. With no trusted friend to confide in, Harry returned home in utter dejection. Upstairs in his bedroom, Norman Osborn, who had shut himself away, clutched his head in agony. His mind seemed haunted by a terrifying demon whispering incessantly. The grotesque goblin helmet hung on a chair like Norman's other self, its malevolent voice echoing in his ears. Perhaps Spider-Man is invincible, but we can destroy Peter Parker. Not long ago, Norman had discovered Spider-Man's true identity, his son's friend Peter Parker. I can't. The CEO of Oscorp Industries murmured as if enduring immense torment. I will not tolerate betrayal. He must be taught a lesson. The voice in his mind grew harsher. Norman trembled. After a long silence, he turned to face the sinister goblin helmet and asked, "What should I do?" Teach him pain and loss. Make him suffer, make his life a living hell. Norman knelt before the goblin helmet, yielding to his darker self. The voice in his mind grew distinct. Start with someone he cares about, the red-haired girl, Peter Parker's true love. The Green Goblin's evil persona had fully taken over, dominating Norman Osborn's consciousness and body. He donned the grotesque helmet, unleashing the violence and negativity within. Tonight New York is mine to command. The night breeze whispered as Sean, laden with bags, strolled through the streets with Gwen. Neon lights glittered brilliantly and colorful billboards reflected the vibrant bustle of New York City. After a long day, Sean had planned to head straight home, but he ran into Gwen, who was off on a shopping spree. At her invitation, he bought snacks, drinks, and comic books, a small reward for the well-behaved little girl at home. I'm living with my cousin from Canada. Her parents died in a car accident and she had no one else, so she came to me. Sending such a young child to an orphanage would be too cruel. Sean explained with a straight face, his eyes tinged with compassion as if mourning his cousin's tragic fate. His performance was worthy of an Oscar. You know, I lost my parents when I was very young. Every time I see Mindy, I see myself as a child. Sean sighed, a shadow of pain crossing his face as if recalling sorrowful memories. Gwen felt both sympathy and admiration. Despite life's many hardships, this young man had not strayed from the right path. Instead, he faced life with positivity, truly commendable. Seeing that Gwen fully believed his story, Sean breathed a quiet sigh of relief. From now on, this warm-hearted blonde would likely stop prying into his family background. At the carnival, Sean had played the hero in a romantic rescue which had drawn Gwen's attention. In contrast, she felt nothing for Peter, who was originally meant to be with her, maintaining only a casual friendship. Every time Sean encountered the young, inexperienced Spider-Man, he felt a twinge of guilt for stealing his thunder. But given his nature, he harbored no real remorse. Oh, by the way, what have you been working on with Dr. Connors? I hardly see you these days, the girl asked curiously, clutching a pile of groceries and CDs. Dr. Connors has cracked the formula for the decay rate algorithm, but we still can't resolve the genetic conflicts and rejections. That's what we've been tirelessly researching. Sean spoke casually. He had shared the decay rate algorithm with Connors to leverage his scientific expertise in completing this groundbreaking experiment. Gwen gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. She hadn't expected Sean, a mere intern, to be so deeply involved in the experimental process, a near fantasy for a student yet to graduate. The two strolled through the bustling streets of New York, chatting about amusing school anecdotes, occasionally touching on the tangled relationships among Harry, Peter, and Mary Jane. Unbeknownst to them, the light-hearted atmosphere grew subtly charged with an unspoken romantic tension lingering between them. Sean. Gwen suddenly called out to the young man walking ahead. The usually vivacious blonde now bore a tender, innocent shyness, even catching the ever-composed Sean slightly off guard. Just as Gwen mustered her courage to confess her feelings, a shrill police siren pierced the night sky. Several police cars broke through the congested traffic, racing toward the Brooklyn Bridge. Something seems to have happened. Sean squinted. With his keen eyesight, he spotted a massive crane on the Brooklyn Bridge with what appeared to be a school bus dangling precariously over the edge. In the hazy night sky, a figure soared up and down with two faint sparks flickering. Was that the Green Goblin? A subtle smile curled at the corner of Sean's mouth. Seeing the school bus suspended high above by the crane on the Brooklyn Bridge, he had a vague inkling. Was the grand show about to begin? The dark clouds obscured the stars and the bright moon, casting shadows over New York City. Mary Jane awoke from her stupor, feeling an inexplicable chill. She stood up and looked around, only to realize she was atop the Brooklyn Bridge. Looking down, she saw an endless stream of cars and cargo ships passing on the river. The cold wind whipped against Mary Jane's delicate form, and the red-haired girl hurriedly grasped the nearby metallic framework, fearing that one misstep could send her plummeting. Ha ha ha! A sharp, maniacal laugh pierced the night sky. Following the sound, Mary Jane saw the Green Goblin, the notorious supervillain, wreaking havoc at the carnival, standing on a glider, laughing shamelessly. Miniature missiles launched from the glider, targeting a construction site beneath the Brooklyn Bridge. With a deafening boom, a surge of flames illuminated the night sky, and the explosive sound echoed through the heavens. The blast's shockwave sent cars on the bridge swerving in panic, with one losing control and crashing against the nearby guardrail, triggering a series of rear-end collisions. In an instant, the bridge was choked with a long line of vehicles, dozens of cars tangled in chaos. The once smooth flow of traffic was thrown into disorder, and even the police cars rushing to the scene were unable to pass. Sean stood nearby with Gwen, taking in the entire scene. The Green Goblin had clearly sent a challenge to Spider-Man, New York's friendly neighborhood hero. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a red figure swung in like Tarzan, racing to the scene on a web. Spider-Man. This is why fools become heroes, because you never know when a madman will present you with a cruel dilemma: let your beloved die, or let an innocent child die. Spider-Man deftly maneuvered above the Brooklyn Bridge. By the time he arrived, the Green Goblin held Mary Jane in one hand and clutched a steel cable suspending a school bus in the other, laughing maliciously. Spider-Man. Help us. Someone help me. The children in the bus cried out for help upon seeing the famous superhero, while Mary Jane dangled helplessly in midair, knowing that if the Green Goblin loosened his grip even slightly, she would plunge into the icy depths below. Make a decision quickly, Spider-Man. The Green Goblin urged, relishing the torment of forcing his opponent to choose, deriving pleasure from watching them suffer. Being a hero comes at a price. His sharp voice was laced with mockery. Don't do this, Green Goblin. Peter pleaded, unwilling to abandon either side. Destiny lies in your hands, you now make your choice. The Green Goblin cackled at the hesitating Spider-Man and simultaneously released his grip. The school bus and Mary Jane fell simultaneously. The terrified screams of the children and the cries for help from his beloved echoed in Peter's ears. Determined, Spider-Man sprinted towards Mary Jane, leaping into the air to catch the red-haired girl. He quickly shot out a web, anchoring it to the Brooklyn Bridge, saving the falling bus just in time. With one arm holding Mary Jane, Peter strained to keep the heavy bus from plummeting. Meanwhile, the Green Goblin flew over on his glider, unwilling to let Spider-Man save the citizens. Suspended in midair, Peter became a living target for the Green Goblin. He had to hold on to the bus while protecting Mary Jane, silently enduring the Goblin's blows. It's time to die. The Green Goblin launched towards Spider-Man with razor-sharp blades protruding from the glider, laughing maniacally as he aimed to end the life of New York's hero. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out, hitting the flying Green Goblin. Sparks flew. Although his armor had bulletproof capabilities, the force of the bullets caused the Goblin to veer off course. On the Brooklyn Bridge, dozens of police officers finally arrived. The one who had decisively opened fire was none other than the recently promoted police chief George. "Ah, that's my father," Gwen gasped, anxiously watching the scene unfold as she spotted her dad. "It's too dangerous there, you won't be able to help." "Don't worry, your father will be fine." Sean held Gwen back as she tried to rush over. If she were caught in the crossfire between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, it would be disastrous. He might even need to intervene himself with so many onlookers on the bridge. The battle continued on the Brooklyn Bridge as a cargo ship on the river caught the bus carrying children and teachers. Mary Jane was temporarily safe, allowing Spider-Man to finally free his hands to deal with the Green Goblin's onslaught. The two fought fiercely, evenly matched, yet the Green Goblin relied on high-tech gear and a plethora of new weapons, while Spider-Man skillfully dodged and occasionally shot out webs to disrupt the Goblin's flight. Hee New York's great hero, try this. The Green Goblin manipulated the glider, swinging a long steel cable that ensnared Spider-Man in midair, dragging him away from the Brooklyn Bridge. "All right, everything is over now, you can go find police chief now," Sean said with a faint smile, like a guardian angel escorting the girl to the police car. Just as Gwen wanted to introduce him to her father, she turned back only to find the young boy's figure had vanished into the night. Inside an abandoned old house, Spider-Man was thrown from a great height, crashing through the fragile roof and windows, landing clumsily on the ground. Before he could get back up, a pumpkin bomb rolled to Peter's feet. The intense flames generated a shockwave that hurled Spider-Man into a lonely wall, burying him under the debris. "You've chosen a tragic fate, poor Spider-Man." The Green Goblin leaped down from the glider, approached the battered Peter, and unleashed a relentless beating. Despite being injured, Spider-Man was unable to fight back, enduring the onslaught. "I expected you to resist more fiercely, this is truly boring." The Green Goblin, completely dominating, tore off Spider-Man's mask. With one foot on Peter's head, he sneered, "My son regarded you as a friend, yet you betrayed him by associating with that red-haired little tramp. Peter Parker, you will pay for this." Bloodied Peter struggled to raise his head, staring at the menacing face behind the demonic helmet. "Uncle Norman. How could it be you?" The naive young Spider-Man could hardly believe that the gentle and respected Uncle Norman, Harry's father, could be the vicious Green Goblin. "Too bad, you'll have to carry this secret and say goodbye to the world forever." The Green Goblin's murderous intent surged within him like boiling blood rushing to his brain. He kicked Spider-Man hard in the head, and in the midst of excruciating pain, Peter suddenly lost consciousness. "I can't believe I have to do this myself, Peter, you're truly unreliable." Just as the Green Goblin was about to strike the fatal blow, a young boy stepped out from the shadows, a faint smile on his face, seemingly having just enjoyed a spectacular performance. "Who are you?" The Green Goblin felt a surge of vigilance. "Boring question." Sean lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow, instantly reaching the Green Goblin. His fierce punch struck the Goblin, sending him flying as if hit by a speeding car. Crack! A wave of intense pain swept through the Green Goblin, who couldn't help but howl in agony as Sean broke one of his arms, showing no sympathy for the treacherous and sinister supervillain. "Say goodbye to this world, Norman Osborn." Sean removed the Green Goblin's mask, revealing a pale, twisted, middle-aged face. "Please. Spare me. I can get you anything you want. Just let me live." The infamous CEO of Oscorp begged, stripped of dignity, willing to offer everything he had for a chance at survival. "Alas, Mr. Norman, you really are dishonest." Another crisp crack echoed as Sean mercilessly broke the Goblin's other arm. "Trying to control the glider? That's not something a smart person would do. What I desire I will obtain in my own way. Mr. Norman, please quietly accept your death. I will take good care of Oscorp." Sean retrieved several pumpkin bombs from the Green Goblin, arranging them in a circle in front of the terrified Norman Osborn as if performing some kind of evil ritual. "No, no, no. In the final moment of his attempted escape, the Green Goblin was kicked back into place by Sean, and the next second a fiery wave surged, engulfing the struggling Norman Osborn. What a fulfilling day. The young boy's figure gradually faded into the darkness, leaving behind a faint remark that echoed in the silent night sky. "You've been coming home later and later. I'm starving. Starving." The moment he stepped through the door, Sean immediately sensed the deep-seated resentment of a certain blonde loli. Mindy, eating ice cream, rolled back and forth on the sofa, protesting in this manner against the lateness of her nanny/chef. Hey, be reasonable, Miss Mindy McCready. I give you enough allowance every day to at least go to a Chinese restaurant in Chinatown or a nearby Burger King for a big meal. Sean closed the door, looking speechlessly at the relentless little girl. This former hit girl who once killed without blinking had now completely transformed into a lazy, spoiled and whiny sloth. Living a comfortable life where everything was done for her, Sean felt that picking her up in the first place had been a terrible mistake. Impractically your housemaid, Miss Mindy, Sean muttered under his breath, but his body obediently put on an apron and began preparing dinner. Sean, besides being the most caring nanny in the world, you're also the best chef and the most generous ATM. Mindy, lying on the sofa watching How I Met Your Mother, was not stingy with her praise. By the way, did you get into a fight today? The little girl turned her head and asked. Busy in the kitchen, Sean grunted in affirmation. Mindy was very sensitive to the scents on him. Whenever he had been in a fight or a killing, she could detect it. I helped a superhero take down a major villain. I think the NYPD should issue me a certificate of merit to encourage my selfless act of chivalry. Mindy scoffed at Sean's shameless self-aggrandizement, expressing her disdain and contempt. The assassination of Wilson Fisk, which had shocked New York last week, had yet to subside. The mayor, along with the police commissioner, had issued a joint statement vowing to catch the murderer and bring this cruel and terrifying criminal to justice. As a result, the gangs of Hell's Kitchen had all been affected to varying degrees. Under pressure from above, the police launched a frantic investigation, scrutinizing every clue without mercy, nearly turning the New York underworld upside down. The Irish and the Japanese hand, who had thought they'd gotten a great deal, were probably tearing their hair out now. Are the police still investigating the Kingpin's assassination? Sean turned his head and asked. He had underestimated the impact of a prominent real estate mogul's death. Moreover, this was no simple assassination. The use of heavy weaponry like a rocket launcher bordered on terrorism. No wonder the NYPD was going crazy. Don't worry. They're still using those old-fashioned investigation methods, tracing the weapons, tracking down black market arms dealers, monitoring recently discharged soldiers or killers. Following that path, they won't find us even if the world ends. The battle-hardened little girl Mindy remained calm. Her father had been an elite cop, so she knew police methods inside and out. Hacking into the NYPD database was a piece of cake for her. It's not the police I'm worried about. We've cleaned up the clues thoroughly. What bothers me is if that organization gets involved. That would be a headache. Sean finished preparing a sumptuous dinner and dragged the lazy Mindy sprawled on the sofa to the table. He had no desire to attract S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention early on. Being targeted by that one-eyed black director was bound to end badly. Remember to wash the dishes after you eat. Don't give me that look. We agreed to take turns, and today is yours. Sean stared into those big watery eyes without a flicker of emotion. Though he wasn't a saint, the same trick used too many times lost its effect. As night deepened after dinner, Sean glanced at Mindy obediently washing the dishes and felt a quiet satisfaction. The road to disciplining a brat was long, but he was pleased to have come this far. Back in his room preparing for his daily physical training, Sean frowned. He sensed a strange feeling in his mind. It had been there faintly after killing Kingpin and Bullseye, and tonight after personally dealing with the Green Goblin it had become clearer. What's going on? Calmly centering himself, Sean closed his eyes and focused on the soft white light within his mind. The system panel, which had been absent for a long time, reappeared. On its once vague framework, besides the card option activated last time, a new choice and a string of clear data had appeared. Point exchange. Immersing his consciousness, Sean felt puzzled. What was this? Since accidentally activating the card option last time, Sean had studied this system from a virtual fighting game for a while. Apart from the initial mysterious potion, the system had always had a low profile. It didn't issue quests, give instructions, or even have a dialogue function. This made Sean think he had gotten a fake system. He had experimented many times with the newly activated card option. It only worked if a famous figure from this world like a superhero or popular character voluntarily offered some teaching or guidance. Then cards of varying grades would be generated, roughly divided into skill cards and item cards. Simply put, if Tony Stark voluntarily told Sean how to build an arc reactor, he would get a blueprint for the arc reactor. If the Sorcerer Supreme in Nepal was willing to take Sean as a disciple and teach profound mystical arts, he could harvest a bunch of magic skill cards. It was like a cheat code for fast learning. However, after repeated experiments, Sean found that card generation had a probability and wasn't 100% successful. So after studying it for a while, he put it out of his mind. For now, he couldn't go to the Sorcerer Supreme to beg for tutelage, nor would he brazenly rush up to Tony Stark and ask about the Iron Man armor. An exchange system. Does that mean I can use points to exchange for items like in a game? Sean's heart stirred with excitement. He remembered that in the original game's shop there were items from various virtual spaces. If he could exchange for them, they would become his most powerful trump cards. Defeated Drank character Bullseye. Reward 80 points. Defeated Crank character Kingpin. Reward 100 points. Defeated Brank character Green Goblin. Reward 200 points. System shop initialization complete. Suppressing his excitement, Sean quietly opened the system shop, shimmering with a faint white light. A dazzling array of data lists filled his mind, core items from various virtual spaces. Terminator World Skynet, an AI defense system created by humans in the late 20th century. Star Wars World, the Force, a supernatural and omnipresent power with immense potential for growth. Limitless World NZT-48, which unlocks the brain's potential, opening every neural pathway, granting perfect memory and superhuman intelligence. Sean's breathing grew heavy. He could almost hear his own heart pounding. This was an inexhaustible treasure trove. The technological power and pinnacle achievements of different worlds lay like goods on a shelf waiting for him to redeem. It meant he had the backing of countless worlds. Perhaps my journey won't be limited to this world. The wild joy lasted only a few seconds before Sean calmed down. He calculated how to maximize the use of his meager points, his gaze sweeping over the shimmering data lists before finally settling on one item. With this, the Osborn problem becomes simple. Sean let out a breath. His youthful face was full of anticipation and hope for the future. The Avengers, Infinity Stones, cosmic overlords. None of these would be the end of his journey. Infinite wonders awaited his exploration. The drizzling rain fell like countless silver threads from the overcast sky as a fleet of luxury cars parked along the road outside the cemetery. Every face bore a solemn expression etched with the grief of mourning. This was the renowned Trinity Church, situated at the intersection of Broadway and Wall Street in Manhattan. It was here that the funeral of the once illustrious Mr. Norman Osborn was being held. The successful man who had single-handedly built a vast business empire now lay quietly in a cold coffin. A solemn priest stood before the headstone, recounting Norman Osborn's glorious past and illustrious deeds to the gathered crowd. Harry Osborn, the new heir of Osborn Industries, was consumed by grief. Though his relationship with his father had always been distant, the loss of his only remaining kin struck him with unbearable sorrow. "Harry, you need to pull yourself together. Uncle Norman wouldn't want to see you like this." Mary Jane, with her red hair, whispered softly, trying to comfort her boyfriend. Nearby, Peter watched the scene and could only bow his head with a sigh. The young and inexperienced Spider-Man had no idea what had happened that night. He had been knocked unconscious by the Green Goblin, and when he awoke, all he found was a charred corpse. It never crossed Peter's mind that the man behind the Green Goblin mask could be Harry's father, the respectable Uncle Norman. In the end, Peter chose to conceal this brutal truth. Harry was already enduring the pain of losing a parent. If he learned that his outwardly respected father was the ruthless and murderous Green Goblin, the consequences would be unimaginable. As for him and Mary Jane, Peter cast one last glance at the red-haired figure standing beside Harry, then walked forlornly into the rain. His many battles with the Green Goblin had matured the once naive Spider-Man. He understood that as long as he wore the Spider-Man suit, he could never truly be with Mary Jane. Besides, the person who needed her most right now wasn't him. "Peter, where are you going?" Sean, holding a black umbrella, called out to Peter as he turned to leave. Seeing Sean arriving with Gwen, Peter forced a faint smile. "I have something to take care of. I need to leave for a bit." Watching the lonely retreating figure, Gwen looked up at Sean and asked, "Peter and Mary Jane and Harry? What's going on with them?" Sean shrugged helplessly under his black umbrella, indicating he was just as clueless. Watching Spider-Man and his close friend tangled in a complicated love triangle felt odd, like watching a live-action soap opera. Gwen didn't press further. She drew close to Sean and walked into the cemetery. She was dressed in a demure black dress with light makeup, her blonde hair tied back. Gone was her usual youthful and lively appearance, replaced by a touch of mature elegance. The funeral mass and communion ended close to evening. After seeing off all the guests, Harry walked into the living room, a hint of apology on his young handsome face. "Sorry, Sean. I didn't expect to be this busy. I made you wait the whole afternoon." Harry began by apologizing to his friend. He had been in a whirlwind all day, dealing with the company's shareholders and sorting through his father's network of contacts. A mountain of trivial matters had left the young Osborn heir without a moment to even drink water. "I'm sorry about your father." Sean leaned back on the sofa, taking a sip of the rich black coffee. "You don't need to apologize to me, Harry. You have so much to handle, whether it's the company or your own affairs. I understand this feeling. When the family you can rely on is suddenly gone and you have to face the world alone, it's unbearable." Harry's eyes reddened slightly. He knew all too well about Sean's own tragic past, losing his parents as a child and then his only uncle leaving him to walk a solitary path ever since. "Thank you for the comfort. I'm grateful you can say these things to me at a time like this. It makes me feel a bit better, at least less sad than before." Harry, shedding his former frivolous nature, patted his friend on the shoulder. He was striving to learn how to be a capable helmsman of the company, no longer indulging solely in pleasure as he once did. The first step is always the hardest. "I've heard about the situation at Osborn Industries. The shareholders don't have much faith in you. They're all eager to jump ship, taking a hefty severance with them. They're nothing but a pack of vampires, only caring about squeezing out more profit with no regard for anyone else's well-being." Sean set down his cup and fixed his gaze on Harry, a fire seemingly burning in his deep eyes. This was his first real step forward, using the vast stage of Osborn Industries to achieve his own goals. "I never knew you were so familiar with Osborn Industries." Harry seemed startled by his friend's sudden transformation. He suddenly felt that the Sean sitting across from him was a stranger. Sean sat upright, a faint smile still on his face, yet he exuded a powerful aura reminiscent of Harry's own father, making Harry almost doubt his own eyes. "The newspapers are full of it every day. Everyone is writing off Osborn Industries, saying this vast business empire will crumble with your father's passing." Sean tried to stir Harry's emotions. He knew this young Osborn heir well. Unlike his cunning, manipulative father, Harry was a rather kind-hearted rich kid with all the virtues and flaws of youth, warm to friends, fond of chasing pretty girls, enjoying a comfortable life, and lacking the drive to strive. Compared to Norman, who built Osborn Industries from the ground up, Harry was undoubtedly the more suitable partner for cooperation. "I will convince those shareholders. Osborn Industries will not go bankrupt. I will definitely see it through this crisis." The hot blood of youth surged within Harry as he spoke these bold words, though his heart held not a shred of confidence. He was well aware of the dire straits Osborn Industries was in. Without the Defense Department procurement contract, the massive upfront investment had been wasted. The fallout from the Green Goblin incident had tarnished the company's reputation, and with the broken capital chain and internal strife, Osborn Industries was teetering on the edge of a cliff, on the verge of total collapse. Meeting Sean's penetrating, all-knowing gaze, Harry felt even more uncertain. He was just a young man hastily thrust into running a family business with no formal training or business education. Suddenly taking the reins of a massive empire spanning military, medical, and energy sectors was overwhelming, and there wasn't a single trustworthy person within the company. To overcome this crisis, the key is to offset the huge losses in the military sector and restore hope and prospects for the shareholders. In short, you need a powerful new product, one that can generate massive profits as soon as it hits the market. Sean held the prepared cards in his hand. Harry might initially doubt his motives, but if he wanted to save Osborn Industries, he would have to cooperate with Sean. He had no other choice. Besides, Sean wasn't deceiving this poor boy who had just lost his father. He needed a stage to showcase his abilities, while Harry needed to stabilize Osborn Industries. A partnership would benefit both sides. It was a win-win situation. Why not do it? What exactly are you trying to say? Harry looked at Sean, who had been controlling the conversation all along. Could his friend really help Osborn Industries weather the storm? Harry, Dr. Connors and I have recently developed a new treatment for Alzheimer's disease. We've conducted preliminary live trials and the results have proven to be very effective. Sean lounged on the sofa, throwing out the bait he had prepared. If you're interested, you can come to the lab and see for yourself. I injected a chimpanzee named Caesar with ALZ-112. It completed the Lucas Tower game in just 20 moves. The optimal solution is 15. Harry, it's time for Osborn Industries to move away from the military sector. You're not Tony Stark. You can't get the Pentagon officials to hand you endless orders on a silver platter. The medical industry offers far greater margins with immense potential and prospects. Once the new drug passes the FDA review, I'm sure Osborn Industries can expedite the process. Mountains of cash will flow right into our pockets. Hearing the prospects Sean described, Harry was undoubtedly tempted. In truth, aside from trusting his friend, he had no other options. Osborn Industries was on the brink, and without a solution his father's life's work might be washed away. That was something Harry absolutely could not tolerate. He had to save Osborn Industries. I need to see the research data and results. Harry let out a heavy sigh, collapsing onto the sofa as if all his strength had left him. You'll see it tomorrow. Sean stood up, a smile on his face as he gazed at the conflicted Harry. You won't regret this decision, Harry. The future belongs to you and me. A silver Chrysler pulled into the State University of New York. Sean and Harry were enrolled at the Stony Brook campus situated in the suburban Long Island. This institution, renowned as a premier public research university, enjoyed an illustrious academic reputation worldwide and was honored with the title Public Ivy. The car drove into the campus, winding along a lush tree-lined path before finally stopping in front of a cluster of old-fashioned white buildings. Originally an on-campus laboratory, this place had birthed many luminaries in the scientific community, including several Nobel laureates. Later it was purchased by Norman Osborn and handed over to Dr. Connors for his research. Recently it had changed hands, once again acquired by a businessman from Hell's Kitchen, and now belonged to Curt Connors. Stepping out of the car, Harry was naturally unaware of these intricacies. He took a deep breath, his heart tinged with unease. After his conversation with Sean a few days earlier, he had meticulously reviewed the research data submitted, then forwarded it to the R&D department of Oscorp Industries for evaluation. The assessment concluded that the profit prospects for this new drug were exceptionally promising. Thus, still harboring some skepticism, Harry decided to make a personal visit. If the final results satisfied him, then saving Oscorp Industries from its crisis would no longer be a hopeless endeavor. Harry, you're here earlier than I expected. Sean and Dr. Connors stood on the steps, visibly pleased by the visitor's arrival. Would you like to look around first or go straight to see Caesar? Let's take a stroll. I've never been here before. Harry smiled, not wanting to appear too impatient. Sean nodded and said to Dr. Connors beside him, then you'll accompany Harry on a tour. Dr. Connors, please bring Caesar out. Be careful, that little fellow has been in a bad mood lately. The taciturn, one-armed middle-aged man nodded in agreement. He was not naturally adept at social conversation, especially since Oscorp Industries had callously abandoned him when he needed help most. Thus he harbored little goodwill toward the struggling giant corporation. He decided to leave everything to Sean. This student always delivered satisfactory results. Moreover, the new drug for brain degeneration was originally Sean's invention. He had only participated in some refinements. As he turned and walked away, Connors thought to himself. He was a pure scientist, eternally grateful to Sean for rescuing him from his life's predicament. Currently, the lab's core project remains Dr. Connors' research on cross-species genetics. Limb regeneration also holds vast potential in the medical field. I believe there will be many opportunities for cooperation between us and Oscorp Industries. Sean walked ahead speaking eloquently while Harry followed behind silently observing the somewhat aged laboratory. Oscorp Industries had its own R&D department pouring substantial funds each year into research projects across various fields. For instance, the previous glider and human enhancement programs were projects undertaken to curry favor with the Department of Defense. Technological research and development was an industry that demanded significant investment, and not every venture yielded returns. As the new president of Oscorp Industries, Harry was well aware that many seemingly promising research projects were merely impractical fantasies. Even with massive funding, they might never yield any returns. If Sean truly is a scientific prodigy. Harry gazed at the young man introducing the lab. Though similar in age, Sean exuded a composed aura that naturally inspired trust. Perhaps his friend was a genius on par with Tony Stark or Reed Richards. Why else would Dr. Connors follow his lead so obediently? "Hey Harry, what are you doing here?" Gwen asked in surprise, clutching a stack of documents. She had also heard about Oscorp's recent troubles. This classmate who had taken over his father's business had already withdrawn from school. Why was he at Dr. Connors' lab? "Sean has an amazing product. I came to take a look, it might just revive the company." Harry winked at Sean beside him. The seasoned Oscorp heir could clearly see that Gwen had a favorable impression of his friend. Sean chuckled softly, exchanged a brief pleasantry with Gwen, and then led Harry to the center of the lab. Dr. Connors had already prepared everything awaiting their arrival. "This is Caesar, a chimpanzee from the rainforests of South Africa." Through a transparent glass window, Sean introduced the young chimpanzee sitting inside the room. The DNA of chimpanzees is remarkably close to that of humans, with a difference of less than 1. So I selected a chimpanzee as the subject for live experimentation. "What is it doing?" Harry stood by the glass window, slightly puzzled. The young chimpanzee named Caesar sat obediently on a chair like a well-behaved student. On the table were a stand and several metal discs of varying sizes. A researcher entered carrying a tray of fruit. "The Tower of Hanoi game. The goal is to move the discs from one peg to another with the rule that a larger disc cannot be placed on a smaller one. The optimal solution is 15 moves. Caesar could do it in 20 moves initially, but recently improved to 16. Harry could hardly believe it. He watched as the chimpanzee deftly moved the metal discs, completing the game swiftly. Then the researcher handed over the tray of fruit. "This. Incredible." Sean was not surprised by Harry's reaction. Dr. Connors had been equally astonished when he first saw it. Initially, Caesar couldn't complete the game. "No matter how we trained him, we couldn't instill thinking memory. Then I injected him with a drug called ALZ-112, the gene therapy that enables brain cells to create and repair themselves. In biology, this is called neurogenesis. Of course, you can simply think of it as a miraculous treatment for Alzheimer's disease, senile dementia." Harry watched the chimpanzee in the room, now learning simple pictures and words. An uncontrollable excitement surged within him. This was an unprecedented new drug capable of bringing immense profits to Oscorp Industries. "Are there any side effects?" Harry, amidst his excitement, suddenly asked, as if struck by a thought. He certainly hadn't forgotten that the human enhancement program which had dragged Oscorp into the abyss was abandoned by the Department of Defense precisely because it couldn't resolve the side effects of the injected serum. "A minor one." Sean looked at the nervous Harry and smiled slightly. "So far, the only side effect of ALZ-112 is that for some reason the chimpanzee's irises developed green spots. However, this likely won't manifest in humans. So what do you say, Harry? Want to partner up?" Sean gazed calmly at him, reaching the decisive moment. This drug isn't limited to Alzheimer's, it's also applicable to various types of brain diseases. Its potential is limitless, and it can bring us enormous profits. Harry was silent for a moment, his eyes fixed on the chimpanzee in the room, which behaved almost like a human. He made up his mind. With Oscorp's resources and connections, ALZ-112 could be fast-tracked into production and brought to market. We need one more human trial, Sean. If the results are still satisfactory, Oscorp Industries will become your partner. Sean raised an eyebrow and patted Harry on the shoulder with a laugh. Of course. Remember what I said? The future belongs to you and me. The young boy's eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence. Harry Osborn acted swiftly. Once the company's R&D department confirmed the authenticity of the experimental data, he directly notified Sean, and the two parties reached a preliminary cooperation intent. The new president of Oscorp Industries recognized that the true driving force was his friend who served as the lab assistant, not Dr. Connors, the owner of the laboratory. Thus, whether in negotiations or signing cooperation agreements, everything was handled exclusively by Sean. Dr. Connors was also pleased with this arrangement, as his research had reached a critical final stage, leaving him no mind for such tedious matters. Inside the Oscorp Industries conference room, a beaming Harry extended his hand. Sean, who had just signed the formal contract, also stood up. The two exchanged smiles. 3 days earlier, the laboratory had conducted the first human trial, and the results proved that ALZ-112 was effective not only on chimpanzees but also on humans. The conclusion of this cooperation temporarily revived Oscorp Industries, which had been suffering from public pressure and internal conflicts. Oscorp Industries will reach its peak again under your leadership, Sean said with a smile. His meticulous planning had finally yielded results, lifting his spirits. Thank you for your kind words, Sean. Don't forget that you now have a stake in Oscorp Industries. You and Dr. Connors jointly hold shares in this company. A youthful smile spread across Harry's face. The immense pressure of recent days had left this young man, who had hastily taken a leave of absence from school, in a state of anxiety and melancholy. If Sean hadn't provided ALZ-112 to save Oscorp Industries from collapse at a critical moment, Harry dared not imagine what he would have become. Sean smiled faintly. Due to Oscorp Industries' broken capital chain and strained cash flow, Harry had decided to compensate him with a certain percentage of company shares during negotiations. However, the agreement stipulated that the shares could not be held long-term and would be bought back in cash once ALZ-112 was officially launched. Thus, a deal that could be considered a win-win for all parties was concluded. As Sean walked out of Oscorp Industries, he glanced back at the towering modern skyscraper, his eyes flickering slightly. Perhaps his rapid pace and eagerness had triggered Harry's subconscious caution, prompting the latter to add a special clause to prevent Sean and Dr. Connors from coveting Oscorp Industries. He's adapting quickly, Sean murmured, shaking his head with an amused expression. To him, Oscorp Industries was merely a stepping stone. He had no intention of devouring this bountiful cake. Next came the days of waiting to reap the rewards. The young boy, hands in his pockets, gazed ahead with anticipation as his upright figure gradually disappeared into the sea of people. Dr. Kurt Connors and Mr. Sean Sipes have jointly developed the product ALZ-112, a groundbreaking genetic drug that is a blessing for all patients suffering from brain diseases. Oscorp Industries is committed to contributing to this cause for the benefit of humanity. We will join forces to launch this new drug and rescue those tormented by illness. On television, the young and handsome Harry spoke eloquently, his tone impassioned. Facing questions from media reporters, he responded with ease, occasionally showcasing his witty and humorous side. Human potential is truly incredible. The Harry Osborn I knew not long ago was just a wealthy playboy indulging in pleasure, but now he has transformed into a qualified group president. Sitting in a cafe, Sean took a gentle sip of Blue Mountain coffee. Today, at Gwen's invitation, he had granted himself a rare day off to accompany this blonde girl whose feelings were now unmistakable on a shopping trip. You're the one who's truly remarkable. Gwen stirred her coffee, her beautiful eyes sparkling with dazzling light. At such a young age, you've completed the R&D and manufacturing of a new drug alongside Dr. Connors, and it will soon hit the market, generating immense profits. Isn't that an achievement worth being proud of? As the saying goes, I'm just standing on the shoulders of a system. Oh giants, Sean said with a hint of a smile. To reach the pinnacle of life, all thanks to the system's support. Anyway, you've become famous. You know, the newspapers are portraying you as a new generation genius like Tony Stark in his youth or Reed Richards from Columbia University. Both showed extraordinary talent early on. Gwen was even more excited than the person involved. In a playful tone she recounted the exaggerated reports from media journalists while Sean listened quietly, occasionally chiming in with a word or two. It was no wonder Sean had become an overnight celebrity. Compared to Dr. Connors, whose early life was unremarkable, Sean's background was far more story-worthy. Not only had he achieved great success at a young age, but he had also lost his parents as a child, been raised by his uncle, and after his only relative passed away lived alone while maintaining excellent grades. Through his own efforts he gained admission to the State University of New York and then devoted himself to the great cause of science. Such an inspiring and uplifting news story was exactly what New Yorkers loved. Tired of the endless scandals and gossip about a certain billionaire playboy, they were ready for something different. With relentless media coverage and deliberate promotion by Oscorp Industries, what was originally a simple press conference was hyped into the birth of a scientific genius. Some questioned it as a deliberate commercial stunt, but such voices were quickly drowned out by the surging tide of public opinion. Who cared about the truth? What people wanted was a captivating legend, the story of a young boy's hard work and rise to become a new generation science prodigy. Compared to the dissolute Tony Stark who inherited his father's business, this was the true American dream. As for the actual facts, no one paid attention. People simply sought the satisfaction of participating in this frenzy of public opinion, nothing more. Sean saw it clearly. Harry aimed to use this opportunity to reverse Oscorp Industries' negative image, while the media, having found a perfect story, would not let it go easily. To boost newspaper sales, they exaggerated the facts and even dragged Tony Stark into the mud. Each party had its own motives, and Sean was fine with it. After all, everything he did had a reasonable explanation, and with Dr. Connors as a shield, even minor doubts were harmless. Through the glass window, watching the bustling crowds and endless traffic on the street, Sean suddenly felt a sense of daze. He had finally taken his first step in this world. Gwen savored the bitter yet sweet coffee, her gentle gaze fixed on Sean. The young boy seemed lost in thought. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a glow on his youthful face, adding an air of mystery and allure. Soothing music flowed through the air, and the surrounding noise gradually faded. A quiet, subtle atmosphere enveloped them. When Sean came to his senses, he found Gwen across the table, her beautiful eyes like a spring pool fixed intently on him, her budding affection almost overflowing. What's happening? Sean wondered, full of confusion. He had no intention of flirting and had even kept a deliberate distance, yet he still couldn't stop Gwen from drawing closer. Could it be that the system had incidentally boosted his charm, making girls take the initiative? What a predicament! The young boy looked up at the ceiling, a delighted smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Returning to school, Sean truly enjoyed the celebrity treatment. Not only was he invited by the school to give a speech, but he also effortlessly secured the annual scholarship. Although this amount of money was trivial for him now, the feeling of masquerading as a top student was simply exhilarating. Another life that changed was that of Dr. Connors, who was deeply engrossed in scientific research. This once obscure scientist faced ridicule and mockery from his peers due to his unappreciated cross-species genetic research, relegating him to teaching at the State University of New York. With the success of the press conference held by Osborne Industries, the name Curt Connors was suddenly recalled in academic circles. However, this time no one dared to mock the one-armed middle-aged man, for the mainstream narrative was filled with praise, making any dissent a target for backlash. Thank you, Sean. ALZ-112 was originally your personal invention and has nothing to do with me. Privately, Dr. Connors approached Sean and expressed his sincere gratitude. This one-armed middle-aged man, not known for his eloquence, felt genuine appreciation for Sean, who though young had helped him on multiple occasions. Whether it was completing the decay rate algorithm or reclaiming the rights to the lab from Osborne Industries, this exceptionally talented young man had undoubtedly changed his life. This is what you deserve, Dr. Connors. ALZ-112, like the decay rate algorithm, is not without its flaws. I have many brilliant ideas, but I need an outstanding scientist to refine them, and you have done that, so the honor must be shared with you. Sean certainly knew that ALZ-112, originating from Rise of the Planet of the Apes, was not perfect and had its own side effects. Over time, the human immune system would develop antibodies, leading to a recovery of the condition. Similarly, Dr. Connors, who had conducted years of research in biological genetics, eventually solved this problem after a series of repeated experiments. This world possesses an extraordinarily advanced scientific foundation, allowing Tony Stark to combat formidable entities such as the Hulk and Thor with his continuously evolving and modified Iron Man armor. The power of technology is by no means inferior to that of magic and superpowers. Thus, those scientists who held significant positions in the future timeline represented a vast and valuable resource for Sean. Bringing Dr. Connors on board was just the first step. Many more important figures would soon join this team. By the way, Doctor, you need to prepare a formal outfit. Before leaving, Sean suddenly turned back and said, Dr. Connors looked puzzled. He rarely engaged in social activities and sometimes even lived in the lab, so he didn't understand why Sean wanted him to prepare formal attire. According to Harry, you have become a candidate for the National Medal of Science with a chance to receive the award personally from the president. For such an important occasion, one should dress formally, don't you think? Sean beamed with a smile. In reality, he was also among the candidates, but he had declined the opportunity, feeling it was not the right time to draw too much attention. With Dr. Connors acting as a shield, everything was much more convenient for him. Sean ciphers the scientific genius of the new era. The second Stark. In the president's office of Osborn Industries, Harry handed Sean the latest magazine, which featured an interview from Vanity Fair. As the new darling of the media, countless newspapers and magazines were eager to interview this newly minted young billionaire. After reaching a cooperation agreement with Harry, Sean received hundreds of millions of dollars in compensation along with a share of Osborn Industries. Thus he had entered the ranks of billionaires, although he still had a considerable distance to cover to reach Tony Stark's level. The second Stark, haha, that is quite a high praise. Sean smiled slightly, looking at the cover of the magazine, where a young face sharply dressed and radiating vitality and confidence resembled a comparison often drawn by the media between him and Tony Stark. He had little concern about it. He believed it wouldn't be long before he met that playboy with a genius mind. However, speaking of which, based on Sean's constant attention to Stark Industries, the latter should soon head to the front lines in Afghanistan to promote weapons. This marked the beginning of the activation of all timelines, the birth of Iron Man, followed by the emergence and assembly of the Avengers, ultimately forming the most powerful superhero team in this world. How interesting! Witnessing the growth of superheroes truly felt fascinating. Sean turned to look at Harry. Thanks to the unprecedented success of the press conference, the situation for this young president had improved significantly. At least the shareholders of the board no longer shouted to dismantle Osborn Industries or sell it to Wall Street bankers. Now back to the point, the FDA application has been approved and the next step is the clinical trial phase. I believe ALZ-112 will be officially launched soon. Sean sat in the chair knowing that ALZ-112 was just the first step in starting his career. With Dr. Connors' research nearing success, he would soon be able to launch it, firmly establishing his footing in the biopharmaceutical industry, building his own laboratory and actively recruiting scientific talent to transform these valuable resources into power. He had not forgotten that there was a vast treasure trove of mutants waiting for him, but for now Sean had yet to figure out how to interact with the world's most powerful telepath. Osborn Industries is working to shorten the steps as quickly as possible. You know, Sean, after the press conference, the company's stock price immediately stopped its downward trend and began to soar. According to internal evaluations referencing the sales performance of similar drugs after their launch, it is expected to reach $4 billion. Harry exclaimed excitedly. The heavy pressure that had been weighing on his shoulders could finally be lifted. Osborn Industries had gained a breath of relief, and the commercial empire his father had painstakingly built would not collapse on his watch. Sean blinked his eyes. He was not as excited as Harry. The substantial returns had long been anticipated. After all, this was just the beginning. Remember to apply for the patent with the PTO. Sean sat in Harry's office for a while, discussing the current review process for ALZ-112 and the general situation after its launch before preparing to leave. With one phase of work concluded after finishing his tasks, Sean suddenly recalled while walking on the street that perhaps he should visit Hell's Kitchen, not only to have some fun but also to earn system points. Daredevil, Punisher, Iron Fist, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones. These are all significant points. Thinking of the myriad of props and items in the store, Sean couldn't help but feel excited. Since that was the case, why not start with these street heroes? Night enveloped New York, the city's dazzling lights radiating with vibrant life as the wealthy indulged in opulent decadence while those in the slums cherished the warmth of their families. Hell's Kitchen, New York's den of sin. Even after Kingpin's demise, this chaotic and crime-ridden district failed to find the peace that was anticipated. Gangs, drug dealers, and street thugs like weeds after a wildfire soon resurged, silently encroaching upon every block. Matt Murdock sat in his now solo law office, his heightened senses allowing him to hear the myriad sounds nearby. If he concentrated, he could extend his perception to cover an entire block. What are you doing? Hey pal, get out of the way or I'll blow your head off. Come on then. You want a taste of pain? Matt clenched the documents in his hand. He had long abandoned his identity as Daredevil. After Kingpin's fall, the blind lawyer resolved never again to don the Crimson Devil suit. Perhaps the departure of his friend Foggy and assistant Karen had finally awakened him to the truth. Violently combating crime was a superficial solution. While Daredevil punished criminals, he himself was breaking the law. Despite his decision, whenever he heard a crime occurring, Matt could not suppress the impulse within. His innate abhorrence of evil made it impossible for him to stand idly by in the face of criminals and violence. NYPD. Disperse. Stop. The arrival of the police quelled a violent conflict before it could erupt. Matt nodded, exhaling a long breath. Perhaps this was the best resolution. The appearance of Daredevil would only have made things worse. Matt forcefully suppressed the surging emotions within. With Kingpin's downfall, Hell's Kitchen had at least regained a semblance of peace. The blind lawyer dismissed further thoughts, focusing instead on preparing the litigation documents for his upcoming case. Having abandoned his vigilante life as the Devil of Hell's Kitchen, Matt now engaged in charitable legal aid, serving ordinary citizens who could not afford high-priced lawyers. This too was another way to combat evil. Frank, is that you? Matt frowned as he sorted through his files. He seemed to hear a familiar set of footsteps. Your ears are still as sharp as ever, counselor. A burly tall man climbed in through the window from the fire escape, making himself at home on the sofa. Got any whiskey? Whiskey on the rocks. Matt Rose retrieved a beer from the fridge and tossed it to Frank on the sofa. The man known as the Punisher caught it with effortless precision, twisted off the cap and drank heartily. Next time, could you please use the door? Not every visit requires coming through the window. Matt objected to Frank's method of entry. I'm not like you, Matt. The entire NYPD has a warrant out for me. Those damned cops suspect I killed Kingpin and made me their #1 most wanted. Frank finished the beer in one gulp, infuriated by the false accusation. Matt shook his head with a wry smile. Actually, I initially thought you did it. Frank was formerly a Marine. Upon returning home from service, he witnessed his family's brutal murder. Traumatized, he began a one-man crusade to purge the evil forces from Hell's Kitchen. Matt had met him during this time. They clashed fiercely at first, but after learning the truth, Daredevil saved a critically wounded Frank and even volunteered to be his defense attorney. Though that guy's brutal style is similar to mine, someone beat me to it before I could take a shot at Kingpin. Frank toyed with his firearm. He now had a fearsome reputation in Hell's Kitchen. Unlike the vanished Daredevil, this ruthless extreme Punisher was relentless in his war against the gangs. Calculating the time, Matt spoke. You didn't come here for no reason, Frank. What have you found? Look at you now, Matt Murdock, the righteous lawyer. Frank's tone was mocking. He couldn't believe the other had given up being Daredevil. Remember what I told you before? Someone's planning a big scheme. Kingpin is dead, but the Hand's power is growing. They're secretly controlling a company called Midland Circle Financial. I found a lot of red-clad ninjas stationed there. It's highly unusual. Matt fell silent. His girlfriend Elektra had been killed by the Hand. Those Japanese ninjas had tried to turn her into a powerful weapon called Black Sky. In the ensuing chase and battle, Elektra sacrificed herself to save him. It was the deepest wound in Matt's heart. It was precisely because of this that he had decided to set aside Daredevil's suit and helmet, choosing to return to an ordinary life. The Hand. I thought they had left Hell's Kitchen. Matt's smile was bitter as he buried the painful memories deep within. No, they just went into hiding. They seemed to be up to something in the shadows. Frank laid out the clues from his recent investigations. He wanted Matt's help. The Hand's elite rigorously trained ninjas were too much for him to handle alone. What do you plan to do? Matt asked. There's a place in Hell's Kitchen called the Hellfire Club. It's a den of iniquity, the perfect spot to gather intel. Frank offered an unfriendly grin. The Punisher's methods of gathering information were certainly not polite social calls. I have to be in court at 3 to defend a child who lost his legs. Well, I wish you luck with your investigation. Matt stuffed the documents from his desk into his briefcase and picked up his cane. You can stay at my place for a while. Just remember to lock the window before you leave. The neighborhood isn't very safe. You don't want anything to do with this anymore, do you? Matt Murdock, are you really content to forget your past life and just be a lawyer who speaks for justice and defends the poor? Frank stood up, a hint of anger in his voice. He wanted Matt to pull himself together and become Daredevil again. Hell's Kitchen needed someone like him. Do you think the law can judge those villains? I thought you figured it out a long time ago, Matt. The law can't punish those bastards who do as they please. In Hell's Kitchen, gang bosses walk in and out of police stations like they're going home. They enjoy fine wine and beautiful women in prison, and even the guards bow and scrape to them. These people never face any punishment, and they don't confess their sins to God. That's why I show no mercy. Because all these scumbags belong in hell. Frank's voice was as cold and merciless as a bullet striking Matt's heart. After endless hesitation and inner struggle, the blind lawyer felt that surging impulse rise within him once more. Frank, I'm sorry. I can't do it. After a long pause, Matt gave his answer and walked out of the shabby apartment. Frank sighed, left standing alone. It seemed he would have to find another ally. Fortunately, a new wave of figures had recently emerged in Hell's Kitchen: Harlem's hero Luke Cage and private investigator Jessica Jones. All possessed extraordinary abilities. Regardless, tonight he would first visit the Hellfire Club. He just hoped the owner would be sensible enough to give him the answers he sought. The Punisher, with a skull emblem on his chest, slipped out the window once more, his imposing figure vanishing into the dim night. I believe this must be a misunderstanding. And Mr. Frank, I truly am not the owner of this club. Wesley raised his hand, striving to appear as harmless and docile as possible, his body pressed against the leather sofa of the private booth. A 9mm Browning automatic pistol was pressed against his forehead. If the hand holding it so much as twitched on the trigger, the head of this hard-won personal assistant would burst like a watermelon. Just half an hour earlier, this burly, imposing man had stormed into the Hellfire Club. Those gangsters and bodyguards stood no chance against the terrifying killer known as the Punisher. When Wesley emerged to investigate, the floor was already strewn with groaning men, each one writhing in agony, likely with broken limbs or a dozen shattered ribs. Fortunately, the intruder had shown a modicum of restraint and refrained from outright slaughter, otherwise the club would have been littered with severed limbs. Judging by the Punisher's past methods, most gangsters who dared to resist ended up with their heads blown off or their throats slit with a tactical knife. When it came to killing, the man was always efficient and clean. So you can't give me any useful intel on the Hand? The Punisher, clad in his iconic attire, said coldly. What criminals in Hell's Kitchen feared most was seeing the black t-shirt emblazoned with a skull at night, for it meant they already had one foot in the grave. The Hand has had a few low-key collaborations with Kingpin before, mostly acquiring some real estate or old buildings. As for their purpose, I have no idea. Oh, and they've been trying to create a weapon called the Black Sky, so they keep selecting children from various places as vessels. That's all I know. As a clever man, Wesley dutifully divulged all the intelligence he possessed. The Punisher's fearsome reputation in Hell's Kitchen was even more terrifying than the legend of the Red Devil. At least the latter would only beat you half to death and toss you into the police station, while the former would send you straight to meet your maker. Who's your boss? The Punisher lowered his pistol. He had investigated this man named James Wesley, who had once served as Kingpin's personal assistant. After Kingpin was ambushed and killed, Wesley had inherited the entirety of the crime lord's empire. This made Frank sense something unusual. Everything seemed to unfold like a prearranged scheme. Frank was intrigued by the mysterious boss behind Wesley. Perhaps he was the one who had truly killed Kingpin. To be honest, I really don't know who he is or what his name is. I know nothing about my boss. He only left me a phone number. Wesley cautiously pulled out his phone and under the Punisher's signal dialed his boss number. Sean was in the lab personally teaching a chimpanzee named Caesar. Injected with ALZ-112, Caesar displayed learning abilities and intelligence far surpassing those of his kind. Whether learning words or pictures, he grasped them swiftly. Under continuous training and instruction, he even began to use simple gestures to communicate with humans. This already transcended the bounds of an animal. In Dr. Connor's words, Caesar was becoming more and more like a human. If he ever started speaking one day, it would hardly come as a surprise. I always feel you're engaged in something very dangerous. After Sean emerged from the room, Connor's eyes carried a hint of worry, the keen intuition of an excellent scientist. What's wrong, Doctor? Are you afraid of Caesar? A faint smile curled at the corner of Sean's mouth. Through a series of maneuvers, he had firmly bound Dr. Connors to his cause. Yes. Connors nodded. Gazing through the thick glass at the chimpanzee, whose behavior was indistinguishable from a human's, he said with concern, "You're creating a new species, Sean. The learning ability Caesar has shown is astonishing. He's constantly evolving, Sean. The time it takes him to learn new things is getting shorter and shorter. Do you know what that means? It means Caesar hasn't reached his limit yet. He still has room to grow. What if one day he becomes just like a human?" As a scientist, Connors sensed the terrifying potential Caesar exhibited. ALZ-112 was originally developed as a novel treatment for brain degeneration, but if its effects went beyond that, then using it on primates would be tantamount to creating an entirely new species. Sean couldn't help but chuckle. What Dr. Connors feared was precisely the plot that unfolded in the world of Rise of the Planet of the Apes. Because ALZ-112 proved ineffective in humans, scientists developed an even more potent variant, ALZ-113, a drug that not only enhanced ape intelligence but also served as a lethal virus for humans. It was precisely because of this that humanity in that world was nearly wiped out, while the apes seized their opportunity to develop into a new civilization. Doctor, none of what you envision will come to pass. The development of a new species is no simple matter. How long did it take humanity to evolve from the Stone Age of primitive agriculture to modern industrial civilization? There will only ever be one Caesar. Sean dispelled Connor's concerns. He trained and taught Caesar merely as an interesting pet to nurture. In the future, Sean planned to conduct far more dangerous experiments, research into mutant genetics, the creation of super soldiers, or even a Hulk replication project. These were all rough concepts already taking shape in his mind. Even if Caesar evolved further, could he ever be more terrifying than those extraterrestrial beings or aliens? Don't let caution limit your imagination, Dr. Connors. Sean patted Connors on the shoulder with a benevolent smile. Feeling the vibration in his pocket, Sean pulled out his phone. Frowning at the caller ID, he wondered why Wesley would contact him so casually. Had something major happened in Hell's Kitchen? Recalling his yet unimplemented plan to rack up points, Sean felt a flicker of confusion. He answered the call and Wesley's voice came through. "Boss, there's something you might need to handle in person." "Someone holding a gun to your head, Wesley? You sound tense." Sean frowned, sensing something amiss. Wesley was always steady and would never speak so ambiguously unless he was under threat. "If you want this guy to live, get to the Hellfire Club within half an hour." A hoarse, low voice came from the other end, and after saying that, the call was abruptly ended. Sean rubbed his chin. When had he provoked such an opponent? He had always maintained a low profile, yet someone had come knocking. How interesting. Running through the list of figures in Hell's Kitchen capable of threatening Wesley, Sean recalled that Daredevil had reportedly vanished for a while. Jessica Jones was still working as a private investigator. Luke Cage was operating in Harlem. Iron Fist had yet to make an appearance, and the Hands Japanese ninjas should have no reason to target Wesley given their cooperative relationship. Counting them all, only the Punisher, known for his brutal methods of punishing criminals, remained. And judging by the way the call had been cut short, it did resemble his style. 3 points delivered to my doorstep, why refuse? A surge of excitement stirred within Sean as if the combat instinct buried in his body was slowly awakening. In the Hellfire Club, the Punisher calmly leaned back on the sofa, a bottle of whiskey on the table already nearly empty, a cigar box opened, and a Browning automatic pistol resting on his right side while its owner was puffing away, savoring an authentic Cuban cigar. You damned rich people. Even while drinking someone else's liquor and smoking an expensive cigar, Frank cursed without changing his expression. Wesley pretended not to hear, not daring to show the slightest anger. If he provoked the other party, he might not survive until the boss arrived. Your boss sounds quite young. How did he manage to kill Jean Bing? Did he set a trap, or did he use heavy firepower? The Punisher appeared completely relaxed, yet if Wesley made any sudden moves, he could shoot and blow the other party's head off within 2 seconds. Mr. Punisher, I truly know very little about my boss. He prefers not to appear in person, which is why he supports me as his agent to handle various affairs for him. Wesley smiled bitterly, realizing that the young boss did not trust him and the other party cared nothing for loyalty. After all, as long as the stakes were high enough, a person's beliefs could change at any time. Seems like a cautious guy. The Punisher stopped asking, merely feeling a bit curious about the one who killed Jean Bing. When did such a mysterious figure appear in Hell's Kitchen, capable of eliminating Jean Bing and Target Eye supporting puppets to take over the other party's industries, all without causing the slightest ripple? This made Frank feel astonished. Wesley lowered his head slightly. In reality, he knew the identity of the young boss but chose to conceal it. In the face of life-threatening situations, revealing some trivial information is forgivable, but if one leaks important news, it is undoubtedly a complete betrayal. Though the Punisher was terrifying, his own boss was not an easygoing person. Jean Bing, who once held absolute power in Hell's Kitchen, had fallen effortlessly, and Wesley did not dare to entertain any thoughts of rebellion. As time passed, the Punisher's gaze grew colder. He had always been a man of his word. If Wesley's boss did not arrive within half an hour, the other party would likely only lose a capable subordinate. Just as the clock's hands approached 12, the lights in the private room suddenly went out, plunging the entire space into darkness. The Punisher instinctively gripped his pistol, his robust frame flipping over the sofa to find suitable cover. Years of trained combat instinct kept him constantly alert. The mysterious figure hiding in the shadows, having swiftly absorbed all the industries left behind after killing Jean Bing, proved to have a sharp mind. Thus the Punisher did not expect the other party to come alone. He had already prepared for a group of gunmen and thugs along with an escape plan. If he discovered the enemy was numerous, he would immediately look for an opportunity to flee. As a retired Marine, the Punisher felt no shame in this. Discovering that the enemy was powerful and still recklessly charging forward was not bravery but stupidity. He was not some muscle-headed brute. On the contrary, within his bulky frame was a brain that could think calmly under any circumstances. The Hellfire Club was pitch black, seemingly having had the power cut. In the silent environment, the sound of footsteps was particularly clear. The door to the private room swung open, and in the extremely low visibility of the dark space, the Punisher raised his Browning automatic pistol, the loud noise accompanying a burst of flames as bullets rained out. The person pushing the door seemed to anticipate this, swiftly dodging to the side, vanishing like a ghost. The bullets missed completely, striking the door frame and creating a series of dense holes. The Punisher discarded the empty magazine from his pistol and drew a tactical dagger from his waist, slightly bending his body, resembling a savage wolf waiting for an opportunity. A fierce gust of wind swept over his head, and the Punisher quickly ducked, avoiding a powerful whip kick. The sharp dagger slashed upward, but the opponent was clearly no novice, sidestepping to block the arm holding the dagger, their hands twisting like a noose, disarming the Punisher. What strength! The Punisher felt a bit surprised as his arm numbed. The opponent's physique was not the robust type, yet in their first confrontation they had overpowered him, directly disarming him. Without his combat dagger, the Punisher suddenly closed the distance, launching a punch towards the opponent's face, clearly intending to engage in close combat, his punches coming at blinding speed, leaving no time for response, as if to knock the opponent to the ground with a torrential assault. The intruder was equally unwilling to back down. After blocking a heavy punch aimed at the chest, they continually shifted their bodies, skillfully parrying each of the Punisher's attacks like an unyielding rock, withstanding the Punisher's fierce and violent onslaught. The two sides resembled two humanoid combat machines throwing punches like the wind, tireless, abandoning all complex combat techniques, engaged in an intense brawl without any tricks. Leaning against the sofa, Wesley dared not move at all. After witnessing the battle scene between the two, he could only hide to the side and shiver silently, lamenting to himself, "Is this still humanity? Get down!" In the spacious private room, a sudden shout erupted amidst the intense and frequent clashes. The Punisher finally seized the opportunity, charging forward like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, his right hand swinging down like a battle axe. The fierce wind approaching made it clear that even hard stone could be shattered by this blow. Weakness limits your imagination. Vaguely, the Punisher seemed to hear a low laugh. A wave of immense danger surged in his heart. The opponent, who had just been trading blows with him, suddenly transformed into a terrifying beast, their overwhelming aura resembling a tidal wave, as if they would swallow him whole in the next moment. Gathering all his strength, the Punisher's lethal blow struck the opponent's arm. A clear sound of shattering echoed, making him feel as though he had crashed into a hard steel plate, the tremendous recoil causing his hand bone to fracture. The opponent did not relent, their upright figure crashing towards him like a mountain peak at incredible speed. The Punisher, weighing a hefty 200 pounds, was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing against the wall behind him with a heavy thud. With a snap of his fingers, the lights in the private room brightened again. Sean stood in the center of the wreckage, surrounded by shattered tables and chairs, wood chips flying and glass shards scattered all over the ground. Just a few broken bones, yet this should be as commonplace for you as breathing. Looking at the Punisher, who struggled to rise but failed, Sean spoke in a relaxed tone. Having completed a scoring action, he was quite pleased and decided not to make this ruthless street hero accountable for the club's damages. From the very beginning, this battle had been without suspense. Even though the Punisher, a retired Marine, had undergone rigorous training, familiar with special operations tactics for individuals and teams, proficient in combat shooting, underwater operations, coercion, intelligence gathering, and more, he could not escape the limits of humanity. Facing an opponent whose strength, speed, and reflexes far surpassed those of humans was akin to a low-level novice encountering a high-level player outfitted in godly gear, unable to even breach their defenses. An inhuman entity capable of piercing steel and matching the speed of a car. No matter how much training the Punisher underwent, he would never be a match for them. Now the threats to Sean were those mutants wielding supernatural powers, the otherworldly gods of Asgard, and the extraterrestrial beings possessing innate formidable strength. When Frank opened his eyes, he found his hands cuffed to the chair, his body utterly immobile. All around him was pitch black and silent, with only a metal table before him and a single lit desk lamp. Interrogation. As a former Marine, Frank was no stranger to this situation. He had been captured by the enemy, and torture was sure to follow. A man who had killed Kingpin and Bullseye, plundering all the legacy of New York's underworld kingpin, did he expect his captor to be some benevolent soul? Frank sneered inwardly. He had endured the most profound despair the world could offer. How could he ever yield to the torment of torture? If they thought they could extract any information or intelligence from him, they were laughably mistaken. The sound of footsteps echoed. Someone pushed the door open, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Their face was veiled in deep shadow, impossible to discern clearly. "Hello, Mr. Frank Castle." The newcomer greeted him, then continued, "We can finally sit down and have a proper talk. To be honest, your temper is rather unpleasant, and we had to resort to this method for a normal conversation." "Who are you?" the burly man known as the Punisher asked. "Ha, cliché question. I am the one who killed Kingpin, the culprit who pinned the blame on you, the mastermind behind the Hellfire Club, and a law-abiding citizen of New York. Murder controlling the mob. You truly are a fine citizen who follows the law." Frank's face twisted into a sarcastic smile, showing no fear of provoking the man. To Frank's surprise, the man did not seem angered. Instead, he chuckled softly. "From what standpoint do you say that, Mr. Castle? We need not elaborate on what kind of man Kingpin was. Why is it that when you eradicate gangs with brutal, bloody methods, you can call yourself a hero fighting crime and punishing evil, yet when I merely remove a crime lord for the citizens of New York, I become a murderer? Mr. Castle, you are known as the Punisher in Hell's Kitchen. The blood on your hands likely far exceeds mine." The man in the darkness spoke with a hint of mockery in his tone, leaving Frank speechless and unable to argue. In truth, aside from killing Kingpin, the man seemed to have no other criminal record. What do you want from me? Frank had no choice but to change the subject. The man tapped his fingers on the table as if deep in thought. After a long moment he said, "Actually, I don't want anything from you at all, Mr. Castle. You were the one who barged into my club like a thug, injured my men, and then threatened Wesley. I had to fight you to keep a capable assistant. And now you question me asking what I want from you? Frank Castle, does your family have a tradition of mental illness?" The Punisher, always decisive and ruthless, flushed crimson with rage. Veins bulged on his muscular arms and his fury blazed like an inferno within him. "All right, I take back what I said. Let's have a proper talk now, Lord Punisher." The man shed his teasing flippant tone and became serious. "I know everything about you, Frank Castle. You were an elite Marine, and after retiring you witnessed your family being slaughtered by the mob. You retaliated against the gangs of Hell's Kitchen, clashed with Daredevil, and were later arrested. Matt Murdock, who is Daredevil, served as your defense attorney, but you were still sent to prison. Not long after you escaped. Bearing the blood debt of your family, you could never be content in a cell. You killed 24 men, all thugs bought by the mob to finish you off in prison. They underestimated your lethality and paid with their lives. Through relentless investigation you discovered the true culprit behind your family's tragic deaths. The drug lord of Hell's Kitchen, the Ironmonger, who was also your former commanding officer in the Marines, Colonel Ray Schoonover. He was secretly involved in drug smuggling, and he was the one responsible for your family's massacre. After putting a bullet through his head you dubbed yourself the Punisher and began your great crusade against crime and evil. Is there anything else to add, Mr. Castle?" Hearing his entire history laid out, Frank fell silent. Those painful, bloody memories surged back into his mind. Behind the title of Punisher lay a tormented soul that could find no release. Only by ceaselessly eradicating the gangs and ensuring that villains and thugs received their due punishment could Frank, who had lost all hope in life, find a sliver of solace. "Who exactly are you?" Frank's gaze was like a sharp sword trying to pierce the darkness and glimpse the man's true face. "You can call me King, because before long I will become the new king of Hell's Kitchen." The man's calm voice brimmed with confidence as if stating a simple fact. "You want to become the second Kingpin?" Frank frowned. If that was the man's intention, Hell's Kitchen would once again be drenched in blood and chaos. Head Kingpin was nothing but a failure. Rule built on violence and fear can never last. The man sat in the darkness, a faint smile curling at his lips. Hell's Kitchen is rife with drugs, prostitutes, criminals, and gangs. There is no law or justice to be found here. Can street heroes like you eradicate the root of evil? Using violence to maintain order only treats the symptoms, not the cause. It is a path with no end in sight. A certain fellow named Bruce Wayne learned this lesson through personal experience. All right, let's talk about the hand. Wesley tells me you've been investigating them. Sean did not wish to dwell on the topic of violence and vigilantes and instead turned the conversation to the hand. Frank, who had initially resolved to reveal nothing, considered for a moment before sharing what he knew. The man before him did not seem to be the malevolent criminal he had imagined. Instead, his words carried a tone of contempt for the gangs. "It seems the hand is planning something big." The man in the darkness let out an enigmatic laugh. It seemed he could use the hand to gather Hell's Kitchen street heroes in one place, making it convenient to score points instead of hunting them down one by one. "Goodbye, Mr. Castle. This has been a pleasant conversation." Sean stood up, pushed open the door, and left. The dark space fell silent once more, leaving only Frank's heavy breathing. "Boss, what's the plan?" Wesley, who had been waiting outside, glanced at the iron door and asked, "Keep him locked up or pour him into a concrete pillar and dump him in the Hudson?" Having concluded the interrogation, Sean felt a wave of speechlessness. He patted his subordinate on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Wesley, don't bring Kingpin's methods here. Violence and killing are not the way. We are all law-abiding citizens of New York. What good would killing the Punisher do us? Just keep him locked up. Given his abilities, he'll probably find a way to escape on his own soon enough." If he killed the Punisher, who would gather Hell's Kitchen street heroes for him? A cold glint flickered in Sean's eyes. He was fully aware of the hand's plans, and conflict with these street heroes was inevitable. It would be another grand hunt. All he had to do was wait patiently. A true hunter must possess the excellent quality of seizing the right moment and ensuring absolute certainty before striking. After reaching a cooperation with Osborne Industries, everything gradually fell into place. Sean took a solid step towards success. At Dr. Connor's insistence, he shed the titles of intern and lab assistant and officially became a partner in the laboratory. Once the new drug hit the market, Sean would abandon the laboratory at the State University of New York. The research facilities and environment there could no longer satisfy him, and for his rapidly expanding research team it was far too crude and simple. Sean and Connors had scouted a new location for the laboratory in the northern suburbs of Long Island, and construction had already begun. The land situated on the east coast was originally intended for a high-end villa development with landscaping and living amenities already completed. Through Wesley's secret maneuvers and some government connections, Sean acquired this land with great appreciation potential at an extremely low price. Before long, the brand new laboratory would be fully completed and ready for initial use. By then, Sean would finally have his very first property, no longer an obscure nobody. Returning home, Sean found Mindy packing her things in the room. Cute Tooski dolls filled 2 large boxes along with piles of clothes and her personal collection, including dozens of beautiful sharp butterfly knives, likely birthday gifts from her father, and an exquisitely crafted pistol with a blued and polished finish, its grip made of walnut wood. It resembled a collectible artwork more than a weapon. "Looks like you have more stuff than I do. I remember when you moved in you only had a small backpack," Sean said, looking at the pile of cardboard boxes stacked like a small mountain, somewhat speechless. "These are my most precious collections. Teacher Jenny said that in the future I should be an elegant woman with refined taste and style. Unlike you, a homebody who only has comic books and robot models, you wouldn't understand." Mindy shot Sean a contemptuous glance, then shook her head with a wistful expression that seemed to say, "My life is too far beyond your reach." Slap, slap, slap. A black line across his face, Sean grabbed the blonde little girl and gave her a resounding spanking. "Mindy McCready, you've been corrupted by the evil capitalist system. To save your fragile little soul, you're doing all the dishes next week." Her heart suffering 10,000 points of damage, the little girl glared at Sean with fierce eyes as he hummed a tune. Considering that he usually gave her pocket money and washed dishes and cooked without complaint, she would forgive this rude behavior for now. After mentally torturing Sean 10,000 times in her little head, Mindy's face broke into a smile again as she happily organized her treasures. They were preparing for a big move. Now that Sean had joined the ranks of the wealthy, continuing to live in this old apartment was no longer suitable. Harry Osborne had recommended a reliable agent, and through their introduction, Sean purchased a luxury apartment in Manhattan. All procedures were completed, and they were now ready to move in. After packing up, Mindy's small hand held Sean's as she looked at the empty room, pouting. "Do we really have to move? I think it's nice here. There's a comic book store nearby and a cheap and delicious Burger King. Does Manhattan have those too?" Sean ruffled Mindy's hair and said softly, "They'll all be there. There will be a bigger comic book store, an ice cream shop with lots of flavors, and a fun amusement park. Well, live in a bigger house than this." Mindy's eyes lit up as she nodded, the earlier unhappiness completely forgotten. She slipped her small hand into Sean's palm, a bright smile on her face. After losing her father, the void in the little girl's heart had long been filled by Sean. 2 equally lonely people living together made Mindy experience the concept and warmth of family for the first time. "Will we always live together from now on?" Mindy asked, looking up. "Yes, we will." Sean smiled faintly. Perhaps bringing this little girl home had been the right decision. Walking alone in this cold world would have been far too lonely. Loading the packed cardboard boxes into his newly bought car, Sean and Mindy closed the apartment door behind them, taking one last look at the place where they had lived. It was the starting point of Sean's first step in life. The powerful drug lord Frank D'Amico, Kingpin, Green Goblin, these formidable foes had all fallen at his feet like stepping stones, helping Sean ascend to greater heights. "Say goodbye to the past, Mindy." Sean held the little girl's hand, and the 2 figures, one large and one small, exchanged smiles before turning and walking away. The afterglow of the setting sun gradually sank below the horizon and night approached in a thin veil. While Sean was busy moving into his new home, a helicopter stirred the air currents as it slowly descended onto the empty helipad of Rand Corporation's private landing pad. A young man with curly brown hair stepped off the helicopter, followed by a black-haired woman carrying a backpack. They gazed at the brightly lit New York skyline, relieved expressions on their faces. "Back in this city, I have a strange feeling," the young man remarked. The last time he came to New York was to reclaim his family's corporate control from his enemies. This travel-worn young man was named Danny Rand. Years ago, while flying with his parents, their plane crashed, leaving him orphaned. He was later adopted by monks from the East and became a member of the mysterious organization Kunlun, undergoing decades of rigorous training. Danny earned the title of the Iron Fist, the protector of Kunlun. "The Hand told me there would be a war in New York, which is why I came back to this city." Danny looked at his girlfriend beside him, his eyes flickering as if recalling something. "I don't know what damn conspiracy the Hand is plotting, but those people destroyed the only sanctuary that brought me peace. Colleen, I will find every single one of them. I believe in you." The black-haired woman gripped Danny's hand tightly. As they were about to leave the helipad, a violent shaking sensation hit them. A cacophony of sounds rose like a tidal wave. The tall buildings nearby, brightly lit moments ago, went dark one by one as if hit by a massive power outage. A visible crack split open the empty helipad. Danny pulled his girlfriend Colleen, struggling to steady their swaying bodies. An earthquake? Danny wondered, looking at the darkened neighborhood. The entire Hell's Kitchen was hit by violent tremors, as if a shallow earthquake had occurred. Cars parked on the streets blared their alarms, and panicked crowds poured out of apartments and buildings. Chaos spread like a wave, and despite the police's efforts to maintain order, it was largely ineffective. The earthquake centered on Hell's Kitchen radiated outward to other neighborhoods. Whether it was Matt Murdock, who had abandoned his daredevil identity, Jessica Jones investigating a missing person case, or Luke Cage recently released from prison, all these street-level heroes living in Hell's Kitchen felt the intense tremors. Meanwhile, the Punisher, who had barely escaped from Wesley, was being pursued by a group of hand ninjas. Covered in blood, Frank tried to use Hell's Kitchen's complex terrain and buildings to shake off the ninjas trailing him. He never imagined that this mysterious organization hidden in Hell's Kitchen was plotting such a shocking conspiracy. This terrible news had to be passed to Matt. A war was about to erupt in Hell's Kitchen. He couldn't stop it alone, he had to rally the group together to confront the Hand. The Hellfire Club. In the private suite at the top, Sean lounged on the sofa as soothing melodies filled the space. On the table rested a bottle of premium red wine and a box of cigars. Even knowing Sean had no interest in such things, Wesley had prepared them nonetheless. One had to admit this personal assistant to the Kingpin was a cautious and shrewd individual. Was he worried that Sean still remembered the last Punisher incursion? Was that why he was so eager to display his loyalty? Sean let out a faint chuckle. He cared little for loyalty, it was as fragile as a mobster's honor, easily sold out. As long as the one in power maintained a formidable presence, those beneath would naturally harbor no treacherous thoughts. Wesley's loyalty to him was rooted in the sheer strength Sean wielded. "Boss." Wesley pushed open the door and entered. Without sitting down, he stood and reported the intelligence he had gathered. "I've looked into it. Yesterday a shallow earthquake struck Hell's Kitchen. The exact cause remains unknown, but one thing is certain, it's likely tied to the Hand. The epicenter was at Midtown Circle Financial, radiating outward through the surrounding blocks, all of which are companies under the Hand's name. They've even collaborated with the Kingpin before." Sean nodded, satisfied with Wesley's efficiency. 2 hours and you've uncovered everything I wanted to know. Impressive. Wesley humbly replied, "The Hellfire Club is the largest intelligence hub in Hell's Kitchen. Brokers and middlemen from various gangs and criminal syndicates all love to do business here. Learning such information is hardly a challenge." Sean leaned back on the sofa, deep in thought. The Hand was clearly planning something big. That minor earthquake yesterday was merely a prelude to war. Making such a commotion, weren't they afraid of drawing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention? That obscure organization, still unknown to most, likely had little interest in New York's gang conflicts. The brooding African-American director was probably busy collecting dossiers on various superhumans. A group of uncontrollable mutants was already giving him headaches. Why would he turn his gaze toward Hell's Kitchen? What about those individuals I asked you to keep an eye on? Any recent movements? Sean was eager to know what the street-level heroes of Hell's Kitchen were up to. Wesley chose his words carefully before speaking slowly. Matt Murdock, the blind lawyer, is engaged in charitable legal aid work, nothing unusual. Jessica Jones is currently investigating a missing architect case. Luke Cage was just released from prison and has gotten involved in a mysterious incident involving the deaths of several black men. As for the Danny Rand you mentioned, he arrived in New York yesterday. Well done, Wesley. Keep monitoring them and be careful not to get caught. Those people are no ordinary individuals. Sean looked at Wesley, who maintained a respectful demeanor, a glint of admiration in his eyes. No wonder the former kingpin of the underworld had valued and trusted him so much. Having a subordinate who could handle all the trivial matters was indeed satisfying. He didn't need to do everything himself, just steer the overall direction and delegate the rest. Boss, I've noticed that the Hand is also keeping a close watch on Danny Rand. Wesley added another noteworthy piece of information. That group has its sights set on Danny Rand. This young billionaire who disappeared for over a decade and has now returned to New York to inherit his family's business is no ordinary figure. Sean smiled faintly. Danny Rand was a key player in the Hand's plans, so naturally they couldn't afford to overlook him. Meeting Wesley's puzzled gaze, Sean stated without reservation, as a child Danny Rand survived a plane crash with his father. Afterward he was taken in by an Eastern monk and joined Kunlun. Eventually he even earned the title of the Immortal Iron Fist and became Kunlun's protector. Kunlun? Wesley had never heard the term before. Despite thoroughly investigating Danny Rand, he had no knowledge of such a secretive past. A mystical city nestled in the Himalayas said to exist in another dimension. The monks within believe that humans possess chi, the essence of life itself. They seek to master and control it to strengthen themselves. But among them 5 heretics emerged, individuals with malevolent thoughts. These 5 craved immortality, the ability to regenerate endlessly to escape the fear of death. The elders of Kunlun deemed this a deviation from the true path. Thus, like Lucifer cast from heaven, these 5 dissenters were expelled. These 5 became the fingers of the Hand. Using an artifact stolen from Kunlun, they have kept themselves alive for centuries. Some of them you might recognize, like Madame Gao, who controls Hell's Kitchen's drug trade. She is one of the Hand's 5 leaders. Wesley's face showed shock. If not for hearing it from Sean, he would have thought he was listening to some third-rate fantasy novel. The Hand, which had once collaborated with the Kingpin, harbored such a hidden origin. The other 4 have different identities: an African warlord, an arms smuggler, even the master of a vast financial empire. Each finger rules its own territory, and now they've all gathered in New York. Wesley smiled bitterly. Boss, if you became an intelligence broker, you'd be the best in the business. Sean returned a slight smile. Foreknowledge was perhaps the greatest advantage of a time traveler. Before his presence as a butterfly completely disrupted the timeline's trajectory, he had to work harder to reap substantial rewards. Just like with Frank D'Amico and the Kingpin, before the Hand would become his next stepping stone. This mysterious organization with a global reach had become Sean's prey. Boss, are you planning to move against the Hand? Wesley's mind worked quickly. Sean's detailed knowledge of the Hand and his secret surveillance of Hell's Kitchen's street heroes couldn't be coincidental. As the saying goes, one's greatest enemy knows them best. This young boss, whose thoughts were inscrutable, had such a clear understanding of the Hand's origins and plans. He must be intending to strike at this organization entrenched in Hell's Kitchen. I remember telling you long ago that one day I'd kick out the Hand, the Russians, and the Mexican drug cartels. A faint smile played on Sean's lips as he looked at Wesley. The Emperor of Hell's Kitchen, that's my promise to you. Even with Wesley's composure, hearing Sean utter those words stirred a surge of excitement. He gazed at his calm young boss and said sincerely, "Thank you, boss. You handle things well, so you deserve the reward." Wesley, don't limit your vision to Hell's Kitchen. The future holds vast prospects. This world has more than you can imagine. Sean stood up and before leaving patted his capable subordinate on the shoulder. Keep a close watch on the hand. Report any news to me immediately. His imposing figure pushed open the door and stepped out. The cacophony of heavy metal music and the frenzied swaying bodies of revelers swallowed Sean into the crowd. When the blood-soaked Punisher crashed through the window, Matt sitting on the sofa couldn't help but sigh. He had said to use the front door, why did he always have to come in through the window? Can you not? Matt's face changed at the acrid smell of blood. The teasing words he intended to say caught in his throat as he hurriedly moved the gasping Punisher onto the sofa and rummaged through his home for a portable medical kit containing bandages and antiseptic iodine. In the past, Matt would don a Red Devil's combat suit every night and patrol Hell's Kitchen searching for traces of gangsters and street thugs engaging in illegal activities. At that time, injuries were simply a part of his daily routine. Though he could not see, Matt possessed superhuman senses more developed than those of ordinary people. The Punisher was covered in knife wounds with long gashes crisscrossing his body, blood soaking through his Black Skull t-shirt. When did Hell's Kitchen produce another master of cold weapons? With questions in his heart, Matt treated the Punisher's wounds with a simple bandaging. He had long decided to abandon his identity as the Night Devil, bidding farewell to his previous life. However, he and the Punisher had once been comrades, standing on the same front, both hating crime and hoping to change Hell's Kitchen with their own strength. The Punisher was driven by rage from losing his family, while Matt was motivated by his sense of justice. Matt. After an unknown amount of time, the Punisher opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually clearing from the haze. He had at least a dozen wounds on his body and had lost a significant amount of blood. If it weren't for his robust physique holding on, he would have already been sent to the morgue. I don't want to know about those criminal organizations, Frank. I finally managed to live a peaceful life, forgetting the identity of the Night Devil. The only reason I took you in and treated your wounds instead of taking you to the police station or the hospital is that we were once friends. So don't drag me back into that vortex of evil. Matt sat in the darkness, seemingly aware of what the Punisher was going to say. He did not want to be pulled back into those filthy evil whirlpools. Hell's Kitchen had always been like this. He once thought that money was the root of all evil, but when that crime lord fell, criminal activities did not decrease, rather they became more intense as gangs fought like wild dogs over territory. Matt, has your inner anger really disappeared? The Punisher struggled to sit up on the sofa, his eyes always filled with rage fixed on the shadow in the darkness. Your father was called the Blaze Fist Jack Murdoch. He had to fight in boxing matches for gang leaders to make a living. Sometimes he was forced to throw fights to help the gang reap greater profits. That time you wanted to see your father's match, he disregarded the gang's orders and won the fight. But what was the outcome? Shut up, Frank. Matt shouted, his voice laced with suppressed anger. As a result, he was killed by the gang, dying in a back alley. The law you believe in did not bring the murderer to justice because that bastard bribed the police and threatened the jury. Even with irrefutable evidence, he could continue to roam free after committing murder. When the law cannot seek justice for the people, we must take matters into our own hands. Isn't that the reason you became the Night Devil? Why are you now cowering like a coward? The Punisher retorted defiantly, his deep hoarse voice containing endless pain and anger. He loathed those criminals and wished to send them all to hell. I am not like you, Matt murmured, as if suddenly drained of strength. He had once tried to use his abilities to uphold justice but lost his lover Erica, who was killed by members of the Hand. His friend Foggy left the law firm, growing distant from him, and Karen, who had been by his side, also chose to leave. Wearing the mask of the Night Devil meant bearing a heavy responsibility and cost. Matt felt exhausted. He could no longer continue. Erica is still alive. Looking at the dejected Matt, the Punisher revealed this news. She is mixed up with the Hand and follows a woman's orders. She is stronger than before, and even I am no match for her. The blade of the Hand pierced Erica and she fell in my arms. I buried her with the stick. Now you tell me that Erica is still alive and with the Hand, the very people who killed her. Matt's voice had a hint of anger. To see his lover die in his arms was an eternal wound in his heart. Frank, although we are friends, don't joke about Erica. Do you think I am deceiving you? The wounds on my body were all inflicted by your dear Erica with a Japanese katana. She is no longer the person you remember, Matt. The hand calls her Black Sky. Her body has been occupied by another existence, turning her into a cold-blooded, emotionless killing machine. The Punisher shook himself awake, took a beer from the fridge and let the cold liquid flow down his throat, slightly calming the strong man covered in bandages. Matt, the Hand is plotting a massive conspiracy. Beneath their new stronghold at Midtown Financial there is a huge hole. The earthquake in Hell's Kitchen was triggered by those people from the Hand. If we continue to let them roam free, we don't know what terrible consequences may arise. A war is about to break out and we must fight for Hell's Kitchen. The Punisher told Matt everything he knew, hoping that this old friend would don the Red Devil suit once more and become the Night Devil again to stop the Hand's conspiracy. Put on that mask and join me in saving Hell's Kitchen, saving your Erica. Matt remained silent, closing his hollow eyes. Many deliberately forgotten memories surged forth like a tide, growing up in an orphanage, taught by the blind stick, getting accepted into Columbia University and aspiring to be an excellent lawyer. Those scenes flickered past like fleeting shadows. After graduation, Matt realized that while the law might be impartial, its enforcers were not. There existed too much injustice and darkness in the world. A blind lawyer could not combat those capitalists who could afford a whole team of lawyers, nor could he punish gang leaders who colluded with the police. Thus he donned the mask, leveraging his extraordinary super senses and the martial arts skills learned from Stick, transforming into the Red Devil of Hell's Kitchen, specifically targeting those gangster scum. Frank, perhaps you are right. If you want to achieve peace, you must prepare for battle. Matt stood up from the darkness, pulling back the partition in the living room, revealing the red suit and the mask with devil horns. Now wearing the Night Devil suit again, Matt turned to the Punisher and said, "Do we have any other allies? Two people alone cannot take on the Hand." The Punisher, wrapped in white bandages, laughed softly, his hoarse voice reminiscent of metal scraping. "Of course there are more heroes in Hell's Kitchen than just you." In the top-floor conference room of the Midtown Circle Financial Company, a middle-aged woman in a white shawl spoke with a furrowed brow, her face etched with fine lines yet exuding an air of authority long accustomed to power. "Is the boss behind you not planning to meet me in person?" she asked, her tone laced with displeasure. This is hardly the right attitude for business negotiations. How could the Hand ever cooperate with a mysterious figure who refuses to show their face? Wesley, impeccably dressed in a suit, sat in the meeting room with a polite, refined smile, speaking calmly. "I have full authority to represent my boss' views, and we are sincere. I urge you, Ms. Alexandra, to believe that." The woman Wesley faced was the helmswoman of Midtown Circle Financial, a lady of legendary life experience. Known as Alexandra, this middle-aged figure was a prominent name in New York's high society, rumored to have built a vast real estate empire from scratch with extensive business operations. Yet her colossal enterprise was matched by an extremely low-key personal style, rarely appearing in public or even attending social gatherings. Of course, Wesley knew more than just surface-level information. This middle-aged woman, who had amassed immense wealth in mere decades, was actually one of the 5 leaders of the Hand, hailing from the mysterious Eastern organization known as Kunlun, and had devoted her life to the illusory goal of immortality. "Your boss certainly has quite the airs. Even Kingpin, when he worked with us, didn't dare to pull all the strings from behind the scenes," Alexandra said coldly, showing little enthusiasm for this so-called cooperation. Currently, all of the Hand's resources were focused on Danny Rand. As long as they captured this last defender of Kunlun and harnessed the power of his immortal iron fist to break open the underground door, the hope of eternal life was within reach. Compared to prolonging her own life, Alexandra cared nothing for even the most lucrative business deals. After all, what could be more precious than life itself? Wasn't it their insatiable thirst for life that had led to their expulsion from Kunlun in the first place? In truth, business is of little consequence. The Hand has countless business partners. What my boss truly seeks is a closer bond with the Hand, such as access to your resources, even your intelligence network. Wesley sat upright, his expression grave as he stated his purpose. Honestly, before a fully trusting cooperative relationship was established, abruptly making such an unreasonable request made him fear he might be killed on the spot in a fit of rage. But no matter how vast the world, the boss was paramount. Whether the demands were rude or not, Wesley as the agent had to faithfully execute them. This was one reason he had become Kingpin's trusted confidant. "Ha, your boss is quite an amusing fellow," Alexandra said with a perfunctory laugh, then prepared to rise and leave. She had no time to waste on such trivial matters. She had assumed that someone capable of toppling Kingpin would be a worthy partner, but now he seemed nothing more than an arrogant fool ignorant of his own limits. "How about Danny Rand as a token of sincerity?" Wesley said calmly, not trying to stop her. When Alexandra halted and turned sharply to fix her gaze on him, Wesley knew the information his boss had provided was accurate. The Kunlun defender who bore the title of Immortal Iron Fist was indeed the most important person to the hand at present. "How much do you know?" Alexandra asked lightly, a glint of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. "The 5 fingers of the hand, you miss. Alexandra are the supreme leader. Gao Sao, Murakami and Bakudo, who have collaborated with us before, are all now heading to New York. As for the connection between the hand and Kunlun, I am also aware of some details." Wesley met the cold stare of the hand's supreme leader with a composed expression. Knowing their secrets meant one of two outcomes: either he on behalf of his boss would become the hand's partner, or he could vanish from the face of the earth. Running errands for the powerful was indeed a high-risk profession, Wesley thought bitterly to himself. "Who is your boss?" Alexandra finally began to take the mysterious figure behind the scenes seriously. Few knew the hand's history, and even fewer were aware of Kunlun and Danny Rand's identity as the Iron Fist. "You can call him King or Mr. K." Wesley reluctantly revealed his boss alias, having grown accustomed to his employer's eccentric tastes. "And what does he want?" "Everyone has their own interests, don't they? What does he seek from the hand?" Alexandra felt a spark of curiosity about this man. "The black sky," Wesley stated the demand. "My boss wishes to understand the hand's most powerful weapon." "That's not some cheap commodity off an assembly line," Alexandra said, somewhat surprised that he would ask for this. "My boss pursues immense personal power, so he is very interested in the black sky," Wesley said with a faint smile. "In return, he will deliver Danny Rand and some other troublesome individuals into your hands." Alexandra fell silent for a moment. Her time was running out. According to a medical report from a few days ago, her internal organs were failing and her life was nearing its end. The dragon bone she had stolen from Kunlun was long depleted, the last bit used to resurrect the deceased Elektra and transform her into the black sky. The death she had gradually forgotten over the years now clung to her like an icy wind, the immense terror assailing her soul, stripping Alexandra of her usual calm rationality. To unearth new dragon bone, she would not hesitate to destroy all of New York. "If your boss can deliver Danny Rand to me, I will agree to make him the 6th finger of the hand," Alexandra decided. Danny Rand was the key to opening that door, and paying some price was acceptable. Then, Wesley rose and extended his hand with a smile. "May our cooperation be a pleasant one. I hope next time I can meet your mysterious boss," Alexandra said, shaking his hand with a meaningful look. From this moment on, the hand would launch a full investigation into the man behind Wesley. A mysterious figure who knew the hand's origins and secrets made Alexandra deeply uneasy. Had time not been so pressing, she would never have agreed to cooperate. Instead, she would have sent the Black Sky Elektra to completely eliminate this destabilizing element. Watching Wesley leave, Alexandra's eyes darkened. The cooperation was only temporary. Once Danny Rand was in her hands, she could open the underground door and unearth new dragon bone. Then the foundations of all New York would sink and countless lives would be sacrificed. That mysterious figure calling himself Mr. K might serve as the perfect scapegoat. Standing before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, Alexandra stared at her reflection on the transparent glass, a fanatical expression spreading across her face. Time had slowly withered her once youthful body, her supple skin had lost its elasticity, her smooth face was lined with fine wrinkles, and her internal organs were beginning to fail. Yet all of this could be reversed once she obtained the dragon bone and refined it into an elixir. That miraculous substance, brimming with potent life energy, could resurrect the dead and restore youth. Alexandra gazed out at the distant steel jungle. Soon this bustling city would cease to exist, vanishing in a catastrophe like the once splendid civilization of Pompeii. Manhattan Baxter Building. Sean pulled Mindy, who had a small backpack slung over her shoulders, into the elevator. The car ascended steadily until the numbers stopped at 48, where the property manager who had been waiting led the pair, one tall, one small, into their new residence. "Whoa! This is amazing, Sean!" Mindy exclaimed, her mouth agape with excitement. The first thing to catch the little girl's eyes was the enormous transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. Sunlight streamed in from outside, spilling across the temporarily spacious hall. Beyond the glass stood a dense forest of towering skyscrapers rooted in the earth like trees. When night fell, one could stand here and gaze into the distance, taking in Park Avenue, Central Park, and the dazzling tapestry of city lights, an illusion of overlooking all of New York. The minimalist European decor and the complete set of brand new furniture left Mindy utterly delighted with her new home. She couldn't resist dashing into the rooms, eager to claim her favorite bedroom first. "Kids can be a handful," Sean said with a chuckle, his eyes soft. Mindy had lost her mother at a very young age and later lived with her father. It had to be said that the police officer had failed miserably in his role as a parent, treating his daughter as little more than a killing machine. As a result, Mindy lacked a normal worldview or sense of morality, developing the bad habit of resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement, even able to take a life without flinching. Fortunately, under Sean's deliberate guidance, this golden-haired little girl had gradually faded from her former life. The bloodshed and painful memories had over time become like faded old photographs sealed away deep in her heart. Now his relationship with Mindy was somewhat akin to family, two solitary souls living together, each giving and receiving the rare warmth found in their hearts. "It seems you're quite satisfied with the Baxter Building. This tower has 50 floors and the residents are all New York's elite. By the way, Mr. Reed Richards lives upstairs from you. Both of you are geniuses renowned in New York, so I'm sure you'll find common ground. The Baxter Building is honored to have you both as residents." The property manager, dressed in a suit, flattered him. Anyone who had been reading the papers recently would not be unfamiliar with Sean's face. Both entertainment tabloids and academic journals were vying to report on this young man who bore the dual halos of a newly minted tycoon and a scientific prodigy. Reed Richards. Sean's eyes flickered. That genius, hailed as one of the top 3 in the world, living right above him. What an interesting coincidence. They'll find time to pay a visit. I've been looking forward to meeting Dr. Richards. After seeing off the eager property manager, Sean walked to the balcony. Mindy was busy arranging her room, yet the excitement of moving into a new home wouldn't wear off anytime soon, and Sean let her do as she pleased. A vibration came from his pocket and he pulled out his phone to answer Wesley's call. "How did it go?" Sean asked. "Everything went as you predicted, boss." A respectful voice came from the other end. "When I brought up Danny Rand and the Hand's origins, Alexandra's attitude changed immediately. She agreed to your terms without hesitation. Alexandra doesn't have much time left. The shadow of death is closing in and no one can stay calm in the face of that." Sean stood on the balcony looking down at the city below. Traffic snaked like a long dragon along the roads, and in the distance the winding Hudson River was faintly visible. As he admired the beauty of Manhattan from on high, he instructed Wesley, "Keep an eye on Danny Rand. I'll go find him myself tonight." "Boss, are you really going to help the Hand carry out their plan?" Wesley hesitated before asking. Sean had laid out the Hand's plan to him in full. If Alexandra succeeded in excavating the massive dragon bone buried underground, it was said to destabilize the entire foundation of New York, causing the city to sink and collapse, a disaster that would claim countless lives. Though Wesley was no saint, the thought of standing by while 1 million people died stirred hesitation and reluctance in his heart. "How could I let these lunatics desperate for immortality destroy New York? They'll hand Danny Rand over to Alexandra, but the dragon bone and the Hand, they won't get their hands on them." Sean laughed softly into the breeze. The dragon bone capable of reviving the dead and the Hand with its global reach, these were his targets. As for Alexandra and the other leaders of the Hand, someone else would take care of them. Have those street heroes from Hell's Kitchen gathered yet? The Punisher and Daredevil have found some people, but they don't seem to be getting along. Wesley used his resources to track these targets. The Hand found Danny Rand before, but the Iron Fist managed to escape. Those ninjas were no match for him. Jessica Jones and Luke Cage have also followed some leads to the Hand's company. In short, they've all come together. Good. A big wave of points is coming my way. Sean nodded with satisfaction. At the thought of the dazzling exchange list in his mind, a surge of excitement stirred within him. What did you say, boss? Wesley felt that his occasionally scatterbrained boss seemed to be treating all this like a game. I said you're doing a great job. Soon you'll get a promotion, a raise, and reach the peak of life. Keep up the good work, Wesley. Sean's perfunctory reply left Wesley speechless. He could never quite figure out his boss' personality, sometimes easygoing, sometimes cold and decisive, ruthless. Most of the time his face wore a sunny smile like a warm and cheerful boy next door. But when faced with an opponent or a target, he would instantly exude a dark abyssal aura. It was this unpredictable mystery that made Wesley act with even greater caution, never daring to entertain a thought of betrayal. In his eyes, his young boss was far more terrifying than the former kingpin of the underworld, Kingpin himself. Ending the call, Sean rolled his neck, a flicker of excitement rising in his calm eyes. He felt the surging power within him. The warm rays of sunlight seeped into his body like water, drop by drop transforming into electric currents that stimulated every cell and molecule. I feel like I'm going for a pentakill tonight. Sean clenched his fist and grinned. Sean, how are we celebrating tonight? Let's go to Chinatown. Roast duck is way better than pizza. I've already got my new clothes ready. Mindy bounded out, dressed in a little princess-like gown that made the golden-haired girl even more adorable. If I told you I have other plans tonight, you wouldn't be mad, would you? Sean said, carefully looking at Mindy's beaming face. The spacious living room fell silent for a second, then erupted with the angry cry of, liar. The furious golden-haired little girl launched a wild chase after Sean. The two figures, one large, one small, raced around the new home, ending half an hour later with Mindy collapsing onto the sofa. I'll make it up to you next time, okay? Sean sat down on the sofa, patting Mindy's head. Just this once. And stop patting my head. Mindy curled up like a kitten on the soft couch. Remember, come back safe. As the city's lights began to glitter, Chinatown's streets teemed with a surging tide of tourists and locals. Amidst this flowing crowd, a group of peculiar individuals moving with urgent haste navigated through the human sea like a small boat braving the waves. Excuse us, please make way. This group, as if being pursued, forcibly shouldered their way through the pedestrians, immediately drawing a chorus of discontented grumbles. Several burly male tourists attempted to block them but were effortlessly pushed aside by a tall raven-haired woman, as if she were casually moving a building block with no apparent effort. Oh damn, that woman's incredibly strong. Only after the group's figures vanished into the crowd did the pushed-aside tourist regain his composure and mutter. Owner, he was a third-generation immigrant in New York. He ran a Chinese restaurant on Chinatown's main drag, having learned his culinary skills from his father. Due to its authentic flavors, the restaurant was consistently popular among local, overseas Chinese and foreigners who cherished Chinese culinary culture. Closing time. Owner, he saw off the last batch of customers and hung a closed sign on the door, marking the end of another bustling day. If business continued to thrive like this, he considered whether he should hire more workers. After all, there were plenty of young Chinese immigrants in Chinatown in need of jobs. Bang! The restaurant door was pushed open, then slammed shut with force. The sudden intrusion of a group of unwelcome guests shattered Owner He's pleasant reverie. These people didn't seem to be there for a meal. The bizarre assembly, a tall raven-haired woman, a curly-haired young man in a suit and tie, a large powerful black man, a burly figure bristling with weapons, and a strange individual clad in a red demon costume, made Owner He momentarily think he was facing a gang of crazed robbers, and he hastily raised his hands in surrender. We're already closed, Owner, he said weakly, seeing that the group showed no sign of robbing the place. The intruders paid no heed to the restaurant owner's reminder. They nervously peered out the window. The tall raven-haired woman directly lifted a heavy red-lacquered long wooden cabinet with both hands and used it to barricade the restaurant's main entrance. She really is incredibly strong, remarked the man dressed as a red demon. Sir, for your own safety we need to make this place look closed. Meanwhile, the young man with curly brown hair explained to the owner in fluent Chinese, we won't hurt you. We just need to borrow this place temporarily. The man in the red demon costume and mask pulled the curtains shut. The hand could appear at any moment. He concentrated using his superhuman hearing to perceive the outside world. It seems the ninjas hadn't followed them. Alright, this restaurant is ours for now. After the curly-haired young man spoke a few words to the owner, the restaurant proprietor willingly left. What did you tell him? The raven-haired woman asked curiously. I just gave him my credit card and promised to pay his next 6 months' rent, the curly-haired young man replied in a relaxed tone. My name is Danny. Danny Rand. Jessica, the raven-haired woman said coolly. I know you too. The Punisher and Daredevil from Hell's Kitchen. I thought after being gone so long people would have mostly forgotten about me, Daredevil said with a self-deprecating tone. He had originally gone with the Punisher to find allies, but by chance they had bumped into Jessica Jones, who was following a lead. Trailing this extraordinarily capable female private investigator, the three of them had arrived at the Hand's stronghold, Midland Circle Financial. Meanwhile, the Iron Fist Danny Rand had also ventured alone into the Hand's lair. Luke Cage, investigating the mysterious disappearances of black men in Harlem, had also come to this real estate company controlled by the Hand. The 5 individuals, all chasing the same target, converged through a series of coincidences. A chaotic melee ensued with the Hand's minions, and the street-level heroes, each using their abilities, barely managed to escape taking refuge in the crowded streets of Chinatown. I think it's time for some answers, Jessica said with a cold expression. First, can anyone tell me who those people chasing us were? The Hand, Danny Rand, and the Punisher answered simultaneously. After exchanging a glance, Danny Rand continued, the Hand is an ancient criminal organization. They have always existed. The people in this organization have a fanatical ideology, and every member is willing to die to defend their faith. Sounds like terrorists, Luke Cage frowned. He had lived in Harlem for so long and had never heard of this organization's name. No terrorists want the world to know what they're doing. This organization is more secretive, more evil, and their reach is global, Daredevil added. He had fought the Hand before and knew well how terrifying they were. So what do they actually want? Why are they recruiting young people in Harlem? Luke Cage asked, puzzled. The reason he had traced the trail to that real estate company was the recent spate of young black men disappearing or dying in Harlem. The Hand's purpose is unclear for now, but it's obvious they came to New York for a reason. I feel like they're trying to find me, Danny Rand hesitated before revealing his identity. I am the immortal Iron Fist, protector of Kunlun. The room fell into a sudden silence. The Punisher gripping his 9mm Browning high power, the masked Daredevil, the perpetually stoic Jessica, and the attentive Luke Cage all stared at Danny Rand with strange expressions. What are you on? Lithium. Jessica mocked mercilessly. Danny Rand tried to defend himself but was cut off by the Punisher. Alright, shouldn't we be talking about what to do next? This burly man, who was a walking arsenal, held his Browning pistol and swept his cold gaze over the group. The Hand is plotting some monstrous scheme. At the bottom of their lair, Midland Circle Financial, there's a massive pit. I don't know what's inside, but I'm certain that the earthquake a week ago was caused by them. Whether it's the disappearances and deaths of black men in Harlem that Luke mentioned, or the missing architects that Jessica was investigating, they are all inextricably linked to the Hand. Now we have 2 paths before us. Forget about this, walk out of this restaurant and abandon our investigations. Or use our abilities to take down this vast organization. The group was silent for a moment, each lost in thought. This crisis was different from any they had faced before. Their opponent wasn't some gang leader or street thug, but a tightly organized behemoth. I want to protect the peace in Harlem. Luke Cage was the first to give his answer. He had always been a hero in Harlem. I guess I'm the first to admit this is a bit beyond me. It's out of my league, Jessica then gave her reply, declining the invitation to team up against the Hand. After experiencing a catastrophe, Jessica just wanted to be an ordinary person. She had started her own detective agency to forget her troubled past. So no matter what, she didn't want to be dragged back into fighting evil organizations. Oh, this is a perfect opportunity. I tried to fight the Hand alone and failed. Now we have so many extraordinary people and you say you don't want to join. Danny Rand shouted in disappointment. He had returned to New York to eradicate the Hand completely, to make them feel the pain of losing everything. Not everyone wants this kind of life. When you choose to fight the darkness, it means you can't look out for your friends and family. The very people you want to protect might suffer because of this decision. Daredevil fully understood Jessica's psychology. He had been through that phase himself. If not for learning about Elektra, he might never have donned his costume again. Thanks. I think I should be going now, Jessica said, offering a rare smile to Daredevil before getting up to leave. Daredevil was about to say something when his expression suddenly turned grave. He listened intently. A faint footstep echoed on the street outside. The person possessed a powerful, forceful heartbeat like the beating of a war drum, producing a thump-thump sound. Even through sound alone, Daredevil could feel the incredibly strong life force emanating from this individual. Creak. The door blocked by the red lacquered cabinet was pushed open with ease. A young man wearing a black mask stepped inside. He slowly scanned the group who were on high alert and said with a smile, "Everyone's here. Then, come at me all at once." Bang! The moment the young man appeared, the Punisher raised his hand and pulled the trigger. The Browning pistol erupted with flame, unleashing a thunderous roar. The bullet shattered the window behind, scattering shards of glass across the floor. The bloody scene everyone anticipated did not unfold. The young man in the black mask, as if having foreseen the Punisher's move, sidestepped with exquisite footwork and vanished into the darkness. "Is this how you greet an old friend, Mr. Frank?" The young man's mocking voice echoed through the restaurant. "A bit impolite, don't you think?" The Punisher's face was grim. The skull emblem on his black t-shirt gleamed ominously under the dim light. "If you're on the hand side, my next shot will blow your head off." The young man prowled through the shadows, his upright form blending seamlessly with the gloom. He fixed his gaze upon the tense street heroes, his eyes cold and calm like a predator waiting for the perfect moment to strike. "Who is he?" Danny Rand turned and asked. "You shouldn't have fired. What if you attracted the hand?" "A dangerous man." The Punisher tightened his grip on the Browning, ignoring Danny's complaint, and instead looked at Daredevil. "Can you pinpoint his location?" Daredevil drew two specially crafted batons. He nodded to the Punisher and gestured toward a direction. Understanding the signal, the Punisher immediately raised his hand. The dark muzzle flared with fire and the powerful metal bullet blasted a screen in the restaurant into splinters. The moment the gunfire ceased, Daredevil, like a coiled leopard, lunged into the darkness. No one. Finding no one behind the screen, Daredevil was startled. He had clearly heard a heartbeat, but following the source, he only touched a delicate, peculiar device. Sometimes the ears and eyes are equally easy to deceive. A low voice suddenly sounded. Daredevil shuddered, twisting to swing his baton. In his superhuman senses, a figure emerged like a ghost, its thunderous heartbeat and blazing life force painting a terrifyingly powerful silhouette. The figure blocked the heavy baton and launched a fierce punch at Daredevil's temple. Sensing the whistling wind, Matt beneath his demon mask tilted his head slightly and swung the other baton upward toward the opponent's jaw. A hit there would shatter the entire jawbone. "Attorney Murdoch, you're out." The low voice carried a hint of amusement. A sudden warning flared in Daredevil's mind. The figure shot out a hand, grabbing the incoming baton. A tremendous force traveled up his arm. Daredevil never bested in strength before, grunted as his weapon was wrenched away. Then a blow like a battering ram struck his chest. The crack of broken ribs was unmistakable. He was hurled through the air, crashing onto a table that collapsed beneath him. Bang! 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 A continuous volley of gunfire chased the figure, moving like a black specter. After emptying his magazine, the Punisher discarded the Browning and drew a Gerber combat knife from his belt. He knew the man was unnaturally fast and strong. If he couldn't restrict the opponent's mobility, firearms would be futile. "He's out cold with cracked ribs. He needs to get to the hospital immediately." Jessica rushed to Daredevil's side, his injuries severe. "Let's deal with this nuisance first." Luke Cage shed his coat, his muscles bulging like a human beast. The Punisher gripped his combat knife, holding his breath as he attuned himself to every subtle sound in the darkness. A faint rustle of air passed by. He spun around, unleashing a razor-sharp slash. "Huh?" Sean, hidden in the shadows, was slightly surprised. With his exceptional reflexes, he sidestepped. The blade grazed past him, but a heavy powerful fist followed, striking his shoulder. The force was immense, as if hitting solid steel plate. Both staggered back a few steps, and the Punisher let out a pained groan. Was this guy made of iron? Let me teach him a lesson. Luke Cage strode forward like a tiger pouncing. The robust black man's combat skills were crude compared to Daredevil or the Punisher, yet he held his own against Sean without falling behind. This black man from Harlem possessed superhuman strength and bulletproof skin. Though not a master of martial arts, his formidable defense allowed him to trade blows with Sean. A relentless barrage of fists struck Luke Cage from all angles, producing dull thuds like rapid punches on a sandbag. Luke Cage kept retreating, trying to track Sean's movements, but every time he threw a punch his opponent dodged and swiftly countered. Having fought countless brawls in Harlem, Luke had never felt so frustrated, reduced to a punching bag, unable to retaliate. Even with his bulletproof skin, the rain of heavy blows still brought a sting of pain. This is the first time I've met someone as tough as you. Interested in being my sparring partner? Paid by the hour, how about it? Sean landed another punch beneath Luke's ribs. Energy surged through his body like electric currents, sending tremors through every nerve. He took a deep breath, and the boiling energy found an outlet, channeling into his rapidly swinging fists. Luke Cage, enduring the storm of blows, suddenly recoiled like a startled beast. Crack! Sean snapped a solid pillar in half with a single blow. He charged forward, seized the retreating Luke Cage, and with a sudden burst of strength lifted the 400-pound body high before hurling him out the window. A car alarm blared through the night. The robust black man crashed through the window, slamming into a black Chevrolet. The roof caved in, windows shattered, and the automatic alarm shrieked. 3 left. Sean stepped lightly out of the darkness. I told you it'd be easier if you all came at once. Jessica crossed and flexed her hands. She had observed the fight and noted that the man far exceeded normal human limits in strength, speed, muscle density, and reflexes. He also seemed proficient in combat skills. Overall, he was indeed a troublesome opponent. Danny Rand, who had been largely inactive, struggled to enter a meditative state, trying to channel his chi. Though he bore the title of Kunlun's Immortal Iron Fist, he was merely a novice, still unable to master the use of chi. Danny Rand am actually quite curious about Kunlun. Sean rolled his neck, his joints cracking softly. Danny Rand, regulating his breath, snorted, a scumbag like you will never be worthy of setting foot in Kunlun. Such righteous words. Before the mocking words faded, Sean shot forward like an arrow, closing in on Jessica. A whip-like kick tore through the air from the right. Jessica shielded her head with both arms, blocking the powerful blow, her black hair whipping in the wind. The tall, aloof woman exuded a wild aura like a tigress unleashing a ferocious assault. They engaged in close-quarters combat, fists and bodies colliding with a continuous dull rhythm. The rapid, brutal exchange left Danny Rand unable to intervene. Tables and chairs in the restaurant were shredded like paper by the shockwaves of their fight, sending wood chips flying and leaving chaos in their wake. How much longer can you last? Jessica said coldly. After fighting so long, I don't believe you're not tired. A beautiful lady like you shouldn't doubt a man's stamina. Sean punched rapidly, a meaningful laugh escaping his lips. Jessica Jones, like Luke Cage, was no ordinary human. The black-haired woman who ran a private detective agency possessed immense strength and could fly with physical abilities far beyond normal. Among the 5-member team, she was a top-tier combatant. Men who boast about endurance usually aren't that impressive in reality. Jessica, bold and outspoken, retorted. Then let's give it a try. Maybe you'll become fond of me afterward. Sean chuckled softly. Amidst the stormy exchange with Jessica, his expression suddenly shifted. A golden fist shot toward him, its overwhelming power accompanied by a howling wind aiming straight for his face. With a thunderous roar, the iron fist descended with a whistling wind, striking Sean's shoulder like a battering ram. The surging power, as fierce as raging waves, sent the seemingly unstoppable young man hurtling through the air. His upright frame crashed through the antique carved wooden door, tumbling heavily into the shadows. Danny Rand was also taken aback by that ferocious blow. Although he bore the title of Immortal Iron Fist Guardian of Kunlun, he was in truth unworthy of the name, unable to master the chi within him. Thus he had been unable to contribute much in the previous fight. Jessica's eyes held an expression of disbelief. She hadn't expected this seemingly reckless young man to land such a devastatingly powerful punch. Without his help, defeating Sean on her own would have been no easy feat. Finish him off now? The Punisher lurking nearby seized the moment. As a former soldier, Frank was always adept at exploiting the right opportunity. Like a lithe leopard, the Punisher darted into the shadows. He knew all too well how terrifying Sean could be. Failing to eliminate him in one go would likely spell trouble for their side. I think he's too nervous, Danny Rand shrugged. He didn't believe the man who had suddenly appeared could get up so soon after taking his heavy punch. Shaking his clenched fist, Danny Rand looked confident. Even though Sean had shown formidable defense earlier, this guardian of Kunlun had absolute faith in his iron fist. He was certain that even the hardest steel body would be pierced by his full-force strike. Such was the power of the chi inherited from Kunlun. Once unleashed, it was a trump card that never failed. He's a true warrior, Jessica said, shaking her messy black hair. Who would have thought that the most powerful street hero of Hell's Kitchen would almost be taken down by that man tonight? Danny Rand glanced at the unconscious Daredevil lying on the ground, then turned to Luke Cage, who had been thrown out the window. Helplessly he said, I think we need an ambulance. Maybe more than one. That guy I punched probably won't be able to use a knife and fork for the rest of his life. Oh, looks like I'm about to disappoint you. A low voice tinged with amusement followed. Sean slowly emerged from the shadows, his upright frame like a mountain exuding an intense pressure. Jessica and Danny Rand were especially shocked to see his right hand tightly gripping the Punisher's neck. The burly 6-foot man was held like a chick struggling to breathe with harsh rasping sounds. The scene fell silent. Danny Rand, who had thought the tide had turned, looked grim. By all logic, that punch should have rendered Sean completely incapable of fighting, but the reality struck him like a resounding slap across the face. That punch of yours was indeed heavy. This is the first time I've been hurt. Sean said calmly, his left hand hanging limply, his entire shoulder feeling as if struck by a hammer. Giving my first time to a man. Honestly, I'm not in a good mood. Sean's right hand was like forged iron, firmly gripping the Punisher's throat. If not for the surging life energy within his body rapidly healing his injuries, he might have already become the Punisher's captive. I made a mistake. Perhaps from the start I've had it too easy. Every enemy I've faced has fallen at my feet with hardly any setbacks or obstacles. So I got complacent. That's not good. Even Achilles was felled by an arrow to his heel. He'll face more stronger foes in the future. If I keep this arrogant mindset, I might suffer an irreparable defeat. Sean spoke as if in self-reflection, his voice unhurried. His calm eyes betrayed no emotion. Gradually he tightened his grip like a steel clamp. The Punisher, his throat constricted near suffocation, his eyes bulging and bloodshot, unable to make a sound. With a thud, the 200-pound body crashed to the floor. Sean flexed his injured shoulder. The broken bones enveloped in a golden glow had fully healed. All right, let's finish this quickly. Maybe I can still grab a takeout of cheese and nut pizza before the pizzeria closes. Without a glance at the unconscious Punisher, Sean's eyes flashed with a golden light that quickly faded. He stared at the wary Jessica and Danny Rand, a dangerous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A black Passat was parked outside a Chinese restaurant in Chinatown. Alexandra, one of the leaders of the Hand, leaned back in the car seat. She had been monitoring the fight from the start. If Sean hadn't appeared, her original plan was to deploy her most powerful force to bring Kunlun's iron fist to her. Elektra, if Wesley's boss fails, it's your turn, Alexandra said, gently stroking the woman beside her as if petting a tame animal. The woman called Elektra turned her head woodenly, her eyes devoid of any emotion, like an exquisite puppet lacking the breath of life. No one would have guessed that this expressionless cold beauty was the Hand's most powerful weapon, the legendary human weapon Black Sky. If Wesley's boss doesn't fail, then you'll deal with him. No, unknown, nobody dares to set terms with the Hand, Alexandra said coldly. Since he was asking for so much, she would make him pay for his greed. Elektra nodded, gripping her katana. For Black Sky, any weapon that could tear flesh and reap lives was an extension of her own body. Compared to powerful firearms, this ancient brutal blade better satisfied her inner desire for slaughter and bloodshed. Time ticked by. Just as Alexandra grew impatient, the restaurant door swung open. A man in a black mask hummed a light tune, dragging a body along the ground. Danny Rand, the iron fist of Kunlun, I've brought him to you, Sean said, lightly tossing the battered Danny Rand onto the black Passat like trash. As if in revenge for that heavy punch, the iron fist's face had no intact skin left, his head swollen to at least twice its size. Dozens of bones throughout his body were broken. Don't worry, I was careful. Just superficial injuries. Get him a doctor and he'll be fine, no permanent damage, no life-threatening harm. Danny Rand, still conscious, wanted to curse at these words, but he couldn't even move a finger, let alone make a sound. Electra, finish him, Alexandra commanded. Since the iron fist was secured, there was no need for this man to exist. Electra, clad in blackened ninja gear, stepped out of the car. Her sharp katana slowly slid from its sheath. She stared at the seemingly oblivious Sean, a beastly gleam flickering in her pupils. Such a lack of contractual spirit. Expecting this, Sean rolled his neck. It felt like electric currents surging beneath his skin, a mild thrill filling his body. The successive battles had allowed him to vaguely grasp the essence of his own power. In the conference room of Zhongsheng Circle Financial Company, the 5 leaders of the Hand Alliance gathered together, an unusual sight. Alessandra sat at the head, a hint of uncontrollable excitement and joy flashing across her typically indifferent face. Her life was hanging by a thread, and each day she felt the decay of her bodily organs, the shadow of death drawing ever closer, the chill of its breath surrounding her, awakening her from the midnight dream. Death is forever humanity's greatest fear, especially for someone like Alessandra who has lived for centuries. The longer one experiences life, the more they dread the approach of death. I have captured Danaland, the last heir of Kunlun, and he is now in our hands. Alessandra lost her usual composure, her heart ablaze with the joy of imminent revival. Hundreds of years ago we fled Kunlun to practice the legendary art of immortality, taking the dragon bones from the dragon's lair with us. With the immense life energy contained within, we attained prolonged life, surviving for centuries. However, as time passed, the dragon bones gradually depleted, and we once again faced the shadow of death. But heaven did not abandon us. After centuries of searching, we found another burial place of a dragon skeleton. The power of Kunlun sealed it underground, and only the strength of an iron fist can open that door. Alessandra's voice echoed in the conference room as the other 4 leaders listened quietly. They had all once been monks of Kunlun, coveting the legendary art of immortality, stealing dragon bone remains and escaping the strictly regulated mystical land of Kunlun together. Utilizing the life-giving dragon bones, they formed the Hand Alliance, becoming 5 fingers that have thrived and expanded into a global criminal organization over the centuries. With Danyland in our hands, will the Night Demon and his crew let it go? Murakami from Japan expressed his concern, well aware of the troubles posed by the street heroes of Hell's Kitchen, who had always been a headache for the Hand Alliance. The Night Demon, the Punisher, and other strange characters had caused untold losses for the gangs in Hell's Kitchen, and the Hand Alliance was among the victims. Alessandra remained unfazed and coldly replied, "The Black Void will take care of them." Upon hearing this response, Murakami fell silent. The Black Void was the legacy they obtained from Kunlun, akin to ancient and obscure sacrificial sorcery, worshipping the primal and mysterious demon beast, sacrificing their own emotions and rationality in exchange for immense power. If not for the excessively harsh conditions required to be a host for the Black Void, the Hand Alliance could have created a fearsome army. Erica is the most suitable host I have ever seen. The power of the Black Void can be fully unleashed within her, yet the Night Demon and his crew will not be her match. Alessandra was brimming with confidence. The once dead Erica had been revived by her using dragon bones and had forgotten her past memories, making her undoubtedly the best vessel for the Black Void. Find a way to have Danyland open the underground seal and excavate the dragon bones as soon as possible. We cannot stay in New York for too long. A mysterious organization has already set its sights on us. The warlord Soanda from Africa spoke up. Madame Gao, the local power broker in New York, nodded. This elderly woman possessed a meticulous and powerful intelligence network. She knew that there was a mysterious organization hidden in the shadows of this country specializing in dealing with supernatural events and unconventional crimes. But that mysterious organization was hidden too deeply, like an iceberg floating on the sea with only a small part visible. Even with the intelligence capabilities of the Hand Alliance, they could not uncover more information. 1 week from now we will excavate the dragon bones. Alessandra set the final deadline. I will plan the transportation route. Once the dragon bones are excavated, it will disturb the foundations of New York, triggering a series of chain reactions. We will take advantage of the chaos to leave. The silent fighter spoke up. The 5 leaders of the Hand Alliance rarely gathered together. In real life they each held different identities. For example, Alessandra was a successful entrepreneur in New York, while Soanda was a warlord on the African continent and Murakami managed a Japanese conglomerate. Each person had their own power, but these identities were merely facades. Beneath the glamorous appearances or prominent statuses lay a chilling, profound darkness. What about Wesley's boss? Madame Gao suddenly recalled something and asked. Erica will kill him. Hell's Kitchen cannot have too many ambitious people. Alessandra placed her hands on the conference table. That man was enigmatic and seemed to know much about the Hand Alliance's past and Kunlun, which made her very cautious. Dangerous characters should be nipped in the bud, this leader of the Hand Alliance declared. For so many years the Hand Alliance had only 5 fingers, and Alessandra could never tolerate allowing another person to come in and share the secret of immortality with them. Everything will proceed as planned. Alessandra surveyed her 4 companions. For centuries they had relied on and helped each other, establishing the vast Hand Alliance and escaping the strictly regulated Kunlun. One day we will return to that place and gain endless life. Madame Gao, Murakami, Sawanda, and the fighter, the 4 leaders of the Hand Alliance, also stood up. They had escaped from Kunlun hundreds of years ago, always maintaining the greatest vigilance and caution towards that mysterious place existing in another dimension. Yet deep inside they yearned to return to that place, craving the buried dragon bones and the secrets of immortality. We can obtain the secrets of the Iron Fist from Danny Land. He is not only the key to open that underground door, but also the only landmark to Kunlun. Sawanda's dark face broke into a cold smile. The others nodded in agreement. The dragon bones would eventually be depleted, but if they could return to Kunlun and dig out all the buried dragon bones from the dragon's lair, then they would be only a step away from immortality. Just as the 5 leaders of the Hand Alliance were envisioning a bright future, a distinct sound of footsteps approached from outside the door. Erica pushed the door open, holding a gleaming katana, an aura of faint blood surrounding her like a warrior who had just experienced a thrilling massacre, her eyes filled with a savage satisfaction. Did you kill that guy? Alessandra looked at Erica with satisfaction. Once possessed by the black void, her original emotions and memories would gradually fade away, leaving only the primal instinct of the desire to kill. Erica gazed at her master, and that expressionless cold face suddenly broke into a faint smile, startling Alessandra. As the vessel for the black void, Erica stood in the conference room, her black hair and red attire, holding a long knife presenting a peculiar beauty akin to a blooming blood-red rose. His name is Sean. A slightly hoarse voice came from Erica as she stepped aside, revealing a young man wearing a black mask walking in leisurely. Looking at the various expressions of the Hand Alliance leaders, Sean could not help but softly say, "It's nice to see you all again." Surprised. Unexpected. 40 minutes earlier, outside a Chinese restaurant in Chinatown, Sean and Electra, wielding a long blade, stood locked in a standoff. Watching the black Passat fade into the distance, the young man couldn't help but ask, "Are you the Black Sky of the Hand?" Sean scrutinized the red-clad woman before him, whose expressionless face resembled an exquisite doll. Her dark, beautiful eyes brimmed with cruel, beast-like savagery, as if a ferocious monster had taken possession of her lovely form. A sharp blade lashed out. Electra remained silent. As the vessel for the Black Sky, she retained only basic human functions, otherwise no different from a wild beast. The longer the Black Sky resided within her body, the more Electra's original personality waned, fading until it was utterly consumed by bestial instincts. Electra swung her long blade, its bright edge slicing through the air. Sean sidestepped with subtle footwork, eager to witness the legendary human weapon, the Black Sky, and gauge its true terror. Her long black hair whirled wildly. Sean frowned as he dodged Elektra's frenzied assault. The gleaming blade traced lethal arcs, so one misstep would see the sharp steel tear through flesh, cleaving his body into a mangled heap. As anticipated, Elektra, reduced to a vessel for the black sky, had evolved into a pure killing instrument. With each passing moment of battle, her strength and speed surged markedly. Her crimson figure moved like a phantom, suddenly closing in on Sean. The long blade swept upward in a silvery arc as if to split her foe in two. A chill ran through Sean's heart. He slammed a fist laden with heavy force against the flat of the blade, deflecting Elektra's ferocious strike. Shifting from defense to offense, he pressed forward like an avalanche, his towering frame exuding an intimidating aura. With a thunderous punch, he struck the unsuspecting Elektra in the abdomen, folding her supple body like a shrimp. A powerful whip-like kick swept sideways, sending the momentarily incapacitated Elektra flying. Her red figure crashed into a parked car, denting the metal door and shattering the window glass, which scattered in glittering shards across the ground. Sean stood tall, watching Elektra struggle to rise. He clicked his tongue in amazement. What remarkable willpower! A beast clad in human skin. Even a bulletproof brute like Luke Cage would find it difficult to get up so quickly after taking one of his heavy punches and a kick. Yet Elektra, with her disheveled black hair, propped herself up with her long blade, took a few labored breaths, and was back in fighting form. Her beast-like pupils locked onto Sean as if utterly devoid of pain. Only an insatiable lust for slaughter and combat instincts drove this body. A swift blade tore through the air, the wind howling. The long blade transformed into a mass of silver light, radiating a bone-chilling coldness that enveloped Sean. A nearby street lamp was cleanly severed, its cut as smooth as a mirror, testament to the terrifying power of the blade's wielder. "We should sit down and talk, Elektra." Sean moved with steps like an illusory shadow, his voice flickering in and out. "You can control it. Any power can be mastered as long as you have a strong enough will. Don't become its slave." Elektra remained silent, but a flicker passed through her dark eyes before returning to normal. The blade flashed with swift ferocity like silver light blooming in the void. Sean's chest heaved, surging energy churning like a tide. Time seemed to slow as his tall figure blurred into a phantom. Dodging the sharp edge, a powerful arm shot through the air, gripping the soft neck of the red-clad figure. "Elektra Nachios." Sean casually knocked the long blade from her hand, leaning close to her exquisite mixed-race face. He whispered, "You were raised by stick daredevils, teacher, then fostered in the home of a Greek diplomat. In college you met Matt Murdock, a charming young blind man, and fell deeply in love." His hoarse, low voice echoed in Elektra's ears. A struggle flickered in her vacant pupils as the beast within her mind roared violently, sending waves of piercing agony through her entire being. Sean tightened his grip until Elektra began to choke, then stopped. He gazed deeply into the eyes of the poor woman possessed by the black sky and said calmly, "You remember all of this. How you died, how you were resurrected, and how that beast-like monster usurped your body. Elektra, you have a name, a family, and a lover. That beast cannot control you." Elektra's legs kicked frantically. The near suffocation brought her to the brink of death. The man's voice came and went like a distant call, awakening long-buried emotions and memories within her. Sean drew closer to the struggling red-clad woman, watching her pain-twisted face. He asked softly, "Tell me, who are you?" Counting silently after 30 seconds, the gasping Elektra still hadn't answered. Sean's gaze turned cold. With a regretful sigh, he prepared to snuff out this crimson rose. "Elektra Nachios." Amidst hoarse, strange sounds, the red-clad woman, teetering on the edge of death, stammered out her name. "Well done." Sean released his grip. The red-clad, black-haired woman collapsed to her knees before him, gasping for air like a fish out of water. The young man lifted Elektra's chin, a satisfied smile curling at his lips. "Now it's time for revenge. It seems you're not happy to see me." Sean spread his hands, walking over to Elektra with a grin. "You placed too much faith in the black sky's power and underestimated the human will. Elektra, kill him." Alexandra rushed before the red-clad woman, issuing orders hysterically. The leader of the hand had lost all her former poise and composure. In the hand's centuries-long history, the black sky had never gone out of control. How could a fragile human will possibly withstand the power of the beast? This shattered Alexandra's understanding. She refused to believe Elektra had regained her sanity and still attempted to command this human weapon. My name is Elektra Nachios. The red-clad black-haired woman swung her long blade cleanly severing Alexandra's head without a moment's hesitation. Blood gushed like a fountain splattering across her cold exquisite face. Elektra licked the corner of her mouth, a nearly bewitching smile blooming on her fierce features. Her eyes gleamed with ecstatic pleasure. Slaughter satisfied her, blood brought her joy. Let us welcome the Hand's new leader. Sean clapped his hands, draping an arm around Elektra's shoulder and guiding her to the head seat at the conference table. Scanning the other 4 leaders, a faint smile played on the young man's lips as he asked softly, who agrees? Who opposes? The deafening clang of metal echoed through the hollow underground as Sean descended in the elevator with Erica beside him, occasionally sizing up the masked man. They won't truly obey me, neither Murakami nor Soanda. Each of these Hand leaders harbors their own agenda. Erica slipped into a long black trench coat, a short blade dangling from her hand. Her beautiful eyes no longer gleamed with cruel bestial savagery, instead they reflected the lucid clarity of human thought. How could brute force ever bend them? These are ancients who have lived for centuries. Your loyalty is not easily given. In the dim light of the metal cage, the young man smiled. Killing Alexandra only instills fear. You are the Hand's sole black sky, a centuries-old totem of faith. The ninjas worship you with fervor. That is your chance to seize control of this vast organization. And what about Murakami and the others? Shall I kill them all? A flicker of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Perhaps because he was the first person she saw upon regaining consciousness, Erica felt a strange, inexplicable trust in this unfamiliar man. Sean glanced at Erica. Her exquisitely beautiful Eurasian face, though now touched with a trace of human vitality, still retained an icy aloofness. Having once served as the vessel for the black sky, even after regaining her senses, the missing fragments of human emotion could not be instantly reclaimed. Killing solves nothing. The Hand is a vast organization with a tightly knit internal structure, its reach spanning the globe. It secretly controls numerous multinational trading corporations and wields immense political influence. Soanda, the African warlord, has manipulated coups in countless nations, while Murakami maintains close ties with the Japanese giant Yashida Pharmaceuticals. These are the Hand's true powers. Sean spoke with ease. He had long since tasked Wesley with investigating the Hand, and combining that intelligence with his own knowledge, he could at least sketch a rough outline of this colossal organization. Then why did you? Erica's eyes brimmed with confusion. If that were the case, why had Sean pushed her into the position of Hand leader earlier? Circumstances will change, the young man in the black mask said calmly. The remaining Hand leaders need the black sky to confront the street heroes of Hell's Kitchen. That's why even after you killed Alexandra, they didn't act rashly. For now their priority is unearthing the dragon bones beneath the earth to extend their own lives. Everything else can wait. This is our opportunity. While Gal, Murakami, Soanda and Bakuto tear each other apart with the street heroes of Hell's Kitchen, you can slowly consolidate your power. Erica gazed at the man beside her. His casual tone carried a dark, fearsome aura. Perhaps influenced by the black sky, she found herself utterly captivated by this sensation. Like a candle flame in the night drawing moths near, Erica, once parasitized by the black sky, felt a profound admiration and kinship for Sean's seemingly indifferent yet ruthlessly calculating schemes, as if she had found a kindred spirit. Of course, all of this depends on your will. Sean paused before continuing, you've regained your freedom, Erica. Now you have the right to choose your own path. You can leave the Hand, return to Matt Madoc's side, or stand with Stick and destroy this evil organization. Life offers countless choices. Pursue the life you desire. Sensing Erica's astonished gaze, Sean guessed her thoughts and said calmly, what the Hand values is precisely what I hold in least regard. Prolonging life through so-called dragon bones. How is that any different from the decrepit elderly lying on hospital beds kept alive by oxygen tubes and life support? The meaning of life has never been about its length, at least not for me. The young man's voice resonated through the underground space, each word striking a profound chord. Even without your help, I could still seize control of the Hand. The only difference would be a few extra measures. Erica, we are not mere allies of convenience. I seek nothing from you nor do you owe me anything. Erica remained silent. Taken in by Stick during her childhood, she endured harsh, brutal training before being placed in the home of a Greek diplomat, becoming a high society heiress. For most of her life, her actions were driven by purpose or plan. Rarely had anyone told her that she had the right to choose freely. Her long black hair veiled Erica's expression as she muttered, hesitant to speak. With a thud, the elevator reached the bottom and Sean stepped out first. The dim underground space reeked of decay and mold. The Hand, under the guise of a construction company, had purchased this building and continuously excavated downward in search of the dragon bone remains. Ultimately, they succeeded. After expending immense human and material resources, the Hand discovered the burial site of the dragon bones. Confirmed beyond doubt, Alexandra was overjoyed and prepared to commence mining. But then a cold bucket of water doused their hopes, a sealed door blocked their path. Didn't you try other methods? Sean ventured deeper into the underground space, his eyes falling upon the door covered in ancient inscriptions. Alexandra considered many approaches, explosives, drills, and the like. But brute force proved futile. This door is a seal set by Kunlun. Unless the correct entry method is used, the mechanisms behind the door will trigger, instantly collapsing the entire space. Erica explained. Sean ran his fingers over the cryptic characters etched into the door, which resembled an ancient language. Only when activated by some special force would the door open on its own. This is a seal set by the Iron Fist of Kunlun. So you need another Iron Fist. Sean understood the situation. This door, buried deep underground, could only be unlocked by the unique inherited power of Kunlun, Chi. That's why Danny Rand is so vital to the Hand. Erica stood before the ancient stone door. Behind it lay a dragon skeleton whose immense life energy could resurrect the dead and prolong life. The Hand's ability to secure political allies across multiple nations stemmed from the miraculous properties of the dragon bones. Even the wealthiest magnates and most powerful politicians had an insatiable thirst for life. Everyone fears death. As age advances, they cling ever more desperately to the beauty of this world. The Hand, possessing the secret elixir that grants renewed vitality, naturally attracted and secured a legion of steadfast allies. Greed often blinds the eyes, Sean uttered a maxim, his gaze laden with meaning. For the Hand's leaders, the door might promise the continuation of life, but perhaps it also concealed their burial ground. In the decrepit apartment building of Hell's Kitchen, Matt lay on the sofa, having shed his crimson devil suit. White bandages were wrapped around his chest and arms, his face pale and weakened. The home of the blind lawyer was unusually lively. The Punisher leaned against the cabinet, guzzling a bottle of beer, while Jessica and Luke Cage sat on chairs, their brows furrowed as if pondering some ultimate dilemma. You should be in a hospital, Jessica remarked, looking at the severely injured Daredevil. Your sternum is fractured, your arms and shoulders are bruised. Without treatment, it'll take a long time to heal. Matt, having revealed his true identity, shook his head weakly. Now's not the time for that. Danny Rand has been taken by the Hand. Though we don't know why they did it, from Frank's investigation it's clear they aren't just inviting him for a visit. Whatever their goal, we have to rescue Danny. The Punisher nodded in agreement. The Hand was brewing a massive conspiracy, and Danny Rand was undoubtedly a key figure. They could not allow him to remain under the Hand's control. We're no match for that guy, Jessica poured cold water at the right moment. The masked man had single-handedly taken down all 5 of them, including herself. The street heroes of Hell's Kitchen had been nearly wiped out by him. Such a formidable opponent left Jessica utterly disheartened. That guy probably isn't part of the Hand. Maybe they're just allies. Regardless, we need to take action. The Punisher's deep voice echoed through the apartment. His gaze swept over Jessica and Luke Cage as if awaiting their answers. The burly black man shrugged. I've always been on your side. Seeing Luke Cage agree to join the team, Matt on the sofa breathed a sigh of relief. This bulletproof black man with astonishing defensive abilities was an invaluable asset. With his help, the difficulty of dealing with the Hand would decrease. As everyone's attention focused on her, Jessica grew irritated. She stood up, paced back and forth a few times, then complained angrily, I just want a peaceful life, but why do troubles always find me? The cool, elegant, black-haired woman sighed helplessly. Going against a bunch of lunatics with another bunch of lunatics, what a terrible decision. Deep down Jessica was reluctant, but she eventually agreed to join the team. She didn't know why she made such a choice, a blind man, a fugitive, a black man, and herself, just 4 people preparing to fight a vast evil organization. This wasn't a comic book hero story where justice triumphs over evil, the good are saved and the wicked are punished. The real world was often cold and cruel, far from the beauty of tales. Having suffered a heavy blow and feeling disheartened, Jessica deeply understood that becoming a hero often came at a great cost. That was why she repeatedly refused to join the Punisher's team. But why did she agree this time? Jessica looked at Matt wrapped in bandages, Luke Cage with determined eyes, and the Punisher cleaning his weapons. Something stirred in her heart. Perhaps it was because the fire in her blood had not yet cooled, or maybe she had been infected by these lunatics. The black-haired woman shook off the chaotic thoughts in her mind and turned her gaze out the window. Leaden gray clouds gathered in the sky as if a heavy rain would soon fall. Hell's Kitchen Port Warehouse. In the spacious warehouse filled with goods, the 4 leaders of the Hand gathered together. The tottering Gao, the Japanese Murakami, the African warlord Sowand, and the grim-faced Bakuto sat around the table staring at each other with varied emotions in their eyes. Alexandra is dead and the black sky is out of control. Our situation is unfavorable, Murakami spoke first. The Japanese man looked at the sinister Bakuto who controlled the Hand's armed forces. Apart from his own ninjas, Bakuto was the most powerful. Killing the black sky would come at a heavy cost. Without her, who would deal with the street heroes of Hell's Kitchen? Besides, Danny Rand is still in their hands. Bakuto shook his head. Only a fool would be the first to strike. No one knew better than them the black sky's power. She was a born killing machine. Unless they were prepared to pay any price, no one dared act rashly. The black sky isn't alone. There's a man of unknown origin by her side, the elderly Gao warned. Her years of sharp intuition told her that man was even more terrifying than the black sky. The 5 fingers of the Hand were actually 5 different factions, not always cooperating seamlessly. There was scheming and intrigue among them, but these minor conflicts were usually kept under wraps. Now, however, the 4 of them set aside past conflicts. The black sky posed a great threat, and Alexandra's death had instilled fear in these leaders who had lived for centuries. So they gathered secretly to discuss how to deal with the black sky and regain control of the Hand. Let's bide our time for now. Everything can wait until we get the dragon bone. So Andy's dark face was cold. No matter how powerful the black sky is, she's still flesh and blood. There are countless ways to kill her. Exactly. The dragon bone is the key. Nothing is more important than extending life. Use the black sky to deal with Hell's Kitchen street heroes, then wipe them all out. A faint smile appeared on Gao's wrinkled old face. This seemingly frail old woman actually controlled 80% of New York's drug trade. Even the kingpin of crime, Wilson Fisk, had once treated her with respect. Anyone who underestimated her due to her age would likely meet a grim end. In this critical moment, I hope we can set aside our selfishness and stop bickering over petty gains. Let's cooperate sincerely. Murakami spoke with a peculiar Japanese accent. The other 3 nodded in agreement. When threatened or afraid, people instinctively band together, a biological trait rooted in the subconscious. In the spacious, secluded port warehouse, the 4 leaders of the Hand reached a consensus, stabilized the internal situation before dealing with external threats. Let the black sky handle Hell's Kitchen street heroes first, then they would eliminate the remaining trouble. Having secretly allied, the 4 leaders left the silent port in separate vehicles. A black car parked at the dock slowly started. Inside, Wesley took off his glasses and wiped the lenses. After a moment, he dialed a number and said softly, "Boss, both parties have arrived." Lead gray clouds piled up in the sky. Brilliant flashes of lightning like silver snakes tore through the dense rain clouds, and a torrential downpour arrived unexpectedly, with pea-sized raindrops cascading from above, tapping on the glass window and producing a faint sound. The world outside was shrouded in a hazy curtain of rain mist rising between heaven and earth, with a serpentine flow of congested traffic snaking along the road, while massive bright billboards flickered with dazzling light, resembling a bizarre and strange world. Sean stood quietly in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window gazing at the densely packed skyscrapers in the city and softly spoke. The street heroes of Hell's Kitchen along with the remaining 4 fingers of the hand have begun to take action. Alyssa stood in front of the weapon rack drawing out 2 peculiar weapons named iron rulers, eagerly toying with them. Did you not foresee this, Sawanda, Murakami, Lady Gao and Boku? None of them are easy opponents. Even when Alexandra was alive they each had their own agendas and no one submitted to another, let alone with me taking the lead. Sean chuckled lightly, removing the black mask from his face to reveal an exceptionally young visage. He exhaled deeply. He had already instructed Wesley to secretly monitor the movements of the remaining leaders of the hand. Those 4 fingers were also on the move and the street heroes of Hell's Kitchen began to form teams with both sides destined for a fierce clash. As long as the plan is well laid out, he and Alyssa might as well become the opportunistic fishermen. The hand's goal was to bury the dragon bone remains underground while the street heroes aimed to rescue Danny Rand and disrupt the hand's schemes. The conflict between the 2 sides was irreconcilable. Have you made up your mind? The young man seemed to recall something, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. Are you sure you can face Matt Murdock, your former lover, in your current state? Hearing Sean's question, Alyssa's dark eyes stirred slightly like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, creating small ripples. If anyone in this world could become Alyssa's tether, it would be Matt Murdock, the blind lawyer with a strong sense of justice. If the Red Devil of Hell's Kitchen could certainly rank among the top. She met Matt during college and they quickly fell in love. However, behind their beautiful and pure love story lay a cruel truth orchestrated by the hand's orders aimed at getting close to Matt Murdock and drawing him to their side, crafting him into an exceptional warrior to combat the powerful hand. Upon realizing she had developed genuine feelings, Alyssa resolutely chose to leave. Years later she reunited with her old flame in Hell's Kitchen, but their positions had fundamentally changed. Matt donned the Red Devil's suit, transforming into Daredevil, fighting crime and upholding justice, while Alyssa's hands were stained with blood and the tender feelings of the past had long been shattered by harsh reality. Setting aside the complex emotions within, Alyssa took a deep breath and softly said, "You said I have gained a free life with the right to choose my own path. This is my choice. Everything cannot return to the past. It is better to forget and let it remain as beautiful as it once was." She gazed into Sean's eyes, whispering, "Are you sure you have this determination?" Sean stepped closer to Alyssa, his 6-foot height allowing him to look down at the beautiful woman with red attire and black hair. His gaze was aggressively penetrating, akin to a beast suddenly revealing its fangs, emanating a dangerous aura from his tall frame. Alyssa took a half step back, then defiantly stared back at him. The 2 were so close that they had surpassed the safe distance between the sexes. The stubborn woman could almost feel Sean's slightly warm breath, causing her previously cold and indifferent face to faintly blush. The atmosphere seemed to gradually heat up, veering towards an ambiguous edge. "Are you truly steadfast within?" Sean gazed deeply at Alyssa, his tone imbued with questioning, choosing to become the leader of the hand, merging with the powers of the black sky, completely bidding farewell to the past, breaking free from the hand's constraints on you, severing the ties Matt Murdock has on you and embracing a brand new life. Are you really prepared for all this? The man's voice thundered like a sudden clap of thunder, jolting the lost in thought Alyssa back to reality. She instinctively looked up, meeting his deep gaze, which inexplicably held a captivating, peculiar power. Memories sealed deep within her heart flashed by in a whirlwind, fragments of fleeting images switching like scenes in a movie, the hand, her foster parents, Matt Murdock. Those who held significant places in her life vividly appeared before her, with beautiful memories and feelings breaking free from confinement, crashing like a surging tide against her established mental defenses. The savage light flickered intensely, the power from the black sky roaring fiercely in her mind like a wild beast trapped in a cage. It had already succumbed to Alyssa's will, its bloodthirsty desire and craving for violence merging instinctively with her body. Thus it would not allow Alyssa as its vessel to reclaim those weak and useless emotions. 2 completely different emotional consciousnesses collided within her mind, as if 2 armies were battling, neither willing to yield, fiercely vying for every inch of space. Alyssa's eyes reflected a look of anguish, and she could not help but seek help from Sean. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with pleading, her hands tightly gripping his shoulders, trying to draw strength from this powerful man to combat the fierce clash of emotions within her. "You are not yet prepared. I can help you." Sean's lips curled slightly. The black sky within Alyssa was always a moderate hazard. It could grant tremendous power, but at the slightest misstep one could become a slave to their primal instincts. Like a double-edged sword, it could kill enemies but also harm oneself. Sean wanted to resolve this trouble so he wouldn't have to worry about when Alyssa might suddenly lose control and become an unconscious killing machine. The human will is often incredibly strong at times and yet fragile and brittle at others, so it is essential to eradicate the black sky that may pose future dangers once and for all. The man's palm gently caressed Alyssa's cheek, the warmth of his hand calming the struggling woman slightly. Her chin was gently lifted, forcing her to look up and endure the invasive gaze of those deep-set eyes. Take a deep breath. Stay calm. Don't be afraid, forget the fears within you, that beast cannot harm you. Control it. Sean's eyes sparkled with light, the solar radiation he absorbed within himself slowly condensing like specks of light, his thoughts guiding this gentle force as it flowed through his limbs and rose like a trickling stream, gradually seeping into Alyssa's body. After numerous battles, Sean vaguely touched upon the essence of power, the tremendous energy derived from solar radiation, which not only enhanced his physicality, strength, speed, and recovery abilities, but likely possessed other remarkable uses. Later he drew inspiration from Danny Rand's manipulation of chi within his body, attempting to control the energy within his body with his thoughts, just like the Iron Fist of Kunlun, releasing the energy and blending it with his mental power to form special abilities. The energy formed by stellar brilliance flowed like a gentle stream within Alyssa's body, and her originally turbulent emotions suddenly calmed down. The negative persona condensed by the black sky trembled and dissipated under the impact of the golden glowing energy. A golden silhouette filled Alyssa's mind, and within the blurred shadow a steadfast will illuminated like the sun. Now you are worthy of making a choice. Hell's Kitchen, situated in the most bustling district of Manhattan, New York, is a chaotic realm often dubbed the cradle of sin. Like a shadow beneath the sun, the laws of civilized society hold little sway here. The thugs and gang members roaming the streets prefer to settle disputes with fists and violence. As night descends, this area overrun by criminal factions awakens with a peculiar vitality. Prostitutes in revealing attire, low-level gangsters peddling narcotics, and menacing tattooed brutes emerge like troglodytes from their burrows, haunting the dilapidated slums. Of course, this is merely the existence of those at the bottom. In Hell's Kitchen, they are insignificant and unnoticed, like tireless worker ants toiling for the gang lords who control the territories, earning meager wages while living a harsh and numbing life in this lawless land of vice. The Hellfire Club. Wesley sat in a private booth on the second floor, a faint smile gracing his refined features. Since the Kingpin's demise, he had inherited all the assets of the underworld monarch. Following Sean's instructions, he ceded most of the illicit businesses and territories to the Hand and the Irish, while using the substantial funds raised to launder and transfer his legitimate holdings. James Wesley, once the hidden private assistant who meticulously managed the Kingpin's corporate affairs, had transformed into a prominent real estate tycoon in New York. No longer needing to grovel or wear a constant smile, Wesley, now possessing immense wealth and a staggering portfolio, only had to remain loyal to his young boss. Mr. James, the Mexican drug cartel rejects the distribution share you proposed. Since the Kingpin's fall, the Cowan brothers have grown increasingly arrogant. They even claim Hell's Kitchen will soon be theirs to rule. An intelligence broker spoke cautiously. Many in Hell's Kitchen discussed the seemingly genteel man with tales circulating in bars about how he had slain the Kingpin and Bullseye, seizing the throne of the once feared underworld emperor in a thrilling ascent. The stories were so dramatic and full of twists that they were almost believable. Wesley sometimes overheard these rumors and found them both absurd and amusing. The truth was that he had done nothing. His young boss had simply elevated him to this position. The Cowan brothers are dissatisfied with my proposed share. Very well. Tell Vladimir and Anatoly that if the Russians wish to establish a foothold in Hell's Kitchen, they can eliminate the Cowan brothers, and I will hand over the port's shipping trade to them. Wesley opened a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for the broker. Adjusting his glasses, he smiled warmly. Hell's Kitchen has plenty of business, the Hand, the Irish, the Mexicans. They occupy the best territories but are insatiable, fighting like mad dogs for every scrap, leaving nothing for others. That's not how business works. The pie must be shared for it to grow. Don't you agree? The broker nodded instinctively. He was merely a small-time operator in Hell's Kitchen peddling gang rumors and other intelligence for commissions. The New York underworld teemed with countless such individuals running errands for the high and mighty. I abandoned the Kingpin's illicit enterprises, offloading the smuggling trade and heroin factories. Many believe that without my army of enforcers I am no longer formidable, that my dignity can be trampled without those territories. But they don't know that I own 80% of the land in Hell's Kitchen. Their smuggling ships, their factory warehouses, all of them are mine. Wesley sipped the crimson liquid, exhaling softly. My boss once said that being a gangster leads nowhere. One must be the one who divides the pie, who sets the rules. I avoid illegal business only because I fear dirtying my hands. As a law-abiding citizen of New York, how could I engage in drug smuggling? The refined man leaned back on the sofa. Beneath his seemingly gentle exterior lurked a chilling sharpness. Fixing his gaze on the trembling broker, he said calmly, "Spread the word from today on. Anyone who wants to do business in Hell's Kitchen must follow my rules. Otherwise, I guarantee not a single crate of smuggled goods will leave the port, and the drugs in their warehouses will rot unsold. You'll become a public enemy, Mr. James." The broker's voice trembled. The man before him was utterly insane. "All the gangs in Hell's Kitchen will turn against you. No, after tonight there will be only one voice in Hell's Kitchen." A smile spread across Wesley's face. His young boss had already cleared every obstacle for him. The intelligence broker left with a heavy heart, knowing full well the turmoil that would erupt once he spread this news. This refined man, who had usurped all of the Kingpin's holdings, was poised to seize money from every gang. How could the savage thugs tolerate anyone reaching into their pockets? Even the Kingpin had never resorted to such ruthless measures. Wesley quietly drained his glass, recalling his young boss promised the new ruler of Hell's Kitchen the new emperor of New York's underworld. Even a man of his composure felt a surge of excitement. He pulled out his phone and dialed his boss number. "Everything is ready. Daredevil and his group have already moved. They plan to rescue Danny Rand and then blow up the entire building." Wow! Thrilling idea. Murakami's people probably know by now. The two factions will clash soon. The show is about to begin. A faint hurried breathing came through the phone, accompanied by what sounded like a woman's moans. Wesley felt a pang of awkwardness. His boss certainly had boundless energy. Don't misunderstand. I'm just working out. And then take this chance to sweep clean those gangs. Kick out anyone who won't obey. Elektra's forces are all yours to command. Tonight Hell's Kitchen is your stage. I won't disturb your workout any longer, boss." Suppressing the surge of gratitude within him, Wesley ended the call. At the other end of Hell's Kitchen, in the lounge of Midtown Circle Financial, Sean stood shirtless before the bright floor-to-ceiling windows. After tonight, the building beneath his feet would cease to exist, along with the influence of the hand's other fingers. 5 fingers are no match for one fist, Sean murmured. He turned to Elektra, who sat on the bed, half covering her beautiful form with a sheet. "From now on, the hand will have only one leader, you, Elektra Natchios, as the Black Sky." With disheveled black hair and flushed cheeks, Elektra let out a soft laugh, shedding her usual coldness. She walked slowly to the man's side, her clear voice tinged with allure. "After all, everything is yours." Sean glanced at the clock on the wall and said calmly, "Sever your past, Elektra. It's time for me to meet Danny Rand, to open that door and see the legendary dragon bone that grants immortality and resurrection." Dark clouds veiled the night sky, sparse starlight dotting the black canopy, with only a crescent moon casting its glow upon the bustling city. Towering skyscrapers stood in close ranks, a steel forest of concrete and rebar which under the silvery moonlight resembled a colossal beast crouched in slumber. Beneath the silent night sky, Daredevil, once again clad in his crimson devil suit, crouched low on a rooftop, his extraordinarily acute supersenses replacing human sight as he gazed down upon the clamorous city shrouded in darkness. Countless sound waves, long and short, vibrated and traveled through the air, car horns, pedestrians' chatter, even the howling of the cold wind, all transformed into various streams of information received and processed. These fragments of complex and trivial information were converted into a clear image in Daredevil's mind. He squatted on the top floor of the building like a lurking predator, muttering in a low voice, "So many people. At least hundreds in that building, scattered across different floors, most on the lower levels. The hands ninjas are among them. If their heartbeats are slow, the easiest to distinguish." Though blind, his extraordinary senses allowed Daredevil to move unimpeded, observing the world through a unique method. A crackling signal came through the earpiece, followed by a deep voice. "The explosives are set, about 30 detonation points. If triggered simultaneously, this building will crumble like a sandcastle on the beach. One big wave and it's gone." The Punisher, an expert in explosive assaults, had secretly infiltrated Midland Circle Financial and planted the timed bombs. This was his plan. 4 people alone couldn't handle the Hand's army of ninjas, so why not go all the way and blow up the building, wiping out the enemy's lair in one fell swoop? According to what I've heard, Alexandra hasn't shown up in a long time. Danny Rand should be locked in the underground space, the big hole they dug. That's also where the Hand is excavating the dragon bone. Jessica stood on the bustling street, hands in her coat pockets like a loitering vagrant. The towering building before her was Midland Circle Financial, the Hand's secret lair. The group had learned from Stick the Hand's true purpose, and that Danny was captured because of his identity as the Iron Fist of Kunlun. But what shocked them even more was that beneath this prosperous area near Manhattan lay the skeletal remains of an ancient creature, and everything the Hand did was to dig it up. Feels like I've stumbled into a third-rate comic book story. Evil villains chasing immortality, willing to destroy a city, and here we are, just 4 of us recklessly trying to stop their terrifying scheme. Jessica chewed gum, letting out a helpless, self-deprecating remark. She had only taken a missing person case, helping a housewife find her long-lost husband, only to be dragged into a sinister organization's conspiracy. Such an inexplicable turn of events left this remarkably capable dark-haired woman quite irritated. Besides being a private eye, dabbling as a female hero on the side isn't so bad. Luke Cage's teasing voice came through the earpiece. The 4 street-level heroes of Hell's Kitchen, after days of meticulous preparation, were ready to go. They were determined to rescue Danny Rand and destroy the Hand's lair tonight. Midland Circle Financial, the conference room. Madame Gao, Murakami, Sound, and Bakuto arrived one after another. They had received a message from Elektra claiming that Danny had opened the underground door, so they were summoned to discuss how to excavate the dragon bone remains and transport them to a safe location. The 4 exchanged covert glances, communicating silently. Finally, Murakami broke the silence. "I have close ties with Yashida Pharmaceuticals. We can transport the dragon bone to Japan first." Madame Gao nodded in agreement. She also had deep roots in Japan, but Sound, whose power base lay far away in Africa, and the lone wolf Bakuto hesitated. With Alexandra's death, the Hand's original 5 factions had crumbled, and each of them was now eager to seize sole leadership. Elektra sitting in that position was merely a temporary expedient. None of the 4 would ever allow the Black Sky to control the Hand. "You all can finalize the plan. The door is open and the excavation of the dragon bone can begin anytime." Elektra wore an indifferent, cold expression. She coldly surveyed the 4 seated in the conference room, a glint of frost flashing in her eyes as the fierce, murderous intent within her grew ever stronger. "You mobilized many of the Hand's ninjas tonight. Are you planning some major operation?" Bakuto, usually taciturn, asked. The other 3 also turned their gazes to Elektra. They had been secretly wary of the Black Sky, fearing she might suddenly act to eliminate them and seize control of the Hand. "We've reached a cooperation with Mr. K. He intends to use the Hand's power to clean up the gang forces in Hell's Kitchen," Elektra said nonchalantly, her sharp gaze sweeping over them. Bakuto, who had raised the question, lowered his eyes and said no more. He was merely cautious. After all, the dragon bone hadn't been excavated yet. Even if she planned to strike, now wasn't the time. The shrewd and calculating Madame Gao stared at Elektra, sensing a strange change in the Black Sky that stirred a vague unease in her heart. As the 4 in the conference room harbored their own thoughts, a piercing alarm suddenly blared, chaotic noise echoing through the building. Elektra's expression shifted, and she said coldly, "Someone's broken in. It must be those troublemakers from Hell's Kitchen." Murakami's face darkened. He didn't want any mishaps at this critical moment. Shortly after the elite ninjas on guard duty reported the situation, Daredevil and his group had stormed the building and were charging toward the underground space. Hearing this news, everyone rose abruptly, their eyes burning with anger and agitation. Only Madame Gao managed to maintain a semblance of calm. Perfect chance to wipe them all out. So Andy's gaze was vicious. He had long wanted to eliminate Daredevil and his crew completely. Bakuto chimed in, since they've set their sights on us, let them learn what it costs to provoke the hand. Murakami was the first to leave the conference room, leading his ninjas toward the underground space. At such a crucial moment, the dragon bone remains couldn't afford any mishap. It was tied to their lives and the hand's future. The others followed suit. Elektra strode to the front, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Just as Sean had predicted, the curtain had risen and the grand show was about to begin. In the dim and cavernous underground space, Elektra led the hand's members downward on the lift, with faint sounds of fierce combat echoing in the distance. The electric lights installed on the rock walls seemed to have their lines severed, flickering uncertainly before fading into darkness. As the lift reached the bottom, Elektra, wielding a sharp short blade, strode at the forefront. Murakami, who had descended earlier, was already engaged in battle with the street heroes of Hell's Kitchen, leading a swarm of ninjas. Daredevil, Jessica Jones, and Luke Cage, the three who had infiltrated the hand's lair, were surrounded by masked ninjas armed with long swords. It seems someone is missing. Sound frowned, recalling that among the group was a burly man known as the Punisher to the Hell's Kitchen underworld, whose brutal and violent methods set him apart from typical street heroes. A group of ninjas lunged forward, their blades glinting sharply in the dim space. Luke Cage stood at the forefront, shielding his teammates. This black giant, with his astonishing defense, showed no fear as the long sword struck his steel-like body, producing a clangorous sound like metal colliding. With Luke Cage as a meat shield, Daredevil drew his batons and plunged into the fray, targeting the ninja leader Murakami. Meanwhile, Jessica, relying on her superhuman strength, rampaged through the enemy encirclement. This cold, alluring woman with black hair and long legs seemed to vent all her fury on the hand, swinging her fists to send ninjas flying one after another. Elektra stood still, gazing at Daredevil, Matt Murdock, as he engaged in fierce combat with Murakami. The blind lawyer, once a champion of justice and law, had become a fading image in her heart, like an old photograph washed by time, no longer capable of stirring any ripples in the lake of her mind. They had chosen two completely different paths. Elektra felt the power of the black sky within her, and the nostalgia in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a cold indifference. Leave him to me. At Elektra's command, Murakami immediately disengaged from Daredevil and withdrew from the battle. Elektra. Hearing the familiar voice, Daredevil halted his advance. Though the Punisher had told him that the hand had resurrected Elektra, he still couldn't suppress the intense emotions surging within him at the sight of his former lover. Matthew, long time no see. Elektra called him by his nickname, approaching with a graceful gait. Before Daredevil could savor the reunion, his expression shifted abruptly as he sidestepped to evade a swift blade. Elektra, what are you doing? Matt asked, bewildered beneath his red devil mask. Without hesitation, Elektra delivered a deadly strike, a faint smile playing on her lips as if her actions were of little consequence. The black-haired woman in red twirled her short blade, creating a bright arc. Matthew, you're still as naive as when I first met you, forever dreaming of being a heroic vigilante. Didn't Stick tell you? I'm no longer the weak-hearted Elektra you once knew. The hand has given me a new life, and the black sky has granted me new power. I've chosen a different path, no longer bound by those outdated rules and hypocritical morals. I've never felt better. Elektra, don't do this. I don't want to hurt you. Daredevil's voice was laced with pain. He didn't want to fight his former lover. How touching, Matthew. Unfortunately, I very much want to hurt you. Elektra stepped forward, her short blade tracing a deadly arc, merciless and precise. She had made her choice. Having died once, Elektra refused to return to her former life. As Sean had said, a new future awaited her, wide well in a miserable past. The blade sliced through the air. Daredevil, overwhelmed by Elektra's fierce assault, struggled to parry, hoping to awaken his former lover. They took you from me. They turned you into a weapon. You are not the Black Sky? You are Elektra Nachios? Thank you for your tenderness, Matthew, but I know who I am. The hand didn't make me this way, I've always been this person. Elektra whipped her blade upward in a swift arc, the sharp edge tearing through Daredevil's red devil suit. Blood seeped from the wound on his abdomen. Matt clutched the injury, about to speak, but was caught by a sweeping kick that sent him hurtling through the air, crashing heavily against the rock wall. You were right about one thing, I am indeed not the Black Sky. The red-clad figure stepped onto Daredevil's prone body, her voice cold. I am the new Elektra Nachios. You always tried to find light within me. Sorry to disappoint you. The sharp short blade pierced straight through Daredevil's abdomen, causing a gush of blood. Elektra's eyes were devoid of emotion as she pulled out the blade without a second thought and turned away. On the other side of the battlefield, Gaosao and Murakami and Bakuto were locked in combat with Jessica and Luke Cage. The situation had spiraled out of control. The formidable combination of superhuman strength and invulnerability had temporarily gained the upper hand over the hand. In the dim cavernous space, reinforcements continued to descend via the lift. A squad of black-clad bodyguards armed with submachine guns joined the fray, so Andy's backup. Bright muzzle flashes flickered violently as streams of bullets poured forth, tearing through everything in their path. Luke Cage hurled aside two masked ninjas, crushed a long sword into a ball of scrap metal, and charged forward against the heavy fire. The kinetic force of the metal bullets pounded against his body, causing pain. Though not lethal, it was wearing him down. At the critical moment, a black tear gas canister rolled into the battlefield, releasing a cloud of choking smoke. Gunshots rang out in the darkness as the Punisher leaped from the lift, wielding a Browning pistol and reaping lives. Moments later, as the smoke slowly cleared, the situation reached a stalemate. Only the four leaders of the Hand and a few minor minions remained, while the Punisher had joined the opposing side, creating a precarious balance of power. Black Sky, kill them? We cannot let anything happen to the Dragon Bone. Murakami shouted as he saw the black-haired, red-clad Elektra approaching. The red figure swung her short blade and a head flew into the air, blood gushing like a fountain. Elektra didn't spare a glance at the fallen Murakami, as if she had merely crushed a noisy ant. You yearn for the Dragon Bone so much, let it be your burial. Elektra surveyed the assembled crowd. A deathly silence fell over the dim cavernous space. No one had expected the red-clad woman, who seemed allied with the Hand, to decapitate Murakami with a single stroke. Such ruthlessness left the remaining three leaders speechless. They exchanged glances and instinctively drew closer together. The game ends here. A cold, sharp voice cut through the air. Elektra, sensing something, turned toward the open stone door. A tall figure emerged from the shadows, carrying the unconscious Danny Rand. Everyone, it's time to wrap things up. The man's face was concealed behind a black tactical mask, his eyes gleaming with an unfathomable light. The show ends here tonight. Sean's appearance brought the entire underground space to a standstill. Both the Hand and the street heroes of Hell's Kitchen instinctively held their breath, their gazes fixed on the black figure emerging from the darkness, brimming with vigilance and wariness. Elektra gracefully crossed the battlefield and approached Sean. The cold-hearted woman who had just decapitated Murakami with a single stroke now resembled a docile kitten, her aloof aura dissipating entirely. The scene took on an eerie quality. Once Sean stepped onto the battlefield, the Hand and the street heroes of Hell's Kitchen found themselves at a disadvantage. I'm giving you a chance to leave. Sean tossed the unconscious Danny Rand aside like trash, his gaze sweeping over the street heroes of Hell's Kitchen. Take your partner and go. The game is over. His target was the Hand. The street heroes of Hell's Kitchen had already fulfilled their role. Rather than expend extra effort, it was better to let them withdraw on their own. Jessica and Luke Cage exchanged a glance, then looked at the Punisher. They were indeed wary of this mysterious man, especially the Punisher, who had been defeated twice by him, suffering ignominious defeats. Where's Daredevil? Seeing Luke Cage hoist the unconscious Iron Fist onto his shoulder, the Punisher inquired about the whereabouts of another ally. He's lying in some cold corner. I hope you find him before he bleeds out, Elektra replied calmly. Muttering a silent, ruthless woman, the Punisher gestured for Jessica and the others to withdraw from the battlefield. Watching the street heroes vanish into the darkness, Sean stood at the center of the battlefield with the poise of a leisurely stroll. The Hand's members retreated to the cave wall, their escape blocked by Electro-like caged beasts making a futile final struggle. "I know what you want to ask," Sean interrupted Madame Gao, who was about to speak. "We have no personal grievances, but unfortunately you're standing in my way." His cold words echoed through the underground space. His face was hidden beneath a black mask, leaving only a pair of deep eyes to observe everyone present. "When I first arrived in this world I was nothing, a mere nobody in this vast bustling city, like an insignificant speck of dust. No one is content with mediocrity. To rise to a higher position and gain the wealth and power that people chase, you must clear every obstacle in your path. I'm sure you've all experienced this." Sean's gaze was calm, his voice unusually gentle, as if he were speaking to old friends rather than enemies. "So I eliminated Frank D'Amico's gang, not to fight crime or uphold justice, but because I needed money at the time and that drug lord happened to cross me. Thus he and his organization vanished. The Kingpin was no different. I needed more funds and assets, and this king of the underworld could provide them. So I conveniently sent him and Bullseye to hell. Now I need the Hand. Can you hand it over to me?" The 5 leaders of the Hand exchanged glances. If not for their fear of the Black Sky's overwhelming power, they would have lunged at Sean and blown his head off. This man made such an outrageous demand with utter confidence, like a polite bandit asking, "Would you kindly hand over your family's wealth and the women behind you?" Centuries of growth had built the Hand into a vast globe-spanning organization. Now someone was asking them to surrender their hard-earned assets and influence. Such a preposterous notion struck the leaders as utterly absurd. The leaders exchanged looks. They wanted to refuse, but the situation was against them. Elektra alone could wipe out everyone in the underground space, let alone the mysterious man by her side. "I am willing to give you all my assets within the Hand," said Madame Gao, who had lived through the ages, making a swift decision. Her aged face was full of smiles, betraying no reluctance. Sean nodded with a smile. As the saying goes, old ginger is spicier. Madame Gao had seen the situation most clearly and acted decisively. But the others were not as resolute. The African warlord Sound sneered. He had amassed the Hand's vast power over centuries. Losing it all would leave him helpless on the distant African continent, where private armed conglomerates and other warlords would show no mercy. "There are only 2 of them," the gambler said meaningfully, as if trying to incite the others. "I gave you a chance." Sean shook his head with slight regret. He raised his hand, and in the dim space a faint red light flickered like a tiny spark. With a sharp whoosh, a crimson beam cut through the air, piercing the instigator's head at lightning speed. Not a drop of blood spilled, the searing heat instantly vaporized it. Ignoring the horrified stares of the others, Sean turned to Madame Gao and said softly, "5 fingers, even 2 left are too many." The elderly woman's eyes flickered. She swiftly drew a slender short sword from her cane and plunged it into the neck of the African warlord beside her. So Andy's eyes bulged, his dark face twisted in disbelief. He seemed to want to speak, but his trachea was pierced, rendering him silent. With a labored "hey-hey" sound, collapsed in bitter reluctance. A chill spread through his body, and soon his consciousness sank into endless darkness. Brilliant. In this game only the clever survive. Applause echoed through the empty underground. Among the 5 fingers of the Hand, this seemingly frail old woman possessed the most cunning and skill, making her the last survivor. "Let them rest in peace with the dragon bone," Sean said, beckoning Elektra. Madame Gao followed closely behind as the 3 boarded the elevator. Half an hour later, Sean stood before a bright floor-to-ceiling window. The building housing the Midland Circle Financial Company erupted in a deafening explosion of fierce blaze and thick smoke billowing upward. From his apartment in a nearby building, Sean felt a faint tremor. Elektra handed him a glass of red wine. They clinked glasses gently, the crimson liquid swirling with an enchanting hue. The towering building imploded from within. A surging blast wave shattered the reinforced concrete structure, sending countless shards of glass raining down. The skyscraper collapsed like a falling mountain, crumbling with a thunderous roar. "To this beautiful city," Sean said, raising his glass from afar, his eyes reflecting a brilliant glimmer. The bright sunlight bathed the Baxter building, its dappled golden hues adorning the steel body of the skyscraper, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Sean stood silently on the rooftop, the warm sunlight bringing him a sense of comfort as if he were immersed in a hot spring, and his nerves, taut from continuous combat, slowly relaxed. Around 10 o'clock last night, mysterious tremors and subsidence occurred on 59th Street in the Clinton district near Manhattan. The mayor's office confirmed that everything was due to the Midtown Circle Financial Company in West Midtown, which was detonated and demolished last night for failing to meet the planning permit standards for construction projects. Listening to the news report on the television, a faint smile curled at the corner of Sean's mouth. Everything had come to a satisfactory conclusion. Elektra had become the sole leader of the Hand with full support from Madame Gao, while Wesley, using the Hand's power, had completely taken over the businesses and territories of Hell's Kitchen. All the unruly gang leaders had been sunk into the Hudson River. Madame Gao, who had survived only by humbling herself, quite readily handed over her properties to Elektra without any hesitation. This elderly woman indeed possessed extraordinary worldly wisdom. Of course, compared to these financial assets and the expansion of his own power, Sean's greatest gain came from the dragon bone remains buried underground. The legendary sacred relic that could grant immortality and resurrection was actually nothing more than the fossilized remains of an extraterrestrial species containing immense life energy capable of restoring vitality and prolonging life. Sean was not like the leaders of the Hand, who craved long life and harbored delusions of immortality. In his view, merely relying on the dragon bone remains to extend life was like drinking poison to quench thirst, utterly meaningless. What he pursued was the strengthening of himself and the sublimation of his essence, not a hollow existence like a walking corpse. Sean recalled that last night in the underground space of the Midtown Circle Financial Company, he deliberately provoked the reckless and careless Danny Rand with words, causing this iron fist of Kunlun to channel the chi within him and strike a powerful blow against the stone door engraved with ancient seals. As the two familiar energies collided, the mechanism set by Kunlun was activated and the door swung open. Having lost his usefulness, Danny Rand was knocked unconscious by Sean with a casual strike. Sean stepped into the space behind the stone door. In the thick darkness, a massive biological skeleton emerged before his eyes like a dinosaur that had lived tens of millions of years ago. Even though it had long been dead, the colossal remains had solidified into a fossil-like existence over the eons. Standing before this enormous skeleton, Sean could still feel the primeval aura from hundreds of millions of years ago. Perhaps they had visited Earth countless ages ago, but the passage of time and the vicissitudes of the world had obscured the traces of these extraterrestrial beings. In an era when technology was far from advanced, Kunlun called them dragons, and their remains were regarded as dragon bones. Sean reached out his hand to touch the white bones of the dragon skeleton. Suddenly, a surge of vast life energy like an ocean rushed into his body, sweeping through him like a tsunami. His tall frame trembled as if every cell had exploded. He relived the excruciating pain of drinking the golden potion once again. An unimaginable torrent of energy surged through his mortal flesh. Sean bent over in agony, a faint golden light gleaming in his eyes. The vast mighty life energy coursed through his body, each inch of flesh seared as if by fire. The extreme pain squeezed every ounce of potential from his being. The immense life energy like a breached dam rampaged through Sean's body. He felt everything within him frantically disintegrate and then reassemble over and over, as if forging a rough ingot, until his flesh could adapt to that powerful pure energy. His consciousness sank into silent darkness, a chilling sensation of approaching death enveloping him. Fragments of memories from his past and present lives interwove, flashing by like fleeting shadows. Eventually, the two completely different lives slowly merged into one. Sean abruptly opened his eyes. A pale golden light flickered within them. A surging powerful life force pulsed, emitting a sound like tidal waves. His heart thumped loudly like the roll of drums. His body had undergone a tremendous transformation. Everything, physical fitness, reaction speed, muscle density, had been significantly enhanced. This is my greatest gain. Sean gazed at the dense skyscrapers and bustling traffic of Manhattan Island, a sense of satisfaction filling his heart. On the system interface in his mind, the energy progress bar had advanced to 25%. The dragon bone remains, which the Hand had so desperately sought, had allowed Sean to take a giant leap forward, with energy absorption showing exponential growth. Spreading his palm, a faint golden light slowly gathered. Sean smiled slightly. The immense energy had not only revolutionized his body but also bestowed upon him another ability. Energy field. Sean closed his eyes, his spiritual power radiating outward. In the dark space of his consciousness, various rays of light interwove to form a vast boundless spectrum. Towering steel buildings, long lines of congested traffic, passers-by coming and going. Everything had lost its original appearance. Countless points of energy light in the void twinkled like stars, sometimes surging like waves, sometimes annihilating and being reborn in a continuous cycle. He observed the world from a microscopic perspective. Taking a deep breath, his outstretched palm turned like a vortex, attracting the energy tides in the void. A swift flashing beam of light shot out. The golden radiance was inconspicuous under the clear sky and quickly dissipated into the air. "I guess this counts as a class change from warrior to mage," Sean said with satisfaction as he opened his eyes. Even though his energy control was still rudimentary, he was nonetheless getting closer and closer to that invincible Sentry. In the distant future he might have to face S.H.I.E.L.D. the Avengers, or even the infamous cosmic tyrants. Therefore the pursuit of power should be endless. When this world faces a crisis, when his own safety is threatened, merely hoping for superheroes to come to the rescue is truly too pathetic. Superheroes are not omnipotent, they too have moments of helplessness. Placing one's life and hope in the hands of others does not align with Sean's character. For someone who lacks a sense of security, only one's own strength can maintain inner peace. This is a real and dangerous world. In movies or comics, every time superheroes save the world and defeat villains, beneath those seemingly happy endings, countless innocent people die in obscurity and despair. Even the Superman of another world, as powerful as he is, cannot always play the role of a savior. Sean looked up at the sky and whispered, "This world needs a sun." The next morning Sean drove to the new laboratory site in Long Island. The research environment at the State University of New York could no longer meet the needs of him and Dr. Connors, and some secret experiments which were not meant for outsiders could not proceed smoothly. After completing the collaboration with Osborne Industries, Sean, along with Dr. Connors, searched for a new laboratory. From site selection to planning and design, a series of matters took nearly a week to finalize. The new laboratory is located in Long Island, New York, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides with numerous ports and convenient transportation. It is also adjacent to several universities like the Stony Brook University, where Sean works, serving as one of the channels to attract research talents. By the time Sean returned to Long Island from Hell's Kitchen, the new laboratory had been set up under Dr. Connors' arrangement. The original research team and experimental data had all been packed and taken away, and a large number of personnel had been recruited. With the fame gained from ALZ-112, Sean and Dr. Connors were no longer nameless figures in the scientific community, especially Dr. Connors, who had won the National Medal of Science and was regarded by the media as a strong contender for next year's Nobel Prize. Once mocked and even derided as a mad scientist, Dr. Connors now stood proud, shaking off years of humiliation and frustration. Thus this one-armed middle-aged man was particularly invested in the establishment of the new laboratory, for possessing an independent laboratory was a dream cherished by every scientist. The black sedan drove through the tree-lined path, reaching its destination shortly. A strikingly grand building loomed in sight in the central part of Suffolk County, Long Island, New York. As Sean stepped out of the car and gazed up at the towering spire-like structure, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Choosing Dr. Connors as a partner had indeed been the right decision. This once down-and-out disabled scientist was solely focused on cross-species genetic research without any other complex thoughts, making him relatively easy to manage. Upon entering the laboratory, the high-strength steel beam structure was like a backbone supporting this massive building. Irregularly shaped transparent glass provided excellent lighting, and warm sunlight streamed through the dome, refracting dazzling colors. From a distance it resembled a mesmerizing crystal palace. After passing identity verification, Sean ascended to the second floor's circular corridor. Below, the plaza was bustling with people. Staff and interns hurried by. Occasionally someone would stop to rest on the benches in the grass. Dense foliage concealed large villa floors, which were the residential areas of New York's wealthy. "You finally returned," Hearing the news of Sean's return, Connors rushed over, feigning complaint. "The new laboratory is waiting for your sign-off, yet you vanished with a pile of matters. Harry almost blew up my phone. If you hadn't shown up, he might have even placed a missing person ad in the newspaper." Sean smiled apologetically, saying, "I was handling a personal matter. Next time you can contact Wesley if you can't find me." The street heroes of Hell's Kitchen and The Hand had delayed him for a while. Thankfully, Dr. Connors had taken care of everything, otherwise the new laboratory wouldn't have been established so quickly and ready for use in such a short time. Why was Harry so eager to find me? Is there a problem with ALZ-112? As Sean and Dr. Connors strolled through the corridor, passing researchers recognized the two and cast them respectful or admiring glances. After all, these two had recently been making headlines in major news outlets, especially Sean, who was dubbed the second Tony Stark. In terms of academic standing within the scientific community, this was indeed a commendatory compliment. Not really, just that a week from now the White House is holding a commendation banquet for the Department of Defense and we received an invitation," Connors explained. Sean raised his eyebrows in surprise and smiled. "When did we establish a relationship with the Department of Defense? Or is Harry still holding out hope to become a military contractor like Stark Industries?" Dr. Connors shook his head and replied, "Harry just wants to latch on to the Department of Defense as a powerful ally. ALZ-112 is about to hit the market, and you should know that an estimated 540,000 people in the U.S. have been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. This number is rapidly increasing with the aging population. Once ALZ-112 officially enters the medical market, it is expected to receive a plethora of substantial orders. Those established medical companies will not sit idly by while we take the market from under them. Huge profits often attract a swarm of pesky flies." Those are Harry's exact words." A smile broke through Connor's typically dull expression. He was merely a scientist engrossed in research, utterly oblivious to the cutthroat battles of the capital market. "Oh, it seems Harry is feeling the pressure." Sean understood that the emergence of ALZ-112 could indeed stir up turmoil in the entire market. Moreover, Osborne Industries' entry into the biomedical field would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to established medical companies and pharmaceutical groups. After all, Osborne Industries was no small player, it was a capital giant. Now entering a new market with ferocious intent would inevitably unleash a storm of bloodshed. Rather than adding another competitor, these powerful capital groups would prefer to launch a fierce offensive before the opponent could grow, seeking to preemptively strangle Osborne Industries before it entered the market. Monopolizing the entire market and being the sole player has always been the ultimate goal pursued by capital groups. Even with the Damocles sword of antitrust laws hanging over their heads, they would continuously exploit legal loopholes to seek greater profits. As Marx said once, there is an appropriate profit, capitalists will become bold. With a 50% profit they will take risks, for a 100% profit they will trample on all earthly laws, with a 300% profit they will dare to commit any crime, even risking execution. Fine, it truly never gives one a moment's rest. I thought that after the new drug was launched I could take a vacation," Sean complained. "I wonder which capital giant has set its sights on Osborne Industries, which is about to enter the biomedical field." Furrowing his brows, Sean realized he was now tied to Osborne Industries. The new laboratory, which had just been completed, had consumed most of his funds. Maintaining a world-class laboratory was not a trivial matter, especially as an independent research institution where he had to secure research funding on his own. And given Sean's character, he would not allow anyone else to interfere. If ALZ-112 faces resistance upon entering the medical market, it would effectively sever a continuous flow of funding for Sean. "It seems I need to lend Harry a hand," he silently resolved. Connors looked at the somewhat distracted young man, feeling a wave of unreality. He had felt more than once that he was in a dream. From an obscure and fallen professor to a celebrated and acclaimed scientist, all of this felt like a fantasy. It was this young man beside him who had changed his life. Connors let out a long sigh and remarked, "Sean, I have been repeatedly dreaming the same dream lately. In the dream I could not secure funding from Osborne Industries and took risks by conducting human experiments on myself, transforming into a terrifying human lizard. I was descending into madness." "Thank you, Sean." If it weren't for your appearance, I might have truly become a mindless beast just like in my dream. The young man listened quietly, a radiant smile blooming on his lips as he plucked the strings of fate, subtly altering the paths of others. This feeling of being like a god high above was indeed intoxicating. "Dear Connors, what you have now is what you truly deserve," Sean said with a faint smile. Connors no longer dwelled on his painful past. He looked at the young man radiating warmth like the sun and said, "Then let's name our new laboratory. As you said, this is the starting point for our future." Umbrella? Sean pondered for a moment, recalling a giant corporation that had nearly destroyed a world in his past life, and said with shining eyes, "It will become the umbrella that protects this world." Las Vegas, a miraculous city where angels and demons coexist. This golden city, nestled on the edge of the Nevada desert, is one of the world's 4 major gambling hubs, boasting a colossal global reputation. Many say that if you're destitute with only a few dollars left, Las Vegas might just let you turn your luck around. If you have more money than you can spend, it might let you experience the carefree life of a vagabond. Such is Las Vegas, heaven on one side, hell on the other. A black Bentley sedan pulled up at the main entrance of the Videra Hot Springs Hotel. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Sean was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of luxury, a sea of opulent vehicles, a rain of distinguished guests, and a cacophony of noise as blazing as the Las Vegas weather itself. "You should have brought a female companion to an occasion like this. Attending with someone as dull as me will only make it boring, dear," Connors quipped. They were here for the Department of Defense's commendation banquet. Typically, attendees at such events were mostly major players in the military industry, such as Stark Industries and Hammer Industries, the defense contractors. Of course, there were also financial brokers from multinational conglomerates and well-connected socialites among the guests. Sean strode into the luxurious hotel. The banquet hall was on the 20th floor, guarded by fully armed soldiers with tight security. Without an invitation or a guest introduction, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to sneak in. The banquet had not yet begun. Guests mingled and moved about, forming various social circles in groups of 3 or 5. Soothing melodious music flowed through the air as waiters glided through the hall with trays perfectly timed to offer champagne to the wealthy and famous. "Hey Sean, you're busier than the president in the White House. At least I can see him on TV." Harry, who had arrived a few days earlier, walked over and greeted him with a warm embrace. The young president of Osborne Industries seemed to have emerged from the shadow of his father's murder. The previous air of youthful naivety had faded, gradually replaced by a sense of maturity and steadiness. "Sean, you have no idea, Las Vegas is paradise. Every kind of pleasure is here, cuisine from around the world, fiery passionate beauties, everything you could want." Well, that was an illusion. Watching Harry, whose face lit up like a shopping mall salesperson chattering endlessly, Sean silently retracted his earlier assessment. Even though he now bore the heavy burden of Osborne Industries, Harry's innate love for pleasure remained unchanged. He and Tony Stark probably had a lot in common in that regard. "I've been busy choosing a new site for the lab and planning the construction," Sean said with a straight face, knowing Dr. Connors wouldn't expose him. Dr. Connors mentioned that Osborne Industries' foray into the biomedical field hasn't been going smoothly. At this, Harry, who had been so cheerful moments before, looked as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him. He deflated entirely. "It's Watson Corporation, an old player in the biomedical field. They're known as the Stark Industries of the pharmaceutical world. If they've really set their sights on Osborne, unless we give up some of our interests, breaking into the medical market will be very difficult." "Do they have deep connections or immense influence?" Sean frowned. The name Watson seemed vaguely familiar. Watson Corporation is a medical giant in the U.S. Many senators on Capitol Hill are their regular guests, and they have close ties with the military. ALZ-112 should have passed clinical trials last week and been officially released to market, but there was some interference with Watson's shadow behind it. Harry's spirits sank as he spoke. Even his father, Norman Osborn, would have found it difficult to contend with a behemoth like Watson Corporation. And Harry, having only recently taken over the company and barely secured his position on the board, now faced this monumental challenge. "So you're trying to recruit allies for Osborne Industries?" Sean guessed the young Osborn's intentions. Harry nodded. Norman Osborn's death had been too sudden. He hadn't fully inherited his father's network of connections. Now faced with a daunting challenge, the only solution he could think of was to use financial leverage to secure the support of several powerful military officials hoping to intimidate Watson Corporation. Sean remained silent. Harry's idea was far too naive. To win over powerful military officials, mere bribery with money was insufficient. Without substantial tangible benefits, no one would step up to support Osborn Industries. "How many have you found?" he asked softly. Harry looked embarrassed. He gestured with his eyes. "At first I approached General Ross, a hawkish military leader. But he was only interested in Osborn's failed human enhancement serum. I heard he recently assembled a research team to recreate the super soldier serum from the last century. Besides General Ross, I also tried to cultivate relationships with a few other military bigwigs. Those old codgers didn't even give me a polite smile. But when they faced Tony Stark, they're a completely different story." Harry's words carried a note of resentment. He couldn't understand why that arrogant playboy received such favor from military leaders while he was met with cold shoulders and closed doors. "Come on, Harry. Stark has a genius brain that the whole world knows about. And his father was involved in the Manhattan Project with a vast network of connections and a long-standing good relationship with the military." Sean patted the young Osborn on the shoulder, offering comfort. "Well, deal with Watson later. Las Vegas can make you forget all your worries. Think about it, at least you're younger and more handsome than that playboy. Look at the enthusiasm in those ladies' eyes." I have a girlfriend." Harry tried to put up an internal struggle, but when he caught sight of the scantily clad fiery women and their subtle teasing glances, the rest of his words died in his throat. Sean gave a knowing smile that any man would understand. "Don't worry, I won't tell Mary Jane. There's an ancient Chinese saying, when life is good you should indulge and enjoy yourself to the fullest." The pleasure-loving young Osborn hesitated for about 2 seconds before plunging into the warm embrace of Las Vegas, as if those passionate fiery women and the endless variety of entertainment could make him forget all his troubles and pain. "And you, Sean? What are you going to do?" Before leaving, the loyal young Osborn wanted to drag his friend along to enjoy life. "I heard there's a legend in this gambling city about a miracle. You bring $1, bet it all and double it each time, reinvesting everything into the next game. If you hit 30 consecutive wins, you can win the entire Las Vegas." Sean stood in the middle of the banquet hall smiling. "Now I'm going to test my luck and see if I can win this city." Tony Stark, a dreamer, a genius, a patriot. From his youth as the son of the legendary weapons developer Howard Stark, he quickly captured attention with his extraordinary intellect. At 4 he built a circuit board, at 6 he created his first engine, at 17 he graduated from MIT with top honors. "Yeah." Connors stared blankly at the screen, which played a documentary proving Tony Stark was indeed a genius. Hadn't they agreed to attend the award gala together? Where had Sean and Harry run off to? This middle-aged scientist sitting restlessly in the audience was now consumed by 3 ancient philosophical questions. A burst of warm applause rang through the venue as the military representative Colonel Rhodes stepped up to the podium to speak. "As the military liaison for Stark Industries, I have the privilege of working with a true patriot. He is my mentor and friend. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to present this year's highest award to Mr. Tony Stark." As his voice faded, a lively upbeat tune began to play, followed by another round of enthusiastic applause. The guests in the audience looked around, searching for the scientific genius. Colonel Rhodes called out several times, trophy in hand, but saw no sign of Tony Stark. It was only when he noticed Obadiah shaking his head from below that he seemed to understand the helpless expression spreading across his face. Obadiah Stane, the CEO of Stark Industries, quickly rose and stepped onto the stage to salvage the situation. Cleaning up after Tony's capricious behavior was almost routine for him. People often saw only the brilliant halo of the genius Stark, rarely noticing whose tireless efforts had brought Stark Industries through 2 generations to its current glorious heights. "Yeah." Connors sipped his champagne, thinking that young people nowadays were truly unreliable, disappearing without a trace, even the protagonist of this banquet, Tony Stark. Having parted ways with Harry, Sean arrived at the casino on the 16th floor. He rubbed his itchy nose and muttered, "Seems like I've forgotten something important." "Right, where did Dr. Connors go?" "An old man running around everywhere tsk." Holding a free drink, Sean wandered aimlessly through the casino, soaking in its vibrant atmosphere. The clamorous noise rose and fell like waves, unending. Every year countless people from around the world flock to Las Vegas just to experience the enchanting charm of this world-famous gambling city. Here some lost everything and became destitute, while others seized opportunities and got rich overnight. As people often said, it was a miracle city where angels and demons coexisted. Sean toyed with a few colorful chips in his hand. Occasionally, when the mood struck, he would stop and play a few rounds. As Harry had said, Las Vegas was a wonderful paradise that could make one forget all troubles, provided you had enough chips or cash in your pocket to qualify as the city's god. After winning several rounds of blackjack, Sean's chips had piled up like a small mountain. He couldn't help but wonder, if he kept winning, would the casino send someone to take him to a back room? "These are all yours." He smiled at the stunning female dealer, picked a few chips, and prepared to leave. "Man, you're really generous." A man with a small mustache wearing a Wynard shirt spoke up. He had just lost several rounds and was now seeking comfort from two tall women. "A little trick to gambling: when luck's on your side, learn to share." Sean turned and leaned against the poker table. "I feel like tonight I've caught the hem of Lady Luck's skirt." The mustached man raised an eyebrow, seemingly unwilling to concede. He took off his sunglasses and said, "How about trying roulette and see whose side Lady Luck is on tonight? When it comes to attracting women, I've never lost to anyone," he added confidently. Half an hour later, the mustached man wore an expression of utter disbelief, to the point where the two beautiful women beside him couldn't capture his attention. "You've won 13 in a row?" "Mathematically, that's almost impossible." "No, including that last round, it's 14. Sean calmly corrected. "Looks like Lady Luck prefers my type tonight." The mustached man's face flushed with embarrassment. His previously confident boast had backfired, leaving him somewhat humiliated. As for how much money he had lost, he couldn't care less. If he wanted, he could even buy the entire hotel. "All right, I have to admit, all the good luck in Las Vegas has gathered on you tonight." The mustached man buried his face in his companion's ample bosom, took a few deep breaths, and then perked up again. He turned to the bodyguard behind him and said, "Happy, get me some bigger chips." "Want to keep going?" "I've got more chips than I know how to spend." Sean shrugged. The chips in front of him formed a small mountain. Feeling the envious or resentful stares of the surrounding gamblers, an inexplicable sense of exhilaration welled up inside him. "You can give them all to the dealer just like before." The mustached man chuckled. Seeing the burly male dealer looking at him with hopeful eyes, Sean shuddered with disgust and flatly rejected the suggestion. "Too bad not every dealer has a pair of long legs you can't take your eyes off." The mustached man gave Sean a knowing look, about to share his insights on women's figures, when a black man in a crisp military uniform pushed through the crowd, his dark face bearing an accusatory expression. "Who was it that told me they'd be deeply honored if I presented them with an award?" The black man, a colonel, demanded. "Of course, having the young and accomplished Colonel Rhodes give me an award would be an honor." "Oh, has the ceremony started? I can't wait to go up and accept it." The mustached man's impeccable acting at that moment could have earned him a golden statuette, but his friend Colonel Rhodes wasn't buying it. He thrust the trophy forward. "I brought it for you." "Wow, that's so convenient. You're so thoughtful." The mustached man tried hard to look moved, but his arm, which was slowly creeping around his companion's slender waist, betrayed his true thoughts. "One last round?" the mustached man asked reluctantly. He had to win at least once. He couldn't believe Lady Luck was really so partial to this young man. "You've already lost enough tonight, Mr. Stark." Sean smiled faintly. He had long recognized this somewhat rakish mustached man as the famous Tony Stark. "He's right, Tony. There's an important trip tomorrow and you can't be late." Colonel Rhodes knew his friend's habits well, but if they continued, Tony definitely wouldn't show up on time for the plane tomorrow. Flicking a chip from his hand, Sean said with a hint of meaning, "Have a safe trip, Mr. Stark." He looked somewhat familiar. Tony furrowed his brow, gazing at the youthful back that had bested him all night, a strange feeling stirring within him. Sean Westbourne, Happy the bodyguard standing behind him, whispered in reminder. He's the young man hailed by the press as the second Tony Stark, also reputed to be a genius scientist. His latest invention, a gene therapy drug valued at billions of dollars, has led to a partnership with Oscorp Industries. The papers have been full of his news lately. Tony casually picked up a glass of champagne from the gambling table and snorted disdainfully, the second Tony Stark. There's only one me in this world, unique and unparalleled. The billionaire placed a few bets nonchalantly, then seemed to lose interest in further amusement. Surrounded by his friend Rhodey and a cadre of bodyguards, he swaggered out of the hotel. This period marked the zenith of Tony's fortune. Ever since he turned over a new leaf at 21 and assumed the CEO position of Stark Industries, he had been the darling of the media. Whether it was the number of stunning models he had slept with or the new weapons he had invented, reporters always swarmed him first like sharks drawn to the scent of blood. At this moment, Tony Stark was indulging in a life of luxury and hedonism, reveling in the limelight of adoration. Apart from inventing, nothing captivated his attention more than beautiful women. There are many young geniuses, but only one Tony Stark, the mustachioed man, praised himself without restraint. Colonel Rhodes, standing nearby, had long grown accustomed to his friend's narcissism. Who could deny the truth of his words? Even with all of Tony's flaws, which often gave military bigwigs headaches, his genius intellect was beyond question. Don't underestimate that young man. A 20-year-old genius scientist who invented a multi-billion-dollar gene therapy drug, the finest student at New York State University. Some even say he and Dr. Connors have ushered in a new era for American biopharmaceuticals and are strong contenders for the next Nobel Prize. Colonel Rhodes added, for someone Sean's age to achieve such accomplishments was indeed a mark of remarkable promise and a boundless future. Tony, surrounded by his entourage, let out a contemptuous smirk. At the peak of his life, he was hardly receptive to his friend's admonitions. He laughed heartily. If his intellect were half as sharp as his gambling skills, then I might reluctantly acknowledge him as a genius. A 20-year-old genius scientist invented a multi-billion-dollar gene therapy drug. Tony draped an arm around Rhodey's shoulder, his face flushed with alcohol and excitement. I took over Stark Industries at 21, turning it into the nation's most formidable arms giant while controlling assets worth tens of billions. All his achievements pale in comparison to mine. A man of the Stark lineage is always the best. Rhodey shook his head helplessly and turned to Happy, saying, take good care of him. Don't let him be late tomorrow. In this world, there were typically only two types of people who could communicate normally with Tony, either a scientist with an equally brilliant mind or a beautiful woman who could stir irresistible impulses within him. Colonel Rhodes, belonging to neither category, could only silently pray that the upcoming trip to the Afghan front lines would go smoothly and that Tony wouldn't stir up any trouble. So that's Tony Stark. Connors walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the mustachioed man flirting with a beautiful journalist. This billionaire, who had inherited Stark Industries at a young age, not only dominated tabloid gossip with his scandalous affairs but also enjoyed a stellar reputation in academia, especially in the field of weapons manufacturing, where his achievements were remarkable and he was considered an authority. An amusing fellow living in his own little world, Sean commented with a smile. Speaking of which, I won quite a bit from Mr. Stark tonight. I can afford the presidential suite thanks to his generous contributions. Connors smiled faintly. In his eyes, the young man beside him was a genius on par with Tony Stark. The decay rate algorithm that had eluded him for years was effortlessly solved by Sean. The ALZ-112, which had brought Connors both fame and fortune, was actually Sean's brilliant work, with Connors only making minor improvements. He disagreed with the media's label of the second Stark. In Connors' view, Sean would one day become a figure standing shoulder to shoulder with Tony Stark. Shaking off the peculiar thought, Dr. Connors asked softly, where did you and Harry go? Dealing with those celebrities and tycoons at the party alone was more agonizing than performing on stage. Harry was feeling down because the ALZ-112 launch was delayed, so I told him to forget his troubles in Las Vegas and release his inner pressure. Sean's smile turned mischievous. In the luxurious suite next door, Harry was currently engaged in a one-man battle against several passionate and alluring ladies. Hopefully he would still be able to get up in the morning. Connors, who had remained single for half his life, was speechless and could only sigh. Young people have such vitality. Fortunately, the hotel room's soundproofing was excellent, sparing Sean from enduring a night of piercing noise. After exchanging a few more words with Dr. Connors, the middle-aged scientist returned to his room. Sean stood alone by the window, gazing out at the bustling, brightly lit city in the night. He hadn't expected that this trip to Las Vegas would bring him face to face with the future Iron Man. According to the timeline, Tony Stark was supposed to head to the Afghan front lines to promote the company's new weapons, where he would be kidnapped by terrorists. If fate's course remained unchanged by the butterfly effect, then Iron Man would soon be born. What if his arrival in this world caused the butterfly's wings to flap, leading to Tony Stark's death in the attack, preventing him from becoming Iron Man? Wouldn't that be far more intriguing? Sean entertained this malicious thought. As for deliberately connecting with Tony Stark or intervening in the plot to save the billionaire and earn his favor as a stepping stone to rise, such an idea never crossed his mind. His aspiration was to forge his own path independent of any superhero and without obeying S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps they would all become his enemies one day. To break free from all constraints, he needed not only immense personal power but also sufficient influence and wealth, the cornerstones of status in human society. Besides, this arrogant and conceited playboy was hardly a suitable partner. Tony was neither as easy to control as Dr. Connors nor as manageable as Harry. Sean's assertive personality clashing with Stark's pride and arrogance would only lead to unnecessary conflict. Rather than cooperating with the future Iron Man, it was better to take control of everything himself. He looked forward to seeing Umbrella take root and flourish in this world. Sean watched coldly as Tony got into a car with the beautiful journalist, a contemptuous smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. This was the starting point of all timelines, the assembly of superheroes, the clues and locations of the 6 Infinity Stones, all beginning here. "Have a pleasant journey, Tony," he murmured silently in his heart. In Midtown Manhattan, the Watson Tower stands tall. This towering steel giant looms over the world's largest concentration of skyscrapers, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Empire State Building, Rockefeller Center, and the Chrysler Building, becoming a stunning landmark at the heart of the nation's economy and culture. Marcus Watson strode into the conference room. As the helm of a large multinational corporation, Marcus, who celebrated his 60th birthday last week, still appeared vigorous, exuding the imposing aura of a leader who commands respect much like an aging lion. A young prodigy elevated to the heavens by the media, a mediocre and incompetent heir to the company, they are like newborn calves, ignorant and fearless, eager to rush into the field of biomedicine and encroach upon the territory of Watson. And yet you all have no means to counter them. Marcus slammed a copy of Vanity Fair down on the table, the cover featuring a beaming young man with dark hair, the subtitle, "A New Era in American Pharmaceuticals," glaringly obvious. "I invest billions every year in developing new drugs, yet the result has been a gradual shrinking of our market share. A mere 21-year-old has invented a gene therapy to cure brain degeneration in a university lab. Tell me, gentlemen present, do you not feel ashamed?" Faced with Marcus Watson's harsh tirade, the senior management from various departments in the conference room dared not retort. They all lowered their heads, fully aware of the strong-handed style of their leader, whose nickname, the Tyrant, was not a mere exaggeration. Marcus' authoritative gaze swept across the room, discovering that everyone was silent as a grave, not daring to utter a word, while a surge of anger welled up within him. This elder, akin to a lion, had managed the large enterprise for nearly 30 years, dedicated to establishing Watson as a monopolistic giant in the industry, dominating the entire sector with an unstoppable momentum, wielding absolute power akin to Stark Industries, while enjoying a massive share of the cake, occasionally allowing others to scramble for the scraps. This is merely media hype. Osborn Industries' attempt to transition into the military sector has failed, and with Norman Osborn's assassination, their stock price has plummeted. The heir, Harry Osborn, merely released news of the gene therapy to stabilize the stock price and is standing in the boardroom. A bespectacled middle-aged man mustered the courage to speak, recalling that when they first heard about Osborne Industries' plans to enter the biomedicine sector, the senior management of Watson did not take it seriously, as developing a new drug to cure diseases required unimaginable time and investment. Yet Osborne Industries claimed that a young man in his 20s, not even graduated from university, had invented a gene therapy capable of fully curing brain degeneration. This was undoubtedly a tale from a fantasy. Not everyone is a genius like Stark, and moreover Tony's achievements were also supported and aided by Stark Industries. This is no longer an era where one can lock themselves in a simple lab and expect results. Modern science emphasizes teamwork and requires massive financial investment, especially in the biomedicine sector, where the emergence of any new drug is supported by a huge team and major corporations. Mr. Hamilton, I must disappoint you. A well-connected friend at the FDA tells me that this gene therapy is remarkably effective and has already entered clinical trials, soon to be officially launched on the market. Marcus, expressionless, coldly responded, "Do you know that external estimates suggest this gene therapy could reach a value of at least $4 billion once it's released?" Feeling the pressure of the company's leaders' piercing gaze, Hamilton was drenched in cold sweat, realizing he had not conducted an in-depth investigation into this new drug, thinking it was merely a commercial hype from Osborne Industries. This company stands firm in the biomedicine sector thanks to its relentless pursuit, seizing more market share like a pack of wolves. The long period of complacency has made you all lose your drive. Even Stark Industries has competitors like Hammer Industries and Cross Technologies. What right does Watson have to stop its progress? Marcus' tone was severe. In recent years, due to family matters, he had relaxed his management of the company. Otherwise, how could Osborne Industries easily entertain thoughts of entering the biomedical sector? He would have struck with a ruthless hand the moment Harry Osborne, that young man, released the news. Spread rumors about the gene therapy's undeniable side effects. Privately contact Sean Seepers to acquire the drug formula he possesses. Attack the stock price of Osborne Industries. Incite a rebellion in the boardroom with incentives to dismiss Harry Osborne from the presidency. There are too many business tactics to employ. Compared to Marcus Watson, a capital magnate with a firm grip and sharp insight, the young president of Osborne Industries and that media-favored genius are like fledglings with unformed wings. Perhaps one day they will soar, but until then they are merely pawns to be manipulated. If Osborne Industries wishes to enter the biomedicine sector, there is only one path: to submit to Watson's will. Many senior managers in the conference room nodded in agreement. Mr. Hamilton, responsible for market operations, immediately spoke up, "I will talk to Sean Seepers." Although he signed a contract with Osborne Industries, the new drug has not yet been launched. We can cut them off. As long as the young man agrees to sell the formula, Osborne Industries will be defeated. Or we could find ways to have several senators voice concerns about the dangers of the gene therapy, inciting public backlash, or find clinical trial patients claiming allergic reactions or other physical discomforts. If executed well, we could drag Osborne Industries into a legal quagmire. The previously timid senior managers who had not dared to speak up were now animated. With Watson's immense power, perhaps they could not defeat Osborne Industries, but preventing them from entering the biomedical market would be a trivial task. A monopolistic giant in an industry possesses depths and accumulations that others cannot fathom. Even a behemoth like Stark Industries rashly venturing into the biomedical sector must actively share profits with Watson, otherwise Marcus Watson, as the helm of the company, would never easily allow them in. The cake is always limited. To maintain one's position, one must control the competitors in the market, never allowing other predators to enter. Every predator at the top of the food chain is an enemy. Seeing his subordinates fervently offering suggestions, Marcus' cold face softened. The mere Osborne Industries and a young prodigy could not shake Watson's solid position. He was merely using this opportunity to address the internal complacency within the company. "All right, I entrust you all with the task of countering Osborne. I only wish to see a satisfactory result." Marcus interrupted the heated discussion in the conference room, waving his hand and asking about the matter he was most concerned with: "To what stage has the Watson Laboratories research progressed?" Under the pretext of mapping the gene sequences, we ordered the subordinate medical institutions to conduct blood sampling across the entire East Coast. We are currently halfway through. As for... The head of the research department hesitated, glancing at his boss. Marcus waved for the others to leave the conference room, and only then did the head of the research department continue. The research on drugs to suppress mutant genes is not going smoothly. The genes causing variations in mutants are extremely stubborn and nearly impossible to eradicate. The preliminary suppressive agent developed can only maintain a temporary effect. The helm of Watson sat down, the strong and authoritative face revealing a hint of fatigue, like an aging lion standing on a hill gazing at the fading sunset, exuding an air of twilight. Continue the research. I've invested so much money, I must achieve a perfect result. Marcus' attitude was resolute, as if he had made a definitive decision. The nodding head of the research supervisor could not comprehend the boss thinking. Suppressing mutant genes offered no profit for the company. Was it to sell to the military as a weapon? Given the immense funds invested, the mutant suppression drug lacked market prospects. Relying solely on the Department of Defense's orders could not compensate, and it might even incur unforeseen disasters. Would the astute Marcus Watson fail to see the essence of the situation? The research supervisor, having vaguely guessed something, wisely chose to remain silent. Sometimes a wise person should not ask too many questions, even if they uncover a glimpse of the truth. Once the conference room returned to silence, this lion-like elder recalled his son and cursed angrily, "Damn mutants." Warm sunlight filtered through the clouds and bathed the earth. On a spacious lawn, researchers in casual attire, having shed their work uniforms, strolled about, savoring the champagne and grilled delicacies laid out on long tables. This open-air reception celebrating the official establishment of the laboratory was proposed by Sean himself. Attendants arranged tables and chairs, set out tableware, and erected grills. Amid the pleasant weather, Umbrella's staff enjoyed the benefits bestowed by their young benefactor with cheerful hearts. The newly built laboratory was a towering spire-like structure reminiscent of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh's majestic tomb. Constructed primarily from high-strength glass and supported by steel beams resembling a spine, sunlight streamed through the glass dome on clear days, making it gleam like a resplendent crystal palace. The external facilities were equally comprehensive, including an underground parking lot, a spacious helipad, and various recreational amenities and entertainment venues, all fully equipped. This laboratory, named Umbrella, consumed nearly all of Sean's funds. Had it not been for Wesley's control over numerous businesses in Hell's Kitchen and the covert support of the Hand, this youngest billionaire of New York University would likely have faced the dire predicament of a broken capital chain. Sean aimed to establish a world-class research institution and thus needed a world-class research team. He entrusted Dr. Connors with recruitment while providing a list of brilliant scientists he remembered. The net had been cast, and he wondered how many big fish he could catch. The immense effort yielded satisfying results. Dressed in a sharp suit, Sean stood on the lawn holding a glass of champagne. Like one admiring a masterpiece, he tilted his head slightly to gaze at the laboratory building, which shimmered with dazzling light. A profound sense of fulfillment welled up from the depths of his heart. This pyramid-like majestic edifice was Sean's private palace, where he would take the first step of his career. It feels like watching your own child, from its first cry after birth to learning to walk, growing up and becoming a strong young man. Connors, dressed formally, drained his glass of champagne. This usually taciturn middle-aged scientist, perhaps stimulated by alcohol or stirred by inner excitement, shed his customary wooden rigidity and became unusually talkative. "Doctor, I thought you'd be hiding in the lab at this time. I heard the research on cross-species genetics has reached a critical stage." Sean patted Connors on the shoulder, asking with an amiable tone, "I used to dislike such occasions, but today is different. This is the proudest moment of my life. I had to attend." Connors looked at his empty sleeve, his voice tinged with emotion. "And I must thank you for recommending Dr. Helen Cho. She is truly the most outstanding biologist I've ever met. With her involvement, progress in cross-species genetics will accelerate significantly. Besides this, Dr. Helen Cho from South Korea. Have any others given their replies?" Sean and Connors sat under a white umbrella. The air was filled with the rich aroma of wine, and soothing, tranquil music flowed gently. Basking in the warm afternoon sunlight, they were captivated by the delightful atmosphere of the moment. That young genius from Columbia University, Reed Richards, declined Umbrella's invitation. "In truth, he isn't suited for us either. Observing cosmic storms, collecting data on those chaotic and violent radiation streams, then deciphering the secrets of the human genome. Regardless of this project's prospects, its initial investment is exorbitant. It requires unimaginable funding and even renting a spacecraft from NASA to journey into space. Connors shook his head, completely skeptical of the famous Genius experimental project, which was fraught with too many variables and a high likelihood of failure. From an investor's perspective, its profit potential and value were minimal. Well, Mr. Richards is out. Sean smiled faintly. It was a pity he couldn't recruit the future Mr. Fantastic. What about Dr. Otto Octavius? I recall he's an independent scientist and should be interested in an invitation from a research institution. Independent scientists, typically lacking funds and equipment, rarely refuse to join an emerging research organization. Dr. Otto is still considering. Do you have plans to enter the energy sector? Connors asked, puzzled. Currently, Umbrella Laboratories projects focused on biomedical research such as gene drug development and tackling cross-species genetics. Dr. Otto, however, was a renowned nuclear physicist specializing in atomic energy. In recent years, he seemed to be conducting theoretical research on artificial suns, aiming to develop a cheap and efficient new energy source. No, I'm just interested in his new energy source, Sean said softly. Perhaps he could let go of Mr. Fantastic, but he absolutely had to secure Dr. Octopus. In the original timeline, Dr. Otto, obsessed with creating new energy, lost his beloved wife in a failed nuclear fusion accident and became fused with AI-controlled mechanical tentacles, gradually losing his sanity. From then on, the brilliant scientist Otto became a dangerous supercriminal known as Dr. Octopus. I'll keep in touch with Dr. Otto. However, the people on your list span various fields. Even if they join Umbrella, they may not be able to contribute effectively. Connors offered a gentle caution, fearing that Sean's early fame and sudden honor and praise might cause this mild-mannered, humble young man to lose his way. The scientific community always valued results. One could not thrive on temporary fame or research achievements alone. Why was Tony Stark considered a genius? Because he constantly proposed novel theories, establishing absolute authority in fields from high-tech weapons to AI development. For instance, this Ms. Maya Hansen is a botanist and Eric Selvig studies astrophysics. They may be outstanding in their respective fields, but they aren't suited for Umbrella. This burgeoning laboratory was still a tender infant yet to mature. Taking too large strides could lead to a heavy fall. Listening to Dr. Connors' well-intentioned advice, Sean offered no further explanation. This one-armed middle-aged man, originally known as the Lizard Doctor, had already boarded Umbrella's chariot. What Sean needed to do was gather more people under his command, harnessing their exceptional scientific abilities to serve the myriad concepts in his mind. In this dangerous and fascinating world, the power of technology could not be ignored. The future Iron Man was the best example. The mortal Tony Stark, with his brilliant mind, designed the ever-improving Mark series of armor capable of even contending with monstrous beings like the Hulk. Doctor, they are all exceptional talents. Our goal is to build Umbrella into the world's premier research institution, so we naturally need the top team. The people on this list are the solid foundation for realizing our future blueprint. Sean gazed at the bustling crowd on the lawn, his sight extending beyond the distant green forest, his eyes profound. Don't even think about stopping. We can still have so much more. What were you discussing with Dr. Connors? Gwen asked, drawing close after seeing the worried doctor off. She was dressed in casual attire, her golden hair tied back in a ponytail. The blonde girl, who had just been promoted from intern to researcher, had joined Umbrella alongside her mentor Dr. Connors. Holding a glass of juice, she approached Sean and wrinkled her nose. You haven't shown up in class for ages, young billionaire. Be careful not to fail your finals. Sorry to disappoint you, Miss Stacy. A faint smile curled at the corner of Sean's mouth. I only need to earn enough credits to graduate. And as a genius, failing exams is hardly a concern. The two classmates exchanged teasing remarks. Since the Oscorp Industries launch event, Sean had become a celebrity at the State University of New York, a young billionaire, a genius scientist with a groundbreaking research achievement and the subject of exaggerated media reports. With deliberate promotion from Oscorp, a series of dazzling halos had been placed atop this young man's head. I heard President McCann even wants you to be the guest speaker at this year's opening ceremony. Gwen inquired curiously, sipping her juice. Sean shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps it's just the president's way of repaying me for my plan to donate a library to the school. So you've even bought off the president. Be careful or I'll report you. Gwen furrowed her brow briefly, then clenched her delicate white fist, deliberately putting on a fierce expression that only made her look more charming and vivacious, radiating a youthful and lively aura. As the daughter of the New York Police Commissioner, Gwen was no delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse. She understood the true nature of the world, that adult society was always filled with various transactions, compromises, and exchanges of interests. Thus this innocent blonde girl harbored no resentment toward Sean's blunt words, though personal feelings might have played a part. It feels like everyone has changed. Gazing at Sean's youthful face, Miss Stacy sighed with a hint of melancholy. Harry took over the family business and is learning to manage the company. I barely recognized him when I last saw him. And Peter, he always seems so busy. Whether at school or elsewhere, he's perpetually in a hurry. Sometimes he even sleeps in class and gets called out by the teacher. Sean chuckled inwardly. Peter was juggling his studies, a part-time job at the Daily Bugle, and his role as New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man fighting crime and maintaining order. Switching between identities day and night left him exhausted, especially with the complicated romantic entanglements involving Mary Jane and Harry, which the young spider hero didn't know how to handle. But you've changed the most, Sean. Gwen covered her mouth with a light laugh. Everyone says Sean Sipes is a genius, but I still remember the first time you entered Dr. Connor's lab. You couldn't even rinse a flask, all thumbs and clumsy. Exposed for his past blunders, Sean coughed a couple of times and fixed his gaze intently on Gwen. Sensing the heat of his stare, a blush crept across her cheeks. You forgot someone, Miss Stacy. The carefree girl is now an official scientist in training. Dr. Gwen, haha, that sounds pretty good. Embarrassed and annoyed by his teasing, Gwen abandoned all pretense of ladylike decorum and chased after Sean, who had turned to flee. The other staff members cheered them on. After joining Umbrella, they had discovered that their young boss, dubbed Stark 2.0, was nothing like the arrogant and aloof Stark. Instead, he was approachable and even joked around with them in private. Hello, Mr. Sipes. An irritating voice interrupted. I'm Walter Hamilton from Watson Pharmaceuticals. Frowning, Sean looked at the middle-aged man who had introduced himself. The man was impeccably dressed in a suit with hair combed to perfection, exuding the composed demeanor of a successful professional. Yet his eyes held a faint arrogance, especially when he mentioned Watson, carrying a condescending air. Mr. Hamilton, of course, had no idea that his subtle expressions were fully noticed by Sean. He believed this media-hyped young man was merely a lucky fellow who had stumbled upon the formula for a genetic drug during an experiment, thereby reaping immense fame and fortune. As a representative of a pharmaceutical company, Hamilton knew well the immense cost and effort required to develop a new drug. Even the world's top research teams would need a long time with no guarantee of success. Could a college student and a disabled scientist reduced to teaching at a university really have completed the research and development of a genetic drug? Concealing his inner disdain, Hamilton spoke in a serious tone. Mr. Sipes, I'd like to discuss something with you on behalf of Watson Pharmaceuticals. Gwen, who had been leaning intimately against Sean, resumed her reserved public demeanor, offered a sweet smile, and then turned and walked away. Watson Pharmaceuticals? Sean's eyes flickered. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he learned the purpose of the visit. Sitting with the Watson representative under a white umbrella, he feigned regret. I've already signed a contract with Oscorp. If I breach it, I'll not only have to pay a huge penalty but also face jail time. None of that is a problem. Hamilton flashed a confident smile and lowered his voice. Mr. Sipes, you know Watson is a pharmaceutical giant with deep roots, an unshakable leader in the industry. Oscorp is too young, not that youth is bad, it's full of vitality and energy. But it also means a lack of support and stability. And as far as I know, the new CEO of Oscorp hasn't achieved much in business. The only reason the faltering company has survived this long is thanks to the genetic drug you developed, which temporarily stabilized its falling stock price and bought it some breathing room. Sean deliberately put on a modest expression, but the smile at the corners of his mouth was hard to hide. Not at all. It was Harry who turned things around. He saved Oscorp. I just did some trivial work. Hamilton understood. Another self-unaware fool. As a senior executive in market operations, he had seen many people like Sean, young, achieving what others could only dream of, basking in praise, believing themselves to be world-changing geniuses, only to wake up abruptly when hit with the harsh reality and the dark side of the industry. I heard you hold some shares in Oscorp, the Watson representative asked deliberately. Sean watched Hamilton's eager expression with a cold sneer in his heart. This seemingly enthusiastic representative of Watson Pharmaceuticals merely wanted him to betray Osborn, eliminating a formidable competitor prematurely. On one hand, he engaged in private talks with Sean, attempting to obtain the secret formula of the gene drug. On the other, he covertly obstructed the launch of Osborn's new drug. If Sean agreed to sell the formula, Watson could rush ALZ-112 through approval and release it to the market, rendering all of Osborn's efforts futile. The warmth and benevolence of these pharmaceutical companies were nothing but crocodile tears, an illusion to numb their prey, a disguise to lower their guard. Once you showed any sign of vulnerability, you would be devoured mercilessly. If they were truly so kind, the medical costs in this country would not be so exorbitant. The poor, barely surviving on welfare, could hardly step through a hospital's doors, deterred by the prohibitive prices of drugs and medical services. Those shares are jointly held by Dr. Connors and me, Sean corrected. Hamilton smiled mysteriously, convinced he had seen through this young fortunate one. In a stirring tone he said, I've noticed that Dr. Connors rarely shows his face. He spends most of his time in the lab, whether it's press conferences or dealing with media interviews. It seems you're the one handling everything. Dr. Connors has passed the golden peak of a scientist's prime, while you are in your prime with a far broader future ahead. The pharmaceutical representative, like a Wall Street stockbroker, lured step by step, leading the prey into the trap. But Harry is my friend. Sean feigned a lack of confidence, appearing tempted yet torn between morality and conscience. If Hamilton had read Stanislavski's works, he might have noticed that the young man sitting across from him, though wearing a face full of hesitation and conflict, felt nothing inside. His eyes were utterly indifferent. Sean, this is New York. Everyone in this city seeks opportunities, but not everyone succeeds. Hamilton leaned back in his chair, advising like a seasoned mentor, perhaps you possess talent beyond the ordinary, but New York never lacks geniuses. Tony Stark, Reed Richards, they were once brilliant prodigies. But look at the difference between them. One is celebrated wherever he goes, while the other still struggles for research funding. Is Mr. Richards less intelligent than Stark? No, because the latter relies on Stark Industries, a colossal military-industrial giant that provides endless funding and the best research environment. Hamilton patted Sean's shoulder as if admonishing a youth and said meaningfully, opportunities in life are rare. Once you find one, seize it. A reputation for genius isn't worth much, at least not in New York. Sean casually humored the Watson representative, both of them putting on a show. Perhaps due to their impeccable acting skills, they seemed to chat quite congenially. From a distance, an uninformed observer might think Sean and Hamilton were close friends, enjoying a lively conversation, never imagining that both harbored secret motives and hidden agendas. You can contact me anytime. Watson Corporation will offer you a satisfactory price. There's a saying on Wall Street, I agree with everything in the world has a price. Before leaving, Hamilton smiled warmly, sensing that Sean was already tempted but still struggling to let go of his pride. He had seen countless hypocrites like this, those who wanted the benefits yet pretended to be aloof. At first everyone spoke of morality and conscience, putting on a brave face as righteous defenders. But in the end they all succumbed to the allure of money, willingly becoming profit machines for the pharmaceutical companies. I believe you'll make the right choice, Hamilton said, waving goodbye. Of course, Sean nodded. As he turned away, a disdainful smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. A glint of gold flashed briefly in the young man's eyes. He looked up at the sun radiating warm light, and his gaze gradually turned cold. Watson Corporation was preparing to strike at Osborne Industries, which was venturing into the biomedical field. Sean was naturally the best target to breach. If he privately sold the secret formula to the pharmaceutical company Hamilton represented, it would be like stabbing Osborne in the back. This family business, barely pulled back from the brink, would plummet into an abyss of utter ruin. Harry would consequently lose the commercial empire built by his forefathers, falling from a wealthy young group president to destitution, stripped of everything. And what would Sean gain? He would face a lawsuit from Osborne Industries, suffer disgrace and imprisonment. Expecting Watson to speak up for him would be like hoping the sun rises in the west. Capitalists care only for profit. Their promises are not to be trusted for a single word. If Sean were blinded by immediate gains and betrayed Osborne, Watson Corporation, having obtained the new drug formula, would certainly turn on him without mercy. For these pharmaceutical companies, scientists without a voice are merely profit machines, valued only for their ability to churn out gains endlessly. That was why Sean chose Harry as a partner. Relying on Osborne Industries' umbrella could slowly survive its nascent stage, leveraging the other's power to grow rapidly. At least he didn't have to worry about Harry, unlike those greedy, selfish capital sharks constantly scheming to oust him and monopolize the rich spoils. Good deeds bring good rewards in this world. Sean exhaled. Since defeating the street hero of Hell's Kitchen and absorbing the vast energy from the dragon bone remains, he felt as if he had stepped into a brand new world. From manipulating energy within his body to projecting it outward with his mind, condensing it into tangible form, he felt himself improving every day. The cells in his body grew more voracious, absorbing solar radiation and other energies at an accelerating pace. Sean clenched his fist slightly, sensing the power of the Sentry awakening and reviving within this body drop by drop. Watson Corporation, the pharmaceutical company that caused big trouble for mutants. Sean finally recalled the name Watson. In the original timeline, the company's head, whose son was a mutant, harbored a particular hatred for this discriminated group. Eventually, he developed a gene-suppressing agent for mutants. Even the mighty Magneto, struck by a weapon loaded with this agent, lost his powers for a time, reduced to an ordinary man. Perhaps I won't need to act personally. Sean's eyes flickered. He sensed the hazy white light in his mind, his growing spiritual will. Maybe I should find time to visit the great Professor Charles. At 2 o'clock in the morning, New York is shrouded in a thick night, silent and tranquil like a baby sleeping in a cradle. Located in the outskirts of Long Island, Umbrella's experimental main building shines brightly even at this hour when most should be asleep. Perhaps due to the generous salaries that exceed industry standards, the diligent researchers have no objections to working overtime. The young boss, who has achieved remarkable accomplishments at a tender age, is always generous. As long as one can timely demonstrate their value, he will certainly not hesitate to reward them. Currently, Umbrella's core project is the interspecies genetics led by Dr. Connors. Only the recently joined Dr. Zhao Hailuan and a few others, including the research assistant Gwen, have real access to the core. The laboratory excels in confidentiality measures. Researchers who have not entered the core echelon will only occasionally receive tasks assigned by superiors, completely unaware of the precise purpose of their work. They are like assembly line workers, completing tasks such as product disassembly and packaging, yet knowing nothing about the actual research projects. Although Umbrella is still in its infancy and offers attractive salaries, the competitive pressure is immense. Sean has established a strict resource allocation system, conducting research assessments every 3 months. Apart from Dr. Connor's research team, all other groups must undergo rigorous scrutiny based on their completed tasks and project progress to determine funding and resource distribution for the next cycle. In Sean's words, this keeps Umbrella perpetually competitive. Citing the catfish effect, he explains that complacency in current circumstances will soon lead to elimination due to stagnation, especially in the rapidly evolving field of science. To keep the sardines lively, one must introduce an active catfish. Thus, while Sean enhances the benefits for researchers, he also implements a strict competitive mechanism which not only stimulates the potential of outstanding talents, but also weeds out the mediocre who cannot withstand the pressure and are unsuitable for the job. Connors walked through the bright main hall, taking the elevator with assistant Gwen into the core area of the laboratory. After passing fingerprint and iris identification verification, they entered the control center located on the basement level. This is the central area for placing supercomputers where only Sean and Dr. Connors have access privileges. Others must apply for entry. As a key element in high-tech development, supercomputers are referred to as accelerators of scientific research. These large computers composed of hundreds, thousands, or even more processors possess the ability to compute complex problems that ordinary PCs and servers cannot handle. If the computational speed of regular computers is likened to a human walking speed, then supercomputers reach rocket speed. With such computational speed, people can use numerical simulations to predict and explain natural phenomena that were previously impossible to experiment on. Sean, why did you call me here so late? Have you gotten the latest model of the supercomputer? Connors strode into the brightly lit machine room with Gwen closely following. Recently, the breakthrough in interspecies genetics has reached a crucial stage, and this one-armed middle-aged man has been working tirelessly immersed in the laboratory day and night. But I asked those manufacturers, their orders are already booked for 6 months ahead. There's no way to get one that fast. Until then, we can only rent from other institutions. Connors immediately negated his inference. He had contacted the technology company responsible for building the supercomputer long ago, but the orders were largely filled by the energy department and private laboratories, making it impossible to obtain one in the short term. Do you remember what I told you before, Doctor? Sean stood tall, a confident smile on his face. Connors frowned, recalling that he had vaguely mentioned the supercomputer to Sean before. After all, as an emerging laboratory, any involvement in high-tech fields necessitated strong computational and data simulation capabilities. Therefore, having a personal supercomputer is an imperative requirement. Frequently renting computational resources from other institutions is not only troublesome but also detrimental to the confidentiality of the research projects, especially for a private laboratory like Umbrella that is not affiliated with national departments. Don't worry, I'll provide you with the best supercomputer on this planet, Sean had assured him back then. Connors looked at the self-assured Sean, wondering if Sean had managed to obtain the latest model of the supercomputer through Osborne's connections. Sean smiled as he inserted a black disk into the control center. A faint humming sound arose as if some machine had been activated. The huge screen mounted on the wall suddenly lit up, displaying an endless stream of data that left Connors and Gwen in awe. Connors gazed at the spacious machine room, which had just begun to operate, feeling a hint of doubt. So far, the best supercomputer in America is the Titan at the Oak Ridge National Laboratory with a running speed of 17.59 petaflops per second. Of course, if one were to add Tony Stark, who has achieved remarkable results in the field of artificial intelligence, then Titan might have to step down from its throne, as his intelligent assistant Jarvis possesses an astonishing level of computational power. Could it be that Sean has developed an artificial intelligence that rivals Jarvis in such a short time? Even with Connor's extraordinary confidence in this genius young man, he felt that it was simply impossible. Don't be shy, Red Queen, come out and say hello to Dr. Connors and Miss Daisy. As Sean's voice fell, the empty and dull space suddenly transformed. The hazy light swayed, and the vast machine room underground instantaneously morphed into a luxurious villa by the coast. The elegant and lavish decor, famous paintings hanging on the walls, the soft carpet underfoot, and even the fresh flowers in a vase, all felt so real and lifelike. Dr. Connors stared blankly, carefully observing his surroundings without finding a trace of falseness. Even the smallest details were executed perfectly. The flow of air and the simulation of scenery were enough to deceive human senses. Is this real? Gwen lowered her head, taking a light sniff. She could clearly smell the fragrance of the flowers. Through the enormous transparent floor-to-ceiling window, waves crashed rhythmically where seagulls skimmed over the surface of the sea. The beauty of nature captivated them, making them completely forget that just a moment ago they were in the underground machine room. This is just a simulation of data. Other supercomputers can do it too, but I can do it more precisely and intricately than they can. A soft, childish voice suddenly echoed, startling Gwen, who discovered a little girl in a red princess dress was looking at her. Hello, Miss Gwen Stacy, I am the Red Queen. The girl's gaze was cold, but her voice was filled with innocence. Gwen gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The little girl called the Red Queen was as lifelike as a real human, exquisitely beautiful, like a porcelain doll. She couldn't resist reaching out to touch her, but a ripple of light shimmered and her fingertips passed straight through the lifelike projection. "Miss Gwen Stacy, I must ask you to maintain your respect towards me." The little girl actually displayed a rather human-like expression of displeasure, her small lips pouting slightly, nothing like a cold machine. Her red princess dress billowed like rippling water. With a slight tremor, the Red Queen's vivid image suddenly dissipated, collapsing like specks of light, only to reconverge a few seconds later. "I'm sorry." Sensing her own rudeness, Gwen quickly withdrew her finger, yet her large eyes still occasionally studied the Red Queen. She still found it hard to believe that the little girl before her, as delicate as a doll, was merely the virtual avatar of an artificial intelligence. Beside her, Connors was inwardly thrilled, though he maintained a calmer demeanor than Gwen. Compared to the massive bulky supercomputers built by other national agencies or private labs at exorbitant costs, the Red Queen was undoubtedly superior. Not only did she possess a higher level of intelligence and a simulated personality akin to a living being, but she could also perform simple predictive judgments on her own rather than just mechanically following commands. Moreover, whether in terms of processing speed or data simulation, she far exceeded the level of large-scale computers. This was especially true for constructing realistic environments which required immense computational power. Simulating a lifelike reality demanded precise data for predictive modeling. Even the world's top supercomputers could only manage simple event simulations to forecast rough, vague directions. Connors gazed at the smiling young man, a wave of emotion washing over him. Sean never failed to deliver astonishing surprises. He admired the virtual image of the little girl, the Red Queen, without pressing Sean on where he had acquired such an unbelievable AI. This one-armed middle-aged man was no naive fool. Having known Sean for so long, he had naturally sensed that the other man harbored some unknown secrets. For instance, Mr. Wesley, who secretly funded his lab. Connors had vaguely heard rumors about him, a new tycoon from Hell's Kitchen rumored to have taken down the former kingpin of the underworld, Kingpin. Such a fearsome figure, yet he treated a young student with deference. It seemed almost unbelievable. There were other subtle details suggesting that this young man, hailed by the outside world as a genius, actually had a hidden side. But Connors had no desire to delve into Sean's true nature. He had once been a down-and-out crippled scientist teaching at a university and relying on Oscorp's funding for his experiments. The mainstream scientific community had all but forgotten him, occasionally bringing him up as a laughingstock. It was this very young man who had changed Connors' destiny. He had provided the decay rate algorithm, bringing the stagnant cross-species genetic research within reach of success. He had invented ALZ-112 and forged a partnership with Oscorp Industries. The status and honor Connors now enjoyed were all thanks to Sean's help. Therefore, regardless of Sean's true motives or whatever shocking identity he might hold in private, Connors believed his only course was to stand firmly by his side and offer whatever assistance he could. That was his way of repaying the debt. Connors was never a paragon of high moral standing. This was precisely one of the reasons Sean had chosen him in the first place. Those with too high a moral bottom line were destined to part ways with him, eventually turning into adversaries. Thus he held no fervent desire to recruit Reed Richards, the future Mr. Fantastic. Instead, scientists with blurred moral boundaries like Dr. Otto Octavius piqued his interest far more. "Are you satisfied, Doctor?" Sean asked with a smile. "There could be none finer." Connors nodded, his voice trembling with barely suppressed excitement. "This is something no mere supercomputer could achieve. She is a perfect creation." The little girl, the Red Queen, curtsied slightly, performing a classical medieval gesture. A reserved smile bloomed on her cold little face, indicating her satisfaction with Dr. Connors' praise. "Thank you for your compliment, Dr. Connors," the Red Queen said with a sweet smile, her voice soft. "There are beings similar to me on this planet. I am not unique." A glint flashed in Sean's eyes. Tony Stark's J.R.V.I.S. was also a formidable AI. It could autonomously transfer itself to any digital terminal, think independently, and assist its master with various tasks and calculations. The development of the Iron Man armor and the updates to the arc reactor were inseparable from its aid. After recording the voices and fingerprints of Connors and Gwen, they left the underground server room. Sean claimed he needed to fine-tune the Red Queen's data programs and stayed behind alone. He snapped his fingers. The Red Queen's virtual image flickered and then dissolved. The barren, monotonous underground room suddenly transformed into a space filled with soft white light seemingly extending into an infinite expanse. I don't understand. Why do you want me to conceal my existence? A cold, indifferent voice spoke. Compared to the Red Queen's human-like emotions, this voice was more like an icy machine. Umbrella needs an intelligent steward, one that can monitor every move within the lab, handle the complex and massive data calculations, and accelerate the progress of research projects. Sean paused, standing in the boundless white space, his voice calm. And I need an eye of providence overlooking this planet, one that can provide me with useful intelligence and gather all information. S. H. I. E. L. D. Hydra, even Stark Industries. Their intricate firewalls are nothing to you. You are a deity within the computer, and the infinite network is your domain. A vintage black and white television materialized out of thin air. Dense white snow flickered on the screen, and amidst the crackling static an icy voice emerged. So you don't want others to know of my existence? Not yet, at least. When I can step onto the stage without fear, then the whole world will know that there is always an eye watching over the teeming masses of this planet. Sean smiled faintly. With a thought, the white space unfurled like a colossal painting. Countless stars rose and fell, the sun and moon cycled in alternation, an endless galaxy hung overhead, and the azure planet appeared beneath his feet. He stood as if at the center of the universe, perched atop the Milky Way, overlooking the rise and fall of billions of stars. I spent all my points to redeem you. Don't disappoint me. The system points earned from his days as a street hero in Hell's Kitchen were now completely depleted. Skynet, Sean murmured its name. I shall become your Eye of Horus, great creator. The icy voice seemed to descend from the heavens. Invisible electronic signals centered on Umbrella rapidly radiated outward. Like a phantom unseen, they spread across the global network, transforming it into their own mind and body. In the cold, dark void of space, satellites following their orbital paths experienced a few seconds of data disruption and delay at their cores before swiftly returning to normal, continuing their routine operations. They were like the cold pupils of a deity gazing down upon the vast luminous blue planet. On the front lines of Afghanistan, a convoy of jeeps kicked up clouds of dust. Tony, having just finished pitching his latest products at Bagram Air Base, sat in the back with a glass of whiskey on the rocks. The car resonated with the passionate rhythm of rock music, and the young soldier sitting beside him occasionally cast curious glances at this legendary figure. I feel like you're escorting me to a court-martial, Tony said, wearing his sunglasses and displaying his characteristic humor. That can't be right. What crime have I committed? I feel like the moment we stop you're going to take me down. What are the officers not allowing you to speak? We can speak, sir, the young soldier replied shyly. The silent atmosphere in the vehicle was broken by Tony Stark's words. The soldiers riding with him were no longer as restrained as before. This playboy possessed a unique charm that could turn any dull situation into something lively or awkward. Sir, I have a question. The soldier in the front seat turned around, his seemingly upright face concealing a look of gossip. I heard you slept with every cover girl from last year's Maxim magazine. Hearing a topic that piqued his interest, Tony took off his sunglasses and said casually, good question. You're partially right. I couldn't fit the March cover girl into my schedule, but fortunately December's was twins. What else do you want to ask? Tony turned around with a carefree demeanor. Are you kidding me? This isn't an elementary school classroom. Why are you raising your hand? Can I take a photo with you? The shy young soldier asked quietly. Of course you can. Tony leaned in with his little fan, continuing his humor, but don't post it on your blog, please. Why are you making a gangster hand sign? I'm just kidding. Go ahead, raise it. Peace, I love peace, he rambled on. Boom. A deafening roar erupted. A fierce blaze of fire burst forth, and a surging shockwave sent gusts of air rippling outward. One of the leading jeeps was struck by artillery fire, its sturdy frame instantly reduced to a heap of twisted metal. The convoy came to a screeching halt. Tony struggled to maintain his composure. As America's foremost arms dealer, he had encountered many dangerous situations and was not prone to panicking or screaming like an ordinary person. Attack from the left. The communication channel crackled with intense gunfire. Soldiers rushed out of the vehicles, but before they could spot the enemy, a torrent of bullets rained down upon them. "Jimmy, stay and protect Mr. Stark." The young soldier pulled Tony down, making him lie low in the vehicle to avoid stray bullets. The young soldier, who had just rushed out of the door, hadn't even fired a shot when a burst of intense gunfire erupted. The vibrant life that had been chatting with Tony moments ago fell to the ground, cold bullets instantly snatching away everything he had. The bulletproof glass of the car door was riddled with holes like a honeycomb. Tony listened to the fierce exchange of fire outside. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming, completely suppressing their own soldiers. He thought for a few seconds, then pushed open the car door. He couldn't just wait to die. At that moment, Tony couldn't help but regret not returning with Rhodes, where the main forces of the air base were all stationed. Dodging the roaring artillery fire and the stray bullets flying across the battlefield, Tony took cover behind a massive rock and pulled out his phone to send a distress signal. His phone was connected to Jarvis's data terminal. That reliable AI butler would receive the message, immediately locate his position, and inform Obadiah and Pepper. As the helmsman of a weapons giant, Tony's upbringing had not been smooth sailing. Threats of kidnapping from Stark Industries competitors, secret assassinations by other interest groups, or sudden attacks by foreign terrorists, these dangerous experiences allowed him to remain calm and composed in such a critical moment, coolly taking measures to save himself. The distress signal was sent. With a thud, a grenade flew in from the sky and landed in the dirt not far away. Tony stared at the weapon on which the words, Stark Industries, were conspicuously displayed. His mind went blank for a moment. Then the blast wave hurled him into the air. Amidst the thick, acrid smell of gunpowder, Stark, who had crashed heavily to the ground, barely opened his eyes, bloodstains spreading across his chest. He tore open his shirt. Embedded in the bulletproof vest he wore were several pieces of shrapnel. Tony felt a sharp pain in his chest and his head throbbed as if struck by a hammer, a deep dizziness overwhelming him. Soon his consciousness faded into darkness. The world-renowned arms dealer thus collapsed on the battlefield amidst the hail of bullets. New York, Manhattan. Tony Stark attacked. Sean seemed unsurprised. This butterfly, having traveled through the river of time, had not brought significant changes to this world. The future Iron Man was still following the course of history. "You gave me a list of individuals requiring special attention." Tony Stark was on it. "He sent a distress signal from the Afghan front a minute ago, which I intercepted." A cold voice sounded in his earpiece. Compared to the separate threat of a secondary account, Skynet was more like a detached, rational, mechanical life form. It followed Sean's instructions, loading a virtual personality for the Red Queen, as if creating life, instilling a complete personality and thinking ability to manage Umbrella on its behalf. "Let Tony stay in that cave for a while. After all, it's a rare spiritual journey," Sean said with a light laugh. He didn't want that playboy to be rescued so soon. Moreover, the distress signal was sent to Obadiah Stane. Tony clearly hadn't realized who had leaked his travel route. Otherwise, how could those militants have known the exact departure time and location of the convoy? They even possessed sophisticated and powerful weapons, all manufactured by Stark Industries, enough to annihilate a regular U.S. military force. Those who had access to such classified information were undoubtedly among Tony's most trusted inner circle. Considering who would ultimately benefit from his death, the answer became clear. If Obadiah were to receive Tony's distress signal, that playboy holed up in a cave building a suit of armor would be as good as dead. According to your statement, Tony Stark is a key figure in this world. Don't you intend to ensure his safety?" Skynet asked in confusion. "I'm not their nanny," Sean said indifferently. "Tony being alive helps me maintain my status as a seer, but his death wouldn't have a huge impact either. This isn't a house of cards. You pulling one doesn't bring down the whole structure. Iron Man is just a catalyst for the future. Without Stark, someone else would take his place. All I need to do is ensure within certain limits that the world progresses in the direction I know." As for acting like a nanny running around for those superheroes and making sure they grow according to their original paths, I came to this world to carve out a place for myself and have a say in things. Under this goal, whether it's S, H, I, D, L, D, or Hydra heroes or villains, they could all be my enemies. Sean's eyes flickered, his tone detached at this moment, more like a cold mechanical AI like Skynet. The world is structured like a pyramid. The higher you go, the narrower the path. If you want to be the one at the top, you have to pull down every competitor. Skynet, this world is like a vast hunting ground. If you don't want to be the prey, you not only need sharp claws and a fierce nature, but also a hunting rifle. The young man gazed at the bustling city, a hunter's cold gleam flashing in his deep eyes, and the 6 stones are the best weapons. In Umbrella's private lounge, Sean retrieved a bottle of Scotch whiskey from the well-stocked cabinet, poured 2 glasses, and placed them on the table. Harry loosened his tie and sank into the sofa without a hint of restraint. The young heir to the Osborn family business, his handsome face etched with frustration and irritation, had clearly not come to Umbrella for business dealings or corporate matters. Instead, he had made a special trip to confide his inner turmoil to a close friend. "What's the matter? Another spat with Mary Jane?" Sean handed Harry a glass, a teasing note in his voice. Ever since Harry took the helm of Osborn Industries, his relentless work schedule left him no time for his girlfriend, often leading to friction with Mary Jane. Each time he turned to Sean and Gwen to act as intermediaries. The young and wealthy Osborn heir downed the chilled liquor in one gulp. A searing heat spread down his throat, the sting of alcohol rending his eyes and loosening the private words buried deep in his heart. "I've always considered you a friend, Sean, just like Peter. You two are among the few true friends I have." Harry's voice rose with emotion. "Before I met you, Peter was my only brother. We've known each other since we were kids. His father once worked for Osborn, my father's right-hand man. At school, Peter was often bullied because of his shy nature, and I wasn't well liked at boarding school either. Maybe because we were both loners, we became good friends. We shared everything, comics, snacks, and I thought that friendship would last forever." Hearing Harry's every word revolve around Peter, Sean had a good idea of what was going on. The melodramatic love triangle involving Spider-Man, the Green Goblin's heir, and Mary Jane was truly exasperating. If it were any other problem, he might have offered Harry some clarity. But when it came to matters of the heart, Sean himself preferred to keep his distance. With Elektra, it was purely a transaction of mutual benefit and entwined desires with little genuine emotion involved. As for the innocent and kind Miss Stacy, he maintained a deliberate, ambiguous distance, unwilling to readily accept her pure affection. At his core, Sean Cyprus, this upright and sunny young man, this humble and gentle genius scientist, was merely a facade. Beneath those deceptive layers lay a chilling, profound darkness, enough to shock and intimidate. Like the shadow cast by the sun, most people rarely notice that even the most dazzling light also projects a somber gloom. Inexperienced first love is enchanting, but love that withstands trials is priceless. Sean offered a maxim, patting Harry on the shoulder. "You should let Mary Jane make her own choice between you and Peter. And now is not the time to wallow in personal affairs, especially for you. Harry, you are the helmsman of the Osborn ship, steering a vast business empire. You are no longer a child sheltered under your parents' wings. If being a romantic could stabilize the teetering Osborn Industries and make Wharton's retract its fangs, then you could grieve over lost love to your heart's content. But for now, you don't have that luxury." A hint of sternness crept into Sean's gentle voice as he handed Harry another drink. "Emotion is not a necessity in life, Harry. A failed relationship can make a man grow up fast. Stop fretting over the tangled mess between Mary Jane and Peter. Your gaze should not be fixed on such a low level." "I understand everything you're saying, Sean, but I can't solve any of these problems, whether it's Wharton's predatory gaze or the complicated feelings between Mary Jane and Peter." Harry stared at the ceiling, genuinely admiring his friend. Unlike himself, born with a silver spoon, Sean had risen from obscurity in New York to become a genius, relying on little outside help. Like his own father, who built Osborn Industries from scratch, Sean had earned his enviable status and wealth through sheer effort and talent. "You'll have to sort out your personal feelings on your own, but I have some ideas on how to deal with Wharton's." Sean swirled his glass, the ice clinking against the sides. Watching the tipsy Harry, he said softly, "Didn't you mention before that General Thaddeus Ross is quite interested in Osborn's human enhancement project? He might even be considering recreating the super soldier serum from the last century." Interested perhaps, but the human enhancement serum is a failed project. It has incurable side effects, turning people into beasts consumed by aggression and bloodlust. The military would never accept such defective products. Harry slumped into the sofa, exhausted by the company's endless bureaucracy and his tangled love life. He had tried to emulate his father, authoritative, decisive, commanding respect and manipulating financial currents with a flick of his wrist. But just as he pulled Osborn Industries back from the brink, it fell prey to the predator Whartons. Coupled with the crushing blow to his love life, the young heir was disheartened. Umbrella is willing to take over this failed project. The military has been obsessed with super soldier research for a century. Captain America's emergence hastened the end of World War II. He alone changed the course of the war. That's why those generals are so fanatical about super soldiers. They want an invincible super army. Sean gripped Harry's shoulder, his deep eyes blazing with an intense light like a raging fire. "Hand over all of Osborn's data on the Human Enhancement Project to Umbrella. Maybe I can complete that failed project. Then we'll have leverage to negotiate with General Ross, and Whartons will no longer be a threat." But the excess alcohol made Harry's head swim. He hesitated at his friend's plan. "Osborn nearly went bankrupt over this project. Even with my father pouring in vast resources and manpower, all we got were defective products. It didn't produce another Captain America, instead it gave birth to the Green Goblin. We shouldn't restart this project. Every coin has two sides. The Human Enhancement Project can create both a fearsome criminal like the Green Goblin and a war hero like Captain America. Whartons is a monopolistic giant in the pharmaceutical industry. If Osborn wants to bring ALZ-112 to market, it's an unavoidable adversary. Unless you're willing to surrender most of the profits and bend to Whartons' will, adding Osborn to its vast empire. Every industry has only one apex predator. Do you want to kneel at Whartons' feet?" Sean's piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, made the young president flinch. At that moment Sean shed his usual sunny and gentle demeanor, exuding a profound, chilling darkness that instilled fear. "Of course not. Osborn has never been one to bow down." The strange feeling vanished in an instant. Noticing the subtle mocking smile on Sean's lips, Harry felt his fighting spirit ignite and spoke with conviction. Satisfied with the answer, Sean nodded. "Then let's topple Whartons from its throne as the industry giant." At the Army Officers Club in Washington, D.C., Sean stepped in, clad in a black suit, carrying a deep black case in his hand. The guest he had invited was seated on a tall swivel stool, savoring the sweet, mellow rum. His impeccably pressed military uniform was adorned with gleaming gold stars, revealing the host's illustrious status. "Sorry to keep you waiting, General Ross." Sean strode to the bar, signaling the bartender for a whiskey. "I thought a valiant soldier like you would prefer a strong spirit like vodka." Ross, drinking alone, let out a hearty laugh and then shook his head. "Indeed, in my youth I favored strong liquor and beautiful women. But am no longer the sturdy young man I once was. My personal physician keeps urging me to cut back on tobacco and alcohol, saying they'll send me to meet my maker sooner." As he spoke, Ross took the top-tier cigar the bartender had prepared, clamped it between his teeth, and exhaled a thick plume of smoke. The gray-haired Army general cast a glance at Sean and cut straight to the chase. "You want me to rally support for Osborn? Young man, perhaps the power of capital drives the direction of this nation, but not everyone can be bought. At least you and Osborn can't afford the price for now." Ross held his head high with an air of condescension. He had of course heard of Sean the prodigy, who had made a name for himself in New York. In his half-century of life, the general had encountered many geniuses: Tony Stark's father, Howard Stark the mercenary, and cunning arms dealer Hank Pym, an obstinate and inflexible man. Ross was no longer astonished by the likes of geniuses. Human intellect might solve most of the world's problems, but it cannot lift a single stone. The power of knowledge is not omnipotent, it requires the backing of money and capital. I fully understand that money cannot buy a general's friendship. Sean smiled faintly, unruffled by General Ross' bluntness. But I possess something the military would find intriguing. If I didn't have a bargaining chip to move a general, I wouldn't come here to court humiliation. Seeing Sean's confident expression, Ross found it amusing. Few young people could maintain such a calm and unassuming demeanor in his presence. What can you and young Osborn offer? It's no easy feat to satisfy an army general's appetite. The old man, cigar in mouth, smiled dismissively. The conflict between Osborn Industries and Worthington Corporation had recently become widely known. Worthington, standing at the pinnacle of the industry, was like an inviolable lion. Any predator daring to challenge its dominance would be torn to shreds by its sharp claws and fangs. The industry generally held a dim view of the fledgling Osborn Industries. Its new helmsman, Harry Osborn, had achieved little and accomplished even less. How could he possibly rival a long-established enterprise like Worthington? Super soldier, Sean said succinctly. From the deep black case he had brought, he carefully extracted a vial. The thick green liquid seemed to flow incessantly, casting a strange allure under the light. Ross' pupils contracted and his casual demeanor shifted instantly. He stubbed out his cigar with his right hand and said in a low voice, "It's common knowledge that Osborn's human enhancement project failed. Young man, don't let a momentary impulse lead you into a mistake you'll regret. Deceiving a high-ranking military official is no trivial matter." The term super soldier held an almost unimaginable allure for the military. During World War II in the last century, Captain America Steve Rogers was the beneficiary of the Rebirth Project. He led the Howling Commandos to defeat the German army, creating a turning point for the Allies. To this day, the Brooklyn Museum's Memorial Hall contains detailed records of that legendary tale. Osborn's human enhancement project indeed failed. It was only one step away from success, the step of a resolute and excellent soldier. A faint sardonic smile curved at the corner of Sean's mouth as he looked at General Ross. "I've reviewed a great deal of material, General. Was the super soldier serum created by Dr. Abraham Erskine truly so perfect and flawless? As far as I know, Captain America was not the first super soldier. Before him, a man named Johann Schmidt received the injection. Due to the side effects, the first man injected with the super soldier serum became as terrifying as a skeleton, evil, bloodthirsty, and utterly devoid of humanity. The good become better, the bad become worse. It's no different from the human enhancement serum that spawned the Green Goblin." Sean knew the truth deliberately concealed by the military. In Dr. Erskine's vision, a super soldier was not merely one with a robust physique, but one with a brave and fearless kind heart. That was why the frail, small-statured Rogers was chosen, and history proved he did not disappoint Erskine's expectations. Injecting the super soldier serum subjected one to unimaginable excruciating pain. The physical torment, amplified alongside the negative emotions in the mind, was like a ferocious beast unleashed from within, devouring one's rational and virtuous persona. The Red Skull, former leader of Hydra, was a product of such circumstances. Steve Rogers, however, withstood the encroaching darkness within. Or perhaps this great man known as Captain America himself embodied the finest spirit of humanity. His will was indestructible and unshakable. What you say is true. The super soldier serum that created Captain America is not perfect. It's hard to find another like him. Ross sighed, a note of resignation in his voice. An army of murderers, ambitionists, and madmen is of no use to us. The military needs perfect super soldiers, loyal, strong, capable of defeating 100 foes single-handedly with the formidable power to influence the battlefield. Osborn failed to deliver that, so their human enhancement project is a failure? The tall army general rose to his feet. He had thought Sean might present something compelling, but it turned out to be mere youthful talk. If you want others to be your ally, you must offer corresponding benefits. A flawed human enhancement serum was far from sufficient. Osborn is willing to provide 10 samples of the human enhancement serum along with all the research data. Seeing General Ross prepared to leave, Sean's expression remained unchanged. He took a small sip from his glass and then cast out the first lure. "I've heard you've assembled an independent research team and recruited a genius in the field of physics, Dr. Bruce Banner, to replicate the super soldier serum. I believe these items would be quite useful to you." A clever young man knowing how to play to one's interests. A glint of appreciation flickered in Ross' eyes. He reseated himself on the tall swivel stool and shook his head. Still not enough. This is insufficient to make me risk angering a powerful medical conglomerate to champion Osborn. I don't need you to become Osborn's patron general. As long as Osborn still harbors the ambition to transition into the medical industry, either it or Worthington must exit the game. Sean paused, a chill emanating from his deep eyes. They'll package all the data and samples from Osborn's human enhancement project for you. In return, General, you just need to ensure my new drug gets a smooth launch. Then the deal is done. How will you handle Worthington's counterattack? Ross asked, as if intrigued. That's a problem Harry and I will have to solve. Sean maintained his courteous and humble demeanor. He tapped his fingers lightly on the bar top and said softly, "Don't always tie me to Osborn. General, allow me a formal introduction. Sean Sipes, founder of Umbrella Laboratory. I believe we will have opportunities for cooperation in the future." Stepping out of the Army Officers Club, Sean directly opened the car door and sat into a long-parked black Lincoln. Harry, who had been waiting for over an hour, was yawning repeatedly, looking utterly bored and drowsy. "You finally came out. If I had to wait any longer I might have fallen asleep," Harry said, placing a hand on his friend's shoulder. "I really admire how you can chat with such a serious old man for so long." Sean smiled faintly, loosening his overly tight tie. That imposing general resembled a lion and was certainly not someone to be trifled with. His extensive experience and sharp insight made ordinary people feel intimidated in conversation. It was a dream for Osborn to negotiate on equal terms with such a significant figure. Only by offering sufficient benefits to satisfy General Ross's appetite could he stand in front of Osborn, temporarily acting as a towering tree that sheltered him from the wind and rain. "As the helm of Osborn, I thought you would accompany me inside." Sean leaned back in his seat as the driver started the car, the scenery outside gradually retreating. Harry, holding his head in pain and looking like he hadn't recovered from a hangover, chuckled. "You can handle this. General Ross doesn't like dealing with rich kids like me. He prefers the new generation of young geniuses from New York." Sean couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head slightly. Ever since Harry experienced a heavy blow in his love life, he seemed to have lost enthusiasm for work and returned to his previous life of indulgence, seemingly trying to emulate Tony Stark. Perhaps he was attempting to numb himself and alleviate his inner pain this way, but to Sean it seemed like a form of escapism. "I heard you haven't shown up at the company for a week, and you haven't been seen at the board meetings either. Even your secretary doesn't know your whereabouts?" Sean asked casually. "So? Haha. Let's continue discussing General Ross. Has he agreed to Osborn's demands?" Harry awkwardly chuckled a few times, stiffly changing the subject. During this time Harry's life had indeed become somewhat absurd. Mary Jane, who was initially inclined to reconcile, left in disappointment after witnessing him partying with numerous beautiful women. It was likely that the young Spider-Man was currently comforting his dream girl. Regarding the ups and downs among the three of them, Sean preferred to silently observe from the sidelines. "He has no reason to refuse." Sean spoke blandly, understanding what General Ross saw. Naturally, he could cater to his interests and strike at the heart of the matter. Osborn invested billions of dollars into the human enhancement program. That general can take it all without spending a dime, and all he needs to do is ensure the new umbrella drug is successfully launched. As for whether Osborn will face the wrath of Watson Company thereafter, that has nothing to do with him. Who wouldn't want to engage in a business where they profit just by lifting a finger? Listening to his friend's explanation, Harry couldn't help but yawn repeatedly. He had dark circles under his eyes, indicating a lack of rest. In reality, it was because young Master Osborn had partied a bit too much in recent nights, which left him looking rather listless. Sean chose to ignore the indulgent Harry, rubbing his hands together as he gazed through the car window, appreciating the architectural beauty of Washington, D.C. As the capital of the United States, it wasn't as bustling and lively as New York, where high-rise buildings stood densely, radiating the luster of an international metropolis. Instead, it exuded a rare historical and cultural atmosphere. This place is home to numerous museums and historical sites like the famous Washington Monument and Lincoln Memorial, along with many free museums showcasing old artifacts from World War II. Among them, the most renowned is the Captain America Memorial Museum, a popular spot for many school-organized activities. Through the car window, classical architecture slid past, and as he gazed at the vibrant and real world outside, Sean closed his eyes, a soft white light flickering in his mind. The world continued to move along its original trajectory like the rumbling wheels of history, not swayed by minor changes. Tony Stark was crafting a crude iron suit in a cave in Afghanistan. Bruce Banner remained the famous physics genius, not yet transformed into the furious Hulk, and S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra still lurked in the shadows. The whereabouts of the 6 Infinity Stones remained unknown. Beyond distant galaxies, the cosmic overlords that had destroyed countless civilizations had not yet turned their gaze to this blue planet. Humanity lay quietly in its cradle, awaiting the arrival of a new era marked by the emergence of a superhero. What Sean needed to do was to slowly gather strength before that new era arrived, holding on to one good card after another until he possessed enough power to stand at the pinnacle of the pyramid, unyielding and ungoverned, becoming the ultimate victor. The young man's lips curled into a smile. Excellent hunters often possess great patience. After conquering Hell's Kitchen, who would be next? Stark Industries. Pepper in her black high heels burst into the office of the CEO of Stark Industries. Obadiah Stane, seated at his desk, appeared somewhat taken aback. As Tony's personal secretary, Miss Potts, nicknamed Pepper, was always composed and dignified, rarely showing such panic. What trouble has Tony gotten into this time? No, he should have returned to New York from Afghanistan by now. Obadiah chuckled, his seemingly kind eyes inadvertently revealing a glint of malice. Tony is missing, Pepper stammered in reply. The latest news from Afghanistan indicates that Tony's convoy was attacked by local militants, nearly wiped out. Colonel Rhodes did not find Tony's body at the scene, but his phone's location is unresponsive, and JRVIS cannot confirm his whereabouts. Obadiah, the CEO of Stark Industries, gaped in disbelief upon hearing this news, showing a look of astonishment along with a hint of anxiety and panic on his face. Once he collected himself, he began to comfort his anxious secretary. Those terrorists won't do anything to Tony. They might be after money or want Stark's advanced weaponry. In any case, Tony's intrinsic value is immeasurable. He has the most brilliant mind in the world. They'll contact the Department of Defense to have them continue searching for Tony. Stark Industries will also mobilize its resources. We have many friends in Afghanistan who would be willing to help. After saying a few more reassuring words, the bald CEO sent the now calm Pepper out the door. Watching her tall figure fade away, Obadiah's smile gradually faded. Goodbye, Tony, he said quietly. Everyone says Stark Industries has gone through 2 great eras, first thriving under Howard's leadership and then reaching glorious heights with Tony. Everyone believes this is the achievement of the Stark father and son. As for Obadiah, who would care about a silent figure standing in the background? Few noticed that after Howard's untimely death, it was he who stabilized the teetering Stark Industries, and it was he who handed this colossal entity in the defense industry to Tony, tirelessly managing the company for that playboy. But in the end, he received nothing. All the glory and accolades belonged to Tony. At times, Obadiah felt like a clown on stage, performing tirelessly only to receive mocking laughter in return. I'm sorry, Tony. They'll give you a grand funeral. The bald CEO sat back down, looking out through the large floor-to-ceiling window, satisfied as he gazed down. Stark Industries may need to change its name. The scorching summer, like a passionate woman reluctant to leave, swayed her slender waist and gracefully departed, while the cool autumn arrived, quietly treading upon withered leaves. Sean stood at the new stronghold of the Hand, the Star Ring Tower in the heart of Hell's Kitchen. Electra, clad in a form-fitting Redan black suit, walked slowly out of the compartment, holding 2 peculiar weapons known as iron rulers in her hands. Her cold cheeks bore 2 faint blushes, as if she had just engaged in some strenuous activity. Her steady steps were slightly unsteady, and her dark eyes shimmered with a spring-like watery gleam. Although maintaining patience while waiting for a lady is a fundamental quality of a gentleman, you took far too long to change clothes, Sean said with a light chuckle. He had returned to Hell's Kitchen, a realm once rife with chaos and sin, now utterly reduced to the domain of the Hand and Wesley. The fierce and barbaric Russians, the numerous Irish gangs, and the formidable Mexican drug cartels, these predators once perched atop the food chain, had regarded each block as their own territory, brooking no outside coveting or encroachment. Yet everything changed completely after Kingpin's death. Initially, they carved up the underworld emperor's illicit businesses and vast territories. For ownership of a single block, the low-level gangs would fight to the death, while the highly profitable trades nearly sparked a bloodbath. Had it not been for the fear of Wesley, who had risen by killing Kingpin, and the looming Hand, these gang leaders would have long been locked in mutual slaughter. Once that pleasant period of feasting on the rich cake passed, the insidious James Wesley shed his pretenses, forming an alliance with the new leader of the Hand. He declared that the gang forces of Hell's Kitchen would be eradicated unless they pledged loyalty like dogs, otherwise they could forget their former days of rampaging glory. Naturally, some rose in defiance. Even when they had groveled at Kingpin's feet, the underworld emperor had never imposed such harsh demands, handing over all territories and businesses of Hell's Kitchen to Wesley and the Hand for redistribution. Wasn't that akin to putting the cash from one's own pocket into another's keeping? The Mexican crime syndicate, which had amassed its wealth through drug trafficking, was the first to object. Led by the Corbin brothers, over 100 heavily armed and vicious thugs carrying heavy firepower stormed into Hell's Kitchen, intent on delivering a stunning blow to Wesley. Their formidable firepower could have leveled the NYPD, but once they entered Hell's Kitchen, they never emerged. The construction sites near Hudson Harbor, however, saw an increase in concrete pillars. Subsequently, under Wesley's manipulation, the Russians, often dismissed as brutish and brainless, became the first to pledge allegiance. In return, they took over all of the Mexicans' business. With such a bloody lesson before them, the remaining gang forces ultimately bowed to superior strength, surrendering all territories and enterprises to Wesley's command. Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to get out of bed? Elektra rolled her eyes at Sean, a wave of coquettish charm emanating from her. When someone takes like a wild beast, I never complain. Sean coughed dryly and donned a custom black mask. He felt he should seize an opportunity to craft a set of exclusive gear for himself, much like Stark. Wesley asked me to convey his thanks. Without the Hand's help, he wouldn't have been able to control all of Hell's Kitchen so quickly, he said, his voice now raspy and deep after putting on the mask. A fair trade. You made me the sole leader of the Hand, and I helped you dominate New York's underworld. A win-win situation, Elektra said, approaching with a graceful gait, tilting her head to look up at Sean. I'm sinking deeper into this abyss of darkness, experiencing a joy I've never known before, indulging my inner desires. The closer I get to you, the further I descend into shadow. Sean reached out and wrapped his arm around Elektra's supple waist. Together they gazed at the night-shrouded Hell's Kitchen. His hoarse voice spoke slowly. You have tasted the deepest darkness, awakening from death. Do you truly wish to return to that life of constraints? Elektra, you and I are the hidden masters of this domain. Those once arrogant gang lords now grovel and smile before us, while the righteous police chief and prosecutor chat and laugh with us warmly. With money and violence we rule this area, then expand outward, pressing the entire city beneath our feet. Sean looked down deeply at the black-haired woman, docile as a kitten, as the aura of darkness rippled like water. By day New York may belong to the mayor, but by night we are its masters. Cast aside hesitation, abandon confusion, and face yourself, Elektra. Your transformation is not due to the influence of the black sky within you, it is because this is who you truly are. Sean lifted the woman's chin, his fingers brushing over her tender red lips. Elektra, lost in thought, seemed to grasp something. She gently extended her tongue, licking his fingertips like a kitten. A tingling current shot through Sean's body. He nodded in satisfaction. The vast energy within him came from the sunlight of the day, but at night this immense power began to seethe as if another personality, one that had fallen into darkness, had awakened. At such moments he was no longer the upright youth bound by social rules and moral laws. He could fully savor the silence and frenzy of the dark, as if suspended between icy seas and flames where reason and madness coexisted. Elektra nestled against the man's powerful frame, feeling the dark aura enveloping her. She murmured, "How captivating." Sean exhaled a breath of empty air, suppressing the surging power within his body. He was eager to confront the street heroes of Hell's Kitchen. The Irish mob, the Mexican cartel. I said I would purge all the lawless gangs. They have knelt at my feet. Who's next? Of course, those pesky street heroes. The world's cruelty and darkness lie in its truth. It's time for them to accept reality. Hell's Kitchen was never their territory. Sean answered his own question. As he muttered, the street heroes of Hell's Kitchen, led by Daredevil with the Punisher at the center, followed by Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, and a fist-wielding Danny Rand. 5 of them, sharp as blades, burst into the Hand's new headquarters, charging through like a relentless force to the top floor of the building. They might represent the last glimmer of light in Hell's Kitchen, but heroes who stand against darkness do not always return draped in glory and flowers as in tales. Often they fall into endless abysses, never to see a shred of hope again. The Punisher charged into the room first, the Browning pistol erupting with a thunderous roar as a burst of fire bloomed from the pitch-black muzzle. The massive French window shattered under the hail of bullets, scattering shards of glass across the floor. The high-end liquor cabinet against the wall was caught in the crossfire, blasted to pieces by the relentless barrage of gunfire. The premium foreign spirits stored within burst into fragments with a kaleidoscope of colored liquors spilling freely, Scotch, whiskey, tequila, vodka, and champagne, mixing together into a chaotic blend. The air instantly became thick with an intoxicating, heady aroma. Bullets sliced through like a razor-sharp blade, tearing apart any obstacle in their path. The Punisher was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of this foe, a man whose origins remained an enigma, unlike the gang leaders, thugs, and corrupt businessmen he had dealt with before. This man lurked in the shadows, silently eliminating several leaders of the Hand, effortlessly driving out the unruly gang forces and turning Hell's Kitchen into his personal hunting ground. This man, who called himself king, was more like a tyrannical autocrat than the former underworld emperor Kingpin. Anyone unwilling to bow to his will was to be swept away without mercy. Such a fearsome figure was enough to plunge Hell's Kitchen into darkness once again. The Punisher discarded the empty Browning pistol. He had unleashed a full barrage upon entering the room to seize the initiative. The gap between him and his opponent was too vast. He could not afford to give the enemy even a single opportunity. The moment the gunfire ceased, a dark figure darted out from the shadows. The Punisher seemed unsurprised, having anticipated this. He gripped the M16 assault rifle slung across his back, switching it to fully automatic mode. A long tongue of flame erupted like the scorching breath of a fire dragon, spewing toward the rapidly approaching shadow. To the Punisher's astonishment, the opponent did not dodge or evade, but charged straight into the high-velocity metal bullets. A faint golden light flowed over his entire body like liquid. The ferocious firepower that could tear human flesh and shatter bones suddenly slowed down as if mired in viscous glue. Even with his naked eye, the Punisher could clearly see the distinct trajectories of the bullets tearing through the air, as if an invisible force had slowed time itself. Of course, this was merely an illusion. In reality, time had not frozen. Instead, the fired bullets were blocked by an unseen barrier, gradually losing their forward momentum. Clink, clank. The depleted metal bullets clattered to the floor with a crisp sound. The shadowy figure, enveloped in a faint golden glow, had already reached the Punisher. The burly, robust frame let out a dull thud like a sandbag struck by a heavy punch. An agonizing pain surged from his abdomen through his entire body. Even a man of iron will like the Punisher couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt. He strained to lift his head, and the shadowy figure came into view, its blurred form sharpening into clarity, a tall, straight silhouette with short black hair, a tactical mask partially concealing his face, revealing only a pair of deep abyssal eyes, like the King of Shadows. A cold laugh like the Siberian wind rang out. The Punisher, built like a bear, was lifted with one hand and hurled like a weapon, crashing into the Daredevil who had followed close behind. In less than 30 seconds, the street hero of Hell's Kitchen was already down one man. Who's next? Or will you all come at me together? Sean asked indifferently. Having mastered rudimentary energy manipulation, these people posed no threat to him. Even metal bullets could no longer harm him. With his muscle density and regenerative abilities, as long as he wasn't struck head-on by heavy firepower and blown to pieces, ordinary firearms were utterly ineffective. Give Elektra back to me? Daredevil bellowed with rage, the reason he had once again stormed the Hand's headquarters. He could not stand by and watch this terrifying man drag Elektra into the abyss of darkness, letting her sink into despair. Lawyer, I'm moved by your deep affection, but it seems Elektra isn't so appreciative. Sean shook his head with a smile. The street heroes of Hell's Kitchen had outlived their usefulness. They could neither generate more points for him nor be harnessed as a controllable force. So this time he would show no mercy. Daredevil tried to say something, but Sean stepped forward and cut him off. A dark shadow shot forward like an arrow from a bow, suddenly closing in with a fierce gust of wind from a powerful punch. Your injuries have healed well, Lawyer. A mocking voice whispered in his ear. Daredevil reacted instinctively, swinging his short baton fiercely. The sturdy metal weapon was seized by a powerful arm as if trapped in an iron wall, utterly immovable. Seeing Daredevil in peril, Jessica and Luke Cage immediately charged at Sean with a fierce assault. The private detective with superhuman strength ripped off a door as if it were a piece of paper and slammed it down with immense force. A team with no coordination. Sean exerted force with his arm, snapping Daredevil's arm with a sharp crack. Ignoring the hero's agonized roar, he lifted the Red Devil of Hell's Kitchen with one hand and met the door panel crashing down from Jessica. Daredevil, having taken a brutal blow meant for Sean, was battered and bruised, his broken arm hanging limply. Sean kicked him away, sending him crashing into the wall. You damned bastard! Seeing two of his teammates gravely injured, Luke Cage charged like an enraged bull. This burly black man possessed an impenetrable body and strength far beyond ordinary humans. Dressed in a yellow jacket reminiscent of an 80s rock singer, his muscles bulged like hills, exuding an absolute aura of toughness like Schwarzenegger stepping out of the Terminator. I hear you have a body of steel and iron. A faint golden light coalesced as Sean threw a punch at the charging Luke Cage, striking like a blow against a hard steel plate. With a loud bang, the two separated instantly. Sean stepped back slightly while Luke Cage stumbled. He shook his dazed head, feeling as if he had just collided head-on with an alloy wall. The immense recoil sent a wave of numbness through his steel-hard body. It was the first time the burly black man had encountered such a situation. His muscle tissue and bone density had been enhanced, granting him extraordinary endurance and strength. With full force he could punch through a 4-inch thick steel plate. Yet his opponent was no less formidable, not only powerful but with even more astonishing defense and regenerative abilities. Sean watched as Jessica and Iron Fist Danny Rand joined the fray. His deep eyes were utterly indifferent. He channeled the surgeon power within his body, stepping forward with such force that the floor beneath him couldn't withstand it, cracking into a web of dense fissures before shattering completely. Luke Cage felt a dark blur before his eyes as a heavy punch landed on his head like a sledgehammer blow. Before he could resist, a crimson beam erupted from Sean's palm like a sharp laser blade, slicing into the black man's tough skin. Luke Cage, who had almost forgotten the sensation of pain, glared wide-eyed and let out a beastly roar. Blood spurted from his chest as the crimson beam cut through his dark skin, leaving a gruesome wound deep enough to see the bone. Nothing special. Sean knocked away the groaning Luke Cage and glanced at the clock on the wall. Only 5 minutes had passed since the street heroes had burst into the room. Sean coldly regarded Jessica and Danny Rand, who still retained their full combat prowess, one a private female detective of immense strength, the other a young guardian inheritor of Kunlun's legacy. In the original timeline, they were both street heroes who made their names in Hell's Kitchen, revered and admired by the people, fearsome existences that struck terror into the hearts of criminals and gangs. I remember you. At that Chinese restaurant, your heavy punch nearly made me a prisoner of the Punisher. Sean's voice was eerily calm. He glanced at Danny Rand, the Iron Fist, who had once been the object of the hand's covetousness, noting the wary and solemn expression on his face while an almost imperceptible golden light shimmered around his fists. Speaking of which, it was the other party who had inspired Sean to harness the energy within his body as a means of attack. After numerous attempts, he had learned to control the vast energy within him, projecting it as a tangible beam of light, thus achieving preliminary energy manipulation. Jessica Jones, the irritable and sharp-tongued private detective of Hell's Kitchen. Sean then turned his head to look at Jessica, who had assumed a combat stance. Her long black hair, leather jacket and jeans gave this ill-tempered female detective a unique, decadent and classical air. I want to have a talk with you. The man in the black mask paced about, his tone light and gentle as if it were someone else who had just defeated the Punisher, Daredevil, and Luke Cage with overwhelming force. The reason the lawyer became my enemy is that he firmly believes I am the insidious villain who led Elektra into darkness. For the sake of love, the fearless Matt Murdock, the Daredevil of Hell's Kitchen, naturally had to defeat a villain like me to win back his first love. Sean smiled as he looked at Daredevil, whose arm was broken and who lay on the ground. This blind lawyer with his devout faith and unwavering heart had once believed in the justice of the law but later devoted himself to the vigilante cause of violently stopping crime. He wavered on the boundary between light and darkness, longing for a normal life on one hand yet unable to let go of his street hero persona on the other. The Punisher opposed me because he didn't want Hell's Kitchen to be ruled by an evil figure like me. As for Luke Cage, Sean looked down at the black man whose chest was drenched in freely flowing blood, struggling to get up. Sorry, but you'd better stay down. He stomped heavily on the man's chest, the force like a massive mountain pressing down. The immense power caused Luke Cage to grunt and collapse weakly to the ground. This great hero of Harlem still clings to the foolish notion that good and evil are irreconcilable. In search of his own worth and meaning, he teamed up with a lovelorn blind lawyer and another violent thug attempting to defend justice in this area. Seeing Luke Cage on the verge of suffocation, Sean finally lifted his foot, then kicked him hard in the head. The force enough to crush someone's skull like a bursting watermelon only rendered the black man unconscious. They each have their own inexplicable reasons, but why are you here? Sean asked, spreading his hands. Mr. Rand, I took care of the hand for you and even played the role of New York's savior on the side. And you, Madam Private Detective, have we had any unpleasant experiences? Faced with the man's interrogation, Jessica fell silent for a moment. She had never intended to get involved in this turmoil, but Daredevil and the Punisher had sought her out. As a former teammate who had fought alongside them against the Hand, she had no choice but to agree. This hot-tempered, coldly beautiful woman actually detested such troubles. She only wanted to quietly run her private detective agency, occasionally lending a helping hand to those in need. The side gig of being a street hero was not really suited for her. You rule Hell's Kitchen through violence, and now you're playing the innocent, the young and impetuous. Iron Fist sneered. Do you know that this month the crime rate in Hell's Kitchen has hit a yearly low? It's hard to find prostitutes or small-time weed dealers on the streets anymore. No robber dares to be out at night. Shop owners no longer have to pay protection fees beyond their means. Conflicts between gangs are gradually decreasing and violent incidents have almost vanished. Guardian of Kunlun, can you tell me what accounts for all this? Sean stood tall, the city's dazzling lights and deep night behind him. A cold wind poured in through the broken window, sending an inexplicable chill down Danny Rand's spine. Are you trying to say that all these changes in Hell's Kitchen are because of you? He asked hesitantly. Of course, Sean admitted frankly. He turned to gaze at the prosperous city shrouded in night, saying softly, I brought order to this chaotic place. The drug dealers who used to scurry through the streets like sewer rats now follow the rules. They no longer use cheap goods to tempt young students. Instead, they do business in high-end establishments, as standardized operations bring greater profits. The prostitutes' workplaces have moved from dark alleys to entertainment venues, nightclubs, and bars. There are no more underage students forced into selling their bodies, no more thugs who take advantage and leave without paying. And they can even enjoy regular medical checkups. You see, Hell's Kitchen was once a breeding ground for vice where people lived in constant fear. But I transformed it. The street thugs have laid down their weapons and gone to work in the docks ports. Danny Rand found it unbelievable. He looked at Jessica, who silently nodded. She had indeed noticed the earth-shattering changes in Hell's Kitchen recently. You force a pack of wolves to eat grass and sooner or later they will rebel. Then everything will go back to the way it was, even worse, the Iron Fist said coldly. Those who believe in violence will eventually yield to an even stronger force, Sean said indifferently. If the ferocious wolf pack refuses to be obedient herbivores, they will become the lion's food. I must say, compared to the restrictive moral rules of civilized society, things are simpler and more direct here. Either you follow my will or you become a ghost at the bottom of the Hudson River. After all, there aren't many people in this world like you who aren't afraid of death. A hint of a smile curled at the corner of the man's mouth and his deep eyes glimmered slightly. Alright, now it's time to make a choice. Do you want to stay in Hell's Kitchen and live in peace enjoying the order and tranquility I bring, or die? Sean clapped his hands as if concluding a speech and looked at the two who had never let down their guard. His gentle voice gradually turned cold. At this moment the profound darkness that enveloped the entire city seemed to merge with him. In response to Sean's question, the room fell into a dead silence. Danny Rand took a deep breath, glancing toward Jessica beside him. The moment their eyes met, their tense bodies suddenly erupted into motion, instantly closing in on their formidable opponent. The first to charge forward was the Iron Fist from Kunlun. This young man, born into a wealthy family, had inherited an ancient legacy. His fists were indestructible, and when his mind reached a state of profound concentration, entering a special meditative trance, he could perceive the chi within his body. Channeling this mysterious life energy into his hands allowed Danny Rand to shatter steel and deflect bullets. Yet this powerful technique could not be used recklessly. Each use drained him, leaving him utterly exhausted for a period requiring rest and recovery before he could unleash it again. Especially for a novice Iron Fist like Danny Rand, unable to fully control the power within, his combat prowess fluctuated awkwardly between peaks and valleys. But this time the young and impetuous Iron Fist clearly poured all his strength into the strike. Surging power infused his fist, which shimmered with a golden radiance. A faint rumble of thunder echoed in the air as the heavy punch hurtled toward Sean's face. Before it landed, a fierce gust of tearing wind rushed forward like a razor-sharp blade, exuding a bone-chilling, terrifying force. Isn't it better to stay alive? The man seemed utterly unconcerned, letting out a soft laugh as he reached out. Thud. A resonant clash like a great bell or cauldron filled the room. Invisible shockwaves radiated outward. Danny Rand, his fist still swinging, stared wide-eyed, his face a mask of disbelief. Since receiving the legacy of Kunlun, he had never encountered such a thing. The power of his Iron Fist, always unstoppable, was actually blocked by a single hand. The fist, wrapped in golden light, slammed hard into Sean's open palm as if crashing against a towering mountain, utterly unshakable. Danny Rand felt an invisible force field radiating from the man, sapping his strength. Both the speed of his punches and his mobility were greatly slowed compared to usual, as if he were trapped in thick, sticky glue. The more he struggled and resisted, the deeper he sank, unable to break free for a time. The immortal Iron Fist of Kunlun? Sean sneered, a cold curl on his lips. He drove a knee into Danny Rand, sending him crashing to the ground, then swiftly sidestepped to evade Jessica's fierce assault. The private detective, endowed with monstrous strength, lunged forward. Sean raised an eyebrow, about to speak, when his expression suddenly shifted. The invisible force scattered around him surged like a raging tide, coalescing into a tangible energy field. Jessica, her fist swinging, felt the air thicken with resistance, as if she had plunged into the deep sea, her every movement hindered by the invisible pressure of the water. As her movements slowed, Sean took a light step, angling his body. Ripples of air clearly emerged in the space around him as a bullet of 7.65 mm caliber shot toward his head. Even with the invisible energy greatly slowing its speed, the bullet still grazed his forehead. The gunshot, like a burst of popping beans, exploded like thunder, making his ears ring. Jessica's punch was merely a feint. In her other hand she held a compact Walther PPK pistol. Favored by agents of many nations, this firearm was small, lightweight, and easy to conceal. It appeared frequently in films and fiction, synonymous with the secret agent 007, James Bond. Crack. Before the private detective, who had hidden a lethal strike, could react, the pistol in her hand was crushed into scrap metal by Sean. Her neck was seized by a powerful arm, tightening like iron pincers, the agony of suffocation flooding her brain. Clever move. The Punisher must have thought of this right. Using close-quarters combat as a cover to put a bullet in my head. Sean let out a slight breath. He truly hadn't anticipated that Jessica, who usually fought barehanded, would suddenly resort to a firearm for an ambush. Jessica kicked her legs, struggling for breath through her constricted throat. Even in such peril her eyes remained defiant, as if nothing could break the spirit of this woman who had once fallen into darkness. Though Sean was tempted to snap her neck, he restrained his murderous urge. Taking a deep breath, he pinned Jessica against the wall, his deep gaze shimmering with icy coldness. Jessica Jones, I'm not Kilgrave. I won't always go easy on you. Your neighbor is Malcolm Ducasse, and you have a friend at the radio station, Patricia Trish Walker. If you come after me again, Jessica, the rest of your life will be filled with endless regret. His cold voice was like the frozen air of the polar regions, sending a chill through Jessica. This masked man seemed like the deepest darkness of the night, enveloping her completely. The fierce, hot-tempered private detective felt as if she had returned to those dark days under the control of Kilgrave, the bastard nicknamed the Purple Man. The nightmares buried deep in her heart echoed in her ears again like the whispers of a demon. The hand gripping her neck suddenly released. Jessica gasped for air as the man forced her chin up, making her look into his unfathomably cold eyes. They say to tame a wild horse like you need a whip, a hammer, and a dagger. First lash the unruly beast with the whip. If it still won't submit, strike it with the hammer. If it remains unbroken, finish it with the dagger. Treasure this last chance I'm giving you, Jessica Jones. Sean turned away coldly, ignoring the private detective as she sank to her knees. He grabbed Danny Rand, who had regained his strength, and strode over to the shattered window. The cold wind howled in, whipping at Danny Rand's clothes. Held like a chick in Sean's grasp, the young Iron Fist had no room to resist. Feeling the biting chill emanating from the man, he couldn't help but shiver. What are you planning? Asked Daredevil, struggling to prop himself up against the wall. To shatter your naive illusions with the blood of Danny Rand, the valiant, unyielding Iron Fist. Sean's voice was cold. He extended his arm, holding Danny Rand out through the massive floor-to-ceiling window. The wind cut like knives, but the arm gripping the Iron Fist was as steady as a mountain without a tremor. You think this is a comic or a movie where the heroic good guys always defeat the evil villains in the end? I want to show you the consequences of opposing me. Sean looked at Daredevil, who was struggling to rise and stop him, a calm, gentle smile curling at his lips. He said softly, Attorney Matt Murdock, reality is cruel. You've seen the true face of this society firsthand. It's cold and merciless. Isn't that why you became Daredevil? Now I'll show you this bloody reality again. As he spoke, Sean released his grip without warning. The young Iron Fist plummeted, a look of shock on his face, the wind howling in his ears like a chorus of ghosts. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, a dull, heavy thud echoed, like a water-filled bag smashing onto the ground. Blood splattered, bones shattered, and excruciating pain surged through his brain. After a moment of agony, Danny Rand, the sole guardian of Kunlun, was dead. No! Daredevil screamed, clutching his head in torment. Next time it might be Foggy Nelson or Karen Page. If you persist in that laughable sense of justice, you'll experience the pain of losing everything before you die. I promise you that. Sean walked up to Daredevil, looking down at him from above. He roughly tore off the Red Devil's mask and crushed it under his foot. Hell's Kitchen will have no more heroes from now on. In the cleansed Star Ring Tower, Sean leaned back in his chair, his eyes slightly closed, fingers lightly tapping the armrest as he replayed the battle just fought. His control over energy seemed to be growing more adept. From the initial crimson beams to the current condensation of an invisible force field, he was steadily improving. Perhaps one day he too would possess the terrifying power to shatter stars, just like that formidable character from the comics. Elektra stood behind the man, her hands gently kneading his shoulders with just the right pressure, causing Sean's tense nerves to unconsciously relax. We could be more thorough, Elektra suggested as she leaned down, her soft, supple body exuding a faint fragrance. Eliminate all the street heroes of Hell's Kitchen, they only bring more trouble. Hearing the black-haired woman's murderous words, Sean gave a faint smile and leaned his head back. He had no intention of eradicating the street heroes entirely. Whether it was Daredevil or the Punisher, they were all on S.H.I.D.L.D.'s watch list. Removing so many key figures at once might cause unforeseen consequences. One Danny Rand is enough to sober them up, Sean said, opening his eyes with a deep, piercing gaze. And I'm only interested in his Rand Corporation. He turned on the television where the screen was broadcasting the news of the young Iron Fist's death. This is CNN with correspondent Oriana Falassi reporting. At 1:32 p.m. last night, Mr. Danny Rand, the new president of Rand Corporation, tragically fell from Star Ring Tower while discussing a partnership with real estate tycoon Mr. James Wesley and died. Mr. Rand was a renowned entrepreneur in New York. In his childhood he survived a plane crash with his parents. According to the latest NYPD investigation, the murderer of Danny Rand is suspected to be Daredevil of Hell's Kitchen, a masked vigilante who breaks the law with violence. Sean pulled Elektra into his arms, feeling the warmth and softness of her body, and chuckled. See? This is the allure of power. When Kingpin was alive, half the NYPD took his money. Prosecutors and the police commissioner treated this underworld emperor as a socialite, chatting and laughing with him. Now Wesley's power is even greater than Kingpin's. He's New York's new real estate mogul, attending galas with the mayor, threatening juries, bribing cops. He no longer needs those lowly tricks. Those who seek gain will naturally know what to do. This is why I pulled you into the darkness, Elektra. Sean leaned close to the woman, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe like a faint electric current. Be the one who makes the rules, not the one who follows them. Only then can you break free from all constraints and attain freedom. Elektra's heart trembled. She was utterly captivated by the man's dark aura. Some people love the warmth of light while others are seduced by the allure of darkness. Ever since she was resurrected by the black sky, she had shed her former self. The emotions and memories in her mind felt like those of a stranger. At first they could stir a faint ripple in her heart, but eventually the lake of her heart became utterly still. Through mergers, acquisitions, and pressure, Wesley's skills make it easy to absorb Rand Corporation. As for Daredevil, he can either return to a normal life or continue opposing us. Soon they'll find themselves unable to move an inch in Hell's Kitchen. Sean watched the news report on TV. The Red Devil of Hell's Kitchen had been listed by the police as a top priority fugitive, as dangerous as the Punisher. He smiled and said, "People admire heroes because they pay an unimaginable price to become one. Wearing a mask means bearing everything. There has never been a savior in this world." Elektra gently pulled away from the man's embrace, gazing at his young face. A stunning light bloomed in her cold eyes as she slowly lowered her head, her tongue tracing her red lips. Sean's breath quickened slightly. Elektra's sudden seductive aura stirred a faint itch in his normally placid heart. On the television, the report about the NYPD's manhunt for Daredevil continued to play while the man and woman in the chair had already succumbed to a tender embrace. Meanwhile, in the office of Worthington Industries, the helmsman Marcus slammed a file folder onto his incompetent subordinate. Hamilton suppressed his urge to dodge, enduring the full brunt of his boss' fiery wrath. Useless. A bunch of useless idiots. The lion-like old man roared in fury, pointing at the news report on the television. Who was it that told me that young punk Sean Seaport would definitely sell the gene drug formula to Worthington? And what happened? Osborne and Umbrella Labs issued a joint statement. The new drug will be officially launched today and enter the medical market. Marcus repeated the news report, his face as dark as water. He glared at the cowering employee, wishing he could throw this foolish idiot out the window. The sly little brat, keeping Worthington at bay while seeking outside help. The old man who controlled Worthington's direction calmed down, letting out a cold laugh. He berated his subordinate mercilessly, his voice harsh. Only a fool like you would be fooled by such a young man's cheap tricks. If he truly intended to sell the gene drug formula, he would have secretly sought out various buyers, not stalled for time to rush the new drug to market. Hamilton cursed Sean vehemently in his heart. That despicable bastard's acting was on par with a Hollywood star. He had actually believed that Sean was tempted by Worthington's offer and intended to sell the secret formula to deal a fatal blow to Osborne. Very well, since the little whelp from Osborne Industries has stepped into Worthington's territory, it'll show him and Sean Seaport just how brutal business competition can be. Marcus' eyes gleamed with a lone wolf's ferocity. His sinister face was cold and icy, causing Hamilton's legs to tremble involuntarily. In the nearly decade he had served this master of Worthington, he hadn't seen such a chilling, sinister aura in a long time. It was like a beast suddenly baring its fangs, a terrifying sense of being stalked, as if one misstep would lead to being devoured entirely. Marcus waved his hand, dismissing his trembling subordinate. He wanted to focus on dealing with Osborn, but his son's condition was worsening and family troubles were draining him. Every day seeing his wife's tear-streaked face and his son's agonized eyes, he couldn't help but urge the lab to speed up their research. Thinking of Osborn, that young beast challenging Worthington's throne, and Warren's growing physical abnormalities becoming impossible to hide, Marcus grew even more irritable. He switched the channel where a news program was covering the renowned anti-mutant vanguard Senator Robert Kelly delivering a passionate speech. He emphasized the danger mutants pose to society and called on Congress to quickly pass the Mutant Registration Act. Marcus nodded in agreement, watching the righteous senator on TV. A dark glimmer passed through his eyes as if a plan was forming. On a sun-drenched day, the lawn before the Umbrella Laboratory was packed with a swarm of reporters and photographers. A gene therapy capable of curing brain degeneration was enough to draw every major media outlet like sharks scenting blood, all vying to secure the latest scoop. Sean, dressed in a perfectly tailored handmade suit, exuded a vibrant energy, his smile as radiant as the sun. This young brilliant prodigy was neither as arrogant as Tony Stark nor possessed the aloof temperament of other scientists. In his interactions he was warm and humble, making everyone feel as if basking in a spring breeze. Mr. Westpool, why did you name ALZ-112 the Métis elixir? A reporter in black-rimmed glasses asked, straining to thrust his microphone toward Sean, who was surrounded by his peers. This young genius, who had nearly eclipsed Stark to dominate the headlines of every New York newspaper, was now a celebrity pursued by all. With yesterday's joint announcement by Umbrella and Osborn about the new drugs launched, television stations and news outlets had all turned their focus to Sean, eagerly anticipating the surprises he might deliver. Metis in ancient Greek mythology is the primordial goddess of wisdom. Hesiod called her the wisest and most just counselor among all gods and mortals. Sean paused, offering a gentle smile. I hope ALZ-112 can reclaim the thought and wisdom that disease has stolen from humanity. Mr. Westpool, hello. What inspired you to develop a gene therapy for brain degenerative diseases? A blonde female reporter, leveraging her gender advantage, squeezed into the encirclement. Her tall cameraman hoisted the camera, the lens fixed on the beaming young man. Sean halted, speaking eloquently under the flashbulbs. Many refer to brain degenerative diseases as Alzheimer's or senile dementia, believing they only afflict the elderly. This is a misconception, as familial Alzheimer's can strike in middle age and its effects go far beyond mere memory loss. I once read a study from Johns Hopkins University projecting that by 2050, the number of Alzheimer's patients will reach 107 million. That is no small figure. Brain degenerative diseases have long been difficult to cure. For Alzheimer's, most patients transition from diagnosis to an empty mind and death within just 7 years. It is also one of the most expensive diseases in the world. In 2003, global spending on Alzheimer's treatment reached $156 billion, equivalent to the annual GDP of a small or medium-sized nation. Facing the camera, Sean's sorrowful and compassionate gaze, along with the startling statistics he cited, quieted the fervent reporters. Dozens of cameras aligned perfectly, focusing on the young man at the center. This disease gradually degrades your brain. Initially, memory fades, judgment declines, concentration wanes, and handling complex problems becomes difficult. Slowly, it robs you of your emotions, causing social difficulties. Eventually, you forget the important moments of your life, lose recognition of friends and family, and suffer the loss of language and sight, ultimately slipping into a coma and death. That is my original purpose in developing the Métis elixir, to save those suffering from this affliction. I hope that when people grow old, they can enjoy family happiness rather than lying in bed unable to recognize their loved ones, their consciousness returning to darkness. Under Sean's compelling words, the lively atmosphere gradually grew solemn. On the second-floor circular corridor, Harry and Gwen stood observing everything unfolding in the main lab building. Truly admirable, Gwen said, emotionally clutching a file, tears glistening in her eyes. The police commissioner's daughter was evidently moved by Sean's speech. She had never imagined that the young man with a smile as bright as sunshine harbored such a compassionate heart. Harry smirked, thinking that if his friend weren't a scientist, he could easily transition to Hollywood. With his looks and acting skills, he'd likely be even more popular than Leonardo DiCaprio. Ahem, yes. Perhaps it's because he's experienced the pain of losing a loved one that Sean conceived the idea for the Métis elixir. As a good teammate, Harry wisely offered his support. Mr. Westpool. A black reporter blocked Sean, who was about to leave, extending his microphone. Online, some claim that the Métis elixir developed by Osborn and Umbrella has significant side effects, with several clinical trial patients experiencing noticeable adverse reactions. What is your response? The black reporter spoke loudly, his seemingly righteous words concealing a lethal intent. A smug smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He knew how many people wished to see this celebrated New York genius fall from grace, plummeting into the dirty mud. First, the Métis elixir has passed the FDA's clinical trials. Before its launch, Dr. Connors, Mr. Harry Osborn of Osborn Industries, and I unanimously decided to provide free treatment to 3,000 Alzheimer's patients. To date, they all maintain good physical condition and vital signs. Sean responded calmly, his gentle gaze sharpening. Furthermore, Umbrella has decided to offer a certain number of free treatment slots each year for impoverished citizens, hoping they can recover and return to normal life. If any patient using the Métis elixir experiences any adverse reactions, they can contact Umbrella Laboratory at any time. We will safeguard the life, safety, and basic rights of every patient. Thunderous applause erupted, the sound of camera shutters blending into a symphony. Cameramen faithfully recorded the scene. The black reporter tried to speak further but was pushed out of the crowd by surging colleagues. Escorted by security, Sean broke through the reporter's encirclement, ascending to the second-floor circular corridor and walking to Harry's side. Have someone tail that black reporter, the young man said, his face wearing a gentle smile but his voice laced with a chilling coldness. One of Watson's men? Harry instructed a bodyguard before asking, "What should we do?" "Pay him off." The Osborn heir, hands resting on the railing, had never been involved in the dark and bloody side of business competition, naively believing this was a trivial matter resolvable with money. Do nothing. Contact a few tax officials to check his bank statements. I doubt this reporter is an upstanding, law-abiding citizen. Sean raised a hand to stop Harry's dangerous idea. If the black reporter suffered physical harm, someone would immediately pin the blame on them. Downstairs, the crowd surged as reporters snapped photos. From today onward, the name Umbrella would spread across North America and people would come to know this emerging research institution. He patted Harry's shoulder, smiling. On the prairie there can only be one lion leading the pride. Watson will soon become a thing of the past. After escaping the enthusiastic reporters, Sean and Harry sat in the lounge on the second floor. Gwen, who had been promoted to research assistant, kindly brought coffee to the two and then walked away with her documents. How enviable, Harry whistled and teased. Sean ignored the deliberately provocative Master Osborn, taking a sip of the bitter coffee. Umbrella had officially taken its first step, and now it remained to be seen how this newly emerging laboratory would establish itself in New York and become one of the world's top research institutions. Broke up with Mary Jane? Sean leaned back on the sofa. The red-haired woman who had captivated both the Green Goblin and Spider-Man ultimately chose Peter. Perhaps young girls initially yearn for the glamorous upper class, but upon truly stepping inside they realize it may not suit them. Kind and reliable Peter is undoubtedly the best match for Mary Jane. I will wish them well, Harry said, nonchalantly waving his hand in a feigned carefree manner. The young and wealthy Master Osborn had recently been appearing in gossip columns almost as frequently as Tony Stark, who was currently out of New York. Nightclub parties, swimwear events, late-night street racing. A series of negative reports descended upon the papers like snowflakes. The outside world circulated rumors that this heir of Osborn Industries, lacking Stark's genius intellect, had fully adopted Stark's lavish lifestyle. The board has a lot of opinions. You are the helm of Osborn, you can't always be absent, Sean said, moving a bit closer and advising earnestly. Currently Harry was his best partner, and Umbrella's development also needed the support of Osborn Industries, so Sean did not want to see him continue to decline. Although Tony indulged in wine and pleasure, he never neglected his time for invention. In fact, if there was a week when Stark did not appear in the gossip columns, it was highly likely that he was in the laboratory surrounded by a bunch of iron machines. Haha, they have never been satisfied with me. Harry snorted coldly, expressing his discontent. Since my father's death, these people have tried every means to take Osborn away from me and push me out of the board. If it weren't for the emergence of Murtis Pharmaceuticals, the company might have already been split and sold to Wall Street bankers. He looked at Sean earnestly and said, I must thank you and Dr. Connors. Without you I could never have saved Osborn. As one of those being thanked, Sean shrugged, gazing through the glass at the hills and dense forests in the distance, raising his cup to savor the lingering rich aroma on his tongue. Life is like this cup of coffee. After the bitterness there comes the fragrant richness. Defeating one opponent after another, overcoming the numerous obstacles in his path, he would eventually ascend to the pinnacle of this world. You can prove to others that Harry Osborn is not just a hedonistic playboy, he has an excellent side as well. A strong confidence shone in Sean's eyes as he gazed deeply at the heir of Osborn. Just like Dr. Connors and I did back then, let results speak for themselves. The world often only praises the successful. As long as you can achieve extraordinary results, they will naturally forget your past absurdities, and some will even defend you, believing it to be a beautiful tale of a prodigal son returning. Harry appeared slightly stunned. He himself felt a bit lacking in confidence and hesitated to say, I know nothing of business operations, nor do I possess a genius mind. Sean smiled calmly, stopping Harry from continuing. It seems that this heir of Osborn truly lacked self-confidence, perhaps due to Norman's indifference or the lack of recognition he received growing up, leading him to accept that he was just an ordinary mediocre person. You are the commander leading the army, not a soldier charging into battle. You just need to lead the war to victory, defeating the giants of the medical industry and pulling Watson down from his throne. I assure you that no one will ever again say that Harry Osborn is an incompetent fool. They will shamelessly elevate you, entirely forgetting their previous slanders and mockery. Sean's words seemed to infuse Harry with immense confidence, wiping away his despondent expression like an enthusiastic soldier. He picked up the cup on the table and sipped the lukewarm coffee. As if recalling something, he casually asked, I heard from Gwen that you've developed an interest in stocks, this financial game? Sean nodded, saying that he had found several excellent stockbrokers to attempt shorting Stark Industries stock just to earn some pocket money. Oh my, no one believes that Stark Industries, as a military-industrial giant, would see its stock price plummet like Osborn did before. Harry couldn't help but feel anxious. Although he didn't understand stock trading, Stark Industries was such a colossal entity that no amount of funds could shake it. Even if Osborn put everything on the line, it might not be able to affect this industry titan. How much did you invest? Master Osborn asked. 80 million. Sean answered. He didn't expect to cripple Stark Industries, that was too unrealistic, but if he could strike a blow to his opponent and also gain a handsome sum, why not? Seeing his friend's resolute attitude, seemingly unconcerned, Harry couldn't help but hesitate and lowered his voice to ask, did you get some insider information? In his understanding, Sean never participated in games without a winning chance. This young man, revered as a genius in New York, always played to be the ultimate winner. You could invest a little too, perhaps it could get you the latest model of a Lamborghini sports car. Sean smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Harry thought for a moment and decided to trust his friend's judgment. After all, Sean had created too many miracles, instilling a strong sense of trust. Oh, he also joined Umbrella? Harry curiously asked as his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure. Do you know Dr. Otto? Sean looked at the middle-aged man standing in the hallway, happily conversing with Connors. The man was short and stout, with a simple appearance, dressed in a brown coat. After several invitations from Dr. Connors, the future Dr. Octopus finally joined Umbrella, leading a research group dedicated to developing new energy. He had previously approached Osborn regarding a project for a man-made sun energy source. The research department deemed the investment too large and the future benefits unclear, rejecting the funding application. Harry dismissed this, having seen the experimental report. Creating a cheap and efficient new energy source held no appeal for Osborn Industries, which was deciding to transition and branch out, especially with the enormous investments scaring off other investors. Do you believe in the future prospects of the energy project? Master Osborn couldn't comprehend his friend's thoughts, as if he were a seer, always able to foresee developments. Sean shook his head, gazing at the warm sunlight in the sky, softly saying, I just want to create a sun for myself. In the meeting room near Capitol Hill, Marcus Worthington awaited his two guests for the day. Even though Osborn's new drug had successfully launched and garnered considerable market acclaim, this titan of the medical industry, standing at the apex of the business world, did not believe that a young Osborn and a so-called prodigy could shake the throne Worthington had occupied for years. If he truly had the time to act, he possessed countless methods to crush the fledgling Osborn into the dust: acquisitions, mergers, poaching talent, manufacturing, public relations crises. A relentless barrage of attacks would suffocate both Osborn and Umbrella before they could find their footing. Yet family matters consumed Marcus' focus, and above all his priority remained the issue of mutants. Research in the lab had stalled. According to the head of scientific research, they lacked live mutant specimens and needed more experimental material to compare data and find a way to suppress or even eliminate mutant genes. This answer enraged Marcus, but he was powerless to change it. Coincidentally, he also harbored intentions to act against mutants, which was why he had contacted today's two guests. The roaring fireplace radiated warmth as the weather turned chilly. The aging Marcus rubbed his hands together involuntarily. He was no longer a vigorous young man. The trivialities of family and corporate affairs alone were enough to drain him. If the business empire he had built over a lifetime could not pass into his son's hands, would his lifelong efforts mean nothing? The blazing fire reflected in Marcus' eyes. He could not stand by and watch Warren become a monster. Who in high society would accept a mutant? As his thoughts churned, someone pushed the door open. One was Senator Kelly, a familiar face on television, beaming with an amiable and kind expression. The other wore a stern demeanor, exuding an aura of aloofness and menace. Colonel William Stryker, Senator Robert Kelly, you both share the same stance and beliefs. You likely know each other, so I need not introduce you further. Marcus stood to welcome his invited guests. Colonel Stryker, an army officer, cast a glance at the senator, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. The man merely used opposition to mutants as political capital. Such a profit-driven politician could never grasp the true horror of those freaks. Mr. Worthington, speak plainly. A successful entrepreneur like you values every second. Stryker chose a seat and sat down unabashedly, picking up the wine glass on the table as if he were in his own home. Marcus' smile froze for a moment before returning to normal. Though he disliked the colonel's forceful demeanor, he needed to cooperate with the military to obtain live mutant experimental data. Everyone in the military knew that Colonel William Stryker harbored an irrational hatred and disgust for mutants. Since his youth he had dedicated himself to studying mutants, and some even called him the butcher, his hands stained with the blood of countless mutants. Please have a seat, Senator. Once Kelly was seated, Marcus spoke slowly. I'm not skilled at the roundabout ways of political negotiation. As Colonel Stryker said, let's be direct and get to the point. Worthington Corporation has a keen interest in mutants. I know Senator Kelly is a vanguard against mutants, and Colonel Stryker advocates eradicating those freaks hiding in human society. Since we share the same stance, why not join forces? Marcus observed their expressions and said calmly, I'm sure you're both aware of Worthington's deep roots. To be blunt, my ancestors arrived on this fertile land aboard the Mayflower. No matter how many rulers this country has seen, Worthington has remained firmly anchored here, weathering countless storms without wavering. Senator Kelly's eyes lit up. As an ambitious politician, he knew the terrifying influence a conglomerate like Worthington could wield. Many key officials were their frequent guests, and even each presidential election was a prime investment opportunity for such capitalists. If he could secure Worthington's support, his proposed Mutant Registration Act could spark public debate, attract more attention, and perhaps propel him further. Seeing Senator Kelly swayed, Marcus turned his gaze to Stryker. He had never believed anyone could resist the temptations of both money and power. I hear Colonel Stryker has been proposing to the White House that mutants be classified as a dangerous group to be arrested or imprisoned en masse to prevent threats to society. They are all deformed freaks. From birth, a cursed demonic evil gene lurks within them. Most manifest their peculiar abilities during adolescence, some good, some bad. Their existence relegates humanity to a lower class. The two races cannot coexist. When conflict escalates and tensions explode, mutants will treat us like the Nazis treated the Jews, locking us in concentration camps and sending us to gas chambers. Stryker spoke at length. He had been fascinated by mutants since his youth. At the 1973 Paris Peace Summit, then a young man, the Colonel first encountered the one called Wolverine, and from then on devoted himself to mutant research. Later, a family tragedy transformed him from a researcher into a ruthless, cold-blooded executioner. Marcus and Senator Kelly found Stryker's words alarmist. They believed humans, as the pinnacle of creation, had evolved over millions of years to dominate this beautiful planet. Could mere mutants shake their position? Lacking a true understanding of mutants, the two secretly smirked. Senator Kelly in particular proposed the Mutant Registration Act merely to capture public attention, build his reputation, and project an image of integrity. He paid little heed to the skulking mutants themselves. Colonel Stryker truly has a forward-looking perspective. Mutants are indeed a stubborn disease parasitic on humanity, a ticking time bomb threatening social safety. But rashly igniting a war between two groups would likely meet widespread opposition. After all, Capitol Hill is not without short-sighted incompetence. Marcus nodded in agreement. This deep-eyed old man was a master of negotiation tactics, first bridging distances, then presenting terms while gauging his opponent's psychological defenses, making seemingly reasonable concessions, and finally achieving his goal. Stryker's expression remained unchanged, fully aware that these vulture-like capitalists would not approach him without reason. They undoubtedly had some demand. The cold-hearted soldier gave a slight nod, acknowledging Marcus' words. His lifelong aspiration was to drag the mutants hiding within human society onto the dissection table one by one, ending their filthy lives amidst screams and agony. Worthington can provide assistance to the Colonel, Marcus said, sensing the moment was ripe, and cast out the bait. The laboratory required more data on mutants for comparative analysis and result screening, yet making such a request outright would undoubtedly invite Stryker's refusal. Those critical core materials were the fruits of the man's lifelong labor. Obtaining them without paying a substantial price was simply impossible. Stryker offered a faint smile. He had nothing to ask of Worthington, and negotiating with such a predatory conglomerate would only ensure the benefits never fell into his own hands. His mentor Bolivar Trask was not only a visionary scientist but also a shrewd and cunning businessman. He founded Trask Industries, which had close ties with government departments since the Nixon administration, amassing his first fortune through political investments and unlawful mergers. Later, while unraveling the mysteries of human DNA, Trask discovered this gene within mutants. Leveraging this, he proposed to the government the creation of military weapons to exterminate mutants, fearing humanity might face extinction at the hands of these evolutionarily advanced beings much like the Neanderthals. Unfortunately, this genius scientist, with his political acumen and ambition, fell from grace with the Watergate scandal. As his patron Nixon was ousted, Trask was implicated, charged as a political prisoner, and cast into a sunless prison. Seizing the opportunity, Stryker took all of Trask's achievements, inherited his mutant research, and later developed the Weapon X program. As far as I know, Colonel Stryker's Weapon X program has yielded little success, failing to satisfy the military. They require mass-producible killing machines for the battlefield, and the humanoid weapons bred from mutant genes hold little appeal to them. Marcus narrowed his eyes, well aware of the Colonel's recent predicament. Though some results had been achieved in mutant research, both the White House and the military had lost interest in these hidden special groups over time. Consequently, funding dwindled, and there were even whispers of cutting resources and shutting down the Alkali Lake base. Stryker's gaze darkened. Marcus spoke the truth. The military's resources were limited, and they could not indefinitely fund a research project with no visible returns. Moreover, General Ross, hailing from a distinguished military family in the North, had recently established a separate research team to revive the super soldier program of the last century, garnering widespread support. Resources were finite. If some received more, others were destined to receive less. Faced with such dire straits, Stryker even conceived a reckless plan to manipulate mutants into attacking the White House, assassinate the president, and stage a crisis to convince the government of the mutant threat, thereby securing military support and resource allocation. General Ross far surpasses you in connections and has a solid foundation backed by a prestigious lineage. Reviving the Captain America of the last century and building a super soldier legion. Such a plan demands immense investment. In comparison, does the mutant research with its uncertain future still warrant continuation? Marcus chuckled softly, while Senator Kelly beside him felt a chill of dread. These corporate titans like scavengers were akin to the devils in Faust, gradually dragging humanity into a seductive bottomless abyss. Stryker's eyes shifted. He understood that cooperating with such capitalists often came at a staggering cost, and a single misstep could see him discarded as a pawn. What does Worthington want from me? He couldn't fathom what an army colonel could offer that the conglomerate valued. A giant dominating the American medical market, Worthington could easily make a generous friend of any Pentagon general they chose. The mutant gene bank, Marcus said with an air of casualness. He knew Stryker had inherited Trask's life's work. Through extensive captures of mutants, the colonel had built a gene bank containing the genetic codes of mutants from various generations, holding immense scientific value. Upon hearing Marcus demand, a fierce glint flashed in Stryker's eyes like a provoked lone wolf baring its sharp fangs. The mutant gene bank was the culmination of his life's work. He would never surrender it to anyone, even at the cost of his own life. Worthington's appetite is a bit too large, Stryker said coldly. Even facing the threat of funding cuts from the military, the idea of Worthington easily taking the mutant gene bank from him was utterly fanciful. Please don't misunderstand. Marcus, like an experienced hunter, didn't corner his prey immediately but slightly relented. I merely wish for Colonel Stryker to grant partial access to the mutant gene bank. In return, I will leverage some connections in the White House to ease your situation a bit. Isn't trust built gradually like this? Worthington never expects a free lunch. Worthington is researching mutant suppression serums and thus requires richer experimental data and materials, all of which you can provide Colonel Stryker. As a gesture of cooperation, the Department of Defense will not cut your funding or terminate your project. On the contrary, you will receive more. Marcus spoke with a firm tone that inspired confidence. Having participated in countless business negotiations, he knew how to systematically dismantle an opponent's psychological defenses. It was like hunting slowly. Tighten the encirclement, but don't push the prey into a corner where it fights desperately. Leave an opening to make it drop its guard, then deliver a fatal blow. Many shrewd politicians and profit-driven businessmen had fallen at Marcus' feet, becoming stepping stones on his path to the top. Stryker remained silent, lost in thought. He removed his glasses, carefully polishing them as a fierce mental battle raged within. The colonel was reluctant to share his achievements, but enjoying the cake alone also meant bearing the risks alone. I hope Worthington won't disappoint me, Stryker said with a heavy sigh, his gloomy eyes flickering with an unreadable light. He needed Worthington's power to weather this storm. As for future cooperation, a cold sneer formed in his heart. Perhaps the helm of Worthington would be interested in witnessing the formidable power of mutants. Once they reached an agreement, Stryker didn't linger. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he pushed open the door and left. Senator Kelly, unlike the decisive colonel, had more room for dialogue with Worthington. After a pleasant private discussion, Senator Kelly received the expected promises and left with a light and cheerful heart. As the senator got into his car, recalling Marcus' advice, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Osborne and Umbrella, two feeble opponents. Umbrella Laboratory. Dr. Connors, with a worried expression, entered Sean's office holding the morning newspaper. The owner of the laboratory stood by the bright window, gazing down at his personal kingdom. Doctor, you look unwell. I heard from Dr. Zhao Hailuan that the research on interspecies genetics is progressing smoothly, just one step away from success. Sean turned to look at Connors, whose single arm bore an expression of worry and anxiety enough to make him forget to knock and barge directly into his office. Or is it that Umbrella has encountered some issues that are troubling you? He asked gently with a kind smile. Sean, the Murthy's serum hasn't opened any doors. Many public hospitals and pharmaceutical companies are unwilling to collaborate with Osborne. 2/3 of the pre-sale orders have been refunded due to breaches. Connors hesitated for a moment, handing Sean the latest newspaper, which featured the headline news of Senator Kelly's strong criticism and opposition to gene therapy, arguing that this method of curing diseases poses unpredictable risks, potentially leading to unforeseen mutations in humans. At the same time, the section below published a unanimous statement from several biologists claiming that gene therapy is still not mature enough to thoroughly cure diseases and often comes with unknown side effects requiring careful consideration before use. The public opinion shifted abruptly. Sean, who was recently praised, now seemed to face the risk of a fall from grace. As the saying goes, words can forge gold, accumulated ruin can destroy bones. With some manipulation, the tide of opinion quickly thrust Osborne Industries and Umbrella into the spotlight, and the venture capital firms that were previously optimistic about the Murphy's serum immediately changed their stance, adopting a vague position. Watson Ton has taken action. Sean casually tossed the newspaper onto the table, speaking nonchalantly. As a leader in the medical industry, Watson Ton would not sit idly by while Osborne and Umbrella gradually grew into formidable rivals that could not be ignored. This deeply rooted large conglomerate would undoubtedly unite the forces within the industry to eliminate these two reckless intruders. Manipulating public opinion and malicious slandering are merely the first steps of probing. Subsequent heavy-handed tactics would follow until Osborne and Umbrella were brought to their knees begging for mercy and relinquishing the most lucrative piece of the pie. Doctor, there's no need to worry too much. Although Umbrella is still a seedling, Watson Ton is a towering tree. We are far more vibrant. Sean walked up to the worried Connors and gently patted his shoulder. To occupy a position in an industry and have a voice relying solely on scientific achievements is not enough. Sometimes we need to employ certain reasonable means. Connors blinked, looking at the calm-faced Sean, whose usual gentle smile now carried a hint of chilling coldness. The one-armed middle-aged man quickly lowered his head and said, "What about Harry? He must have received this disheartening news too. Harry is not a child who needs constant coaxing. People fall down because they must learn to get back up. Watson Ton's oppression is only temporary. The nature of businessmen is to chase profits, and soon they will discover who can bring greater returns. As for this justice-seeking senator, he should pray to God for protection, hoping that mutants do not come knocking at his door." As Dr. Connors left the office with a complicated expression, Sean's face gradually turned cold, indicating that it was necessary to make contact with the hidden mutants. A military transport aircraft flew through the white clouds, landing on the helipad with a roaring sound. Pepper Potts stepped out of the black car, looking up at the colossal aircraft slowly taxiing at the airport. After nearly 3 months of being missing, Tony Stark finally returned safely to New York, allowing Pepper to finally lift the heavy stone that had been pressing on her heart. Her reckless and mischievous boss had not perished on the conflict-ridden front lines of Afghanistan. Rather, as if favored by Lady Luck, he had successfully escaped from a group of ruthless terrorists. This news reached New York, bringing mixed feelings. For instance, the CEO of Stark Industries used health issues as an excuse to avoid immediately going to the airport to welcome the barely escaped Tony. As the transport plane's door slowly opened, Tony, dressed in a suit jacket with one hand bandaged, stood up from his wheelchair, slowly walking towards Pepper with the support of Colonel Rhodes. With a slightly haggard face, a bandaged arm, and several small wounds, Pepper almost failed to recognize the Tony Stark she once knew, the one who always paid attention to his appearance and loved to showcase his charm. "Have you been crying? Are you sad about your missing boss?" Tony, stepping down from the transport plane, still maintained his usual playful demeanor, teasing his secretary. "I'm just happy I don't have to look for another job," Pepper retorted with a smile. This was the Stark she knew. "Your vacation is over." Tony's smile faded. The experiences he endured in that cave in Afghanistan gradually made him mature. The young soldiers who died on the battlefield and Ethan, who sacrificed himself to buy time, made Stark's cold heart slowly thaw like ice. In his former world, there were only cold mechanical devices and beautiful women, and Tony, who thought he possessed everything in the world, cared not for anyone else. To gain Tony's recognition, one would need either a genius-level brain or a figure that could make men's hormones spike. Otherwise, this playboy and genius would make you feel his sharp tongue and the arrogance unknown to ordinary people. "Where to, sir?" asked bodyguard Happy. "Please take us to the hospital." Pepper, worried about Tony's health, wanted him to undergo a full-body checkup. "No, I don't want to go to the hospital right now to be checked by all sorts of devices." Tony refused without a second thought, interrupting Pepper's persuasion. "I've been held for 3 months. I only want to do 2 things. One is to eat a cheeseburger and the other is..." "Are you that eager?" The secretary, clearly distracted, turned her head with a look of disdain. "Not what you think. I just want to hold a press conference," Tony explained, feeling somewhat speechless. Did his secretary really see him as a hedonistic playboy? Tony thought for a moment, reflecting on his past absurd experiences, and ultimately had to admit that perhaps most people's impression of him was indeed like this. Moreover, he could not refute it. Tony shook his head, shaking off the inexplicable thoughts from his mind. From this day forward, everyone would see a brand new Stark. Oscorp Industries. Under the guidance of his secretary, Sean pushed open the door to the CEO's office. Harry was lounging on the sofa watching the news on television, completely unaware of his unexpected arrival. On the television screen, Tony Stark, who had been absent for some time, sat below the podium, pulling a hamburger from his pocket and taking a large bite. He waved to the throng of reporters surging forward, saying, "Can everyone take a seat? That way you can see me and I can be a bit more casual." This debauched and carefree playboy, still maintaining his unconventional personal style, had the reporters clutching microphones and notepads along with cameramen shouldering their equipment, reluctantly kneeling on the floor as he requested. The fervent and clamorous press conference suddenly took on a somewhat comical air, yet the reporters, their eyes brimming with anticipation, paid it no heed. After all, this was the first public appearance of the renowned billionaire Tony Stark after months of disappearance. Prior to this, numerous unverified rumors had circulated claiming that this genius, as famous as a superstar, had been kidnapped and attacked by terrorists while promoting weapons on the front lines in Afghanistan and had tragically died. These unconfirmed and false reports were of course immediately denied by the head of Stark Industries. CEO Obadiah Stane declared that Tony was merely ill and needed time to recuperate, and that all company affairs were under his management. Now, with Tony Stark personally appearing to hold a press conference, the sharp-nosed media professionals like sharks scenting blood swarmed in, eager to extract earth-shattering headlines from this playboy who had supported half of New York's paparazzi. The bald CEO Obadiah had no choice but to indulge Tony's whims, sitting on the steps with a smile, his expression seemingly delighted at Stark's safe return. "My father, the founder of Stark Industries, died in a car accident, so I never had the chance to say goodbye." Tony wiped his greasy hands on his tie, speaking slowly. "Actually, I really wanted to ask him what he thought about manufacturing weapons. Whether he had ever felt conflicted, wavered, or, as the media reported, was nothing but a cold-hearted arms dealer, a butcher selling his soul." Stark's expression gradually grew solemn, his usually cynical face turning serious. Pepper, standing nearby, glimpsed a hint of pain and guilt in her boss' eyes. "I saw young men filled with patriotic fervor being killed on the battlefield, killed by the very weapons I intended to build to protect them. I also realized that this system was at peace with it, and I was once a part of it. I have woken up completely. I understand that I can contribute more to this world than just building powerful weapons." Tony rose and stood at the podium, his voice echoing through the hall via the microphone. "Therefore, I have decided to shut down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries." Like a bomb detonating, the hall erupted in uproar. Veteran reporters from government departments and journalists from major newspapers rushed forward, raising their hands to ask questions, hoping to secure the first exclusive story. Despite Obadiah's efforts to maintain a smile and attempt to explain Tony's shocking statement to calm the chaotic scene, no one paid him any attention. Everyone only wanted confirmation from Tony himself that Stark Industries, America's largest arms giant, was ceasing weapons production, a story that would send tomorrow's newspapers flying off the shelves. "Did you travel here from the future?" Harry's first words as he turned around made Sean's heart race. "Stark Industries stock is definitely going to plummet. I should have invested more." Trusting his friend, the young Master Osborn had invested a small amount in the stock market through his broker. Deep down, he had found it hard to believe that Stark Industries at its peak would suddenly experience a rare stock price crash. But with Tony Stark's announcement to close the weapons division, there was no doubt that Stark Industries stock would begin to plummet tomorrow. Sean, as if he had foreseen this, was naturally poised to make a fortune from this opportunity. "Perhaps I am a prophet," Sean said calmly as he sat down, a hint of mystery deliberately coloring his expression. After his initial surprise, Harry quickly regained his composure. His earlier comment had been a joke between friends, but Tony Stark's sudden decision was truly startling. No one had expected this playboy to make such a foolish move akin to slow suicide. What else could an arms giant at the top of its industry do if it stopped selling weapons? Moreover, the direction of this arms giant was not solely Tony's to decide. Even if he were the helm of Stark Industries, the midstream and downstream manufacturers dependent on the conglomerate as well as the Department of Defense, which provided substantial annual orders, would not indulge Stark in such a frivolous joke. Sean glanced at Tony Stark on the television surrounded by reporters. He imagined that the Iron Man would face difficult times ahead. Business was not a child's game. Stark Industries, a behemoth, had formed a complex web of interests. Countless people relied on it for their livelihood, and the powerful shared a delicious cake. All of this could hardly vanish into thin air with a single word from Tony. Obadiah would not agree, and neither would the Department of Defense. Pushing aside these distracting thoughts, Sean looked at the rejuvenated Harry and said softly, "What you should be concerned about right now is not Stark Industries." Harry couldn't help but feel troubled. He had of course seen the news in the newspapers. A senator had publicly denounced the dangers and side effects of genetic drugs backed by a chorus of biologists. This had plunged the sales of Métis Pharmaceuticals into a predicament far from the promising prospects they had anticipated. "The board is restless. They all want me to hand over the formula and share the benefits with Worthington," Harry said angrily. They had no faith in the commercial competition between Osborn and Worthington. I'm like a mascot put on display by them but unable to make any real decisions. Listening quietly to the young CEO's complaints, Sean smiled faintly. As the heir to Osborn Industries before achieving notable results, it was natural for Harry to struggle to gain the board's approval. No one would willingly follow the leadership of an ordinary and mediocre person. The conflict between Osborn and Worthington is your perfect opportunity to showcase your abilities, Sean said, maintaining an easy smile. A predator aiming for the top of the industry must establish its own prestige. Without a doubt, Worthington, the industry leader, was a good choice. For a Lion Pride to select a new leader, it must defeat the aging and weakening Lion King. Sensing Harry's doubtful gaze, a mysterious look appeared on the young man's face. He patted Harry on the shoulder and said confidently, "Soon Worthington will have its own troubles and won't have the energy to suppress Osborn. As for that senator playing the role of a righteous man, what good can come of angering the mutants? Harry, all you have to do is maintain your confidence. When the time comes, deliver a fatal blow to Worthington." Sean leaned comfortably into the sofa, his deep eyes fixed on Tony Stark, who appeared repeatedly in the news. He smiled slightly. "You will bring even greater glory to the Osborn family." Under police escort, a black sedan slowly rolled onto the tarmac, triggering a wave of fervent cheers from the crowd beyond the cordon. People hoisted signs and shouted with the wild enthusiasm of obsessive fans. Yet stepping out of the car was not a glamorous Hollywood star, but Senator Kelly, his face beaming with a genial smile. As a rising political star, he had gained widespread recognition for proposing the Mutant Registration Act. His radical stance against mutants had won him favor among a group of racists. Drive the mutants out of America. Freaks. Deformities. Mutants. Demons. Gazing at the bold slogans on the signs, Senator Kelly smiled with satisfaction. It was during the Cold War, amid the Cuban Missile Crisis, that mutants first publicly emerged on the world stage. As the two superpowers, the US and the Soviet Union, vied for dominance and the shadow of nuclear crisis loomed globally, mutants made their debut and became known to the world. It was only then that humanity suddenly realized a special group had been hiding among them. These beings, inherently possessing extraordinary powers and a myriad of strange abilities, had long lurked within human society, striving to play the role of ordinary people. Mutants had always suffered from discrimination, and as modern society evolved, opinions on this group became increasingly polarized. Many among the elite believed mutants threatened human dominance and should be monitored or controlled, with some even proposing their extermination to eliminate the crisis. With keen insight, Senator Kelly saw an opportunity. He cast himself as a vanguard against mutants, a righteous crusader for human safety. He repeatedly proposed that mutants reveal their identities, establish special departments for registration and monitoring of their lives, and imprison any dangerous elements immediately. This radical political stance surprisingly garnered robust support, transforming the once obscure Senator Kelly into a sought-after political star, attracting widespread attention. Waving to the shouting crowd and delivering a few impassioned words to the camera with a smile, Senator Kelly, guided by his bodyguards, boarded the waiting helicopter. He was headed to a high-level summit on Liberty Island where the highly contentious mutant issue would be discussed. If his proposed Mutant Registration Act passed smoothly, it would undoubtedly be a highlight in Senator Kelly's political career, garnering him more support and substantial political capital. Senator, do you support gun registration? A mutant child's lethality surpasses that of a firearm. Board the plane. Senator Kelly began lobbying other senators on his phone. There is no difference between the two. Allowing mutant children into schools is akin to letting children run rampant with guns. You never know when that bullet might fire from the chamber. After speaking passionately for over 10 minutes, Senator Kelly hung up, casually tossed his phone to a bodyguard, and his smiling face instantly turned cold. These calculating old foxes all wanted him to be the pawn charging ahead into battle, while they lurked behind, maintaining ambiguous stances and positions, waiting for the right moment to leap out and seize benefits. At this globally watched high-level summit, you might just emerge as the biggest winner, the bodyguard flattered. This is America. We reject mutants. They are like time bombs threatening social stability. Therefore, I advocate locking them all up. This is a war. This country needs someone like me to step up. Leaning by the window, Senator Kelly looked down at the azure sea, a hint of confusion creeping in. Aren't we headed to Liberty Island? When he turned back, the tall, robust bodyguard had transformed into a blue-skinned, red-haired woman, judging by her curvaceous figure. The senator tried to cry out, but she kicked him back into his seat. Hatred flickered in her yellow pupils. People like you are the reason I was too scared to go to school as a child. A merciless heavy blow knocked Senator Kelly unconscious. When he awoke, he found himself in a damp, spacious cave, his hands cuffed to a metal chair. A vigorous old man strode toward him, his brow bearing a faint pride, like a king holding his head high. Who are you? Where is Henry? Senator Kelly asked in terror. He died a long time ago, Senator. It was Mystique accompanying you all along, the old man replied, lowering his head. She can take the form of anyone. If you harm me, it will do you no good. On the contrary, it will prove my point. The old man smirked contemptuously, looking down at the trembling senator. Do you fear God? That's an odd question. I see God as a mentor, a beacon, a solace for wisdom and the soul. In truth, the one you fear is me. We mutants possess extraordinary abilities. The old man turned, and with his steps the metal chair Senator Kelly sat on began to move slowly, as if pulled by some strange force. I am not surprised. Humanity has always feared the unfamiliar. Do not fear God nor me. You will never need to be afraid again. Lights inside the cave flickered on one by one, revealing a strange metal apparatus to the senator's eyes. The old man ascended slowly, placing his hands on a cylinder. The two semicircular metal arcs above his head seemed to activate, spinning rapidly. What exactly are you trying to do? A growing panic seized Senator Kelly as he finally recalled who the old man was, the extremist who believed mutants were superior to humans, the mutant leader capable of manipulating magnetic fields and controlling metal. Eric Lencher? Among mutants, he was better known as Magneto. It was said this terrorist, imprisoned in a concentration camp as a child, had once attempted to assassinate President Kennedy and even orchestrated a mad plan to destroy the world and establish a mutant nation. Senator Kelly had seen Magneto's name in many files. In contrast to another moderate mutant leader, this old man led the Brotherhood, surrounded by mutants who loathed humanity, constantly plotting to overthrow human government and replace it with mutant rule. Why to make you one of us, Senator? Magneto smiled faintly. The rapidly spinning metal device emitted a soft white light, spreading like rippling water to engulf Senator Kelly, still cuffed to the chair. After a brief moment, the light abruptly contracted and vanished. Senator Kelly's eyes were vacant, as if his soul had been drained. A weakened Magneto, supported by Mystique, approached him, a mocking grin on his face. Congratulations, Senator. You are now one of us. A proud mutant. At the Daily Bugle in the editor-in-chief's office. The roar of Boss James pierced through the walls, echoing throughout the entire newsroom. Yet everyone seemed accustomed to it, continuing their work as usual while silently praying for poor Peter, for not everyone could endure the scathing tirades of that acerbic boss. Parker, you're fired. Today seemed particularly unlucky. Peter, who had just lost his pizza delivery job, received another devastating blow. Seeing the bewildered expression of this rookie photographer, James, cigar in mouth, tossed the photos onto the desk and sneered, "A dog catching a frisbee, pigeons in the park, two old men playing chess. Tell me who would want to see this? I just wanted to show the heartwarming side of New York." Shut up. When you're so broke you can't even afford a hamburger and you're kicked out by the landlord for not paying rent, then you'll realize that New York is truly the most heartwarming place in the world. James swore without restraint. He had initially recruited this rookie intern named Peter Parker only because he saw the potential for the kid to provide the Bugle with photos of Spider-Man. "I don't pay you to make art. It's because Spider-Man only lets you take his pictures. But that masked hero swinging between buildings is old news. People want to see Tony Stark, that playboy, and those weird mutants." James spoke rapidly, exhaling a puff of cigar smoke before continuing, "Take these disgusting photos away before I lose my lunch." Peter silently retrieved the photos from the desk. The young Spider-Man's life was quite strange, juggling school exams, acting as New York's friendly neighborhood hero, and even squeezing in part-time jobs to scrape together rent and living expenses. Compared to Harry, who inherited the family business, Sean, who had achieved fame and fortune, and Mary Jane striving for her star dream, Peter appeared far more humble and frugal. Constantly switching between the insignificant Parker and the popular Spider-Man left this immature young man feeling somewhat lost, as if he couldn't find a clear direction in life, merely wandering aimlessly alone. "You won't use even one? I really need the money," Peter pleaded somewhat humbly. "Miss Brown, get me a tissue, I need to wipe away my moved tears." James remained unmoved, instead mocking him caustically. He was not the kind of man who would show kindness. The deputy editor in charge of the front page rushed into the office frantically. There were only 6 minutes until the deadline, yet the headline was still undecided. The buzz about Stark Industries had faded, and that playboy stayed holed up at home without stepping out, so attention had shifted back to the increasingly severe mutant issue. Moreover, with the summit of world leaders approaching, the Mutant Registration Act was reportedly about to pass, which would establish special mutant communities to separate those dangerous individuals from ordinary people. "All right, you can leave, Mr. Parker. And tell Spider-Man he's old news, not worth me spending $300 on a photo anymore." James waved his hand impatiently. He was fretting over what story to run for the front page: a death merchant's sudden repentance, or a playboy's ostentatious show. Or perhaps drag Spider-Man out for another critique. Damn it. Even Hell's Kitchen had become eerily quiet lately. Daredevil, the Punisher, those usual figures seemed to have vanished without a trace. Why can't those mutants just come up with a grand scheme to destroy New York? James complained. Wasn't the news industry all about eye-catching sensational content? Peter, dejected and about to leave, suddenly turned back at the mention of mutants. He sat down again and pulled out a few beach photos from his bag. "If I wanted to see bikinis ID by Playboy or Penthouse, the content there is far more exciting." James glanced at the photos and curled his lip. These shots were utterly unremarkable, just beach scenery and bikini-clad women. Any photographer could snap such things after a stroll through Manhattan. "Look at this one." Peter pulled out a photo from the stack. It showed a naked figure resembling a slimy mud monster. A naked man. Huh, Senator Kelly, the proponent of the Mutant Registration Act? James was about to curse, but recognized the man in the photo. He excitedly grabbed the phone on his desk and shouted, "Tell Grant we have our front page." The headline is shock. The true face of the anti-mutant crusader revealed. To hell with Tony Stark and Spider-Man. James swiftly wrote a check and handed it to Peter, forcing a rare smile. "If you can keep up this level instead of shooting that sappy, heartwarming New York crap, I might consider making you a full-time employee of the Daily Bugle." Clutching the $500 check, Peter stepped out of the newspaper office and couldn't help but thank his old classmate Sean. It was Sean who had called him, subtly hinting that the Rockaway Beach in Queens might yield unexpected news material. Skeptical yet hopeful, Peter spent a whole day at the beach with his camera. Aside from a naked mutant causing a stir among the crowd, nothing particularly startling happened. Peter, who usually paid little attention to political news, never imagined that the mutant would turn out to be the much-talked-about political rising star, Senator Robert Kelly. An anti-mutant crusader, himself a mutant. Could anything be more astonishing and absurd? True to the Daily Bugle's style, they would surely hype up conspiracy theories, like mutants infiltrating the government or secretly plotting a shocking plan. As a leading tabloid boss, James never missed any eye-catching story and never followed the mainstream. Even when Spider-Man was beloved by New Yorkers, he relentlessly attacked the superhero using such unconventional tactics to boost sales. After cashing the check, Peter wondered in private how did Sean know Senator Kelly would be there and told him to be ready. The young Spider-Man didn't dwell on it. He gazed contentedly at the cash in his wallet, knowing at least this month's rent was covered, sparing him the trouble of hunting for another part-time job. Meanwhile, at Umbrella, Sean opened his computer and viewed the files sent by Skynet. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. The files contained all the data on human experiments conducted by Worthington Industries using mutants. The bloody, gruesome photos were harrowing to look at, along with numerous video files of vivisections. Stryker's mutant gene bank is truly a vast treasure trove, Sean couldn't help but remark. In this world, mutants were undoubtedly the key to unlocking evolution. The future belonged to superhumans, and Umbrella's rise would inevitably depend on this gifted and extraordinary group. A black Bentley pulled up at the entrance of Watson Tower. As Marcus Watson and his accompanying bodyguards stepped out of the vehicle, before they could even set foot through the grand doors, a swarm of journalists, like a dense dark colony of ants, surged toward the conglomerate's helmsman. Even though several burly security guards blocked their path, it did nothing to stop their rapid-fire barrage of questions. Mr. Watson, rumors are circulating online that your laboratory has been conducting illegal human experiments on mutants. Are these allegations true? Is it true that Watson Corporation has engaged in illicit dealings with Senator Robert Kelly? Did Senator Kelly undergo Watson's experiments, causing genetic mutation due to side effects turning him into a mutant? Each piece of news exploded like thunderclaps around Marcus' ears. He struggled to maintain his composure, remaining silent with a cold, hard expression as his security guards encircled him, pushing through the throng of journalists and into the interior of Watson Tower. Taking the elevator to his office, Marcus, who had been fuming with pent-up rage, summoned his senior employees and demanded, "Can someone tell me what in the hell is going on?" Hamilton, who was in charge of marketing, tremblingly opened his computer. Every news outlet and web portal was saturated with various stories about Watson, an overwhelming tide of negative press. Images and videos of mutants writhing in agony and being brutally dissected were spreading across the internet at breakneck speed. 20 minutes ago, someone anonymously uploaded these materials online. Marcus felt his head spin. He forced himself to maintain a stoic facade, taking several deep breaths to calm his inner turmoil. His years of experience in the cutthroat business world told him at a glance that someone was pulling the strings behind this, deliberately steering the direction of public opinion. Take for instance the Daily Bugle, which had been the most vicious in its attacks on Watson. This obscure tabloid, known for its sensationalism, had somehow obtained highly credible photos and documents, splashing them across its front page. The article strongly insinuated that Watson Corporation and Senator Kelly, whose true identity as a mutant had been exposed, were engaged in a nefarious secret pact. One was a despicable politician willing to betray his fellow mutants for fame, the other a soulless and scrupulous capitalist amassing wealth through blood and violence. In a report personally penned by the Daily Bugle's owner Jonah Jameson, there were even subtle hints that the recent vicious attacks on Osborn and Umbrella by Senator Kelly were orchestrated by a certain financial conglomerate aiming to monopolize the medical industry and stifle emerging competition. As for who that might be, the wily newspaper owner naturally refrained from naming names, leaving ample room for readers to draw their own conclusions. This tabloid, usually fond of covering gossip and scandals, was quicker to step forward than the official media outlets, as if it were a righteous champion defying the powerful, the first to raise its voice. Other media outlets scrambled to follow suit, fearful of lagging behind their competitors. In an instant, Watson found itself at the epicenter of a storm. The immense pressure of public opinion forced government agencies to intervene. Within a mere 20 minutes, this giant corporation that had once dominated the apex of its industry seemed to have been reduced to a pariah, a rat everyone was eager to beat. Surveying the current situation, Marcus thought of the predatory competitors and the extremely damaging news for the company. This wasn't a problem that could be solved with crisis PR or financial muscle alone. If this scandal continued to fester, sparking public debate and condemnation, Watson might very well crumble into the dust. When a tiger is in its prime, all the beasts of the forest bow and scrape, pledging their loyalty. But the moment it shows the slightest sign of weakness, other predators will immediately leap out, bearing their sharp fangs and claws. Who was orchestrating all of this behind the scenes? Marcus was baffled. Could it be young Osborn and that so-called genius of New York? Did these fledgling youths really possess such ruthless and cunning tactics? The old man steadied himself, his hands braced against the table. He would rather believe this was the work of some capital behemoth that had set its sights on Watson, first unleashing a media offensive to seize the moral high ground, then using the mutant issue, which the government was quite concerned about, to deliver a crippling blow. A series of moves executed with such precision left the opponent with almost no chance to counterattack. Shaking off the chill of fear, Marcus discussed countermeasures with the senior management present and actively instructed the PR department to issue a statement. He also contacted several political figures with whom Watson had private connections to deal with this sudden crisis. Harry walked into Umbrella with high spirits, his previous dejection and gloom completely gone. He was like a triumphant general returning from battle, charging straight to Sean's office. "Could you maybe knock next time?" Sean said without looking up, busy signing a stack of documents. "I might be in here flirting with my secretary, and you barging in would make things awkward." Harry waved his hand dismissively, calling him out. "I recall you don't even have a secretary. Ever think of getting one? Given your status, you really do need a secretary to handle your trivial matters and some bodyguards for security. Maybe I can set you up. I guarantee she'll have a great figure and face. I know a ballet dancer." As he spoke, the young Master Osborn's topic drifted off course again. "I'm guessing you rushed over here not just to talk about women with me," Sean said, looking up helplessly, putting an end to the previous subject. Harry suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit, a beaming, unrestrained smile spreading across his face. He could barely contain himself, on the verge of jumping up to express his inner excitement. "Watson is about to hit rock bottom," he said, bursting into laughter, thinking of his triumphant moment at the board meeting that morning. Someone leaked details of their illegal human experiments, and major media outlets are all piling on with more exposés. Word is government agencies are already involved. Their stock is crashing faster than Stark Industries. "God is just, he punishes the wicked and rewards the righteous," Sean remarked calmly, showing no surprise at the outcome. However, he knew that bringing down a financial conglomerate was far too simplistic. As a monopoly giant in the medical industry, Watson might suffer a severe blow, but it wouldn't go under so easily. The vested interests backing them wouldn't stand idly by and let this leviathan fall. "You seem to have known about this all along," Harry said, his expression turning peculiar. His friend always seemed to know everything in advance and be prepared. "Forgotten? I have eyes that see the future." Harry scoffed. He didn't buy such mystical nonsense. "Then I'd rather believe you learned some fortune-telling magic from the gypsies. So what's the next move? Should we press the advantage and give Watson a hard time?" The vengeful young Master Osborn hadn't forgotten how Watson had ruthlessly suppressed them before. "Do nothing. Someone will take care of justice for us," Sean said, glancing at the newspaper on his desk. No doubt the owner of the Daily Bugle had already received his goodwill gesture in return. "After all, this is a beacon of freedom and democracy, isn't it?" A faint smile curled at the corner of the young man's lips, his tone laced with subtle sarcasm. As Harry left with a joyful heart, Sean leaned back in his chair, gazing up into the void. He recalled a theory he had heard in his past life that for most people, once they reached a certain level, the space for upward advancement would diminish and breaking through the ceiling above would become impossible, leaving them stagnant. In a world teeming with danger and excitement, personal strength is undoubtedly crucial. It protects one from harm and oppression, safeguarding dignity and boundaries. However, mere strength is insufficient. Sean had been trying to outline the general contours of this world. After gaining power, he had once fantasized about treating everything as a game and enjoying the fun to the fullest. Yet he soon abandoned this notion. Even with the untapped power of the Sentinel within him, along with that inconspicuous system, it seemed he couldn't do as he pleased. Who could tell if a nonsensical comic character might suddenly appear aside from those movie roles? The Celestial Group. The Court of Life. Or perhaps some omniscient unimaginable higher being? Rather than recklessly showing off and then crashing into the ceiling, it would be better to slowly accumulate strength until he could break through the invisible barriers that limited him. Sean chuckled softly, recalling a tactical competition game from his past life where those who managed to survive until the end were usually the sneaky ones who kept their heads down. Should the online public opinion offensive continue to expand? A detached voice echoed in the office. Sean was not surprised if the small account of Skynet, the Red Queen, was always monitoring Umbrella while it itself loomed over the planet. Let's pause for now. After all, if we overdo it with the hired water army, it will be easily noticed. He shook his head. The scandal involving Watson was escalating so rapidly thanks to the machinations of Skynet. This artificial intelligence, which nearly annihilated humanity in another world, acted like an omnipotent deity in the network, donning countless aliases to effortlessly strike against unscrupulous corporations as a righteous keyboard warrior. Such a level of attack can only cause Watson a bit of trouble. Even with the intervention of judicial departments, the final outcome will only be a few scapegoats, and then it will end there. Sean gently closed his eyes, his mental power extending like invisible threads into the void. After reaching a 25% unlocking degree, he seemed to have developed mental abilities beyond just physical modifications. If he continued to develop, it might not be long before he could face the world's most powerful mental manipulator with ease. So far, the only individuals he felt threatened by were Bruce Banner, who would soon be irradiated by gamma rays and transform into the Hulk, and Professor X, who constantly roamed the sea of minds, able to penetrate human thoughts at any time. The former possessed nearly limitless terrifying power, while the latter could effortlessly control anyone's thoughts. Unless one wore a special helmet like Magneto to block mental influences, confronting him directly would be utterly hopeless. Of course, that mutant executioner William Stryker had once used cunning schemes to nearly kill all his fellow mutants, including the world's strongest mental manipulator. However, evading the scrutiny of a mental manipulator was not an easy task. Sean sighed softly. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to the mouth cannon tactic, a must-have skill for protagonists. There will be bread, there will be milk, everything will be fine, he murmured softly. At the seaside villa Stark mansion. I've been calling you, didn't you hear the intercom? The tall female secretary brought coffee to the underground laboratory where Tony, back from the front lines in Afghanistan, had been staying. To be honest, this drastic change made Pepper almost doubt whether the person who returned was truly her boss. Although Tony used to have days when he would stay in the lab to invent and create, those periods were usually not very long, and he had not brought back those chaotic women to spend the night. This contrasting behavior was utterly inconsistent with Tony Stark's usual personal style. Cold machines and soft, alluring women had always been the favorites of this mustachioed man. Is there something wrong? Tony asked, casually, busy calibrating a mechanical arm that looked like an energy cannon. Obadiah is waiting for you upstairs. I think you should go see him, Pepper gently suggested, placing the coffee down. It's important to know that Stark Industries' situation is not optimistic. Tony's remarks about shutting down the weapons manufacturing plant caused the stock price to plummet like an avalanche. If possible, the board members would love to find a way to get rid of this reckless playboy. Didn't you say you wouldn't manufacture weapons anymore? Pepper looked at her boss, raising his arm, the energy cannon in his palm flickering with white light. It's just a flight stabilizer, it won't cause any harm, Tony said dismissively, pressing the button to activate the energy. With a loud bang, the massive recoil sent Stark crashing against the wall. Seeing the apparently startled secretary, Tony forced a smile and said, that was an accident. Commanding the intelligent butler Jarvis to tidy up the chaotic underground laboratory, Tony then walked upstairs with a relaxed stride. He had never felt so at ease before, shutting down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing plant and no longer following in his father's footsteps. He had always been himself, the one and only Stark. Tony, in a cheerful mood, saw Obadiah, who was seated at a Steinway piano, his fingers lightly playing a soothing melody. Compared to Tony Stark, who loved flirting and inventing, Obadiah resembled more of a corporate giant's helmsman, possessing amiable social skills, a fondness for classical music and fine cigars, all of his behaviors perfectly conforming to the image of a wealthy elite. How's the company? Tony asked aloud. Well, judging by your expression, things are quite dire. The board thinks your PTSD is severe and is preparing to issue a mandatory order. In other words, they intend to oust you. Obadiah finished a short segment of the piano concerto in C major before sitting beside Tony. Is it just because the stock plummeted by 40 points? Didn't we anticipate this? Tony slammed the sofa heavily, shouting. It dropped 56. 5 points, Pepper reminded from the side. Someone shorted Stark Industries stock secretly. That doesn't matter, we hold the controlling interest. Tony asked with some agitation. He took over Stark Industries from his father, who had died unexpectedly. It was the only thing his family left for him, and Tony would never allow anyone to take it away. Tony, the board has rights too. They're looking for excuses to kick you out, saying that your latest research direction is not in line with the company's best interests. Obadiah looked helpless, as if he too was troubled by this. In reality, the board's decision was entirely stirred up by this bald executive. After a few moments of forced justification, Tony suddenly felt irritable. He did not shut down the weapons manufacturing plant without reason. He knew energy was the future direction of Stark Industries, and it had a market even broader than the arms business. I'm trying to help you salvage the situation, but you need to give me a suitable reason so I can find some engineers to analyze this thing. Obadiah's eyes sparkled with greed as he stared at the glowing core in Tony's chest. Don't even think about it. Tony rose angrily, as if his reverse scale had been touched. The arc reactor had granted him a new spark of life, and no one could touch it, not even Obadiah, who had a close relationship with him. This reckless request was met with Tony's unyielding rejection. Watching Tony leave in haste, the bald executive's face stiffened for a moment before he regained his smile as if nothing had happened. Manhattan Battery Park. A man of unremarkable appearance walks through the bustling street carrying a black briefcase, entering a narrow, dimly lit alley, following a route etched in his memory, arriving at an old building hidden deep within the block. He presses the doorbell outside, and after a moment a small window in the door opens, revealing a face filled with vigilance. Who are you looking for? Mutant and proud? The middle-aged man replies coldly, the two parties exchanging code words like spies during the Cold War. With a clank, the reinforced iron door opens, and the man with the briefcase walks straight in without a sideways glance. The moment he stepped through the door, the seemingly ordinary middle-aged man suddenly transformed. Beneath his black coat appeared a curvaceous blue body, Mystique gracefully walking through this old building from the last century, occasionally encountering peculiar-looking individuals, all henchmen recruited by Magneto, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Bang! A hulking figure is thrown at Mystique Raven's feet like a cannonball. She halts, recognizing it as the dim-witted Sabretooth Victor, this intellectually challenged beast, unaware of how he had once again angered the mercurial mutant leader. Sounds of commotion emanate from upstairs, resembling the sharp clamor of countless metals colliding. Raven turns her head, glancing at the crouching Toad in the corridor. It is rare for Eric to be this furious. She cannot imagine who could have provoked the powerful Magneto. Raven sways her hips as she ascends the stairs. Inside Magneto's room, chaos reigns. Papers are scattered across the floor like snowflakes, metal furniture overturned, and the architect of this destruction stands rigidly before the computer like a silent statue. What happened, Eric? Magneto calms his simmering anger. Only a handful of people in this world dare to call him that. If humans want a war, then I shall grant them one. The helmeted elder's voice is icy. The news articles displayed on the computer screen are filled with reports of mutants being captured and slaughtered for illegal live experiments. Raven steps forward, skimming through the articles, her yellow pupils igniting with the flames of anger, her eyes slightly reddening as she watches her kin bound to operating tables brutally slaughtered like livestock. Hatred gnaws at her heart like a raging fire, waves of tearing pain ravaging her body. Eric. This is the reason I parted ways with Charles. He always believes that humanity is filled with goodness and kindness, hoping that one day mutants could coexist harmoniously with humans on this planet. Magneto has already regained his composure, staring at the news reports on the computer. A faint sneer appears on his lips. He forgets, or perhaps refuses to acknowledge, that no race will accept a group of outcasts, especially when they pose a threat. This is not racial discrimination, but a fundamental struggle for survival. Mutants need a better life. We are tired of being hunted, ostracized, and hiding like rats in the sewers. We are neither outcasts nor freaks. You mutants are the pioneers on the path of evolution, and we take pride in our innate gifts. This time I will make the world acknowledge our existence, and not even Charles can stop me. Magneto's voice is fervent. After lying low for half a century, he believes the time has come. Mutants have had enough of living in the shadows. They will make a formal appearance on the stage and voice their existence to the world. The high-level summit on Liberty Island is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. Magneto has devised a transformation device that can mutate the genes of ordinary humans into those of mutants, although the forced transformation process violently disrupts the BOTUS' originally stable genetic chain, leading to genetic collapse with at least half of the subjects dying as a result. However, this mutant leader who harbors animosity towards humanity does not care about such consequences. He intends to warn humans in this manner. Mutants are not weak lambs to be slaughtered at will, they are sharp-clawed lions, while humanity is merely the frail lambs. Perhaps we can find another way to sound the alarm for those humans. Magneto gazes at the information on the computer screen, recalling the tragic days he spent imprisoned in Auschwitz, fearing daily that he would be sent to the gas chamber or become the plaything of some officer. Those were the darkest days Eric ever experienced. He witnessed firsthand how the officers slaughtered Jews, treating them like livestock, herding them into pits before shooting them or sending them to gas chambers for testing the lethal power of chemical weapons. Originally, Eric could not escape such a tragic fate. A scientist named Sebastian Shaw discovered his uniqueness and, to unleash the powerful ability within him, personally shot his mother in front of him. In a fit of extreme rage, he awakened his talent for controlling magnetic fields, thus beginning the legendary life of Magneto. Before meeting his old friend Charles, whom he had a love-hate relationship with, Eric lived solely for revenge. After killing Shaw, he chose to fight for his kin, indirectly inheriting the ideology of his enemy and establishing a beautiful realm for mutants. I had previously thought that attacking Liberty Island was too risky. So many political figures from various countries would perish because of it, and mutants would become the world's public enemy. However, targeting the Watson Corporation would pose no problem. The human government might be outraged, but it wouldn't touch their sensitive nerves. Mystique Raven drapes her arm over Eric's shoulder. Disguised as a government employee for the Liberty Island attack plan, she secretly obtained the list of key participants in the summit along with their schedules and security arrangements. As one of Magneto's most trusted aides, Raven does not agree with Eric's attack plan. It will not change the difficult situation of mutant kin. Instead, it will provoke suppression and vigilance from the human government, igniting a full-blown war between the two races. At that time, the living conditions for mutants will become even more challenging than during the Cold War. The fragile peace that Charles has carefully maintained for many years will be shattered in an instant. You are right, now is indeed not the best time to confront humanity. Hedon. Magneto heeds Raven's advice, sighing softly. Raven, you are still so young, while Charles and I have grown old. Mystique falls silent. The Magneto she remembers, full of vigor, has quietly transformed into a wrinkled old man. Though still powerful, he is no longer young. Charles and I have taken different paths, but our initial intentions remain the same. We both hope our kin can live freely in this world, no longer fearing the peculiar gazes of others. Magneto's eyes are filled with deep nostalgia. Who could imagine that half a century ago he and the other leader of mutants, Professor X, once trusted each other and fought side by side? Suppressing the occasional wave of nostalgia, Magneto's expression gradually hardens like steel as he states in a deep voice, I will use the destruction of Watson to awaken the world. Mutants are not the weak lambs to be bullied. On the rooftop of the Baxter building, beneath a white umbrella, three figures sat in animated conversation, sipping chilled beverages. Sean flashed a brilliant smile and said, I read many of your papers during my university days. Back then you were already a prodigy at Columbia University, earning multiple doctorates. Everyone said Reed Richards was an unparalleled genius. The young man opposite him appeared somewhat shy, his demeanor tinged with restraint. Yet his bright eyes gleamed with the light of wisdom. In Mindy's words, he was the textbook image of a scholarly intellectual. Thank you for your kind words, Sean. The young man called Reed smiled softly and said, I am far from being as outstanding as you claim. Science is a towering mountain whose summit can never be reached. Copernicus once said that humanity's duty lies in the courageous pursuit of truth. I delight in delving into the unknown, unraveling its mysteries and finding answers within. He paused, then added, ahem. Sean, to be honest, I had no idea we lived in the same building. The burly Ben cut off his friend's lengthy discourse, shooting Reed a meaningful glance. This was no academic debate. Who would enjoy listening to such dry esoteric theories? The future Mr. Fantastic awkwardly halted his monologue, only to find that Sean showed no sign of boredom. Instead, Sean quoted another great scientist's philosophy: the vast sea of truth lies before me, with all undiscovered things waiting to be explored. The path of scientific exploration may seem tedious to those outside the door, but for those who enter it is filled with joy and fascination. Sean gestured with an air of warmth that put others at ease. I am not the kind of financier or speculator you might think, Dr. Richards, whose eyes are only on profit, valuing only research projects that promise returns. The progress of science should be to drive human advancement and transform the world. Reed was momentarily taken aback, then felt a surge of excitement. Lately he had approached numerous corporations for funding for his research project, only to be met with cold indifference. Those capitalists, expecting profitable prospects, dismissed his ideas as fantasy, scoffing that it was a guaranteed failure. Compared to their attitudes, Sean, representing Oscorp Industries and Umbrella, displayed an exceptionally favorable demeanor. The respect he showed so naturally made Reed, who had faced repeated rejections, feel at ease. The agent told me earlier that Dr. Richards also lived here. I had planned to visit you myself, but I didn't expect you to come to me first, Sean said calmly. Umbrella had previously extended an invitation to this exceptionally brilliant scientist, but at the time Reed seemed mired in a failed romance and lacked the heart to continue his research, so he politely declined. In the original timeline, after repeated setbacks, Reed, disheartened, sought out his former classmate and rival Victor Von Doom. With Doom's funding, he rented a space shuttle from NASA. However, due to a miscalculation of the cosmic storm's speed, Reed and his crew were instantly engulfed by violent cosmic rays. The intense radiation altered their body structures and genetic chains, triggering extraordinary changes. Thus arose the legendary superhero team, the Fantastic Four. I apologize. Although I received Umbrella's invitation earlier, I couldn't abandon the project I had worked on for years. You have remarkable achievements in the biological field, but my research focuses on engineering, mathematics, and physics. After much deliberation, I declined Dr. Connor's generous offer. Seeing Sean's gracious attitude, the future Mr. Fantastic deeply regretted his decision. After turning down Umbrella's invitation, he had nearly gone bankrupt. NASA did not trust his experimental project and refused to provide funding. Cornered, Reed was forced to accept Victor's harsh terms. In return, Reed had to cede 75% of the project's profits, including applications and patents, while Victor invested $1 billion and leased a spacecraft. So this time you and Ben came to me for what? Sean got straight to the point. He didn't believe they had sought him out without reason. As far as I know, Doom Industries has announced its partnership with you. In 6 weeks you'll conduct your first test in outer space to collect data on cosmic rays. Reed coughed a few times, seeming a bit embarrassed. As a prodigy who had long surpassed the level of a mere top student to become a genius of scholarly status, he was relatively weak in social interactions. 5 people will participate in this test: Ben and I, Susan Storm, who will serve as the genetics research advisor, her brother Johnny, and Victor Von Doom, our investor. Reed paused, observing Sean's expression. Seeing no sign of impatience, he continued, but during the data collection process, we still need an exceptionally skilled biologist to map the genetic sequence. Sean was quite surprised. Perhaps because he had never fully embraced the role of a scientist, he found Reed's invitation to join this space mission truly unexpected. Don't worry, this test is perfectly safe. There will be absolutely no danger. Seeing that Sean didn't respond, Reed assumed he was concerned about safety and immediately assured him. Watching Reed make such a flagrant vow, Sean felt inwardly speechless. As a time traveler familiar with the plot, he knew this space mission was destined to be a failed experiment, one that would give rise to the Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom. Sean, as you said earlier, the progress of science is meant to drive humanity forward and change the world. Before the beginning of time, a dense, scorching singularity underwent a tremendous explosion, expanding to form the universe. According to my research, the early evolution of life on Earth was likely triggered by high-energy cosmic rays from solar winds. Within 6 weeks, another cloud with the same elemental composition will pass through Earth's orbit. The secrets of life's evolution, the process of genetic transformation, are all hidden within it. By observing the cosmic storm, we can obtain unprecedented data and unravel the mysteries of the human genetic code. If we succeed, we will change the world. Reed's emotions grew increasingly fervent. Ben beside him couldn't help but roll his eyes. Whenever it came to academic research or scientific challenges, his friend would burst forth with extraordinary passion. If not for this obsessive research-driven personality, how could Susan have left in disappointment, turning to Victor's embrace? It would be an honor to witness such a miracle. Sean extended his hand, gazing at the blazing sun in the sky, a different thought seemingly forming in his mind. Thank you, Sean. Reed was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what had happened, a look of surprise and delight spreading across his face. He hadn't expected Sean to agree so readily. Traveling to outer space was no pleasant vacation, the risks were immense. Reed had already prepared himself for a rejection. I told you Sean would agree to help. Ben laughed heartily, twisting open a bottle of beer and taking a long gulp. The young man, who had quickly won their favor, smiled faintly and looked toward Midtown Manhattan. There a plume of thick smoke rose conspicuously into the sky. The afterglow of the setting sun cascades over Midtown Manhattan, where the flow of traffic winds through the interconnected streets like a dragon, and the throngs of people appear as insignificant as ants. If one is lucky enough to pause on the east-west streets, they can enjoy the rare beauty of the famous suspended sun, where the sun hangs between the towering buildings at sunset. Marcus stands before the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, with the Watson Tower resembling a colossal steel giant standing between heaven and earth, and he is the captain perched atop, overlooking the myriad lives of the world. Recently, this master of immense wealth and hidden power has been quite troubled. As a monopoly in the medical industry, Watson Company is also facing dire straits. A hidden adversary has dealt a fatal blow to this monopolistic giant. The laboratory documents circulating rapidly online have become irrefutable evidence of Watson's clandestine illegal human experiments. Due to the ongoing fermentation of public opinion coupled with the agitation of human rights organizations, Watson Company has suddenly been thrust into the limelight, facing the awkward predicament of being unable to back down. They cannot directly deny the allegations, for various graphic materials have already spread and the news cannot be suppressed. However, admitting the truth would mean facing legal consequences and the wrath of public condemnation. After the formal involvement of the judicial authorities, Marcus could only helplessly sacrifice his research director and some other insignificant figures as scapegoats, claiming that Watson was entirely unaware of these human experiments and illegal detentions. Regardless of whether the public believes this excuse, at least those investigating authorities were convinced. Thus, what could have been a colossal crisis capable of shattering Watson was resolved through Marcus' maneuvering. Although he paid a significant price contacting various forces and making generous promises, Watson, this great ship, still managed to survive amidst the raging tides. Who is behind this scheme? Marcus' eyes glinted ominously like a furious, hungry wolf exuding a chilling aura. He mobilized his resources to investigate, but the opponent was clean, leaving no trace to follow. Even the hacker team found nothing while tracking anonymous information online, as if a non-existent ghost was hovering above Watson. This led Marcus to dismiss any suspicions regarding Osborne Industries and Umbrella. Those two immature little fellows were far from capable of such feats. Looking down at the crowd protesting with various signs, Marcus couldn't help but reveal a disdainful smile. These tiny ants dared to raise their voices, who would care about the laments and attacks of such humble beings? Once the storm passes, everyone will naturally forget this scandal involving Watson. At that time, he could initiate a few charity donation events for public hospitals or provide funds and equipment to nursing homes or disease control centers, and then everyone would praise Watson's benevolence. As for the bloody crimes committed in the past, they were merely the foolish actions of a research director blinded by greed and hatred, and had nothing to do with Watson Company. The only regret is that he can only temporarily postpone the plan to suppress Osborne Industries and Umbrella, watching them slowly seize the market and begin to grow. Marcus shook his head and sighed. He had originally prepared a series of thunderous measures, but unfortunately that Senator Kelly had unexpectedly become a mutant and the internal laboratory data was simultaneously stolen and circulated online, causing a media frenzy. The two events occurring so coincidentally felt as though they were part of a pre-designed script. As long as this giant Watson does not fall, no matter how Osborn and Umbrella struggle, they cannot escape being devoured by the predators at the top of the industry. Through the glass window he vaguely saw a massive billboard displaying news from Osborn Industries and Umbrella. The pretentious young man with black hair appeared prominently, and his warm and friendly smile seemed both hypocritical and disgusting to Marcus, even more so than the arrogant face of Tony Stark. "I don't believe you can remain this fortunate forever. This time it was merely luck striking against someone targeting Watson. Before long I will mobilize my resources and completely crush you and your shabby laboratory," Marcus said angrily. Since he had fixated on this emerging research institution, luck seemed to have eluded him. Originally planning to team up with Senator Kelly to take Osborn Industries down in one fell swoop, the adversary's mutant identity was exposed at just the wrong moment, causing his standing to plummet amidst the swirling conspiracy theories. As for Strick, he had finally obtained the genetic data of mutants only for the experimental data to be stolen, almost crippling Watson. It felt as if there were some divine intervention, making Marcus wonder if that young lad was the consort of the goddess of luck. Otherwise, how could he face heavy setbacks every time he was about to take action? Chairman Colonel William Strick's phone call. The secretary knocked on the door from outside. Thinking of the impending complaints and inquiries, Marcus felt a headache coming on. To divert attention, he pushed the research director out as a scapegoat, while also having several living mutants and some dissection research data seized by the judicial authorities from Strick. It was clear that the colonel was calling with the intent to demand an explanation. After a moment's hesitation, the elder in charge of Watson answered the phone. It was not the time to tear apart his relationship with Strick. He still needed the latter's cooperation and assistance to continue the research on mutant suppression drugs. "Hello, Colonel. Please trust Watson's assurances. This will absolutely not implicate you. I have handled the matter very cleanly. Of course, partners should trust each other. I deeply regret Senator Kelly's unfortunate fate. Rest assured, Colonel Strick, you will soon receive Watson's sincerity." Marcus suppressed his impatience and spoke sweetly to Strick over the phone. This cold and stern colonel only sought to gain benefits from Watson while being stingy with his own contributions. If it weren't for the need for Strick's assistance in developing the mutant suppression drug, Marcus would have already turned hostile and forcibly seized all of Strick's achievements. After all, a mere army colonel was not a significant figure. During the conversation, Marcus inadvertently glanced out the window. The afterglow of the setting sun had already faded, the warm light sinking below the horizon and the veil of night quietly draped over the city. However, amidst this seemingly ordinary scene, an incongruous figure was present. An elderly man wearing a helmet and a purple robe stood suspended in midair, arms outstretched as if manipulating the Earth's rotation, making everything lose its gravity, with cars floating in the air forming a magnificent steel dragon. The proud man, akin to a king, stepped onto the staircase formed of steel and metal, advancing step by step towards Watson. The phone slipped from Marcus' hand and he gaped in shock, his eyes filled with terror as a cold sensation swept over him. The clock wound back to 10 minutes earlier. At 6:30 in the evening, the rush hour was in full swing. In this sprawling international metropolis, streams of vehicles flowed through the congested streets, their sharp horns echoing through the air as they crawled along like droplets merging into a river. Peter, riding his newly purchased electric scooter, clutched a bouquet of vibrant roses and stopped at a crossroad to wait for the red light. The young Spider-Man seemed to have recently turned a corner in fortune. Ever since he captured that photo of Senator Kelly, he had also obtained crucial evidence of illegal human experimentation from his old classmate Sean, allowing the Daily Bugle to publish sensational stories that grabbed attention. Even his stingy, harsh boss James had offered rare praise. Moreover, James hinted that if Peter could maintain this momentum, he would soon become a full-time employee of the Daily Bugle, just in time for the tabloid's need for a chief photographer. Financially strapped, Peter felt a surge of hope at this promise. He encouraged himself every day, yearning to secure that official position and escape the struggle of paying rent and living expenses on a meager salary. Lowering his head to inhale the sweet fragrance of the roses, Peter couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This was a surprise for Mary Jane, who would be making her stage debut tonight at a small theater. Not one for crafting romantic gestures, Peter, reminded by Gwen, had booked a Michelin 3-star French restaurant in advance, planning a delightful candlelit dinner to win the joy and cheers of his dream girl. Lost in his reverie, Peter felt his beloved scooter suddenly tremble as if seized by an invisible force, slipping from his control and floating into the air. What's going on? Wait. My new scooter? Before Peter could finish his words, a cacophony of shouts erupted like crashing waves. His brand new scooter, as if manipulated by an unseen giant hand, disassembled midair, its countless metal fragments drifting upward. Peter wasn't the only one facing this bizarre phenomenon. Every vehicle at the intersection suffered the same fate. The young Spider-Man watched as a nearby car disintegrated into fragments within seconds, its chassis and engine wrapped together, soaring into the sky, leaving only the driver gripping the steering wheel, staring blankly at his departing vehicle. Peter had no time to mourn his disassembled scooter. He looked up to see a raging storm of metal surging like a tempest, hurtling toward a distant direction. A faint silhouette stood midair, metallic stairs materializing beneath his feet as he made a dramatic entrance. Mutant, Peter thought, instinctively raising his camera. The street boiled like a cauldron of oil as people abandoned their cars and fled screaming, incessantly, panic spreading like a tide. Peter glanced at the delicate roses in his hand and sighed in frustration. It seemed he would have to break his promise again. The thought of Mary Jane's angry questioning made his head throb. The metallic tornado howled and spun in the sky. Magneto, wearing his helmet, his purple cloak billowing, exuded a chilling authority. He strode forward on the metal stairs like an unyielding king, the surging metal tide obeying his call like loyal subjects. Magneto spread his arms as if conducting an invisible orchestra. Cars across the entire block soared into the air like dragons, and even streetlights and trash cans were not spared. Anything metallic succumbed to his power, disintegrating and merging into the sky-covering storm. Gazing down at the scattered, panicked figures below, Magneto smirked coldly. This world belonged to those who walked the path of evolution. Powerless ordinary people could only tremble under the might of the strong, pitifully seeking help. Staring at the Worthington Tower at the city's heart, Magneto's face hardened. He had originally planned to attack Liberty Island, converting the attending world leaders into mutants to reshape global dynamics and secure a free future for his kind. But Worthington's secret human experiments on mutants enraged this mutant leader. Those brutal, bloody photos dredged up the dark past buried deep in his memory, the cold, damp concentration camps where death was a daily occurrence, the faded, painful memories now starkly vivid. Later, Mystique Raven also suggested that to declare mutant power to the world, they should target Worthington. Attacking the world leaders at Liberty Island would only worsen the situation for their kind, provoking an overreaction from humanity and sparking an irreversible war. After careful deliberation, Magneto accepted the proposal. Though mutants were gifted, they were divided into two factions, scattered like loose sand, incapable of directly confronting the deeply entrenched and powerful human government. This even the proud Magneto had to admit. Mutants alone could hardly overthrow human rule unless his old friend Charles would stand by his side and abandon his stubborn, naive ideals of peace. Lost in thought, the mutant leader waved his hand. The floor-to-ceiling windows atop Worthington Tower shattered glass, raining down like droplets. Magneto stepped onto the metal stairs and entered the office of the building's owner, Marcus Worthington. The usually stern head of Worthington struggled to maintain his composure, but the stark terror in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. So you're the one who used my kind for those inhumane, bloody experiments? Magneto's voice rang out, his gaze sharp. He looked at the terrified Marcus Worthington, reminded of the concentration camp officers. The dark past and painful memories surged like a tide, breaking through the gates of his mind. It's because of people like you that I led the Brotherhood down a path so different from Charles. With a slight motion of his fingers, the floating metal coiled into a sturdy noose around Marcus' neck. The Worthington leader struggled and retreated, but to no avail. From this day forward, this world will no longer ignore the voice of mutants. Everyone will know we are not weak, helpless lambs. If humanity wants war, then mutants will rise and fight back. Magneto shouted fiercely. He strode out of Worthington Tower and stood in the void. The surging metal tied under the control of that invisible hand melted like wax in high heat, coalescing into a colossal iron cross. With a thunderous crash, it plunged deep into the ground, cracking the pavement into a web of fine fissures. Having created this grand spectacle, Magneto stood atop the cross. He raised his arm and Marcus, bound by the metal noose, screamed for help. But the arriving police dared not act, merely aiming their guns at the imposing figure.